Nearly 2 years had passed. That was when he had been told. He carried a fatal illness that would slowly count down the days left for him. From that moment onward, he spent his time endlessly replaying his favorite game. And now, after those 2 years, the hour of his death had finally arrived. Yet before facing the inevitable, he wished to complete the game just once more. So he launched a fresh save file and began shaping a character in his own image. Selecting multiple genius traits always carried a price. In exchange, the avatar would be forced to bear a crippling flaw. He picked 2 genius traits, and the penalty was that his creation would also suffer from a terminal illness. Chen felt no regret. He himself was dying, and now his digital counterpart shared that fate. The moment he finished sculpting his character's design, something strange happened. He was suddenly being pulled away. No alerts, no loading bar, just an instant drag straight into the game's core. That was how he was swallowed whole. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a lavishly decorated bedroom. Bewildered, he wondered how he had gotten there, and why this overwhelming sensation of déjà vu crawled over him. As he wandered the chamber, he caught sight of a mirror. A jolt of dread stabbed at him. What if he had become the most disastrous character of all? Within this world, his identity appeared as Nox. He couldn't grasp why that name surfaced, only that the beginning felt like a violent crash landing. His complete name here was Nox von Reinhafer, belonging to the third most infamous dark family under the interlunatic domain. That bloodline was tangled deeply with Lunatic, the globe's deadliest criminal syndicate. He stood as the youngest of 5 within the Reinhafer clan, a household that for generations bred prodigies of blade and sorcery alike. But Nox alone was born talentless. To the protagonist, this lack of ability bred nothing but bitterness toward the world. Out of despair, he had struck a forbidden bargain with the devil, transforming into the most feared villain in all of Interlunatic's tale. The boy was shaken to realize he had become Nox himself, and questioned if this nightmare was merely a dream. In this incarnation, his age was only 14, and his elemental affinity leaned toward darkness. Yet when he accessed his status screen, a faint joy flickered inside him. That was until his eyes landed on his stamina, which rested pitifully at level 2. He then scanned his list of flaws. Void revelation, terminal illness, curse of frailty, and recurrent sickness, symptoms such as cold limbs included. Horror struck him. This was the exact avatar he had customized earlier. Outraged, he shouted. He had been dying in reality, and even here in-game, he was cursed to fade once more. The character's remaining lifespan amounted to barely a single year. At first, he couldn't recall why he had chosen that burden, but after some thought, the reason resurfaced. He had wanted his creation to mirror himself, someone marked by terminal illness. He remembered sitting at his cluttered desk, weakened and alone, with no one to rely on. Back then, he never once imagined he would literally become the avatar he had designed. Abruptly, a system notification appeared. One unread mail sat in the inbox, asking if he wished to check. He quickly opened it. Inside, the letter addressed him by both his true name, Chan, and his in-game identity, Nox. He froze in shock. Somebody actually knew who he really was. Yu Chan, the name given at birth by parents whose current fate remained unknown. Deep in thought, he realized whoever had brought him here must understand the hidden fragments of his past he himself had forgotten. The message stated, "You don't remember me, but I must tell you this. It has been a long time. You endured well over these last 2 years. You earned your place here. Welcome back to the game." The boy sat unmoving, eyes fixed on the glowing screen, his mind restless over one phrase in particular, "Welcome back." He wondered whether the sender was implying he had left his old world behind entirely, and that this realm now stood as his actual reality. The messenger continued, clarifying that although much of his own identity must remain hidden, his guidance was simple. Enroll at Eldane Academy, gather strength, and pursue the main storyline as faithfully as possible. By doing so, the complete truth would eventually reveal itself to him. The boy remained utterly lost, needing more time to process everything. He recalled that he had been reborn as the final boss of Inner Lunatic, yet he was told to cling to the central narrative. But however one looked at that story, It always ended the same way: death. He asked himself if, even in this interlunatic reality, it meant he must surrender the hope of regaining what memories he had lost. He resolved firmly, whatever the cost, he would pursue the storyline while reclaiming his scattered past. He sought clarity on why he existed here at all, and above everything, he wanted to survive. And if that survival demanded walking the path of a true villain, then so be it. Thinking back, his life had hardly changed at all. 2 years ago, he had lost all memory and carried the shadow of a terminal illness. Each breath drew him closer to death, each day stalked by the terror of mortality. The only alteration now was the stage itself, a stage set in the very world he knew most intimately. He asked the system for today's date, and it answered, February 4th, 1812. Hearing that, he instantly recognized the brevity of time remaining. So he wondered, why not begin his 28th attempt at clearing right away? With that, he reached for the door handle, but a sharp pain ripped through his wrist. Checking the system, it announced that one of his negative traits had triggered. Owing to his chronic illness, he had developed wrist inflammation. Level 1. The system suggested rest and healing. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, lamenting the weakness of this frail body. While dwelling on his condition, he accidentally collided with a young maid. She stumbled to the floor, instantly bowing and begging forgiveness from the young master. He strained to recognize her features: brown hair, orange-tinted pupils. Could this be Rona? She pleaded desperately, insisting she had committed a grave sin by hurting him. His only memory of her character was that she gossiped about Knox behind his back. That was all. Still, it was hard to accept that such a gentle-looking girl could spread rumors, even against a villain like Knox. He decided to pardon her, though not without warning. He cautioned her never to repeat the mistake. For a fleeting moment, he broke character and smiled kindly at her. Yet realization quickly struck. Knox was supposed to be unhinged. Falling silent, he brooded over the role he now had to play. The mage shyly asked where her young master intended to go so early. He responded that his destination was the practice hall. Every servant nearby gasped in shock at those words. He then ordered Rona to accompany him. Rona lit up with excitement, though deep down worried her master might punish her. Together, they began walking toward the training grounds. Knox reflected on his own state. After feeling death once, he now understood beyond doubt that he never wished to experience it again. If he wanted survival, he had to adapt quickly to this new world. That didn't mean survival was impossible. Having cleared the game 27 times, he already held intimate knowledge of its hidden mechanics. He swiftly reopened the status screen to study the fine print of Enter Lunatic. The system explained that Inner Lunatic revolved around angels battling demons alongside the Empire, a title beloved by fans worldwide. Its distinct charm lay in boundless customization, offering countless play styles. Lower-tier traits such as ordinary or talented could be stacked repeatedly, but genius traits were normally limited to a single one per character. He mused that genius traits allowed effortless ascent to the pinnacle of mastery, and yet impossibly he possessed two. He knew that the system enforced trait penalties whenever a character exceeded their limit, but by manipulating the system's balancing mechanism, one could bend the rules enough to acquire two genius traits. His chosen strengths were swordsmanship genius and combat genius, granting unmatched sword skill and mastery of martial technique. In addition, he bore mono-sensitivity genius, enhancing his perception of magical energy and sharpening his spellcasting. Knox realized there were countless other useful traits as well, so he kept reading through the descriptions. As the designated protagonist, he also had the privilege of viewing the status screens of others. Another trait, Master of Acting, gave him the power to convincingly perform any role, a skill he knew he would desperately need. He also carried Steel Mentality, which during combat enabled unshakable focus and composure in the thick of crisis. But his greatest concern lay in the curses attached to him. Among them, the terminal illness was the most lethal, though far from the only peril he faced. He almost laughs at the absurdity. His body feels less like a person's and more like a walking hospital see hearts. The system further clarifies that with cold extremities, stepping into freezing zones without a proper warming skill is practically impossible. On top of that, the frequent sickness trait ensures he will collapse from illness at least once in every chapter. He exhales heavily, admitting to himself that he has no other option, so he resolves to handle things step by step. Just then, Rona halts and points out that they are nearly at the practice hall. She hesitantly asks if he truly intends to enter. The young master remains silent for a beat. Then he pushes open the door. The system immediately alerts him to a brand new obstacle, the curse of the weak. It explains that this curse was bound to him from birth. Because of it, his growth speed is halved, and he suffers twice the susceptibility to enemy debuffs. Nox steels himself. Before anything else, he must discover a way to break free from this curse. While swinging inside the hall, one conclusion keeps replaying in his mind, no matter how he calculates it. He is utterly doomed. Just like rereading the prologue of the story, that's always the final thought. Overwhelmed after reading through everything, he suddenly collapses onto the ground. His limit has become crystal clear. He can't even manage 10 swings of the sword. He hadn't realized the curse would make his efforts this punishing. After resting for a while, he pulls himself up again and scans the hall. His eyes land on an arsenal of weapons neatly displayed. The system informs him that the Reinhafer lineage explains such a collection, and advises him to begin with the sword. It also notes that of all their titles, the most fitting is the High House of the Blade and Darkness. That title exists because of their singular technique, infusing swords with dark element magic to carve down foes. And all of it originates from one artifact, the Commander's Blade. Known as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness, that weapon has been passed down from one family head to the next across generations, and the ritual continues even now. Nox wonders what all this heritage really has to do with him. Beyond the martial traditions, there are other perks to noble birth, and one of the most obvious perks is sheer wealth. Nox understands just how valuable money is, and he can't help but feel thrilled by it. The Reinhafer clan ranks among the most powerful noble houses in the entire story, and naturally, they're drowning in riches. Even as their good-for-nothing youngest son, Nox still has access to enough fortune to live comfortably forever without lifting a finger, and chances are high that his father, Tio, couldn't care less how he chooses to burn through it. Still, Nox isn't the kind to waste wealth blindly, just to fit the stereotype of a spoiled heir. His character archetype is already written, but he has decided to exploit every advantage it provides, to the very last drop. That is, until Rona finishes preparing what he requested. Deep down, he worries she might reject his bizarre demand. A short while earlier, Rona had arrived carrying a wooden sword, a towel, and some water. She handed them over, puzzled, and asked if he was seriously planning on training. He had asked if anyone else was around before beckoning her closer. Nervously, she stepped back, suspecting he might strike her. He quickly reassured her, calming her fears. Then he instructed her to lean closer. He had something confidential to whisper. After he murmured his request, Rona's eyes widened in disbelief. She declared that every single one of his ideas was nonsense. He only told her to shut her mouth and make it happen. She reluctantly agreed, but warned him not to raise his voice at her again. Then she dashed out of the training hall, muttering that he hasn't changed one bit. Left alone in the silence, he wondered how long she would take, though he figured it should arrive by tomorrow. Sipping the tea she had brought, he brooded over his desperate need for a solution to both the curse and his pitiful stamina. He never thought the situation would feel this overwhelming. Suddenly, the head butler Rodwell entered the hall and greeted him with composed politeness. The sight of him startled Nox more than expected. The system promptly flagged Rodwell as one of the main administrators of the estate, someone not to be handled lightly. He also served as the advisor to Tio, Nox's father and head of the household. Nox instantly understood the danger. If Rodwell sensed anything unusual, it could spell trouble. He began to suspect that the butler might already be suspicious, but he knew how he needed to respond. Nox looked him square in the eye and asked why he was here instead of tending to the family head. At that very moment, he activated his trait, Master of Acting. Rodwell answered that he came under direct orders from the family head, with a message to deliver. He informed Knox that he was summoned to tonight's dinner. Knox was baffled. He knew almost nothing about the family's affairs, and the notion was absurd. Staring at Rodwell, he asked if this was some kind of joke. Why would his father suddenly want him at the table? Without hesitation, he refused. Rodwell paused, clearly puzzled as to why the family head had made such a demand. Then he explained that a guest from the Styliner family had arrived. The guest had come to receive night training, and if the young master dared skip the dinner, it would enrage his father. At that, Knox finally understood. This wasn't an invitation, it was an order. Rodwell's eyes narrowed as he asked whether something about Knox seemed different today. Knox froze briefly, trying to discern if Rodwell was hinting at anything specific. The butler clarified that Knox had never once picked up a sword, yet today he had stepped into the training hall on his own. Calmly, he asked what had caused this sudden change. Irritated, Knox snapped, raising his voice. He warned Rodwell never to overstep his role as just a servant. Whatever Knox chose to do was none of the butler's concern. He made it clear he alone controlled his decisions. Rodwell bowed respectfully and apologized. Knox then exited the training hall, still wondering if Rodwell had truly noticed anything odd. Meanwhile, the butler quietly resolved to report the incident to Tio. Knox, shaken by the unexpected confrontation with the head butler, felt unease coil in his chest. He feared what consequences might follow. He glanced back, half expecting to see Rodwell's eyes still on him. Shoving aside his spiraling thoughts, he began contemplating the young lady from the Styliner family. What exactly was her real reason for being here? That evening, inside the grand dining hall, his siblings mocked him the instant he stepped through the doors. One jeered, calling him a fool, and joked that his presence ruined their appetite. They piled on, taunting whether he still carried regrets about this family. Hartz and Allen, the twins, were especially merciless. One sneered that he never imagined Knox would dare appear here again, and even now found it unbelievable. They laughed openly about how he had ogled one of the maids, labeling him a hopeless case. Knox sat quietly, muttering inwardly that he hadn't even done anything. The doors opened again, and their father entered casually, announcing that it looked like everyone had gathered. Knox turned his gaze toward him, thinking, there he is, the father of this body, Tio, head of the Reinhafer family. At his side walked a stunning young woman. She stepped forward, introduced herself as Talia, and offered the family a graceful smile. Tio explained that Talia had come seeking night training and would be residing in their estate for some time. He encouraged everyone to make her feel welcome. Immediately, the system delivered a notification. She was the heroine of Interlunatic, the very one fated to stand against Knox's future self, the same heroine destined to drive her blade straight into his chest. Tio's gaze fell on Knox, remarking on his surprise appearance at the dinner. Knox felt a prickle of discomfort under his father's words, and even Talia seemed to notice. Tio then instructed everyone to begin eating. Across the table, the twins resumed ridiculing him without pause. One spoke up, suggesting to their father that they should settle who would represent the family at Eldane Academy. Tio raised an eyebrow, intrigued, admitting it was about time such a decision was made. The system immediately explained to Knox that Eldane Academy was the central hub of Interlunatic's story. Their students faced endless trials and demon battles, the very core of the narrative. Realizing this, Knox resolved to attend the academy as well. He knew that while staying aligned with the plot's flow, he also needed to start recruiting his own allies. Tio then reminded them all that Eldane Academy only allowed 3 students from each noble house. This restriction existed to curb noble dominance, and Tio had already secured the first 2 slots for his elder sons. That left the Reinhafer family with only a single spot remaining. Knox clenched his resolve. Before forging alliances, he had to claim that final seat, no matter the cost. Tio went on to declare that the choice would follow the family's long-held traditions. Knox's eyes lit up with excitement. Was his father implying a battle between brothers? Tio himself seemed momentarily startled, surprised that Knox was the first to voice a reaction. Tio accepts the proposal and specifies the date. The duel will be held exactly 1 month from today. He adds that their next academy representative will be decided through a match inside the training hall. One twin scoffs and tells him to shut his mouth before he makes himself look like a fool. The other sneers, mocking that someone so weak, who has never even held a sword, could never stand a chance against them. Against all expectations, our boy stays calm and unruffled. He simply replies that they can speak after they actually win. The twins bristle with anger, demanding to know if he seriously thinks someone like him could possibly defeat them. Yet our boy remains steady. To him, this duel is nothing more than another hurdle he must clear in order to claim the admission ticket. Their insults won't shake his resolve or discourage him in the slightest. Nox boldly proclaims that he will be the one who steps into Eldin Academy. Tio observes his son's exchanges, puzzled by what he's witnessing. Meanwhile, Talia looks impressed, her attention drawn to the young master's composure, and she begins to take an interest in him. The twins notice this change immediately, their jealousy rising. Nox quickly realizes he's attracted attention he probably should have avoided. Later that night, Tio sits in his office, sifting through Rodwell's reports. He remarks that, just as the reports indicated, it truly seems like something about Nox has shifted. Rodwell agrees with his judgment. Tio reflects that, had he not seen it with his own eyes earlier, he wouldn't have believed it. He ponders what could have triggered such a sudden transformation. He even begins to suspect that Nox might have been overtaken by some demonic force. Whatever the cause, Nox has seized his full attention. The family head understands the gravity and orders Rodwell to keep a close watch on him. At dawn the next day, the young master is already waiting inside the training hall. The maids whisper among themselves about the duel scheduled for 1 month later. They also gossip, wondering why all he ever seems to do is run. Nox listens, trying to piece together what they mean, but soon realizes he doesn't have the knack for catching hidden meanings. At that moment, the system informs him that his stamina stat has risen by 0.1%. He's stunned at the minuscule gain. He keeps running because stamina is his weakest attribute. The system clarifies that to unlock both swordsmanship and combat genius, his stamina must first reach level 4. He notes that anyone stronger than he currently is would have no issue activating it. But under the lingering curse of the weak, his body tires too quickly. He discovers it has taken him a full month to raise stamina by only 1.9 points. The system reminds him that the curse of the weak cripples him by cutting growth speed in half. It becomes clear why, despite endless running, he only managed a 0.1% increase. On top of that, his terminal illness trait also reduces growth by half. He realizes that to keep pace with others, he must work 4 times as hard. He wonders bitterly why everything in his life has to be so hard. The system then reveals his stamina has reached 15 and his mana has climbed to 30. But due to his terminal illness trait, stamina cannot surpass 15. He decides to set aside that concern for now. Rona arrives carrying the supplies he had ordered the previous day. Our boy is impressed by her speed. She delivered quicker than expected. He feels relieved, convinced he can finally start making genuine progress. The only issue left in his mind is how to break past the barrier to reach stamina level 4. He examines the items Rona brought and feels certain that with his own knowledge, he can solve this. He mixes the materials together and transfers the concoction into a bottle. Watching curiously, Rona asks why he would need such strange things. The poison is dangerous to handle. The ingredients are those most avoid, and they're costly besides. Nox calmly answers that most people simply don't understand how to use them correctly. Rona is visibly startled by his response. Without hesitation, Nox drinks down the potion he crafted. Rona immediately panics, realizing poison is inside. The system announces that he has ingested the venom of the 3-headed gorgon, which will temporarily raise his health by 1.5 times. But at the same time, a death counter begins ticking. He has only 10 minutes left. Rona becomes frantic, wanting to summon the head butler, but Nox blocks her. He then swallows a core, something clearly never meant for human consumption. Rona screams in terror, horrified at what she's seeing. The system declares that he has taken in the core of a golem and warns that his body will now gradually turn to stone. Suddenly, another alert appears. The system reveals a hidden piece has been triggered. The Gorgon's poison is reacting with the golem core. Our boy feels pleased, as everything is unfolding exactly according to his plan. The system explains that normally, a golem's core is used to petrify, strengthen defense, or construct artificial golems. Yet when paired with the poison of the three-headed Gorgon, a special fusion occurs. The venom dilutes, and the most vital notification appears. The curse of the weak has been lifted. Nox is ecstatic at the revelation. Rona, however, is terrified, believing her young master could collapse at any moment. But Nox knows one final step remains. He begins undoing his shirt buttons, which only terrifies Rona further. Rona trembles with both anxiety and curiosity, desperate to know his intentions. To her astonishment, he takes the poison mixture and pours it directly over his head. The system announces he has used the dew of the Remembering Fairy, removing the petrification effects of the golem core. It also notes that the dew is now reacting with the core itself. To our boy, the sensation feels like an unusual form of recovery. The system continues, stating another hidden piece has been unlocked, temporarily granting him the trait blessing of growth. Everything proceeds exactly as Nox anticipated. Then the system reveals the positive blessings he now possesses. Only one last item remains for use, the Rapid Stamina Growth Scroll. He rips it apart without hesitation. The system confirms the scroll's activation, declaring his stamina growth rate will now be double. Our boy thinks with relief that the curse is finally gone. With the blessing of growth counteracting the terminal illness debuff and the scroll's effect, he realizes his current growth rate is now twice that of others. This means his stamina stat can now be increased far more quickly. Suddenly, he pulls Rona close and kisses her. Rona freezes in shock, questioning silently whether the young master has lost his senses. She shouts at him, saying that when he started stripping off his clothes, she thought his mind had completely snapped. Nox simply orders her to fetch a towel. Still overwhelmed, she stands there, confused, trying to comprehend what is happening to him. Nox muses that, with the curse now lifted, maybe he should go easy on her. He reassures her that he's fine. Rona presses him, asking if he's certain he'll be all right without calling the head butler, and wonders aloud if he should rest instead. He calmly assures her again that there's nothing to worry about. Still doubtful, she asks once more what he plans to do next. Our boy answers without hesitation. He's going to run. Out in the garden, boys are gathered. Our boy begins running while Rona trails behind, carrying the towel in her arms. From her window, Talia witnesses the entire scene. She can't understand why someone so frail would accept a duel against his brothers. Her maid, Emma, quietly warns her not to stare so openly at the youngest son of Reinhafer, saying that such behavior is considered improper, but Talia remains puzzled. He doesn't even carry a sword. All he ever does is run in circles. She recalls that even Reinhafer knights have offered to train him, yet he rejected every single one. She convinces herself that in a month, he'll be soundly defeated and that will be the end. And yet, she can't help but feel concerned for the young master. Unable to contain herself, she tells Emma that she'll be back shortly and heads straight toward Nox. Our boy notices her arrival and wonders why she came looking for him. He bluntly asks what she wants. Talia, slightly offended by his cold manner, questions what lies behind such behavior. Still, she comforts herself by thinking he must be stunned by her beauty and unable to respond properly. She then challenges him, asking if he really thinks he can defeat his brothers. Is that why he accepted? Does he actually believe that running alone will give him any chance? Silently, Rona agrees with Talia's doubts. Talia offers her help, but only if he's willing to accept it. He rejects her instantly, telling her to leave, claiming he has no interest. Outraged, she demands if this is how he treats someone offering aid. Rona gently advises him that if he talks like that, no girl will ever like him. Irritated, Talia snaps that he can forget her offer, and that he should just handle things on his own then. Rona sighs, muttering that this only makes things needlessly troublesome. Our boy uses the system to examine Talia's information. He studies her traits carefully. No matter how he analyzes them, he sees that her talent is extraordinary. In Interlunatic, Most grown men have stamina around 4, but hers is astonishingly high, though for now, her ability still cannot compare to the 3 great sword masters of the continent, nor does it, yet, rival the raw potential of the 4 supreme mages. He recognizes, however, that in the future she has the capacity to reach that very tier. He concludes she will one day be capable of slaying numerous demons, especially when supported by her fire attribute. He also knows that the flame element she wields will eventually awaken into white fire, the very flames destined to burn the demonized Nox in the future timeline. He reflects grimly on what that means. If he were to secure Talia as an ally now, the future's flow would shift too drastically. Thus, he decides he must find a way to adhere to the original course while still evading death. Yet he wonders uneasily whether it's even possible to coexist with someone fated to kill him. 1 month passes, and inside the training hall, Nox's twin brothers admire Talia's blade work, praising how swiftly she learns. Alan remarks that such skill is exactly what one would expect from a daughter of the Stilrener bloodline. The mention of her family name brings her memories of her elder sister, who is far stronger and more gifted than she is. Talia recalls the match where her own sword snapped. She questions whether she can truly become a knight at all. Her thoughts drift to the principles drilled into her since childhood. A knight must not succumb to greed, must live humbly, and must always be prepared to give their life for the greater cause. Above all, a knight must master the sword and its essence to be worthy of the name. Talia also doubts whether Nox can realistically defeat brothers who have trained for years, merely by relying on endless cardio. In her judgment, it's impossible. The very next day, a crowd gathers to witness the duel. Our boy and his brother stand face to face. Their father, joined by several elders and Talia, takes a seat on the balcony to observe the match. Tio turns toward Rodwell and asks for his thoughts on the duel's likely outcome. But before Rodwell can answer, the referee steps forward, announcing that the battle to determine who will claim the right to enter Eldane Academy is about to commence. Both brothers stand firmly, swords in hand, ready for combat. Just moments earlier, when Tio posed that same question to Rodwell, Rodwell replied that, judging from young Master Alan's previous records, it is all but certain Alan will be the victor. Tio acknowledged the reasoning. The head butler then asked if Tio was expecting some other outcome, because although he admits that Nox has changed, he still cannot believe Nox might actually win. To him, that would be utterly absurd, even impossible, for he himself once walked the knight's path at the Patriarch's side. He understands that swordsmanship can sometimes appear refined and ornate, yet at other times be brutally simple. Ultimately, the time and dedication poured into training dictate one's level, and there is but one way for a man far behind on the path to truly overturn the gap and force the frontrunner to kneel. That way is overwhelming, innate talent. He questions quietly whether young Master Nox was perhaps born with such a gift. Tio responds that the chance is not zero, and at the very least, as one carrying Reinhafer blood, there exists the possibility that the youngest was born with the talent of a sword emperor. Suddenly, the system alerts Nox that his traits, swordsmanship and combat genius, are inactive. Our boy curses his bad fortune, wondering how such misfortune could exist when his luck stat is supposed to be so high. Confused, he even questions if his luck might actually be in the negatives. He realizes bitterly that he never did reach the required stamina level 4. The system then updates him about trait activation conditions. He recalls how, during training, his stamina once rose by 0.1. He feels slightly comforted, noting that his stamina is now at 3.8, gained through relentless running. Rona groans, asking if she really has to keep running alongside him. He grins and says it wouldn't be any fun without her. Besides, who else would look after him if she did? Nox hands her back the towel and tells her to take a rest for now. She glares silently, eyes filled with irritation. Nox meets her gaze and remarks that she just cursed him in her thoughts. She denies it, but the truth is otherwise. Our boy is genuinely impressed by her stamina. He checks her stats through the system to confirm his suspicion. Her stamina reads 4.5. He's stunned that a maid surpasses the average man and wonders what exactly is happening with the Reinhafer household. He feels a small measure of satisfaction knowing her starting stamina is above his, even though he has struggled for a month to raise his own stat. Yet the thought still frustrates him. Rona reminds him that night has fallen, and since the duel is tomorrow, he ought to rest. Now inside the training hall, the two brothers stand opposite one another. Alan taunts him, asking why he doesn't just surrender. He says that although Nox is the family's disgrace, he's still his younger brother, and Alan wouldn't want to beat him too harshly. Our boy retorts that his brother doesn't look like someone who wants him to quit. Alan admits he's right, confessing that he only wishes to impress the Stillreiner daughter, and he believes Nox will help him accomplish that. Nox replies dryly that he's not sure if that's such a wise decision. Our boy knows Alan's stamina stat is 8. Alan then teases, asking if he also has feelings for her. Nox, however, knows he cannot hope to defeat Alan with ordinary methods. The referee announces that the duel for Eldin Academy's admission ticket is about to begin. He reminds both participants that they must accept the outcome, and no protests will be tolerated. Our boy feels a twinge of nerves, aware that if he loses now, everything ends here. He still has to recover his memories and uncover who sent that mysterious letter. He also knows that once the 1-year grace period ends, death awaits him. The referee asks if they are ready, then signals for the fight to commence. Alan charges first with an attack, and our boy meets the strike with a solid defense. To his own surprise, he admires his own defensive instinct. To Nox, this is the one constant in the cursed game of interlunatic. Exchange after exchange of be-alanced swordplay. He knows that if he fails here, he forfeits everything, but if he wins, everything becomes his. During the clash, the system notifies him that his stamina has increased by 0.1%. Alan jeers, asking if Nox bashed his head too many times, and sneers that maybe he'll feel better after taking a few more blows. Facilia, watching from the balcony, thinks her earlier worries about Nox's change were a waste. She only wants her son Alan, the family's last child, to step into Eldin Academy. She dismisses Nox as utterly pitiful. Tio mutters to Rodwell that he was eager to see how Nox had changed, and wonders aloud if this is truly all there is. The head butler asks if he should stop the duel. He explains that if it continues, young Master Nox will take a long time to recover. Tio responds that while Alan and Hartz's abilities are decent, they are not extraordinary, especially compared to his eldest son, Garen. They lack the crushing dominance required to place everything beneath them, the overwhelming might of the dark sword of domination. He wonders silently who will inherit such a power, and the thought fills him with sorrow. He then instructs the head butler to end the duel. Yet during the battle, the system once again notifies Nox of another stamina increase. Abruptly, the system confirms the awakening of his traits. Swordsmanship and combat genius have both been activated. Our boy is already exhausted, but joy surges through him as his long-lost traits return. Alan scoffs, asking if he's completely lost his mind. Nox immediately triggers his skill, the hour of the genius. He recalls hearing once that geniuses and the talented each possess their own fleeting hours within the day. He rejoices that this is indeed the genius hour. To him, everything suddenly slows down. With this skill shifting his perception, the world itself moves in sluggish motion. He realizes that perceiving slower movements is not the same as actually moving faster. He knows exploiting this skill to its fullest will not be easy, but now that his traits, swordsmanship and combat genius, are both active, his opponent's fate is sealed. With a swift, forceful slash, Nox knocks Alan's sword from his hand. That single blow embodies his iron resolve to win. Alan's weapon clatters to the ground, leaving Nox standing victorious. The young master bursts out, declaring this is exhilarating. Alan freezes, dumbstruck. Yet Nox knows he cannot let his guard down just yet. He is keenly aware the skill lasts only 5 minutes, and he must end everything within that window. He tells his brother that, until now, he had been holding back, but adds that it has grown dull, so they should finish it quickly. He provokes him to unleash everything at once. Nox then turns toward his father, asking permission to face both of his brothers at the same time. Not only his father, but everyone present in the hall is shaken by his audacity. Talia, bewildered, wonders what exactly he is trying to do. Their father detects a sudden change in his aura. It's obvious that his energy has shifted, and it feels as though he's concealing something. Deciding to watch a little longer, he permits the 2-on-1 sparring match to continue. Just then, Facilia cries out, demanding that they stop immediately. Yet Tio cuts in, firmly ordering them to begin. Alan raises his sword once more. Hearts, overflowing with fury, snarls at how dare this brat disgrace them in front of their father. He cautions Nox to brace himself. The twins launch their coordinated assault together. At first, the young fighter concentrates on defending, but soon he transitions into offense. Alan quickly calls for his brother to close in on his left side, but Hearts, blinded by his rage, refuses to heed the advice. The system alerts the swordsman that, thanks to the unique ability hour of the genius, his proficiency in the Dark family's low-tier swordsmanship has increased. He's satisfied by the notice. Now he can even anticipate the path of their blades. With his blistering speed and relentless strikes, he manages to slash Alan across the shoulder. Talia is left stunned at the astonishing quickness and questions how on earth he pulled that off. Alan stares in disbelief, thinking that even the disgrace of their family could evolve to such a level. Everyone observing wears the same expression of intrigue. Hearts berates his twin, shouting not to lose focus during the spar. Soon, exhaustion begins to weigh on both brothers. That's when the young master unleashes his full strength. He reflects that, though it is only a sparring session, something much more is riding on the outcome. Even just swinging the sword ignites excitement in him. Before long, he sends both brothers crashing heavily to the ground. At that exact moment, the system declares that hour of the genius has ended. He breathes in relief that it concluded already. Facilia, enraged by her two sons' failure, shouts furiously at them. Nox looks to the referee and asks if the victor has been decided. The referee confirms and announces that the winner is young Master Nox. The audience, including their father, rises to their feet in astonishment. Nox expresses gratitude for their recognition and politely asks permission to excuse himself. As he strides out of the training hall, Talia thinks silently that she must speak with him right away. After departing, he feels utterly drained. Then he notices blood on his hand, realizing instantly it was because he pushed the skill too far. He knows the hour of the genius bears a serious flaw. If its time limit is breached, it triggers a crippling backlash called recoil. The system reports that, due to recoil from hour of the genius, his lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. He recognizes this as the most devastating kind of debuff. It permanently cuts away his lifespan while increasing his vulnerability to disease, though he is already terminally ill. He's grateful that recoil didn't reveal itself in front of others. If anyone had seen, his acceptance into the academy might have been withdrawn. Suddenly, Talia rushes after him, asking whether he was injured during the spar. He's far from pleased to see her. The fact that she found out frustrates him. He wonders why it had to be her, of all people, when so many were present in the hall. He cannot allow Tio to learn about his skill's backlash. She immediately questions how he managed to triumph over siblings with such a broken body. The young master wonders silently what her intentions are, but she quickly clarifies that she has misunderstood him. Her expression clearly reveals admiration for his performance. Over the past month, she had never once seen Nox wield a real sword on the first day. Only clumsy swings with a wooden blade. For someone like him to emerge victorious proves he holds true talent. She now wants to know how he awakened that gift and how he nurtured it. Yet after watching the duel's conclusion and observing him when alone, she is bewildered and wants to uncover what is really happening and why he looks so weakened. Countless questions fill her thoughts, including whether he crushed his siblings purely with his natural brilliance. There were, after all, rumors that Nox was worthless. She also noticed that he simply toiled with determination, doing whatever it took to secure victory. Then she sees him cough. She asks if he is all right and reaches to support him, but he pushes her hand away and orders her never to touch him. He acts this way because his 2-year obsession with gaming left him unable to bond easily with others. Moreover, He knows she is a figure destined to kill him in the future. She apologizes, admitting she didn't realize he took the sword so seriously. She had only heard that his body was frail since birth. Now she understands why his training was focused only on stamina. She tells him she is sorry for misjudging him, that pretending to be useless was probably never his intention. She even mentions that Emma said mistakes like that are part of being human. The swordsman feels somewhat uncertain, thinking about how to answer because her honesty is so striking, exactly as he saw in the game. Although he knows she embodies the qualities of a knight, he also considers that, as the daughter of a prestigious duke's house, it must be difficult for her to openly admit when she's wrong. He tells her that if that's how she sees him, then she must not tell anyone about the bleeding. She promises to keep it secret. Looking at her, he thinks he probably doesn't need to worry about anyone else discovering the truth. He tells her to honor her word and leave. She feels dejected, since Knox gave her no attention at all. Later that night, in Teo's office, he remarks to the head butler that his suspicions seem to have been confirmed, and asks what he thinks of Knox's ability. Rodwell admits that at first he couldn't comprehend why Knox allowed himself to be beaten so easily. But compared to children of his age and even the other young masters, he believes Knox stands above them all. Teo agrees, though he adds that he still suspects Knox is concealing deeper talents. He commands Rodwell to watch all of Knox's actions and refrain from interfering, no matter what he does. He also ponders whether Knox has enough power to inherit the supreme black sword. Teo tells him that his own time is limited and stresses the importance of Rodwell's duty. Rodwell vows to give his utmost. The night grows late, and the system informs the young master that he has cleared the tutorial quest and finished his first battle. Knox understands that this is a world where the sword defines reality, yet the game-like system remains. The status window still exists. The system announces his reward and grants him free stat points. He knows this is a massive gain, yet he doesn't feel entirely happy, since he spent an entire month just to raise stamina by 2, when they could have simply given it earlier. Alone in his room, he gazes at his status window. He taps his luck stat, raising it from 7 to 10 because luck cannot be improved by effort. In Interlunatic, luck is the most prized attribute. Once he finishes the adjustment, he resolves to test its effect immediately. The system reports that he has gained the benefit of masks clear 27 times. He's astonished the benefit system still exists here. It's a relief to him. Without delay, he decides to use the gacha, and a massive machine materializes before him. He chuckles, thinking how strange it feels to witness it in person. He recalls that with maximum luck, the odds of drawing an intermediate rank or higher reach 95%. His eyes scan the ranks, 3 levels in total, the advanced one shining gold and the supreme one gleaming in rainbow. His desire is to secure gold or beyond. The machine whirs into action, and a golden rank drops into his hands. It is a golden letter. The swordsman tears it open, and the system congratulates him for obtaining an advanced trait, the supreme ruler's awe. He is stunned, unable to believe he truly pulled such a prize. The system displays the complete information of the skill. For him, landing a debuff skill felt like hitting a super jackpot. Yet there was still another prize waiting, a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. The system then prompts him, asking whether he wishes to redeem it immediately. He suspects the skill he'll gain is already predetermined, one of the concealed fragments obtainable within the Reinhafer family, and to claim that hidden piece, he must acquire that particular skill. He knows Teo will soon call all the siblings back to the estate, and that will be the moment he plans to use it. He wonders if it's nearly time to return to the Reinh Chinese letter estate, since it's been some time since the Eldine Academy graduation concluded. Vaughn, the Reinhafer family's second son, should currently be traveling to hone his knightly training. A sudden recollection strikes him. He still needs to locate the hidden piece and take care of the grain. There's no time to rest. The sole consolation is that he likely need not worry about Talia anymore. He's confident she isn't the sort to break her word, and there's no reason for her to seek him out again. The next morning he arrives at the training hall to find Talia already waiting for him, just as he had suspected last night. He asks her if they didn't settle everything yesterday, and what else she wants from him. She wants to know how he became so strong in such a short span. He questions whether she had been secretly observing his month of training. She begins to step away and pleads with him for at least one spar, insisting he tell her how he trains. He recalls that Talia is the type who constantly craves her sister's acknowledgement. Turning back to face her, he tells her that before asking such things or planning her training, she should first assess the talent she already possesses. The young swordsman has never been one to comfort others. He wonders what else to say to her after pausing briefly. Then he advises her not to measure herself against others. With that, he exits the training hall. She is left nearly in tears, sorrowful that he simply walked away. As he walks outside the hall, he ponders whether she will follow or remain, and thinks there's no need for her to witness him claim the hidden piece when she might end up killing him. Continuing on, he arrives at the Reinhafer family's barn. He sees a great number of horses gathered there, knowing the place is famous for raising the continent's finest steeds. There stand his father and twin brothers, with the head butler greeting him. His father states that he assumes they all know the reason they were summoned. He announces that from now on, each will select the horse they will keep for life. The young master had anticipated this and had been waiting for the moment. He remembers reading that horses are considered the holiest animals on the continent, and within the Reinhafer family, those intending to be mages or knights choose a horse in youth to become a lifelong companion. Elden Academy even teaches riding. He also recalls that later in the game there are many vast wars, and if a horse dies, one must raise a young one anew. Plus, transportation magic is vastly expensive. He resents how crucial horses are as a means of travel in this world. Despite his displeasure, he resolves to pick the very best horse available. Their father tells them that because Nox won the duel, he may choose first, while Tio warns that he'll grant him only one chance. As Nox approaches the horses, his father wonders which mount the youngest will select. He notes that all the horses are fine specimens, cute and strong when he studies them. Then he spots one horse whose color sets it apart from the rest. He points to that horse and tells his father that this is the one he will take. Silence falls over the group. His father tells him he'll be given another opportunity to choose. The young swordsman wonders why they'd offer him another chance and takes it as proof they think his choice is terrible. In truth, he is loading the target stat window after a while. The system activates and reveals full details on his selected horse, showing its rank to be high. He knows most summoned creatures are ranked, and depending on growth, they can ascend multiple ranks. That means the horse could ultimately reach the highest rank. Moreover, it's an obsidian. His system explains this is the rarest kind, the name referencing an igneous rock. He thinks that if the patriarch knew this, the man would have claimed the horse for himself. He's also aware that at present the mount is not enticing because of a negative trait. The system lists its drawbacks, and from some angles, it's an even more troublesome flaw than being terminally ill. He tells his father he won't change his mind and will take this horse. He believes that with his understanding, he can save the animal. His father questions why he would pick such a steed, and suspects he's projecting his own feelings onto it. Ultimately, he thinks his son is merely sentimental and weak. Tio calls the choice disappointing, and warns Nox he hopes he won't come to regret it. After giving his counsel, their father departs. The twin brothers attempt to stop Nox. The young master feels baffled, wondering if his decision truly was that disappointing, while the head butler tells the twins he'll oversee Nox and asks them to choose their mounts. Rodwell approaches Nox and requests he pick a name for the horse. Nox agrees and names him Carl. He explains he'll be with Carl, a name he used while clearing Inner Lunatic and one that holds significance for him. He brings the horse into his bedroom because he cannot allow others to see what he intends to do. He notices the horse's eyes carry a will to live. Much like himself, the creature seems to be fighting to survive. He sees that Rona is in his room, so he calls her and warns her that failure to answer will have consequences. She acknowledges and shouts that she's present. She's surprised he knew she was there. He orders her to care for the horse. She's astonished to find a horse on his bed, since she's the one who must clean it, and he laughs, telling her it's a sick horse and she must do her utmost. She has no choice but to obey. He knows this is troublesome, and what he's about to attempt will be a shock. The real question is whether Rona can handle it. 3 days later, Carl dies. Rona weeps for him. Her tears sadden the young master. He knows Rona poured great effort into caring for Carl. He feels a bit guilty for her grief, since he had anticipated this outcome. He orders her to stop crying because her distress is distracting him. He reassures her, insisting that Carl will come back to his side again. She stands puzzled, wondering if his mind is unwell. He simply smiles and tells her to get behind him now. He withdraws the scroll from his jacket. Placing his hand upon it, he pours his mana into the parchment. Something miraculous begins to happen. She's astonished to see that he can channel mana. Immediately she warns him that such an act is illegal here. At first, he cannot properly control his mana, so he tries once more and warns her that if she continues to distract him, Carl will die again, and then it will be her fault. He explains that he hasn't yet awakened the genius trait of mana detection. In this empire, using mana before age 15 is forbidden unless you belong to the imperial family, which means imperial descendants become skilled in magic much earlier than other students. For now, the only option he has is to pour as much mana as he can into the scroll. At that instant, a faint energy stirs within his palms. He recognizes it as mana, finding it intriguing because the scroll is a one-time use energy voucher, and he cannot afford mistakes this time. From now on, the magic he performs will be black magic. The system confirms he has obtained the skill book of the dead necromancer. It also notifies him that the target, Carl, can be revived as an undead. He recalls reading that within Inner Locatic there are 2 types of beings that bear the undead trait. The first are those resurrected through black magic or dark mana, and the second are beings reborn without an ego, returned stronger than before. He is also aware that such creatures would stay unwaveringly loyal to their master, almost to an excessive degree. The real issue, however, is that only one lineage is known for resurrecting corpses as undead: the Dark Family, the Marvis clan. Though Reinhafer is likewise a dark family, their identity lies as a night family, whereas the Marvis clan are true necromancers who govern the undead. If that is the case, he questions whether players outside of the Marvis family should even be capable of wielding such skills in the first place. Yet he already knows the answer is no, for he still possesses the one-time skill selection voucher he had obtained. Through it he gained the Necromancer, the infamous Book of the Dead. Rona's eyes widen in shock as she witnesses dark blood spilling from the young master's lips, though he is determined to push onward a little further. Then, all at once, he realizes his mana reserves are being depleted. At that precise moment, Carl stirs back to life. The system verifies that the skill has been activated successfully. Carl now stands stronger than ever before. The system declares that his companion Carl has been reborn as an undead. A wave of exhilaration runs through him at having accomplished the skill so perfectly. Without delay, he examines Carl's updated traits through the system. To his astonishment, Carl's attributes have improved dramatically compared to before. Yet Carl has also acquired several negative traits in the process. Looking firmly at him, he declares that from now on, Carl will serve under his command, and Carl responds with actions that show complete understanding of his master's will. Overcome with relief, Rona embraces the young master tightly. She confesses she had feared something terrible had happened to him, and asks how he could treat his mana with such recklessness. She even scolds Carl directly, questioning why he too behaved so recklessly. Her voice trembles as she yells at Carl, reminding him of how much she had cared for him. She even orders him to spit out the carrot she had once lovingly fed him. The young master now turns his attention toward the hidden piece. A few days afterward, he slips out into the night. He studies the map in his hands, noting that the path is not much different from the version he remembers from the game. He is searching for the second hidden piece of the Reinhafer family, firmly resolved to obtain it, for it serves as the key to slightly balancing the burden of his terminally ill trait. He wonders if he is being overly cautious, but reminds himself that this is no longer a game. It is reality. He comes across a notice board bearing a grim warning. This is Mia's forest, and should children wander inside, they may lose their way and die. Under no circumstances should anyone enter. He thinks bitterly that he has no desire to die a second time. The system alerts him that he has entered the missing child's forest and warns that failure to clear this zone will mean death. In truth, the missing child's forest is located within Rheinhafer territory, an area strictly forbidden to enter, cloaked in darkness and suffused with heavy fog. Even the finest rangers or trackers would struggle to navigate its paths. He realizes the forest lives up to its name, a place where everyone ends up lost like a wandering child. Yet he also knows the forest conceals another meaning altogether. For even if an adult slays a monster within this place, no artifacts will drop for them. What's worse, the monster's difficulty scales upward if the intruder is a grown adult. He recalls dying multiple times here while trying to figure out the correct method to clear it. That is why the missing child's forest carries a danger rating of at least 2.5 stars out of 5, within a game already notorious for its merciless difficulty. He remembers how desperately he once tried to conquer it without knowing what items could appear. Now, upon reflection, he realizes this forest is the ideal place to secure something that counters his terminally ill trait. Igniting his torch, he sets forth deeper into the woods. He knows the crucial method to clearing the missing child's forest lies in the smoke's direction. Specifically, the correct path is the opposite of wherever the smoke drifts. Raising his voice, he calls out, demanding the hidden figure to stop concealing themselves and reveal their presence. But when he glances around, he sees no one. He begins to wonder if the person intends to remain hidden until the very end. Meanwhile, within the palace, Talia continues to dwell on him, unable to comprehend how her beauty had no effect on him. She simply cannot make sense of it. Abruptly, her maid Emma pleads with her to stop trailing after young Master Knox. Emma warns that if she persists, Emma herself will be the one scolded. Talia reassures her, promising she will ensure Emma does not lose her position in the family, though Emma insists that is not what she means. Emma privately believes that young Lady Talia is already talented enough to command respect as the next matriarch, if only her sister Chell were not present. She also questions why Talia harbors such inferiority toward her sister, acting out of impatience. After leaving her chamber, Emma hopes Talia has given up and is resting now. But upon checking, she discovers Talia has already disappeared. Emma suspects she has gone searching for young Master Knox. Alarmed, Emma rouses everyone in the palace at once. In the meantime, Talia has already tracked Knox down within the forest. The sight leaves him momentarily stunned. He demands to know what she is doing here. But before she can respond, the young swordsman senses imminent danger and orders her to move behind him. Both are startled as a gray wolf emerges, and he wonders if they have trespassed into the beast's territory. Talia realizes with dread that all she carries is a dagger. The wolf begins circling them menacingly. With a low growl, it signals for its pack to join. Suddenly, the gray wolf lunges forward. Terror grips Talia, but he remains composed, locking eyes with the charging beast. Stepping forward, he swings his blade in one decisive arc, and with that single strike, he kills the wolf instantly. Talia is left utterly awestruck. Though it was only one wolf, she cannot believe how effortlessly he dispatched it. Knox looks at her calmly and repeats his question, "What is she doing here?" remarking that he expected his brothers to follow him instead. She merely smiles, and then, as she notices the night stroll in his hand, she wonders why he carries it. He presses her for an answer, warning that if she refuses, he will leave her here alone. Approaching him, she takes his hand. She insists she is not acting suspiciously. In truth, she only saw how strong he had suddenly become and longed to gain strength like his. She explains how she watched him from her window, grew curious about where he was going, and assumed he possessed some special training method. That is why she followed him. Once she saw the forest, she leapt inside without hesitation. Knox now confirms 3 things in his mind. First, she clearly thinks very highly of him. Second, she bears no hostility toward him, which brings relief. And finally, she is nothing more than a reckless child, who has no concept of the dangers of following someone into the night. Smiling faintly, the young swordsman concludes that since she is one of the core characters, he cannot simply abandon her. He tells her to accompany him for now, yet he clarifies that he is not helping her out of goodwill, but only to prevent trouble that might tarnish his family. She bows her head and admits her mistake, offering an apology. He hopes this will be enough to keep her from repeating such recklessness. She thanks him earnestly for saving her life, and just as she prepares to say something further, they both notice a pack of wolves glaring at them from the shadows. The young master orders her to retreat and hands the torch to her. He instructs her to make her way back home, while he engages the wolves with his sword. His mind sharpens, knowing there are new, unforeseen variables he must account for. He recalls that this place exists prior to the scenario's official start, and being part of the prologue, no boss monsters will appear. However, an elite monster, just one step below a boss, will still spawn here. That enemy will be an evolved version of the gray wolf he just felled, the elite gray wolf. But he also knows that merely identifying his foe will not make the battle easier. He hacks through the wolves, cutting them down as they continue their relentless assault. His mind drifts back to the words he used to tell himself during moments like these, back when he was Chan, playing interlunatic. Was he truly the weakling everyone thought? Talia watches him butcher wolf after wolf, wondering if he is still holding back, since his swordsmanship had looked even sharper during his duels with his brothers. She questions whether he has faced gray wolves before. Meanwhile, Nox considers once again that she remains far too fragile. A massive gray wolf emerges before him, and he instantly recognizes it as the elite gray wolf. Meanwhile, numerous people from the palace begin moving into the forest to look for them. Emma joins the search party, urgently pressing everyone to hurry inside. Yet Rodwell dismisses her plea as reckless, which makes Emma demand why he refuses to act. Rodwell explains that this is a forest even the Reinhafer family has never managed to conquer. The system indicates that the missing child's forest ranks among the highest within Reinhafer territory. And while the Reinhafer clan is renowned as the most powerful dark family of the South, the existence of a forest they cannot clear is akin to labeling them incompetent. What no one there realizes yet is the truth, that only children, those not yet adults, may enter, and only children can ever succeed in clearing it. The head butler quietly questions why the young master ventured into such a place. He doubts the boy was ensnared by some mind-controlling creature. Inspecting the trail, he notices that Nox had advanced with deliberate caution. Moreover, there are no signs of anyone breaching the strongest mana barrier protecting the estate. This can only mean the young master willingly stepped into the forest. Admitting his misjudgment, the butler concedes that Nox is no longer the fragile and helpless child he once was. Rodwell then informs Emma that there is only one way for the two inside to ever return. The young master must rely on his own wit and carve a path out of the forest. Tears well in Emma's eyes as she blames herself, convinced that her young lady is doomed because of her. Elsewhere, the young swordsman continues his relentless battle, cutting down the wolves. He notices Talia brandishing her dagger, impressed that despite her fear, she has not lost her composure. He advises her against striking needlessly, warning that she could hurt herself, and tells her to simply hold back. He adds that she should conserve her strength and use it to run if attacked. Only then will her odds of survival slightly increase. As for himself, he knows the elite wolf is not especially dangerous, its difficulty measured at only 2.5 stars. His sole concern is that Talia stays sharp and alert to her surroundings. Observing her closely, he notes she is learning well, though still far from someone he can entrust to guard his back. Without hesitation, he activates Hour of the Genius, intent on finishing the elite in a single strike. Just as the elite gray wolf hurls itself at him, he severs it instantly with one swift blow. For a brief moment, the remaining wolves freeze. Then, without warning, they resume their assault one by one, and again he cuts them down without pause. This time, however, their ferocity and aggression escalate drastically. The sight causes Talia to worry for his safety. Even though Nox told her to flee if danger grew worse, she cannot bring herself to abandon him. Instead, she scrambles up a nearby tree. He glances at her and pointedly asks if she intends to actually help. Talia, concerned, asks whether he has been injured. He knows seeking her aid is useless, so he assures her that he is unharmed. Yet inwardly, He admits this is no time to lower his guard. She feels relief upon hearing that Nox is not hurt. He, however, grows uneasy, realizing he has just revealed a vulnerable side. The recoil from his skill has arrived already. He knows the battle is not yet over, especially as the elite wolf rises back to its feet. At first, the elite beast prowls around him. Its gaze tracks his every movement with precision. Then, in a burst of speed, it charges directly at Nox. But the wolf employs an unusual tactic. It first bolts away, only to suddenly reappear, pouncing upon him, tearing into his shoulder, then retreating again. The second assault mirrors the first exactly. The young master wonders how a supposed 2.5-star monster could display such cunning. He realizes his strategy must change. This elite wolf is far more intelligent and devious than its game counterpart. He knows it is lurking, watching carefully, preparing for its next strike. The last 2 attacks had caught him completely off guard. He regrets not recognizing its cleverness earlier when it commanded the other wolves, exploiting the terrain and surroundings. He steels himself, knowing he must heighten his vigilance first. Suddenly, the elite wolf lunges again, and this time, Nox lands a blow. Yet it does nothing. The beast had baited him into using a wide swing, exposing himself. The elite instantly counters, and the swordsman fails to anticipate it. He asks himself if he became careless, overconfident because he cleared this game so many times before. He admits such arrogance was a foolish mistake. Then, without warning, Talia's dagger plunges into the wolf's eye. He realizes if the elite can exploit openings, then so can they. And the one who created this unforeseen variable was Talia. Seizing the chance, he delivers one clean strike and slays the elite gray wolf. Talia then spots 2 other wolves lingering in the distance, watching their fight. When Nox fells the elite, those wolves retreat into the shadows. Witnessing this, Talia climbs down from the tree and rushes to his side. She immediately asks if he is all right. He tells her he survived only thanks to her, offering sincere gratitude. But then he wonders, did he just thank the very person fated to kill him in the future? Still, he decides it is not something to dwell on right now. She presses again, asking if he was hurt in the fight. Her eyes catch the large wound across his shoulder. He replies calmly that it is only a minor injury, and not worth worrying about. She exhales, relieved that he is otherwise unharmed. Suddenly, a tiny spider lands on her shoulder. With a shriek, she cries out that another monster has appeared. In panic, she leaps into his arms, clutching him tightly. She shudders, insisting the spider is still there, refusing to let go. The young master sighs inwardly, wondering how long she intends to cling to him. He also questions whether she is genuinely afraid of the spider, or simply looking for an excuse to hold him. Flicking the spider away with ease, he asks if she truly fears such a thing. Why then did she follow him into this forest at all? She counters by asking if he himself is not scared of spiders. He replies firmly that with such fear, she will never become a knight. Offended, she steps away angrily. He smiles faintly, thinking that at least she finally released her grip. He acknowledges inwardly that her help saved him, but he hesitates to voice it, fearing she might burst out again. For now, their only goal is to leave the forest. By morning, the search party still waits outside the forest edge. Emma worries endlessly, uncertain whether they have survived. Anxiously, she considers how Lady Talia's disappearance could spark conflict between the 2 families. Rodwell reflects that because so many children vanish inside this forest, there are whispers accusing the Reinhafer family of incompetence. Suddenly, Emma points towards the trees. She alerts everyone that the forest's dense fog is beginning to disperse. At last, they witness that the missing child's forest has been cleared. Emma admits she cannot say for certain, but she believes the lifting miasma proves it. Rodwell confirms her judgment is correct. He explains that the clearing of the forest means the possibility they had hoped for has now become reality. The group finally advances into the forest. Emma declares to the others that this can only mean their young master Nox accomplished it. Suddenly, they catch sight of the young master and Lady Talia emerging from the forest. One servant mutters in disbelief, remarking that Nox truly cleared the forest and now walks out as if nothing occurred. Rodwell cannot stop himself from smiling. He is certain now that the family hierarchy among Reinhafer's heirs is destined for upheaval. Nox glances at the search party, puzzled by why they have all gathered here. Emma runs to Talia embracing her tightly, saying how worried they were. Rodwell informs Knox that the family also grew anxious over his disappearance. Knox struggles to accept that the family would show concern for someone as worthless as him, assuming it must be only because the Dark family's reputation is at risk. Emma intends to remind Talia once again of the 7 rules of the Stillrinner family, urging her to come along and follow her guidance. Talia repeats her apology, saying once more that she is truly sorry. Emma chuckles and remarks that, as a mere maid, she could never dare to blame Talia, adding that the patriarch himself will instruct her in the rules personally. Knox observes that this maid seems to possess remarkable endurance as well. When he checks her status, he discovers her stamina is at 4.5. Emma then approaches the swordsman, expressing gratitude for defending their young lady. Talia thinks to herself that she had never even considered going along with him in the first place. He reassures her that she contributed enough and advises her not to dwell on self-blame. Afterward, they all make their return to the palace. The young master heads straight to his room, thinking that, for now, things have finally come to a pause. He reflects on how unexpected it was to find Rodwell waiting with the knights outside the forest, and wonders if that was somehow because of Talia. Yet despite everything, he managed to obtain the hidden piece. The system confirms the acquisition of a new artifact, an accessory named the Black Flame Ring. The system then provides detailed information about its basic properties. Reading its special effect, he learns that defeating a target while wearing the ring allows him to steal a small portion of their life force and convert it into his own. The stronger the rank of the enemy, the greater the amount of life force he can claim. With this, he realizes that the Black Flame Ring is the sole artifact capable of stealing another's life essence. Still, he understands that possessing this ring does not guarantee an extended lifespan, since life cannot be prolonged without limit. Given the minuscule amount of life force that can be stolen, he knows it will not be enough to overcome his terminal illness. Even so, he resolves that as long as he can fight and move forward, it is far better than a hopeless existence at death's edge. He slips the ring onto his finger. Instantly, he senses his vitality and mana stirring within him. He calls Rona to enter, already aware that she is waiting right outside his door. Within moments she steps in, wondering aloud if he has gained the ability to see through things. He tells her perhaps that is the case. Alarmed, she asks if that means he can also see her bare body. The young master grows furious and demands to know what nonsense she is spouting, then flicks her forehead with his finger. She cries out that it hurts, and marvels at why his flick feels even sharper than before. He scolds her for speaking nonsense, and suggests they arm wrestle again. She asks if this time, should she win once more, will he really raise her pay. He agrees, but counters by asking what happens if she loses. She then wagers 20% of her salary. Both accept the wager, yet this time, he crushes her in an instant. She is left wide-eyed by the result. Having lost, she asks if he truly thinks it is fitting for the son of such a proud family to cut the meager salary of a servant by 20%. He grins and agrees with her words, saying that as the so-called useless son of the Reinhafer family, he has chosen not to bother with trivialities like honor. She bows deeply and apologizes. The system announces that his frequent sickness has activated, and he has now gained wrist fracture level 2. Irritated, he fumes at these constant negative traits. He tells Rona that he will cancel the deduction from her pay, but in exchange, she must fetch him some ice and a wet towel. She grows worried, noticing her young master looks unwell. The swordsman decides that for now, acquiring the ring is enough, and what he truly needs is rest. Time flows onward and both hidden pieces, Carl and the Black Flame Ring, remain with him. 6 months pass since he first obtained them, yet regretfully, he has had no opportunity to use either of them. Then comes the decision that Knox is to be confined at home. It is not because he caused any incident. He even managed to clear the forest where the missing child vanished. He cannot believe he is grounded when, in truth, he should be rewarded. To him, it feels utterly absurd. He turns to Rona, asking if she shares his opinion. She replies simply that she is a maid bound to the family, and speaking poorly of the patriarch would only lead to her salary being reduced. Knox swears on his own hand that her pay will indeed be cut if she does not side with him. Frightened by his threat, she quickly agrees that the patriarch is being far too harsh. She adds that he cannot possibly understand how she feels. Knox reflects on how he has struggled to adapt, living a fairly diligent life while also watching Carl's growth. Yet deep down, he knows he cannot continue like this, as his lifespan is still being cut short even now. The system displays the truth. Only 147 days of life remain due to his terminal illness. He thinks bitterly that this cursed system seems more interested in his life than he himself is. He sarcastically thanks it for spelling things out so clearly. Finally, he decides he can no longer endure this confinement and must appeal to his father for permission to leave somehow. Just then, Rona knocks and informs him that she has warmed additional bathwater for him. Suddenly, Rodwell enters, announcing that the patriarch has summoned him. His father sits in his office, his mind wandering back to the night of slaughter when he cut down countless demons and monsters. He remembers how demons had overrun the land and how humans were caught helplessly among them during that night of carnage. He recalls that it felt like a disaster beyond measure. He hopes that someday one of his sons might master the supreme black sword. Yet he knows he cannot gamble on mere chance. What he requires is undeniable talent, because ultimately, one of them must kill him. Rodwell steps inside and reports that the young master will arrive soon. Tia thinks to himself that Knox is late and orders Rodwell to send him in at once. He reflects that the forest of the missing child is a place even he does not know how to conquer, and for Knox to have cleared it, such a feat deserves a reward. Tia tells his son that the reason for summoning him is to discuss his reward, and grants him permission to make a single request. He promises to fulfill exactly one wish, no matter what it may be. The young swordsman hesitates, wondering what one thing he should ask for. It is the first time his father has ever made such an offer. He knows well that his father is typically stern and authoritarian, and he even suspects this could be some sort of trap. He feels a shock, as though struck in the head or suddenly slashed from behind. He asks his father if he truly means that he can request anything. His father repeats that he will indeed grant anything, and as patriarch of the Reinhafer family, he pledges to keep that promise. He swears upon the ancient legacy of the Black Sword itself. At first, Knox doubted his father's sincerity, but now he begins to believe he is genuine. His father adds that if his request is absurdly foolish, his evaluation will change. Still, Tio shows trust in him, convinced he will not make such a ridiculous demand. The suddenness of the offer leads Knox to ask for some time to consider. His father agrees, also allowing him to leave the estate, but warns him not to cause trouble as he did before. Knox respectfully accepts his father's words. His father reminds him never to forget that he carries the name of the Reinhafer family. The following day, Talia and her maid prepare to depart from the palace. Talia tells Knox that they should meet again at Eldane Academy. He responds with silence, showing no expression, but she insists that she will see him again. Rodwell, the head butler, remarks that Knox should answer when a lady poses him a question. The young master reluctantly replies that they will meet again if she manages to become a full-fledged knight first. Talia is moved and accepts his words with determination, yet he mocks her, saying she should not be trembling in fear even when faced with something like a massive spider. That comment makes her both upset and sorrowful. In frustration, she lands a punch squarely into his stomach. She vows to return as a fully fledged knight, telling him to prepare his head for her. He wonders what exactly she means by his head, doubting she actually intends to kill him. Emma thanks everyone for their kindness, giving special thanks to young Master Knox. The swordsman rudely asks what reason a maid of the Stylener family has to thank him for. She reiterates her gratitude, thanking him again for saving her young lady, Talia. He coldly replies that it is not as if he deliberately saved her, and tells them to stop pestering him and leave at once. At last, Talia and Emma depart the estate. Knox feels relieved that at least one person has finally gone. He wonders why it seems he is gradually getting accustomed to this strange life. Though he cannot pinpoint the reason, he finds himself oddly enjoying it. The system notifies him that his remaining lifespan, due to the terminal illness, is now 146 days. He concludes that he has no time left to waste resting. A few days later, while the young master is preparing himself in his room, Rona tells him he needs to hire a new maid and additional servants. He is taken aback at her words, puzzled as to why she would say such a thing. Rodwell steps into the room and offers him a polite good morning. Knox immediately asks what business brought him here. Rodwell explains that Eldane Academy has dispatched a maid in training to serve him, and from this day forward she will be working under him, so he has come to present her. The girl greets him warmly, announcing that she will be his personal maid from today, and introduces herself as Lavilia. The young master wastes no time, quickly pulling up her information through the system. Among the most notable things he discovers is that she possesses a flawless housework active skill, and that she has been assigned to monitor him on Tio's direct orders. Learning this makes him feel a little uneasy and aware of her presence. Suddenly, the system delivers another blow. His remaining lifespan from the terminal illness has already dropped to 140 days. He reflects that when your days are numbered, time seems to fly by mercilessly. The only small comfort for him right now is the steady rise in his positive stats. Despite the crippling penalties, he realizes that his growth rate is surprisingly quick. Before long, he too will be entering Eldane Academy. Rona points out that in 2 months, he will finally begin attending Eldane Academy, and asks if he feels nervous about it. Knox retorts, asking whether she is actually glad that he will be leaving here for the academy. At that, Rona bursts into tears, admitting that she already feels the pain of missing him. He tries to calm her down, reminding her that he has no plans to cut her pay. Hearing that, she suddenly brightens up. Knox thinks to himself that he hardly has the time to tease or bully her anymore. Within these next 2 months, if he does not raise his stats at least a little, there is no way he will survive inside the academy. He knows well that Eldane is the Empire's premier academy, where terrifyingly strong cadets gather from every corner of the nation. And once he survives that ordeal and steps into the main storyline, his role will be none other than that of the villain. For now, though, everything feels unbearably difficult. Rona again reminds him that he needs to hire a new maid and more servants. Lavilia confidently declares that she will dedicate herself fully to supporting him. Knox realizes that they will not let him leave this place with any real ease. In truth, Tiaven Reinhofer is counted among the greatest villains and most formidable figures in the world. People often wonder if his meteoric rise was due only to swordsmanship. His mastery is so fearsome that few question it. Yet the true foundation of Tio's dominance over the Reinhofer family was his constant suspicion of everyone and everything around him. Tio tells Lavilia directly that he expects great results from her this time. He even mentions hearing that she had fallen in her family's line of succession, but assures her that if she proves herself here, the Reinhofer family will go all out in supporting her claim. She promises wholeheartedly that she will serve young Master Knox with complete devotion. But Tio corrects her, saying that is not what he requires of her. She then confirms firmly that she will keep close watch over Knox and report every single detail back to him. Tio reminds her never to forget who her true master is. Leaving his office, she steels herself with determination, deciding from this moment forward she must not allow herself to waver. Meanwhile, Knox lies sprawled on his bed, his mind circling around Lavilia, the spy. He understands that Tio likely wants to confirm whether the person living inside Knox truly is Knox, since demon possession is not uncommon within the inner lunatic. In the original storyline, Knox's body was overtaken by none other than Baal, the greatest demon of all. He realizes it is fine as long as Tio never uncovers who he truly is. Even so, he knows Lavilia herself presents a major complication. While she never played a direct role in the main storyline, discarding her would be an outright waste. Originally, she had been destined to inherit leadership of the Lavilia family, but her parents were murdered by her uncle, stripping her of her claim. The rest of her downfall followed predictably. Ultimately, she found herself serving as a maid of the Reinhofer family, barely escaping her own clan's grasp. Though outwardly cheerful and always wearing a smile, inside she is corroded, weary and teetering on the edge of collapse. Her eventual choice in the original tale was to take her own life before the first part of the main story could even begin. Nox now wrestles with the thought of how to alter that fate. He considers that saving a character doomed to die might be the right move, even knowing such an action could place a noose firmly around his own neck. The following day, he informs both of his maids that from today onward, they will accompany him into the territory's forest to assist him in hunting monsters. Lavilia remains composed and silent, exuding confidence. Rona, however, is horrified and immediately claims she is sick, requesting leave. But Lavilia dutifully agrees to follow her master's command. Rona warns her not to accept everything so lightly. Nox observes both of their reactions carefully, knowing that fear of monster hunting is perfectly normal for maids. It is, after all, a ludicrous task. Lavilia's instant acceptance, however, piques his curiosity. He reminds Rona that she has already used up all of her leave days. Rona bursts into tears, asking if he will really deny her even a sick day, demanding how he can be so cruel. Nox retorts, asking if she has forgotten he is supposedly useless, and warns that if she refuses, he will dock her wages, starting with half her annual salary as a mercy. Rona sobs harder, then asks if he at least wants her to bring a bow or a sword. Lavilia asks calmly whether she should notify Sir Rodwell of his departure from the estate before she prepares. He suddenly remembers that his greatest priority now must be to increase his lifespan, and since he has been granted freedom to go wherever he chooses, he intends to seize the chance. Not long after, the three of them mount their horses and ride into the forest. From his office window, Tio quietly watches them depart. Nox cuts down yet another gray wolf. The system announces that he has absorbed a tiny portion of the wolf's life force, granting him nearly 2 extra hours of life. After slaughtering countless wolves throughout the forest, he wonders if he has already exterminated the entire wolf population in this area. Considering he gained 2 hours of life from a single battle, this hunt could be counted as a remarkable success. All around him, heaps of slain wolves litter the ground. Lavilia notes that an entire hour has passed since he began, and asks if he is not exhausted, offering him water. The young master realizes he forgot to activate Hour of the Genius, which caused the hunt to drag on unnecessarily. As a result, he has earned only a single hour. Though the calculations are never perfect, this time the gap feels far too wide. Besides, it is not as though he can kill monsters every hour of every day. His greatest worry remains the finite number of monsters. With his relentless hunting over the past several days, he has already wiped out most of them. At this pace, he understands that his dream of living well is on the verge of collapsing completely. He also realizes that the present shortage of monsters is itself a critical issue. Lavilia remarks that it is unbelievable he could even consider the lack of monsters a problem, saying that if others overheard, they would think he had gone mad. Nox tells both maids that it cannot be helped, and orders them to head back to the mansion for the day. Lavilia offers to prepare hot bathwater for him, promising to make sure it is at a comfortable temperature. The swordsman expects such thoughtfulness from a support specialist. He instructs her that he wants his bath ready before dinner, so she must time it perfectly. Rona pipes up, reminding him not to forget her, and promises she will tidy his room. He dismisses her, telling her to do whatever she wants. Before leaving the forest, Nox decides to pose a question to Lavilia. He asks her directly who she serves. She is startled by the sudden inquiry. Nox muses inwardly that no matter how splendid a sword may be, if it cannot be wielded, he will discard it without hesitation. She remains silent, saying nothing. He interprets her silence as her answer. She quickly protests that she has not actually said anything yet. But before she can speak further, he cuts her off, telling her he already knows what she intended to say, and assures her that there is no need for concern, as he does not plan to interrogate her further. He adds that he is, in fact, grateful to her, at least for not telling him a lie. He tells her that no matter whom she truly serves, he will still treat her as one of his own. He even permits her to make use of him if she ever needs to. In his mind, he concludes that rather than mutual trust, it is enough if they can simply make use of each other. After all, that is precisely the kind of bond they share. That night in the bedroom shared by Rona and Lavilia, Rona wonders aloud if young Master Nox is simply too much to handle. She complains that during training he always insists that if they do not run alongside him, then training is no fun for him, and he forces it every single time. Lavilia does not respond, only letting out a soft chuckle. She recalls the countless rumors she has heard since her time in the family palace, rumors claiming young Master Nox has changed. She once believed those rumors were nonsense, since it is so rare for someone to transform this drastically. Yet they also say he defeated the twins with a single move and won the right to enter the academy. He is someone destined to secure his place within the family, utterly different from her, the rightful heir who had fallen to the very bottom, despite her legitimate claim. She keeps pondering what exactly he meant by the words he spoke to her earlier today. Not long after that day, an unfounded rumor begins to circulate within the Reinhafer household. The gossip spreads that Lavilia was cast out from her lineage and no longer holds the right to serve as a maid of the Reinhafer family. Soon, she receives a letter condemning her as a disgraceful family head who betrayed her own bloodline, declaring she will face judgment for those so-called sins. Within that same decree, she is informed that all privileges as a direct descendant have been stripped away. At this point, she realizes she cannot remain in the Reinhafer family much longer. Such an outcome was inevitable. After all, the Reinhafer clan is ranked among the most powerful of the dark families. It is painfully clear that she is being used merely as a servant for a useless son. And now, as a discarded commoner without her family's backing, she has no authority to serve him anymore. Inevitably, she will soon be abandoned and reassigned to another master. She steps into the kitchen and greets the other maids. They all stare at her in shock. Judging by their reactions, the rumors have already reached everyone's ears. Yet she has long grown accustomed to these scornful glances. Suddenly, Rona calls out her name, saying she has been searching for her everywhere. Lavilia wonders, does Rona truly not know about the rumors? Is she toying with her? Or could it be that Rona actually considers her a real friend? Whatever the truth, she feels that Rona is acting foolishly now. Soon enough she realizes that all three of them, herself, Rona, and young Master Nox, are engaged in foolishness, and the end draws near. Meanwhile, the young master sits alone in his room, his thoughts burdened not only by Lavilia, but also by Tio, who has surely received that letter as well. He knows full well that the crimes pinned on her father were false, yet he also understands that he cannot directly help her, because he cannot predict what kind of butterfly effect might unfold if he merely ensured her survival. They venture into the forest once more, and he continues slaughtering the monsters that dwell there. Lavilia quietly asks Rona if she thinks the young master seems harsher today. Rona admits that in the past he showed a touch more mercy, but today anger fuels him. Lavilia grows unsettled by this change. It appears Nox is waiting for something. He wonders if the time has come for it to appear, or if it will fail to emerge today as well. He knows that deep within the forest of missing children, a monster randomly spawns when only about 20% of the creatures remain, this being the hidden boss monster. Nox contemplates defeating it, hoping to increase his stats, but he doubts if it will truly work. Suddenly, he detects movement within the trees. The speed of this presence is entirely different. He assumes that this must be the hidden boss, but then shock strikes him. It is actually an elite king wasp. The sight rattles the young master, for he knows this one is dangerous, though not impossible to defeat. In that moment, Lavilia leaps between Nox and the creature, only to be stung by its venomous strike. The swordsman knows he could have evaded or blocked the blow without her help, so he questions inwardly why she chose to shield him. How many would have the courage to charge at a monster that appeared so suddenly? He wonders. He decides to seize this moment for the sake of rescuing her. He swiftly activates Hour of the Genius. Lavilia recalls her mother once telling her father how their daughter always seemed to stumble, never without fresh scrapes on her knees. Her parents always said her wounds never had time to completely heal. But those words did not only apply to her knees. Their meaning stretched to the wounds carved into her heart. She questions if her parents had been speaking a prophecy back then. She also remembers when Knox once asked her whom she served, and she left the question unanswered. Now her mind returns to the murder of her parents and her constant uncertainty over whom she should serve. All of Knox's words from that day echo back into her thoughts. Knox and Rona rush toward her after he brings down the monster. The system confirms the beast's defeat and outlines the rewards granted. Lavilia lies gravely wounded, and the young master urges her to endure. He assures her it is over and promises to bring her back now. Yet deep down, Lavilia knows he is lying to her, and she wonders, is this the face of someone who only intended to use her? Back at the palace, Tio, upon reading the letter, admits the matter is truly troubling. Rodwell informs him that their investigation confirms the letter's contents. The LTK Lavilia family has indeed decided to sever her completely. Tio reflects that his original reason for bringing her here was to secure control of the LTK Lavilia household, which had lost its head and fallen into instability. He thought it the perfect chance to take over. For instance, if the turmoil within the clan left the successor's position unstable, then with Reinhafer involvement, they might force the family into submission. But if she has been disowned outright, and since the letter declares she has lost all rights as a direct descendant, he knows this revelation changes everything before any plan can proceed. He tells Rodwell it cannot be helped and asks his opinion on what should be done with her. Rodwell advises that, regrettably, if they leave a maid without family backing at Knox's side, Eldon Academy will scorn them, and thus, they must resolve the matter quietly. Tio concurs, admitting he had thought the same. Just then, a servant rushes into the office. Rodwell snaps, demanding why he barged in unannounced. The servant bows in apology and reports that young Master Knox carried back a maid gravely injured during the hunt, who was poisoned and critically ill. He also reveals Knox used an extremely costly antidote without permission, and so he came to report it. Rodwell presses if Knox used the mandrake purifying potion. The servant confirms it. Tio wonders aloud if Knox has already grown attached to the maid. He worries, for no one can predict what such personal feelings may bring. At the hospital, Lavilia finally regains consciousness, and Rona grows teary-eyed seeing her awake. Regathering her senses, Lavilia wonders what happened to her and if young Master Knox is safe. She also questions inwardly why she acted the way she did back then. Rona explains that the young master used the mandrake antidote on her, renowned for its potency. She adds that Knox ignored the doctor's protests and forced him to administer it, threatening him unless he complied. Rona mutters that his good-for-nothing side still lingers. Lavilia wonders why he chose to save her life. Wasn't she supposed to be nothing but a tool to him? Rona tells her she needs more rest, but Lavilia insists she must see young Master Knox at once. Rona explains that he went to meet the Chamberlain, leaving orders to be notified when she awoke. Promising to return soon, Rona leaves the room. Lavilia rises and begins packing her belongings, convinced she should not remain here. The truth is, she believes she belongs nowhere at all. As she packs, her gaze falls upon her parents' picture. She leaves a note addressed to Knox. In it, she writes that she heard he used a potion on her, and she hopes this pendant can repay the cost with some extra value. She places a golden pendant atop the letter. As she steps away from her chamber, Knox intercepts her. He asks her where she thinks she is going. Knox recalls the moment he rushed Lavilia to the palace infirmary, clashing with the physician who cared only for the rarity of the medicine rather than the dying girl before him. The doctor requested authorization from the head of the house. Knox demanded to know whether the physician believed he outranked him in this family. The doctor immediately apologized. The young master threatened to escalate directly to his father and forced him to use it without delay. At last, the physician complied. Rona asked if her friend would survive. Knox assured her that since the poison had been neutralized, she would recover. Before leaving, Knox instructed Rona to inform him personally once Lavilia awoke. From there, he marched straight to his father's office. Tio, surprised to see him, remarks that it is rare for Knox to seek him out. Was this visit because of that maid? Knox's system suddenly notifies him that Master of Acting has activated. The young master reminds his father of the promise once made, that he would grant him a wish. He demands that Lavilia, now exiled from her family, be entrusted to him. The swordsman deems this a beautiful ripple, one that will shape the main story. Though she had once been Tio's spy, he knows that no longer matters. For today, when he saw her try to save him, he came to a realization. The response she had once left unsaid, she revealed now through her actions. His father tells him that he understands, and if this is truly what he desires, then he will see it through. Nox replies that this worthless son of his still has one more thing he wishes to say. Tio allows him to continue, but just as Nox begins, his system issues a warning. The effectiveness of Master of Acting is declining due to his agitation, keeping him from completing what he wanted to say. Tio stops him there. Now Nox stands before Lavilia, demanding she answer his questions. She tells him that she intends to leave. She explains that she no longer believes she belongs here, and expresses her gratitude for all he has done for her. Nox presses again, asking where she plans to go if not by his side as his maid. She replies that he already knows the answer. She admits that his father ordered her to watch him, and that included deceiving him. She wonders why he is trying to keep her when she has already betrayed him. She says she would not complain even if he expelled her this very moment. So why is he doing this? The young master looks at her steadily and reflects. Perhaps this is the truer side of her beneath the facade. This version of her feels alive, like someone who refuses to surrender and keeps struggling even when the world turns cruel. He tells her that deception is part of human nature. Everyone deceives each other in the first place. Overwhelmed, she bursts into tears and admits she committed a grievous sin against him. He answers, that is exactly why. After committing such an offense, she dares try to walk away without atonement. He asks who gave her permission to leave. She looks startled and asks what he really means. He explains that she is staying here. He does not care what his father thinks, because he has no use for that Lavilia family name. What he needs is her ability. Therefore, she must remain at his side until the debt of her deceit is fully repaid. As his maid, she accepts. She vows to stay by him until the very end and serve him. She recalls that he once asked her whom she served. He confirms that he did. She then asks if he knows the answer to that question now, and he responds that indeed he does. The following morning, as Rona scrubs the floor, she gossips with the other maids, saying the young master threatened the doctor with death, leaving the man trembling in fear. Suddenly, Nox appears behind her, ordering her not to slander him in his presence. She jumps in fright, wondering if he overheard everything she just said. He mocks her, pointing out that she has given up even trying to deny her insult. Rona quickly turns to Lavilia, asking if she is all right, urging her not to overwork herself and insisting she will handle the laundry instead. The swordsman sighs, wondering why this girl is always stirring up trouble. He then asks Lavilia if she knows that in 2 months she will accompany him to Eldane Academy. She answers that she has already prepared quite a bit for it. Curious, he asks what exactly she has arranged. She explains that she gathered essential tools, books, medicines, emergency supplies, clothing, and even a cadet uniform for external trips. He notices that she no longer forces herself to wear a smile in his presence. The reason is that she has decided she is done pretending. She was never good at acting anyway. Nox realizes he feels far more at ease with her like this, since it frees them from pointless pleasantries and hollow conversation. Because when circumstances turn dire, even if they stand back to back, they will not betray each other. And to him, that is enough for their bond. Lavilia steps into his study and asks if he is truly all right. She adds that negative rumors about him have been spreading again. The young master grows curious. He wonders if it is not merely one of the existing rumors, for it is remarkable that something worse than the current ones could exist. She explains that people are whispering the reason he insists on keeping her as his maid is because he harbors feelings for her. He smiles bitterly, thinking what a humiliation it is to play the role of Nox. He apologizes, saying he is sorry she became entangled because of him. She clarifies that is not why she mentioned it. She was simply worried he might feel burdened by such talk. Nox reassures her there is no need for concern, then asks if she has heard the old rumors about him, how he is the incompetent, useless youngest son of the house. She softly replies that it is not that bad. He threatens to dismiss her if she lies. She quickly admits she did hear them, and in addition, there were also rumors claiming he was perverse. She even asks if it is true. Nox covers his face in shame. He thinks to himself that his reputation is better now. Before, he was nothing but a powerless fool. Now at least he is seen as a brat, who causes trouble despite his capability. Still, he knows he must maintain a careful balance. He remembers that Nox is meant to be the villain, and he must remain that way for the protagonist to shine, for he is not the main character of Interlunatic. He tells her to drop the subject and stop talking about rumors. Then he mentions he has a task for her. He explains that, as she knows, survival at Eldin Academy requires preparation, not only on her part but also on his. She wonders what kind of preparations he means. Nox reflects that Lavilia's single-minded nature lies in her absolute loyalty to a chosen person. He concludes it will not be a problem to share a bit of his plan with her. In fact, it may even help him, since knowing more will make it easier to guide her actions. So he tells her he intends to study magic before entering the academy, and he wants her assistance. She is startled, asking if he really plans to do that despite it being illegal in the Empire. He affirms it. She says he is far too brazen. He grins and reminds her he is a useless, lustful man after all. She remarks that he certainly knows how to hold a grudge. Yet she is sure he has a reason for this decision. She promises to look for basic texts that might help him. The swordsman feels pleased, thinking she is as capable as ever. Suddenly, they hear Rodwell urging the servants to hurry with preparations. Nox wonders what is happening at the palace entrance. The head butler warns the staff that any mistake will bring trouble. He announces that young Master Grain has returned. That revelation surprises Nox. He recalls Grain has just graduated from Eldin Academy. He almost forgot such an important occasion. Looking outside, they see cart after cart arriving, loaded with Grain's belongings. Nox realizes his chance to extend his own life has finally come. He tells his maid that it seems he will soon be going on a distant mission. She asks what he is planning this time. That evening, during dinner in the palace hall, Tio praises Grain for successfully graduating from Eldin. Grain thanks his father warmly. He is Tio's second son, one of Nox's elder brothers. The young master quickly checks his brother's details through the system. He finds that Grain is 16, his core element is dark, and his primary skill is precise detection. Grain is a lustful man who lights up at the sight of materialistic women. Nox also examines his traits in detail. He knows Grain is an opportunist. He recalls his academy professor's words, that the only reason Grain's true nature had not been exposed was because Nox's own incompetence overshadowed him. Grain is skilled in forming alliances in political circles. With those talents, he easily graduated from the academy. Eldin is famed across the empire, yet notoriously difficult to finish. In its entrance exams, fewer than 1,000 applicants succeed, and among those admitted, only half graduate. Their father asks Grain if the date of his departure to Chaders has been set. Grain confirms he will leave for the southern region in 3 days. Tio informs him that if he travels there this season, it must be a monster hunting mission. Indeed, Chaders lies just beyond Rheinhafer borders, a neutral southern land. It borders Tagulin to the east, with its vast desert as the frontier. The land is not only barren but infested with monsters, the worst kind of wasteland. Grain's assignment from the imperial family is to halt the monster wave in Chaders. For under imperial law, one must complete their first assigned mission to earn the title of knight recognized by the empire. Grain adds that every winter, Chaders swarms with monsters, and this time, the imperial family seeks preventive action. Tio warns that though the land is empty, its fall would endanger other regions. He cautions his son never to tarnish the Rheinhafer name. Grain vows he will not. Nox knows this Chaders mission is not a simple hunt, nor a mere side story. It connects to multiple intricate plots, which means there is much to gain from it. Nox asks his brother if he truly intends to go to Chaytor's, and Grain affirms it. The young master knows it is only natural to seize what he desires. Nox then requests to accompany him, declaring that he must take part in the Chaytor's subjugation. Grain, bewildered, asks if he even understands what kind of place Chaytor's is. Nox replies that he has heard it is a neutral land where monster raids erupt suddenly and sporadically, and where bandits are steadily growing in number. Grain remarks that he has been hearing much about him lately. Nox, in turn, knows well of his brother's skill, precise detection. Grain questions if the rumors are true, that he ventured into the forest of the missing child together with the Stilrener family's second daughter. The young master admits it openly. He is aware that Grain's ability allows him to uncover the root of someone's unrest, and if their stats fall short of his, he can quickly discern the cause without fail. In essence, that is the very talent that turned Grain into a master of navigating the world and excelling in political maneuvers. Grain then presses further, saying that by that logic, it must also be true that he overcame the twins and even took in a maid from common birth. The swordsman steadies himself with his steel mindset and confirms with confidence that every word is true. Grain sighs and admits that he understands. Nox has indeed achieved remarkable deeds as of late, yet he declares that he cannot allow someone who has not even gained entry into Eldin Academy to accompany him on such a mission. He adds coldly that he has no desire to be the one who brings back his corpse. Tension escalates between the two brothers as they rise from their seats, but their father cuts in swiftly, assuring Grain that he himself can guarantee that such a fate will not come to pass. Tio then commands Grain to take his younger brother along on the mission. Grain raises his voice in protest, but Tio silences him by reminding him it is an order. He goes on to inform both sons that the family will provide the supplies they need for the campaign. He further instructs them to complete their preparations within 3 days before departure. Nox sits in thought, bewildered at how easily his father gave his consent. A seed of suspicion forms, making him wonder if Tio has some hidden intention behind this. His brother turns to him and asks outright if he has completely lost his senses. The young master responds with a grin, saying that no matter how mad he may seem now, he was far worse in the past. Grain, angered at his jest, seizes him by the collar, but the swordsman warns his elder brother to restrain himself. Grain sneers, remarking that it would be tragic if he ended up injured after finally gaining such a rare opportunity to head for Chaytor's. At that moment, Lavilia enters the room. She accidentally spills tea all over Nox's jacket. She hurriedly apologizes, offering to wash it immediately, and requests that he return to his room ahead of her. Grain finds the situation uncomfortable and slightly awkward. The young master, however, bows his head and apologizes to his brother for his maid's mistake. He then cuts his steak and takes his leave from the table. As he departs, he tells his brother they will meet again in 3 days on the day of departure for the Chaytor subjugation. On the way back, he thanks Lavilia, admitting that thanks to her, he managed to escape a rather troublesome moment. She replies that he certainly has a gift for getting himself into difficult situations. She then asks him if he truly believes he will be safe, considering how dangerous Chaytor's is. He assures her calmly that he will be fine, and that she need not trouble herself with worry. But she presses further, asking where exactly he claimed he was going. He looks at her and wonders aloud if she has forgotten that he is her young master. He declares that everything has already been decided. Internally, he questions whether the news of a so-called good-for-nothing joining the Chaytor subjugation is really that astonishing. She tells him this time she finds herself agreeing with Rona as well, for she believes the Chaytor region is far too perilous, crawling with hundreds of monsters and bandits. The young master, however, thinks to himself that this is exactly why he must go, for it is his one chance to extend his life. He reassures her that he knows precisely what he is doing. He then makes it clear that he will embark on the subjugation without them, and both should remain here. Lavilia bows and apologizes. She insists she cannot allow that. As his sworn maid, she is bound by duty to follow and assist him, no matter where he goes. He warns her sternly that she could very well get hurt. She nods but reminds him that the same danger applies equally to him. She goes on, pointing out that Rona told her how frail and sickly he is. She asks how he intends to survive such a long journey without her. She adds that he constantly forgets his belongings and still needs someone to wash his clothes. She questions whether he can truly manage all that on his own. The young master admits silently that her words carry weight. These small matters were things he never considered back when everything was just a game, but this world is now reality. He also realizes that should he die, her own position within the Reinhafer family would be jeopardized. Thus, he concludes she has no real choice but to accompany him. In the end, he accepts and tells her that if she comes, she must obey his every order, and she must also learn how to ride Carl. She agrees and mentions to Rona that she has already grown quite close to Carl. Rona is astonished and asks how she managed it. Lavilia explains that she spent half of her wages on premium sugar cubes for horses, and with that, Carl warmed up to her quickly. Rona recalls her own failed attempts to win Carl's favor, as the horse never once listened to her. The young master then instructs Rona to remain in the palace. As he leaves his room, he reminds Lavilia that since she is coming along, she must prepare thoroughly to support him. He notices how worried Rona appeared just now, and wonders whether she will be all right. Suddenly, Rodwell arrives, informing him that the patriarch wishes to hand him an item. Knox instantly recalls Tio's earlier words about the family providing supplies for the mission. He wonders if this is one of those supplies. For some reason, Tio sided with him during dinner, and Knox cannot shake the feeling that his father is plotting something. He hastens to his father's office and announces that he heard there is something meant for him. Tio answers that whether he acquires this item or not depends entirely on him. He then reveals a sword, explaining it is the blade once carried by the first patriarch of the Reinhafer family. This revelation shocks Knox, for this artifact never appeared in Interlunatic. Even with his experience clearing the game 27 times, he had no knowledge of such a weapon. Knox asks himself why his father would entrust this to him. The situation makes no sense in his eye, yet despite his confusion, he feels an irresistible urge to grasp it. His father remarks that the sword likely appears worn out to him, but in truth, this blade never left the side of the first patriarch throughout his entire life. Knox then asks what trial he must face to claim it. Tio simply instructs him to take the sword in hand. Knox steps forward and grips it firmly. Instantly, he senses his mana being drained. At the same time, the sword's color begins to shift. Tio observes and notes that, as expected, Knox has already begun to perceive mana. Leo praises him, confirming it is just as he suspected. He explains that this sword consumes the mana of its wielder and releases it back, multiplied many times over. Knox is taken aback, remarking that such a weapon surely will not be easy to handle. Suddenly, the sword draws his mana at an alarming speed. The system issues a warning. Due to sudden condition changes, his master of acting trait has become unstable. He quickly realizes that if his mana keeps draining at this rate, he will be in grave danger. His father tells him plainly that if he wishes to claim the sword, he must endure for 10 full minutes while holding it. To him, 10 minutes feels unbearably long when his mana is constantly being consumed. Tio reveals its name, Stormbringer. The weight grows unbearable, and he struggles to maintain his grip. He hastily checks its complete system details. The system states that once the sword absorbs a vast quantity of mana, it will release it and unlock its hidden might. He realizes none of that matters in this moment. The system then informs him his mana has been fully drained, and it is now converting his life force into mana. Terror grips him at the thought. The system further warns that his life is rapidly being consumed. Knox reaches a breaking point, no longer caring about his father, knowing he cannot last and must surrender. He tries desperately to fling the sword away, only to discover it will not leave his hand. He curses the weapon in rage while his father watches on in silence. In truth, Stormbringer is a cursed blade of immense power, granting strength while destroying its wielder. The first patriarch wielded this very sword to forge the foundation of the family. Yet though Reinhafer rose as a feared dark lineage, none of his descendants could properly master it. It is said that 9 out of 10 collapse instantly from sheer exhaustion upon touching it. To survive more than 10 minutes is already an extraordinary feat. Even Tio himself can barely withstand holding it for an hour. But he still orders his youngest son, who has not yet mastered control over mana, to endure it. From saving his maid to countless other incidents, Nox has been at the center of major events in the family, none of which seem to be mere coincidence. Tio begins to notice that his growth is far beyond expectations. Perhaps Nox truly possesses talent equal to a sword emperor. That is why Tio resolved to test him. If Nox endures the blade for 10 minutes, it will prove he has the potential to become the greatest patriarch in their history, a man destined to surpass Tio himself, perhaps even one day strong enough to slay his father. Tio remarks, convinced that Nox has been concealing his true strength all along. The young master, however, looks at him in confusion, wondering what exactly his father means. Tio informs him that from this moment onward, the sword belongs to him. After declaring this, Tio departs from his office, yet Nox calls out in frustration, wishing that his father would at least restore the life force he had drained before leaving. 3 days pass, and the long-awaited day of departure for the Chader subjugation finally arrives. Lavilia rides behind her master on his horse, remarking that there were countless supplies to bring along, and she is relieved the dimensional pouch could contain them all with ease. She studies him carefully, puzzled as to why he looks so displeased, despite having waited eagerly for this mission. Meanwhile, Nox wonders if Tio provided any other equipment besides Stormbringer, but the thought of having his very life force stolen keeps him from feeling any gratitude at all. Casting a glance at Grain, he notes that his brother brought an excessive amount of gear. From what he had learned at the academy, it seems overprepared. But since Grain made this the condition for allowing him along, Nox accepts it, for he intends to make good use of it later. Suddenly, he notices 2 servants quarreling heatedly over which road to take. One insists on a particular path, while the other argues for a different one. Nox wonders if they are already lost. Grain explodes in anger, berating his servant. Didn't he promise he could guide them without fail? Ron bows his head and admits he has never taken this route before. In truth, Ron is none other than the captain of the Night Order, personally recruited by Grain. Nox boils with fury at Ron and the other attendants, calling them fools. Lavilia, hearing his words, mistakenly thinks his anger is directed at her, but he clarifies immediately that she is not the target of his scorn. His rage is for those incompetent lackeys. Then he rides forward. Approaching his brother, Nox remarks dryly that it seems they have landed themselves in a troublesome situation. Grain sneers back with sharp disdain, saying that it is none of his concern. Nox, unbothered, tells him plainly that they have lost their way, but his brother repeats with arrogance that it is none of his business. The swordsman offers instead that he can lead them to their destination. Grain scoffs to himself. How can someone who has spent his life sheltered in the mansion claim to know the path? The young master presses further, urging Grain to appoint him as pathfinder. He argues that even their family's vassals praised his talent in this field. Grain frowns, doubting whether the vassals ever said such a thing. He suspects Nox of making it up, yet he also realizes that delays could cause serious problems. And if Nox fails, it could be the perfect chance to break his arrogant confidence. With that thought, Grain decides it might not be a bad idea to take a small risk, even if it means a detour. So he tells Nox, since he is so confident, he will give him the lead for now. Nox rides ahead with certainty, guiding them in the correct direction. That night they set up camp deep within the forest. Grain's suspicion festers, and he questions how Nox managed to find the right path so quickly. He turns on his own guides, pointing out that this is the unexplored South, where even trained guides struggle to navigate. He shouts at them angrily, demanding answers. He doubts his own captains for siding with Nox, and asks how they expect him to believe that Nox could find the way so easily. All the while, the young master listens silently from behind a tree. For Nox, the route is child's play, simple knowledge for a veteran player. Since the Chater region is a critical hub, he has visited it hundreds of times before. Eventually, Lavilia asks her master directly how he managed to find the way with such speed. He asks if she noticed the signs beneath her feet. Looking down, she spots tracks on the ground and the scattered feathers of an owlbear. He explains that the owlbear is a beast with a bear's body and an owl's head, dwelling in the southern borderlands of Chater. He elaborates further. By following their trail, the path to Chater becomes obvious. She quickly asks if it is wise to camp overnight in the owlbear's territory. He assures her that owlbears fear fire, and they will not approach a large camp. Meanwhile, the servants whisper about how much Nox has changed. Ron asks the others if Nox does not seem far superior to the second young master, who studied at the academy. Grain storms in and silences him with a snarl. He demands to know if it is true that Hartz and Allen were defeated by Nox. The servant admits it is true. Grain declares he must see for himself just how strong Nox has become. His butler steps forward, saying he has just the thing. He presents a small pouch into Grain's hands. Grain chuckles darkly, thinking to himself that tonight will be a long one for Nox. Elsewhere, Nox and Lavilia busily prepare their tents. Even the sentry on watch succumbs to drowsiness and falls asleep. Suddenly, a monstrous presence approaches the camp. The swordsman, ever vigilant, stirs from his tent and reaches for his blade. He wonders if the trial has already begun. Lavilia awakens as well. He orders her firmly to remain inside the tent, while he steps outside alone. Bravely, Nox emerges and is met with the sight of 4 towering ogres. In an instant, he realizes what caused this. The soil here has been tainted with the pheromones of a female ogre. He immediately understands. Grain exploited the mating season to draw the males here. Grain's goal must have been to use them as a threat, a way to intimidate him. But Nox only smiles at the creatures, calling them his source of life. Without hesitation, he unleashes Stormbringer. The system confirms at once that the weapon is resonating with his mana and will. With calm resolve and a confident grin, he charges into battle. His strike is so swift and precise that within moments, 2 ogres fall lifeless at his feet. Glancing at the blade, he remarks with satisfaction that it truly is a fine weapon. He admits he had feared it would recklessly consume his mana again, just as it did against Tio. After felling yet another ogre, he notices the sword flows seamlessly with his intent, responding as though in perfect harmony. With only 1 ogre left, he almost feels pity for the trembling beast. The final ogre stares at him in terror. Dropping its weapon, it turns and bolts in desperate flight. Nox recognizes instantly that it seeks escape, but he knows he cannot allow it. Leaping onto his horse Carl, together they pursue, closing the distance swiftly. Soon he overtakes and slays the last ogre. The system notifies him of his reward: 1 day and 9 hours of additional time gained. From within the tent, his maid peeks out, her heart racing in worry. She rushes to him, and he reminds her sharply that he told her to stay inside. She falters, then voices her concern. How could ogres appear so close to the forest entrance? Should they wake the night watch in case danger still looms? Nox answers coolly that these ogres were deliberately drawn here. She looks at him, puzzled, unable to guess who could be responsible. He explains that Grain exploited the ogre's instincts. That was why Nox deliberately pitched his own tent farther away from the others. He muses aloud. Perhaps Grain wishes to keep him restrained under his thumb. Turning to Carl, he tells his horse he may rest now. Quietly, Nox reflects that Grain likely thinks he does not grasp the role of succession. Perhaps that is why his brother felt the need to test him early. But Nox knows the truth. Compared to their eldest brother, Grain is far weaker. Thus, he resorts to such petty tricks to gather information. Nox resolves firmly that such schemes will never work against him. Seating himself beside the fallen ogres, he begins to plan. Lavilia, ever curious, asks him what he intends to do next. He counters by asking if she knows how to lure even more ogres to them. Producing a small vial, he collects the ogres' blood, explaining that their own blood can serve that very purpose. He elaborates, much like humans, these creatures thirst for vengeance when kin are slain. Meanwhile, inside Grain's tent, something strange occurs. He notices a crystal glowing faintly. He stares at it in confusion, recognizing it as a mono-detection crystal, and wonders why it is activating now. This mana tool was designed to detect nearby monsters. He questions if it is malfunctioning. After all, it is brand new, a gift from his father. Considering they are still camped near the forest's edge, it seems absurd that any monster strong enough to trigger it could be near. Suddenly, his butler bursts in, urging him to flee at once. Alarmed, Grain demands to know what is happening. The butler blurts out that ogres are attacking the camp, and they have come in great numbers. Grain freezes in shock and fear, stammering that this region should not have ogres at all. Chaos engulfs the camp, orders shouted, the wounded carried, others rushing to respond to the disaster. Enraged, Grain turns on his butler, hurling insults at him. He accuses him outright of planting the tainted soil atop his own tent. The butler, utterly shaken, protests that things aren't as they appear, something is off. He swears that he had actually scattered the pheromone-laced soil over young Master Nox's tent, not Grain's. By the time morning arrives, Nox and Lavilia awaken from their restful sleep. The young master stretches and comments that the morning air feels refreshing. Lavilia, her stomach growling, mentions that it would be nice to have breakfast. He invites her to sit and share the meal with him, but she shakes her head, saying she is just a maid and cannot eat alongside her master. Nox explains that, considering the nature of their mission, it would be troublesome if she had to prepare her meals separately. If monsters appeared again during such a moment, it would only put her in danger. He points out that dozens of ogres could show up at any time, just like what happened at his brother's camp. She pauses, staring at him thoughtfully. When he asks what she's thinking, she quietly remarks that the master she's assigned to serve is rather shameless. He laughs at her comment and tells her she'll have to get used to that side of him. Meanwhile, Grain orders his men to dismantle the blood-stained tents and dispose of them immediately. Muttering under his breath, he speculates that those stains are probably the reason ogres keep hounding them. Back at Nox's side, Lavilia timidly asks her master what he plans to do next and wonders if they should help Grain's struggling group. Nox flatly refuses, questioning why he should bother offering assistance to his brother. She realizes aloud that even if they move elsewhere, the ogres will likely keep pursuing them, endlessly attracted. Nox doesn't answer because that is precisely his intention. He also knows that if he revealed it, she would only scold him for it. After all, he needs more ogres to appear. Each one grants him precious extensions of life. Once their breakfast is done, he tells her to pack up. It's time to continue their journey. As they head out, Nox spots an ogre not too far in the distance. Without hesitation, he slays it. By the second day of travel, Nox and Lavilia ride steadily on Carl's back. By now, Carl has grown accustomed to the terrain, memorizing every twist and turn. Nox reflects that although Chaders had once seemed far off, now, realizing their current progress, he feels reassured. Grain rides up beside them. He questions Nox directly, asking what he intends to do about the ogres that are still following behind, and whether Nox truly believes he can drive them off. Nox responds with a calm and unwavering confidence. He explains that while they could attempt to launch a large-scale battle here, doing so would only attract even more dangerous monsters. Instead, their best strategy is to push forward and escape the forest as swiftly as possible. He assures his brother that if they make it out in time, there won't be any issues. Grain, however, silently doubts whether it could really be that simple. Grain also notices how all the soldiers are now turning to Nox for direction and reassurance. He finds himself unsettled, wondering when command had shifted so completely into his younger brother's hands. Meanwhile, the captain of Grain's unit mutters in confusion, asking since when Nox had studied so much about ogres. One curious young soldier speaks up and asks Nox why he keeps tapping the ground with his stick. Nox replies that he's doing it because monsters could appear at any moment. The explanation makes the soldiers grow tense, their unease rising, but Nox only smiles faintly at their nervous reaction. Suddenly, the earth bursts apart as a massive worm monster erupts from below. Its sudden appearance sends the soldiers into a panic, screaming in fear. Yet Nox looks almost thrilled at the sight. Before them stands a monstrous worm, its form a grotesque blend between a snake and an oversized earthworm. Within inner lunatic, This beast is infamously nicknamed a malformed dragon, a creature that never reached its full evolution. Nox recalls that though the worm cannot wield magic, its raw physical strength alone has made it legendary. And in truth, Nox had been waiting for this exact monster. He had intentionally lured it out. He knows that if the soldiers realized he had been tapping the ground solely to provoke the worm into appearing, they'd be stunned. The thought makes him quietly chuckle, but his confidence never wavers. Nox swiftly orders everyone to ready themselves and hide in the bushes. The terrified soldiers hesitate, wondering aloud if they are really expected to fight this monstrous worm. But Nox has no intention of fighting it head-on. His real plan is to pit their enemies against one another. Lavilia nervously asks if he means the ogres, and Nox nods, telling her everything will be fine as long as they escape the forest quickly. After all, he never planned on shaking off the ogres in the first place. Just then, Lavilia warns him that a large group of ogres has already caught up to them. Nox calmly reassures her, telling her not to worry. He has everything under control. He then turns and asks her if she knows which monster the worm both craves and despises the most. Startled and uncertain, she cannot answer. She hides behind him, nervous and uneasy. Nox answers the question himself. It's the ogres. He explains that worms feed on them as a primary food source, yet the two species are locked in endless cycles of vengeance, natural enemies through and through. That's why seasoned adventurers exploit their mutual hatred whenever possible. And exactly as Nox predicted, the moment the worm spots the ogres, it immediately lunges at them, devouring the monsters without hesitation. The ogres retaliate, clashing violently with the worm. For the humans, it's the perfect outcome. Both threats are now locked in battle with each other. Everyone hidden in the bushes watches, in stunned disbelief at the sight. Grain, seething with envy, silently wonders how Nox knew such precise information. Lavilia softly asks her master if all they need to do now is wait. At the same moment, Nox casually picks up several stones. He tosses them at the ogres. A soldier urgently whispers, demanding to know why he's provoking the creatures. Won't that make them attack the humans? Meanwhile, the worm continues its rampage, slaughtering ogres one after another. The system notifies Nox that his strength stat is steadily increasing. It also grants him additional time. His lifespan has been extended by 8 hours for defeating ogres. He murmurs an apology to his maid, explaining that to earn system rewards, he has to inflict at least some damage himself. The system isn't generous without proof of effort. Again, the system updates him, reporting further increases in both his power and his remaining days. Even Grain, begrudgingly impressed, admits inwardly that Nox's strategy was remarkable. But he grimly notes that in the end, the ogres lost, and now they still face the worm. He wonders in frustration what they're supposed to do now, considering how notoriously hard the worm is to kill. Grain barks an order to his men, telling them to prepare for an attack. But none of the soldiers move. They remain frozen in paralyzing fear. At that moment, Nox steps forward and calmly suggests targeting the worm's mouth, its weakest spot, with arrows and spears. The soldiers regain their composure at his words. The captain rises, rallies his men, and commands them to follow Nox's lead. The troops surge forward together, hurling their spears and arrows into the worm's gaping maw. Then, without hesitation, Nox charges straight at the beast and slashes with his blade. With a single decisive strike, he slays the monster. The system instantly alerts him that his lifespan has been extended by 10 whole days. His remaining time now totals 122 days. Nox hadn't expected such a massive gain. 10 days from one kill. The worm had been a mid-tier monster, and without the ogres softening it up beforehand, victory would have been impossible. The system also rewards him with increased traits and stamina. He notes with satisfaction that these improvements even affect the curse of weakness and the vanished hidden piece, the blessing of growth, that he had once used. At last, his stamina reaches level 5. Nox turns to the soldiers and encourages them to keep pressing forward with courage. Fired up, they chant his name together. Nox humbly downplays it, telling them it was nothing, and instructs everyone to reorganize and prepare for what lies ahead. Suddenly, the ground splits open once more, and another worm monster emerges from below. Nox immediately commands the troops to form up, and every eye looks to him for guidance. But before he can act, a young man leaps forward and slays the new worm in a single devastating strike. Nox stares in shock at what just happened. Standing before them is none other than the sword prodigy, one of the strongest characters in Inner Lunatic. He is one of the three great sword emperors, a peer of Tio, and the prized disciple of Celsus. His name is Paracelsus. He glances at the group, remarking that he just saved their lives, and wonders aloud if he won't even receive a single word of thanks. Nox knows full well that Paracelsus harbors a deep hatred for nobles. Grain's butler scowls at the young man, calling him an insolent bastard and demanding if he even knows to whom he is speaking. The stranger lowers his head slightly, offering an apology. He introduces himself as Paracelsus, adding that they can simply treat him as a wandering mercenary. Nox understands perfectly, considering the kind of cruel treatment Paracelsus must have endured as a child. His hatred for nobles is easy to comprehend. Yet what unsettles Nox more is that, according to the flow of the game, their first meeting with Paracelsus should have happened at Eldain Academy. Never before had he appeared so early. The captain, suspicious, demands proof of his identity. Paracelsus calmly agrees to show it. With that settled, the group resumes their journey, now with the mercenary traveling among them. Along the road, Grain turns toward him and casually asks if he too is heading toward Chaders. Paracelsus replies that he is, saying it will be his first stop. He adds that he heard this region is one of the best monster hunting grounds during this season. Nox keeps mulling over the monster hunt in his head. He already understands that Paracelsus is taking on this journey as part of his own training. Before the academy term even began, he had traveled all across the empire. Nox wonders if he really just picked random spots on purpose for his training. Grain studies him carefully, noting that he looks rather young, and questions whether he is truly traveling alone. He also remarks that the man clearly carries a strong confidence in his own abilities. Grain then offers Paracelsus a generous reward, extending an invitation to serve under his command in the monster subjugation. Paracelsus replies that as the son of Tio, one of the sword emperors, he is indeed interested in seeing what the two brothers are capable of. The butler grows furious at the insolent tone and scolds him for speaking so rudely to his master. Yet Grain remains composed, tells the butler to calm himself, and instructs him to give Paracelsus time to consider the offer. Grain has already witnessed Paracelsus's strength firsthand. He saw him cut down a worm with a single strike. That impressive sight convinced Grain to recruit him, hoping to use his presence to divert the soldiers' focus away from Nox. Before long, the group arrives at their destination. Nox tells his brother that this place is Chaders, but as he surveys the surroundings, he instantly senses that something is wrong. The atmosphere feels even more empty than it ever did in the game. Once they step into the town, they are greeted by a bleak scene. The place is in shambles, with people starving and filled with despair. Out of nowhere, a child runs up to them, pleading for food. The sight shocks everyone, as they realize just how desperate the people's condition has become. Soon after, a man steps forward to greet them. He introduces himself as Taigen, the security chief of the village. Taigen recognizes Grain, a graduate of Eldain Academy, as well as his younger brother Nox. He tells them he was notified in advance about their mission to subjugate monsters and had been awaiting their arrival. The mercenary quietly reflects on the meeting. For a son of the Sword Emperor and members of a noble family like the Reinharfers to personally take on a mission in Chaders had certainly raised his expectations. And while Grain did demonstrate respectable swordsmanship against the worm, they're still just pampered noble airs in his eyes. The reality leaves him disappointed. He also notices that the village itself is falling apart. The Night Order is corrupt, pocketing the funds for themselves, while the villagers remain helpless in the face of the incoming monster wave. The harsh truth is that these people are so broken they would be content just to have enough food to survive. Taigen then informs them that since it's already quite late, he will go over the mission details tomorrow. He gestures toward the nearby inn, apologizing for its shabby state, but hoping they can find rest after their long travels. Meanwhile, soldiers begin unloading gear and supplies from the horses. Paracelsus walks over to Grain and brings up the earlier offer Grain made to him. With calm courtesy, he declines. Slightly annoyed, Grain presses him further, asking what he intends to do instead. He asks if Paracelsus really plans to take on the monster wave entirely on his own. The mercenary answers that before anything else, he'll continue with his original plan and wishes Grain a safe subjugation. Grain scoffs and calls him nothing but an insolent commoner. Paracelsus simply replies that in this world, true skill will always find its rightful place. That's just the way things are. He adds that wherever there are capable individuals, rumors will always follow. Watching him, Knox quietly thinks to himself that their paths will likely cross again much sooner than either of them expects. Later that night, Knox tells Lavilia to get some rest, since they'll be heading out again the next day. He gazes out the window and notices a family huddled around a small fire in the street. The sight stirs him deeply. He steps outside, approaches one of the children, and gently asks if she needs food. He begins sharing bread with the starving children. Overwhelmed, the little ones break down crying. In his heart, Knox vows to one day build a world where no child will ever need to beg for food again. But for that dream to begin, survival here in Chaders comes first. So he continues handing out food to the hungry children on the streets. Lavilia secretly watches from behind a wall nearby. Deep inside, she has always known that he is truly a good man. Taigen then explains to the brothers that, as they already know, the southern Chaders region is always swarmed with monsters during the winter. That is why they have consistently requested funds and reinforcements from the imperial family. Grain glances at the old wooden walls and questions if that's really all the defense they have. Taigen admits the structure is ancient and badly in need of repairs. From Knox's perspective, the defenses are hopelessly weak. Once the monster wave strikes, the village won't last even an hour before being wiped out. For him, though, this is just a side quest. Whether the village survives or not is his choice. And most of the time, he does choose to protect the Chaders region. The reason is obvious. This land will hold immense value. In the future, Chaders will become an extraordinarily expensive territory. Taigen goes on to say that something about the monsters this year feels different. Their numbers have risen drastically compared to previous winters. As they speak, Knox realizes something that no one else here has grasped yet. The rise of rampant monsters could actually benefit them in the long run. Taigen then adds that the worst part is that some villagers have even spotted a griffin. Grain reacts at once, declaring that the appearance of a griffin makes the situation far more critical. He immediately asks where it was seen. Taigen responds that the sighting occurred out in the wilderness. The young swordsman knows that the key factor of this mission will be whether or not they can drive the griffin away. Griffins are rulers of the wilderness. They were designed to be repelled, never truly slain, but Knox is determined to defeat one. Taigen then guides them outside the village, showing the vast horizon of the wilderness stretching endlessly before them. He explains that the land reaches all the way east to Tahallan, a neutral zone widely regarded as barren territory. Knox recognizes the landscape, but notices something isn't right. He tells the others that griffins do not usually appear near Chaders village. They normally remain closer to Tahallan. He then asks if they understand the reason the beasts are here now. Silence follows, as everyone looks at him blankly. From their expressions, Knox realizes something. He now suspects who the traitor is, the one who will eventually betray them during the subjugation. And with that, the subquest begins. Knox decides that the very first move must be to root out the most corrupt part of the village. Inside the village office, Grain's butler goes through the records. At first, he had dismissed Knox as nothing but a useless brat. But now, realizing that he himself had fallen for the boy's scheme and lost Grain's favor, his anger burns. He had worked tirelessly for years to win Grain's approval, and now he swears not to let Knox off so easily. As he comes down the stairs, He spots Lavilia and glares at her with open contempt. She knows all too well that she is just a commoner. Without warning, he grabs her by the hand and yanks her toward him. He demands to know if she has any business with him. He stares at her and says that he certainly has business with her. With a twisted smile, he adds that it's nothing serious. He just wants to have a little chat. The tension between them grows heavy. She instantly pulls her hand away, declaring that there's nothing they need to discuss in private. He regrets acting so rashly for a moment, but justifies it to himself. Even as a knight bound to his master, he still believes he deserves some enjoyment. This time he lays a hand on her shoulder and asks if she truly feels the same. Lavilia shouts for him to release her, but in that instant she falters. If she rejects him too harshly, then young Master Nox might fall out of Grain's favor. That could drag him into serious trouble or unwanted attention from the family. She doesn't want Nox to suffer because of her. The butler snarls that because of her master, he has lost more than 10 years of hard-won progress, and now she will pay the price. At that moment, Nox appears and slices off his arm. Calmly, he asks the butler if he wanted something, then says he'll give it to him. He repeats the question, voice deadly calm. How would he like to pay? The butler crumbles in agony, screaming, demanding to know what Nox thinks he's doing. He shouts that not even Nox can get away with this. He threatens him further, asking if he really believes young Master Grain will simply let this go. Nox glares and asks if he's seriously trying to threaten him with his own brother. Without hesitation, Nox severs the man's other hand. The butler wails that everything about this is wrong. Even with family backing, he insists Nox has gone too far. But Nox responds that he isn't the one acting out of line because of family ties. Then, with no hesitation, he steps forward and ends the butler's life. Lavilia is shaken to the core. She stares at him in horror, asking what he just did, warning him that Grain will never let this slide. At that moment, Grain arrives with his guards, staring at the scene in disbelief. He demands to know if his brother really killed Schultz, the butler. Nox answers plainly that he did. Grain's fury erupts. He accuses Nox, the brother he has always considered useless, of daring to claim he cut down one of his knights. Nox insists that Grain has the order of events all wrong. He asks why Grain isn't first questioning the details of what truly happened. Grain seizes him by the collar, demanding to know why he killed Schultz. Unless there's a justifiable reason, he warns, Nox won't escape punishment. Nox answers that he overheard Schultz trying to sexually harass his maid. As her master, how could he possibly just stand by and allow that? Grain roars back that it was over something so trivial. After all, she's just a commoner. Nox fixes his gaze on him and asks if he even realizes what he just said. Can he really take responsibility for words like that? Out of nowhere, a massive surge of mana bursts from Nox's body, shaking the air around them. Grain flinches, taken aback, and in disbelief wonders if this overwhelming power could truly belong to Nox. Could this so-called useless younger brother actually hold such talent? With a smirk, Nox reminds him, has he forgotten that he's the family's notorious disgrace? Grain stumbles backward, visibly rattled. Nox declares that he's not the type to report or sit around waiting for permission. Instead, he suggests leaving this matter for their father to settle once they return to the estate. Grain grits his teeth, but reluctantly agrees to let their father decide how this will be resolved. Nox then orders Lavilia to leave with him. Together, the two walk away from the scene. Left behind, Grain watches his brothers back with unease, wondering when Nox grew so powerful that he could brazenly walk away without fear. His eyes fall on the sword Nox carried, and something about it feels familiar. Narrowing his gaze, he makes up his mind not to underestimate Nox during the subjugation mission. Outside, Nox and his maid stand near the well. He silently reflects, knowing chaos is bound to erupt among the soldiers before long. The military ranks are already fractured into separate factions, and now they've reached a decisive turning point. He wonders to himself, will they side with his older brother, or will they follow him instead? Turning to Lavilia, he asks if she's all right. She nods firmly, confirming that she is. Then with concern, she asks her master if he will truly be okay, and she wonders aloud why he acted as he did. If this incident escalates, it will only pile more enemies onto his list. And if that happens, he'll end up facing danger once again. In response, Nox questions her. Does she even know what kind of master she serves? He is the so-called good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, which means that no matter where they go, she must never lower her head. She acknowledges this quietly and assures him that she will keep it in mind. That night, Grain lies in his bedroom, brooding over everything. He keeps thinking about his younger brother. How dare that worthless brat try to rise above him? Back when their father first entrusted Nox to his care, he saw him as nothing but an irritating burden. But now, during this mission, Nox has revealed himself to be far different from the weakling Grain imagined. His thoughts shift toward the sword Nox wields, and he considers whether its resemblance to their father's blade could simply be a coincidence. Even so, he knows he has to remain on guard. With Schultz gone, he now wonders who he can possibly trust to keep a close eye on his brother. A servant enters, reporting that the commotion on the first floor has been dealt with. He adds that young Master Nox doesn't match the rumors they had heard at all. Grain, clearly drunk, slurs his words as he replies. He says Nox isn't the only one who's different. He himself has changed as well. Then he looks at the servant and presses him. Wasn't he supposed to be the captain of a night order that's operated in this area for a long time? Grain even had a background check done to confirm it. So how could Nox, who spent his whole life buried in books, be more familiar with this place than him? He lashes out, accusing the servant of incompetence, and reminds him that he paid a hefty price, not for such sloppy work. Thinking further, Grain notes that since the monster wave hasn't even begun yet, he may as well put this night order to use. He orders the servant to wipe out all the bandits and monsters in the surrounding area, and if Nox does anything suspicious or unusual, he is to be informed immediately. The servant bows respectfully to his master's command and departs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lavilia asks her master about his actions earlier that day. She wonders if he had inspected the village walls. He tells her he did and comments that they're barely holding together. She asks if he stayed there long. She then questions how such fragile defenses could possibly hold against a monster wave. He tells her to follow him. As she trails behind, she grows puzzled, noticing they're heading in the opposite direction of their inn. She asks where they're going. Nox explains that he's planning to recruit someone new for their team. Even in a small village like this, he says, there's bound to be at least one genius. He reveals her name, Elena. She's someone he always makes sure to recruit whenever he comes to Chaders, a genius potion maker who essentially becomes his potion supplier as the story progresses. They make their way through the dimly lit streets. Lavilia glances at him, doubtful, and asks if a genius potion maker could really be hiding in such a shabby, remote place. Without hesitation, he assures her that there is. She frowns, questioning his logic. If Elena is truly that gifted, why would she be stuck in a place like this? He answers that Elena has her own circumstances. In reality, he knows it ties back to the hidden route required to clear Chaders, because in the future, Elena will serve someone other than the Arkham Empire. If one doesn't complete Chaders through the hidden path, they'll lose the chance to recruit her forever. As they near a turn, he warns Lavilia to watch her step so she doesn't trip. She listens carefully and continues following close behind. They enter a rundown little building. Inside, they find a young woman slouched in a chair, sipping wine. She mutters bitterly to herself, saying she can't believe she's stuck in a place like this. Then she glances up at Nox and asks how she ended up in such a situation. He looks straight at her and declares, "I've found you, my potion maker." Elena's eyes go wide in shock, and she quickly demands to know who he is. Lavilia, equally stunned, turns to her master in disbelief. She blurts out, asking if the genius potion maker he spoke of is really just a drunkard. Elena stands and apologizes, admitting she didn't realize they came from a reputable house. Nox assures her it's fine, adding that he came here for something important, urging her to focus on what matters. In his mind, he already knows her identity. At this stage of the story, Elena is a prodigy with the highest potential in potion making, a rare talent. He must recruit her, even if she does come with flaws. He quickly checks her complete profile through his system. The results leave him a bit disappointed, though it's hardly unexpected. After all, the kinds of prodigies the Reinhafer family's disgrace can recruit aren't always perfect. Still, she is anything but ordinary. She's a potion maker of true value. Turning to his maid, he admits that Elena might be a bit of a problem, but they don't have better options right now. Lavilia, uneasy, whispers that she knows it may be out of line to say so, but recruiting a drunkard doesn't sound wise. He calmly tells her he's well aware, but at this point they have no other choice. She sighs, conceding that perhaps the situation is more complicated than she thought. Suddenly, Elena rises and demands to know why Nox has come looking for her. He chooses to be direct. "I'll get straight to the point," he says. He offers her a place by his side. He promises that if she follows him, he'll give her exactly what she needs most. Watching closely, he sees her confusion written on her face. Elena politely declines. She says there's something she must do here, and because of that she cannot leave. She apologizes sincerely. He then asks if that something is related to her friend May. Her eyes widen instantly. She demands to know how he knows that name. That's when Nox reveals the harsh truth: in the near future, May will be executed. But if Elena accepts his offer, there's a chance he can save her. He asks if that possibility changes her mind, even a little. May was the one who raised her voice in public, condemning the government's taxes. She declared openly that people here were dying, and despite the imperial family sending soldiers and funds, the walls were still left unrepaired. She confronted Tigan directly, demanding answers. She had been Elena's only friend, and Elena would rather it had been her taken away instead. She admits to herself that she can't save May on her own. Even so, she doubts whether Nox can save her either. The thought of her friend weighs heavily, refusing to leave her mind. Meanwhile, at a bar, some soldiers chat idly about Grain. One of them asks who he really is, and another repeats the same question. A third answers bluntly, calling him an idiot. He goes on, saying Grain actually believed they were a legitimate Night Order, even though they were just fakes. He swallowed it whole without an ounce of suspicion. Another soldier adds that while the whole thing happened by coincidence, it worked out in their favor. He says it was worth raiding the Ron Night Order's quarters. Not only did they succeed, they even managed to grab the gold badges. With those, they can now go after even bigger targets. He explains that if they flash those badges to the Reinhafer family, they'll be treated as if he's the captain of the Ron Night Order, gaining benefits fit for that rank. Another man laughs, saying that while it all was coincidence, it's funny how their names happen to match exactly. The first soldier grins, suggesting that if they took Grain hostage, they could demand a hefty ransom. They glance toward the quieter soldier, the one who usually keeps to himself, and ask his opinion, reminding him that this involves a member of the Reinhafer family. The quiet soldier hesitantly asks if it's really all right to try something like that. After all, they're talking about the strongest of the three dark families in the region. He wonders aloud if any bandit group has ever survived after crossing them. The other three soldiers glare at him. One scoffs, calls him a cowardly fool, and says, "That's exactly why everyone considers him spineless." He then presses him further, asking if he even understands where they are right now. He explains that this is Chaders, a place so abandoned even the imperial family has written it off. With that, they settle on their plan. They'll take Grain hostage, collect the ransom, and then escape eastward. One remarks that no matter how powerful the Reinhafer family is, in this enemy land surrounded by desert, there's nothing they can do. He tells the others that all they need is asylum, and after that they can live in luxury. The others agree, saying they expected such a plan from their captain. Then, the nervous soldier suddenly remembers Nox. He warns them they'll have to deal with him too. The captain nods, admitting that Nox is indeed dangerous. He says Nox has a stubborn nature and orders the others to warn the group not to interfere with him until their scheme is complete. One of the soldiers bursts out laughing and tells the captain that Nox is nothing more than a kid, so there's no point in worrying about him. The others join in on the laughter, clinking cups together as they continue drinking. Out of nowhere, The lamps inside the tavern flicker and go out. Everyone stiffens immediately, each man on edge, wondering what just happened. The captain raises his voice, trying to calm his troops, but then they realize one of their comrades has already been cut down. Panic spreads through them, as they assume it must be an enemy raid on the village. The captain suddenly freezes when he senses someone standing right behind him. Then a cold voice asks why he dares to speak so rudely. It's Nox, the young swordsman who has just taken one of the soldiers' lives. He demands to know why they're cowering down here like rats. Then he scolds them for daring to scheme against the Reinhaar family, telling them they've clearly overestimated themselves. Captain Vermin quickly tries to de-escalate, insisting that Nox must be misunderstanding something. But Nox cuts him off, stating that he already knows about their crimes, their stolen funds, their dealings with Tegan, and even their plan to hoard grain for profit. Vermin steadies himself and asks what Nox really wants. He urges him to think this through, claiming that if Nox lets them dispose of grain, it will actually benefit him. He would rise higher within his own family. All Nox has to do, he says, is look away just this once. He even advises Nox not to take any reckless chances. But the soldiers draw their blades, and the captain sneers that Nox is only pretending to sound righteous, while his eyes are full of killing intent. Nox strikes again, and another soldier drops dead. He turns to the rest and asks if they truly believe anyone would fall for such pathetic lies. One soldier shouts for the others to cut him down, and they all charge at once. But the young swordsman is faster, sharper, deadlier. Within moments, every single one of them lies slain. The captain can only stare in shock, realizing Nox may have been hiding this monstrous strength all along. Knowing how dangerous this is, he steels himself. This battle must end here. He draws his blade, warning Nox that his death will be nothing but the price of his own arrogance. Then he unleashes the Southern Sword technique, a move only the captain himself could wield, but it fails too. Nox doesn't flinch. He tells the captain he's even more simple-minded than he expected. The system instantly confirms that Nox, as a genius swordsman, has completely nullified the attack. The captain is stunned, demanding to know how Nox managed to stop the Chater sword technique, only for Nox to mock him in return. Nox calls him a filthy vermin and scoffs at his audacity for even questioning him. Their clash grows even fiercer. Nox then copies the Southern sword technique for himself. The system verifies it, and that had been his true goal all along. The question echoes in his mind again. What does it mean to be a genius? He recalls walking alone, lost in thought. Does being a genius simply mean standing above the rest? Or does it mean proving that one can reach heights no ordinary person could ever touch? In that moment, as he risks his life, the question keeps circling inside him again and again. What does it mean to be a genius? Compared to the techniques he'll master in the future, this one may not seem like much. But even so, this alone is enough. For now, the Southern sword technique of the Chater school would be sufficient. The captain reflects bitterly that this very technique had taken him over a decade to master. How could a mere child wield it so easily? Now Vermin is on his knees, trembling, terrified of his looming death. He warns Nox that if he kills him, Tegan will never let him escape, and word of this might already have spread. But Nox coldly replies that there are no witnesses left to see him fall. Vermin shouts back that everyone still alive here will bear witness. Nox tells him to listen carefully. This isn't murder, it's an assassination. And if no one lives to tell the tale, then the world will only ever see it as an assassination, and nothing else. With that, he ends Vermin's life. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, Tegan questions May. He asks if she's saying she refuses to work, and would rather be sold off to the nobles. Beaten and bloodied, she still spits back that she'll never obey people like him. He sneers that there's nothing she can do now, that all someone as low as her can do is crawl and struggle on the ground. Chained by her arms and legs to the wall, she still thrashes and resists. He asks mockingly what she thinks she's even accomplishing. Then he slaps her hard across the face, asking if she'd prefer being sold to the Black Mage. May's mind flashes back to her childhood, when her teacher told her she had done her best, but had failed yet again. Aptitude, she said. It was something May simply didn't have. From the very start, she had no gift at all. Not in alchemy, not in swordsmanship, not in anything. Elena, however, was her complete opposite. Their teacher had once told Elena she had nothing left to teach her, marveling that such talent could exist even in the countryside. She even said that if Elena hadn't been a war orphan, but born to even a low-ranking noble family, and if only she could escape the orphanage, because Elena was nothing short of an alchemy prodigy. From the very start, she had seemed out of place here, shining with a brilliance all her own. Yet even so, she was May's best friend, always kind to her. May recalls that dazzling smile, and how it stirred up a painful envy within her. That was why she decided she would sacrifice herself in Elena's place, because she believed Elena could achieve far more than she ever could. For May, crawling in the dirt had always been her role. She tells Tegan that whatever he does after her death is no concern of hers. She even sticks out her tongue at him in defiance, refusing to become Elena's burden. Enraged, Tegan slaps her so hard her mouth begins to bleed. He calls her a wretch and tells her to stop trying to throw her life away. Suddenly, Nox steps into the cell, warning Tegan that if he leaves this place as a corpse, Elena will only grieve. Tegan freezes, stunned that the young master himself has come here. Nox tells him plainly that under imperial law, he will be executed. He adds that his partner, Ron Vermin, is already dead, and advises him to surrender. Tegan shows a flicker of regret, calling it an unfortunate accident. Then he asks if the young master came alone. Nox answers with a silent nod. Tegan's lips curl into a twisted grin as he says the noble heir has underestimated him. He mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can defeat him single-handedly. Nox replies firmly, "Why wouldn't he?" Drawing his blade, Tegan admits the situation escalated faster than expected, but says it doesn't matter anymore. With a single command, he summons his men. In an instant, countless soldiers surround the lone swordsman. Tegan's cold order cuts through the air, "Kill Nox." Assessing the danger in a heartbeat, the young master activates the skill, Hour of the Genius. He now has exactly 5 minutes to wipe them all out. His movements blur with impossible speed, and within just 2 seconds, every soldier lies dead. The very next instant, he knocks Tegan unconscious. The system chimes, announcing that 4 minutes and 55 seconds still remain. Nox doesn't waste a second. He makes May drink a potion. He softly calls her name. He assures her that when she wakes, everything will already be over. Tegan regains his senses, only to realize his defeat. He looks around and sees all his men lying lifeless across the ground. Nox warns him not to expect death to come so quickly. With chilling precision, he severs both of Tegan's legs at the knees. Tegan stares up at him in disbelief, unable to grasp how this is real, that he, the great Tegan, could fall to a mere boy. In that moment, Nox once again reflects on the same haunting question. What does it truly mean to be a genius? Nox tells Tegan straight to his face that the genius here isn't him, but Nox himself. Tegan looks up at him in shock, unable to wrap his head around whether this situation is even real. The great Tegan, defeated by nothing more than a boy. At that instant, Nox once again circles back to the question that has always lingered in his mind, what it really means to be a genius. He repeats to Tegan that the real genius isn't him, but Nox. Tegan's thoughts drift to his father, a man considered the most exceptional in their village, admired and respected by every man around. But he also remembers a darker memory, his father striking his mother. In the middle of that violence, his father turned to young Tegan and asked if he knew why the villagers followed him. As a child, Tegan had no answer. His father seized him by the hair and declared it was because of strength. He claimed that with overwhelming strength, a person could do whatever they wanted and still walk free. That, he said, was the law in a border city within the Archaean Empire. Little Tegan then asked his father if he was the strongest man on the continent. His father released his grip and admitted he was not. He explained that he was just one of countless nobodies scattered across the continent, where many swordsmen stronger than him existed. He added that there were also many children around Tegan's age who already far outclassed him. They were geniuses, prodigies so gifted that they surpassed him even as children. That, his father said, was the reality of a war-ravaged continent. He survived only because he avoided challenging those monsters. Now Taigen looks directly at Nox and says he must be one of those untouchable geniuses his father once spoke about, so far ahead of anyone else that nobody could reach him. That, he admits, is what true talent looks like, and then he concedes that the only reason he's dying now is because he chose to fight Nox. Hearing that, Nox ends Taigen's life. Meanwhile, Elena sits quietly in her laboratory, withdrawn and full of sorrow. Suddenly, she notices her friend May walking in, and she's accompanied by Lavilia. Elena is stunned at first. Then, in a rush of emotion, she leaps from her chair and throws herself into May's arms. Both women break down in tears. Elena admits how terrified she had been, convinced May had abandoned her forever. May holds her close and gently reassures her. She tells Elena it's all right, and apologizes for everything that happened before. She confesses that she had been selfish, believing she could endure it all alone while leaving Elena trapped here. May then turns her gaze toward Lavilia and finds herself thinking about the young master. She wants to properly thank him. Lavilia remarks that her master is probably finishing things up right now, likely in the middle of a conversation. Elena tilts her head, curious what kind of conversation she means. Lavilia answers that she believes he's having a heartfelt talk with his brother, but at the same time, she suspects that may not be his real intention. Elsewhere, Grain sits in his office, waiting impatiently for Vermin. He checks the clock, irritated, wondering how much longer he'll be kept waiting, hoping nothing serious has happened. Suddenly, Nox steps inside and asks if Grain can spare a moment. He says they need to talk, and stresses that it's important. Grain demands to know why Nox wants to speak to him specifically, but Nox insists the matter is crucial. That's when Grain notices the blood staining Nox's shirt. After a tense pause, he finally tells him to sit. A few days later, Rodwell reads a letter aloud to Tio. The message states that young Master Nox has purged the corruption plaguing Chaders. It also reports that Nox has personally handed down punishment to those involved. Rodwell adds that Nox even submitted a separate request for a reward after completing the task, but he admits with an apology that he can't quite figure out what the request really means. Tio takes the letter and reflects on how the corruption there had been worsening daily, while no one ever stepped in to stop it. The reason, he thinks, is simple, because there was no profit to be gained, yet he also knows the reality isn't that simple. That region had always been a thorn in the imperial family's side. To Tio, the eastern part of Chaders serves as the final line of defense. If it were to collapse, the monsters would push straight into the central territories. He's aware that the central government has already poured in enormous resources, money, soldiers, even mercenary companies, to hold the surrounding areas. Chaders might be worthless as land, but abandoning it outright isn't an option. To him, that defines the nature of Chaders, a place with no real value, yet one they cannot afford to lose. Tio tells Rodwell that the bandit groups there, including Vermin and Taigen, are extremely dangerous. Even someone like Grain would struggle to face them. Rodwell nods in agreement, then asks what would happen if Vermin's bandits launched a full assault. In that case, things could spiral out of control fast. He adds that if they can't handle a crisis of that scale, then they don't deserve to be called members of the Reinhafer family at all. He reminds Tio that the Black Sword Knights had already been stationed there, not just to keep them alive, but to guarantee real protection. Then Rodwell steers the topic back to Nox. Tio admits what puzzles him most is why Nox would cleanse that corruption without any gain. He doubts Nox's generosity. He's not the kind to take drastic action without a motive. The same suspicion applies to his request about Chaders. Nox is clearly aiming for authority over that barren land, and Tio knows it. He wonders aloud what Nox could possibly expect to gain from such a place, pointing at the letter again, especially the line where Nox writes that if he fails to produce results, he'll willingly renounce his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Rodwell asks if Tio plans to reject Nox's proposal. Tio replies that he will accept it. He explains that if Nox can truly defeat all those enemies, then he deserves to govern that territory. In fact, he thinks this could be the perfect chance to test Nox's ability to manage a region. Rodwell listens and nods, promising to send word to the Empire. He will begin the negotiations to secure Chaytors. Tio orders him to proceed. Then Tio looks back down at the letter. Deep in thought, he wonders just how far Nox is planning ahead. Back at the Chaytors' estate, Grain demands to know if it's true. Were Ron and Tigan really planning to kill Nox? And was Nox once their subordinate? The young master confirms that, sadly, it's the truth. Grain grows furious, upset that their family had already verified their identities. What enrages him even more is realizing they tricked the Reinhafer family just to exploit him. Nox notices the look Grain is giving him. He asks outright if Grain is scared of him. Grain almost finds it amusing that Nox is openly trying to provoke him, but he restrains himself, knowing that failing this test would mean he can never become a knight. In the end, he has no option but to accept his brother's challenge. Controlling his anger, he asks Nox what exactly he wants. Nox, unfazed, comments that Grain is quick to calculate benefits and risks. He then tells his brother that his demands aren't excessive. First, he wants full command of all soldiers under Grain's authority. Grain agrees, aware that refusing is meaningless when his life is already in Nox's hands. Even so, he still can't pin down just how strong Nox really is. Grain adds a condition of his own. Nox must guarantee his life and let him take credit for the outcome of this fight. Nox instantly points out that guaranteeing his life and yielding the results are two completely different demands, so Grain revises his offer. Instead, he'll hand over mineral rights and artifacts from his large mine. He advises Nox to handle the matter carefully. Nox responds that it's a small price compared to his life and warns him not to treat it like a waste. Quietly, Grain wonders if Nox will remain in Chaytors under his watch. He just hopes his brother won't pull anything reckless. Meanwhile, in Elena's lab, Elena and May pore over papers. Elena admits she's never made a metallization potion or a corrosive potion before, but she believes it can be done. Nox is satisfied with her confidence. Lavilia, however, voices her concern, asking if things will truly be all right given how dangerous his plan is. She admits she may just be a maid, but still asks why he must kill the griffin. May sides with her, saying they can't risk losing their hero for nothing. Nox reassures them not to worry. If it weren't possible, he wouldn't even consider it. Inside, he knows their fears are justified. But since he cannot reveal the critical reason he needs to slay the griffin, he can only keep lying. He simply insists he's thought everything through and asks them not to question him further. Lavilia promises she'll do her best to prepare all the necessary items. Nox reflects that killing the griffin in Chaytors so early in the game is considered impossible. No one has ever managed it, no one except him. With that thought in mind, he begins laying out the plan for the girls. He warns them he won't be repeating himself, so they had better listen closely. He then reveals to them the existence of a hidden route. He explains that taking down the griffin through ordinary means of play simply isn't possible. The path itself is concealed, and only those veteran, stagnant water gamers know about it. And he happens to be one of those very players, a seasoned veteran who has cleared Interlunatic a total of 26 times. Once he finishes detailing the strategy from beginning to end, he asks if they understand, and when all three nod in agreement, he ends the briefing by saying they'll put the plan into action tomorrow. Later, while tending to his horse, Nox reflects that unless he's ready to gamble with his very life, there's no chance he'll make it through. Because Interlunatic, the world he has been dragged into, is exactly that merciless. Without warning, a swarm of monsters comes charging straight toward the village's outer walls. Nox rushes up to the ramparts to get a clear view of the horde and orders everyone to prepare for combat. He reminds his men that this is their one and only chance. Watching the preparations, Grain oddly finds the entire moment strangely invigorating. Nox, however, realizes that he now carries not only the role of Nox, but the sole strategist behind their survival. His maid, worried, asks if he will truly be all right. Nox assures her with calm confidence. "Trust in your master," he says, "because he's not about to die here." With that, he unsheathes his sword and leaps from the wall with the force of a superhuman. As he descends, he hurls a potion at one of the massive beasts. The system immediately announces his kill. he has taken down the iron golem. It also informs him that his proficiency with the Chater Southern Sword technique has just increased. He quietly reminds himself that if not for that one promise keeping him steady, death would already be close at hand, which is why he swears to himself that every monster here will be nothing more than a stepping stone. With that thought burning in his chest, he charges directly into the horde. His soldiers, inspired, rally right behind him. And then suddenly, amidst the chaos, he catches sight of the griffin itself among the monsters. A rush of excitement surges through him, and he thinks to himself, "Shall we get this started?" The griffin fixes its gaze straight on the young master and barrels toward him. For a moment, the swordsman wonders if he's still dreaming. Elena, watching from above, admits she has never seen any knight fight in such a way, and questions whether such feats could even be human. May replies that while she didn't expect much from him, to think he's so fast that their eyes can hardly follow is completely shocking. She also wonders aloud what sort of household the Reinhafer family really is. Lavilia answers that it is a family renowned for their unmatched swordsmanship. She adds that it is also a place where vicious internal battles are fought to decide who is worthy of inheriting the black sword. Such is the essence of the Reinhafer name. From the top floor of the castle, they all stand together, gazing down at the raging battle. Lavilia comments further that one could even argue her master, Nox, is the most gifted of all those candidates. All this talk, however, only leaves Master Grain with a throbbing headache as he stands beside them atop the fortress. She reflects inwardly that she still cannot understand why young Master Nox refuses to confront or clear away the vile rumors about him, though she remains sure he has his reasons. May speculates that those rumors may not all be true, and she notes that it seems he has his own purpose, something that forces him to act the fool. She admits, though, that she has no idea what that purpose could be. Lavilia agrees and asks her to play along, because she is confident there must be a sound reason behind his actions. After all, she insists, he is a man of wisdom. Elena then questions whether that means she too must conceal who he really is. Both May and Elena reassure Lavilia that they'll keep his secret safe. Meanwhile, Grain and the soldiers tense up as they watch the young master standing face to face with the griffin. Even from the safety of the high castle walls, the sight is enough to terrify them. Grain wonders if Nox truly means to fight such a beast, and concludes bitterly that his brother must have lost his mind. Down on the battlefield, Nox and the griffin finally collide. Grain's chest burns with anger as he watches his younger brother throw himself headlong against the monster. But regardless of his feelings, he knows the plan must be followed. He orders the troops to wait until the griffin comes close to the fortress wall. Once it does, he instructs, unleash the ballistas on his command, and the soldiers steel themselves ready. When the griffin swoops close to the fortress, the trap is sprung. Grain gives the order, and the ballistas fire. A direct hit lands on its wing. The monster comes crashing violently to the ground. Nox knows all too well, if they want to win, they must strip the griffin of its ridiculous ability to fly. Without hesitation, he downs the metallization potion. The system confirms his stamina has temporarily risen by 1, and he feels a wave of relief, thankful he had made preparations well ahead of time. His mind flashes back to when he first asked his brother to construct the ballistas. Grain had exploded in anger, insisting such lowly work could be given to anyone else. Nox had replied coldly, if that's the case, then Grain himself could face the griffin on the battlefield. And with that statement, Grain quickly changed his mind and demanded to know how many ballistas were needed. Now, as Nox strides toward the downed griffin, he thinks that deep down, he knew Grain's instincts were sharp, and he believes his brother will prove useful. The only elements left now are the lingering effects of Elena's potion, and the chance for him to prove himself. Suddenly, the griffin struggles to rise into the air, but with its ruined wing, it collapses back to the ground. The young master sneers, asking if it feels frustrated now that things aren't going according to plan. He knows why. It's because normally, such an injury wouldn't even slow a griffin down. And since this is a griffin, a high-ranked monster, such wounds should have been meaningless. But the truth is, the ballista bolts had been laced with enormous quantities of the poison that griffins loathe most. Nox tells the monster to brace itself for what's coming. He warns it that the real agony will begin in 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is all he needs. As the griffin lunges, trying to seize him with its claws, Nox acknowledges inwardly that this is nothing like the game. Yet one truth remains: he will not be the one to die here, not today. He drives forward and slashes with his sword. At the same time, he signals toward his brother. Grain stares in shock, struggling to believe this is the same Nox he once dismissed. Receiving the signal, he spins and orders the soldiers to fire more ballistas at the beast. Every bolt lands with deadly precision. The moment has come. Nox will finish this. The griffin shrieks in torment, dragging itself limping toward him. The young master invokes his black execution. With one devastating swing of his blade, he severs one of the monster's legs cleanly. Without pause, he follows with another brutal slash, splitting the griffin open across its belly. The system then chimes, awarding him 60 extra days for felling the beast. His total lifespan now stands at 179 days. From the castle, soldiers, townsfolk, and his 3 companions erupt in cheers, shouting his name. Their voices echo together in pure admiration. Countless other monsters scatter in terror after witnessing the griffin's demise, and Nox feels deeply satisfied. Grain, however, stands frozen, unable to grasp what just occurred. That griffin was supposed to be a monster of the highest level. How could such a fearsome creature have struggled so much against his younger brother? In his mind, it should take someone on the level of an academy professor to deal with such a foe effortlessly. And so, he reluctantly wonders if he has no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's true strength. If everything Nox has displayed until now is truly genuine, then it could end up completely shaking the order of succession within the family. Quietly, almost as if speaking only to himself, he admits that he must be careful to align with the correct side. After finishing off all the monsters, including the griffin, the young master makes his way back to the castle. Just then, Grain approaches, saying that he will personally handle the safe transport of the griffin's corpse. Yet, he insists that Nox should be the one to decide how the loot will be distributed. He advises him to get some rest. Nox gives a faint smile, thinking to himself that Grain must have been shaken quite a bit. Now is the time to put the hidden clear rewards to use. He swiftly pulls open his system menu. The interface reveals the item he obtained, the griffin's heart. The system lays out every ability and property tied to it. Later, inside Elena's laboratory, she inspects the griffin's heart and verifies everything he claimed earlier. Indeed, the power of wind resides within it. She explains that, if handled correctly, this organ could be used to craft elixirs or equipment that until now had only existed in rumor. He tells her that he doesn't have the luxury of waiting and intends to use the heart to create an elixir. He then asks how long that would take. Elena responds that the duration depends on the circumstances, but with her current tools, it might take quite a while. He reassures her that he will provide whatever equipment and resources she requires. Taking the chance, he extends an offer to both Elena and May. He would like to hire them as servants under the Reinhafer family. May cautiously points out that they are just commoners. The young master briefly wonders if such a thing truly matters. He tells them that if they have something he needs, then he will simply make use of them, just as they are free to make use of him in return. However, he warns that he will never tolerate a dog that turns on its master. In any case, he notes, no one currently possesses the skill to harness the true properties of such a monster core, especially since this item came from defeating a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten in the first place. Crafting with something like this would be impossible for anyone other than a true genius. Elena reassures him that betrayal would never cross their minds. He had saved their lives, and they would trust him for as long as they live. He approves of her response with a smile. He feels pleased knowing that, from the very start, he has secured 2 individuals of genius caliber, Elena and May. He then tells them they will depart in 3 days, so they should prepare. The elixir will be created in secret only once they are back at the family estate. He stresses that no one else can see it. He asks if they understand. Both women answer yes. Afterward, he and Lavilia leave the laboratory. Along the way, Lavilia turns to him and remarks that he is truly different from what she had always heard. She explains that she had been told he was selfish, caring only for himself, but at the very least, she knows now that part isn't true. Still, she wonders if he can promise her one thing. No one knows when that moment may arrive, but she asks that if he ever finds himself in real trouble, he should allow her to help, even if her status is lowly. She also admits she doesn't understand why so many people dislike him. He promises her that if that day comes, he will let her know. He then asks if she plans to keep standing around here, since the night air is getting colder. He urges her to hurry along, warning it would be unfortunate if they caught a cold. And as fate would have it, that's exactly what happens. He catches a cold. Back in his room, lying on his bed, he rests as Lavilia tends to him. He tells her he already knows what she's about to say, so she shouldn't because it's humiliating. She replies that it's fine, such things happen. After all, he's still growing. His system notifies him of a negative status effect, cold level 2 from frequent illness, as well as chronic cough level 4. Meanwhile, at the family estate, a servant announces that both young masters have returned. At the entrance gate, Rodwell wonders aloud if Elena and May are indeed the new servants under young Master Knox. Another servant confirms. The servants begin whispering among themselves. One remarks that Knox couldn't restrain himself and brought back 2 women again. Another scoffs, saying a leper never changes its spots, even if he looks like he's improving. The first warns her to be quiet unless she wants trouble. Knox was infamous for recklessness with women before, and some even claim his feat of clearing the missing child's forest is nothing but a lie. As Knox approaches Rodwell, he thinks to himself that no matter what he does, he just can't shake off the image of being worthless. Rodwell steps forward and informs the young master that the patriarch has summoned him for a private meeting. The young master heads straight to his father's office. His father greets him, and Knox asks if it's true that he was called for. Tio confirms and says he has something to discuss. He also assumes Knox has matters of his own to bring up. Tio continues, saying he heard Knox played a key role in bringing everyone back safely from the Chaytor's region, and in eliminating the malignant beings there. He adds that even Grain acknowledged his abilities. Knox asks if his brother really said that. Tio nods and places a hand on a stack of letters from Grain. He explains that Grain wrote if it weren't for Knox, he wouldn't have been able to complete his night training. Curious, Knox wonders aloud what Grain is doing right now. Tio brushes aside the question, saying he didn't summon him here for something so trivial. He reminds Knox of the seemingly impossible task he once proposed. Knox completed it and brought honor to the Rheinhafer name. So, as promised, he will keep his word. He hands over a royal letter, an official decree, declaring the Chaytor's region belongs to Knox. Knox thanks his father deeply for such generosity, but Tio senses there is something else on his son's mind. Curious, he asks him directly what it is. Without hesitation, he asks Knox if he is interested in taking his seat. Stunned, Knox is taken aback by the question and begins wondering why Tio is suddenly speaking this way. Meanwhile, far away in another place, someone gazes into a pendant. Through it, he observes everything Knox has done in recent days. He declares to those around him that the griffin is dead, and that the Rheinhafer brats have finally started to move. He adds that, from what he has heard, the Chaytor's region has been secured and handed over to the youngest member of their family. He then orders Kremser to prepare for war. His servants exchange worried glances, asking if they will be all right. But he declares that the Rheinhafer family stole something irreplaceable from him, and now he has nothing left to lose. The servant bows and immediately obeys. That same servant later approaches a young girl. He tells her that the time is close at hand, the day when he takes hold of the kingdom. Back in Tio's office, the Patriarch of Rheinhafer turns to Rodwell. Rodwell carefully suggests that perhaps his master's question is premature for young Master Knox. He believes Knox understands the burden and value of becoming patriarch, but the timing doesn't feel right. Tio, however, is resolute. He insists this is the moment. It must be now. Rodwell, still respectful, apologizes but disagrees. He believes Knox is not ready for such responsibility yet. He also reminds Tio that the first young master, Garen, still exists. Tio responds calmly but firmly, telling Rodwell it is not his decision to make. Nox then speaks, saying he has no desire to take on the patriarch's role. He adds that the weight of its responsibilities would be too much. Tio questions if his son truly fears the position. The young swordsman bluntly replies that he doesn't see why he shouldn't. Tio sighs and says it's fine. He will respect his son's stance for now, but he adds that outstanding talent cannot be hidden, and that humans are weak creatures who will always test him. Nox agrees with his father's words. Tio tells him he may leave, as he must be weary from his travels. Nox thanks him and departs. He returns to his bedroom, where Lavilia greets him and asks if his father scolded him. He reassures her it was nothing serious, nothing he couldn't turn down. She tells him that accommodations for Elena and may have been arranged. He appreciates her work. She says it was nothing, just her duty as his maid. He reflects aloud, saying if everything in the world had fixed rules about what to do and what not to do, then no one would hate each other, steal from one another, or fall into conflict. Once more, he thanks Lavilia for her efforts. He starts to think that the time has come to get serious. His thoughts turn toward Eldane Academy, the most prestigious institution for training night mages. He is determined. He must become the best there. Meanwhile, Tio speaks again with Rodwell. He admits that, as expected, the conversation with his son was not easy. Rodwell says it may indeed have been too soon. If Nox had fully understood the meaning and weight of his role, his answer might have been different. Tio disagrees. He insists the look in Nox's eyes belongs to someone who has already chosen his path. While Nox may seem afraid of something, Tio is certain it is not the position itself, nor is it of him. It is something far more primal, the fear that comes from staring into the abyss. Death itself, Tio declares. At this moment, Nox is afraid of death. Rodwell hesitates for a moment, then asks permission to speak honestly, admitting that he might be stepping out of line. He suggests that what happened to Madame may have left a serious scar on young Master Nox. Tio agrees, acknowledging that it's quite possible Nox lays the blame on him. To Nox, Tio is nothing more than a pitiful man who failed to protect his own wife. But Rodwell insists there is an even more pressing matter to address. He believes that young Master Grain has already started moving, and this time his plans seem much larger in scale. Morning arrives, and Talia wakes up to prepare herself for the day. She turns to her maid, Emma, asking how she looks. Already exhausted, Emma replies with a sigh, pointing out that the young lady has already tried on that same outfit more than 20 times. But Talia, lost in her own thoughts, keeps searching for something even prettier, worrying not only about her dress but also her accessories. Emma quietly wonders to herself if Talia is really that excited. Talia answers with enthusiasm, saying of course she is. This is about her admission into Eldane Academy. But Emma clarifies, saying that isn't what she was asking. What she meant was Nox. After all, this will be the first time Talia meets him since he officially became her fiancé. Yet Talia continues fussing over her clothes, paying little attention. Growing a little irritated, she questions if Emma is answering half-heartedly just because she doesn't care. Emma warns her that Nox always notices things like that without fail. Meanwhile, in another place, Nox enters Elena's laboratory and finds her looking utterly drained and exhausted. He studies her carefully, wondering what's wrong and why she seems so worn out. May explains to him that Elena always ends up like this whenever she throws herself too deeply into her work. She reassures him she'll look after Elena closely. Slightly drunk, Elena turns to May, calling her the best. Then she starts laughing, urging her master to take a look at the potion she's created. The system immediately presents all the details. The item is called the Elixir of Wind. It further reveals that the potion's effects have been amplified by 200%, all because it was crafted by the genius alchemist, Elena. Nox feels satisfied. He's finally obtained what he wanted. The potion permanently increases stamina by 1, and on top of that, raises dexterity, a hidden stat. He knows that dexterity, when combined with Hour of the Genius, forms the perfect synergy. He concludes that getting this item right now was absolutely the right call. As expected of the genius potion maker Elena, Things would have been much harder if he hadn't brought her into the group. Knox openly expresses his gratitude for Elena's work. His words leave her beaming with joy. Without delay, he drinks the potion. Then he announces that all preparations are finally complete. It's time to head for Eldane. Knox and Lavilia soon arrive at the academy. The moment he steps in, he becomes the subject of attention. Students whisper about his white hair and lavender eyes, speculating if he's the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Word had already spread that he would be joining this year's intake. Some even call him a troublemaker, though one warns his friend to be careful. Talk like that could get him killed. Knox glances around at the crowd and casually asks why it's so noisy. He wonders aloud if a dog is barking somewhere. Immediately, the students fall into silence. Some even turn and run from the area. At that moment, Lavilia notices another chariot pulling up. From it, Emma steps down. She quickly bows and greets the young master. He remarks that it looks like they also arrived earlier than expected. The system notifies him that his acting genius is temporarily unsettled. Emma agrees, pointing out that this is, after all, the admission ceremony of Eldane Academy. She then glances back at the chariot, urging Talia to step down and greet young Master Knox. Talia seems slightly hesitant, but her excitement is clear. Finally, she steps out of the chariot. Knox watches her closely, recalling that she was originally meant to be an ambassador. He never imagined this kind of arrangement happening without his knowledge. He remembers the time his maid told him about rumors of his engagement to Talia, rumors that everyone else already seemed to know. He had shouted in frustration that this was exactly the problem. He himself hadn't known a thing, and when he investigated, he discovered it was true. Their families had arranged the engagement behind their backs without telling them. Talia approaches and greets him properly. Lavilia then asks if this is Lady Talia, the fiancée he had mentioned before. Knox quickly reminds her that he already told her not to bring that up. Talia politely asks how he has been. He responds that he's doing fine and in turn asks about her well-being. Suddenly, another noble arrives on the scene. The moment Knox lays eyes on her, he knows who it must be. She's one of the Academy's famed prodigies, the merchant star and head of the Rivalin family, which commands influence across the entire continent. Her name is Elena de Rivalin. Looking at Knox, she says, well, isn't this young Master Knox of the Reinhafer family?" She admits she never imagined he would be entering Eldane, and says it's a pleasure to meet. Knox recognizes her instantly. This was the woman who held bitter hostility toward the old Knox. He calls her name Elena. She confirms it, stating she is indeed the noble from the merchant family he once mocked. Elena introduces herself again, adding that she never thought fate would bring them face to face like this. He knows full well she is the only daughter of the Rivalin house, a family whose wealth has enough reach to sway the entire continent. She is destined to become one of the continent's brightest figures, someone who will dominate the financial world. Her notorious nickname, the Fox of Wealth. His system notifies him once more that his acting genius is unsettled. In truth, she and Knox had met when they were much younger. Back then, he ridiculed her. He sneered at the idea of someone like her calling herself noble, mocking her for thinking money could buy status. He scorned the notion that wealth could erase her family's past. At a party, he even went so far as to call her a foolish wench, demanding she leave his sight. That ugly history is part of the karma inherited by the current Knox, and now he understands it has become his burden to bear. He finds it almost absurd. Already, two people stand before him who seem capable of stabbing straight at his heart. Elena steps closer, asking what's going on and pointing out that he isn't acting like his usual self. He throws the question back, asking what she thinks his usual self is like. She says he should already know, then pointedly asks if he's the type who enjoys hearing the truth. He snaps back, asking if she's here to start a fight. If so, she can get lost. She only smiles, remarking that as she expected, not a single thing about him has changed. Knox demands to know what exactly she wants, wondering inside if she's after his recognition or something else entirely. She laughs coldly, saying there's nothing she would ever want from a useless member of the Reinhafer family. He realizes then that she harbors absolutely no goodwill toward him. Determined to be sure, he activates his insight to check her full status. Reviewing her records, he finds that she has no listed achievements. Examining her traits and statistics, he sees nothing new, exactly what he expected, which gives him some relief. The middle name D in the Rivalin family had in fact been bought by her father Clarkson, a merchant. Though Alina despises that reality, she is forced to use it to her advantage. In essence, she is the embodiment of wrath. The former Knox had stirred up a hornet's nest, and from her point of view, he was the worst man alive. She tells him she'll leave just as he wants, but before departing, she says they aren't close enough to wish each other luck. Unexpectedly, Knox replies that there's no reason he would do such a thing for someone like her. She gives him one last cold smile before walking away. Turning from her, he tells Talia that it's time to go. The admission ceremony at Eldane Academy is about to begin. Talia nods without hesitation. Knox reflects that he can't really shake off Talia, who keeps clinging to him under the guise of being his fiancée. He decides it's best to make the most of this situation and use it when possible. Staying on guard, he steps with them into the academy hall. As expected, he sees the place crowded with the children of prestigious houses. He knows that many among them could be of use, and resolves to recruit them carefully, in ways that won't disrupt the original story. He singles out a few of the strongest figures in the room, and contemplates the idea of recruiting them to his side. Yet the thought also makes him uneasy, because altering the story's natural course could be dangerous, so he reminds himself to move carefully. Even so, he can't shake the feeling of countless eyes fixed on him, and he starts wondering if maybe he's simply overanalyzing everything. At that moment, Lavilia quietly points out that more than a few nobles are sneaking glances at him, which means, whether he likes it or not, he's already gained a bit of popularity. He admits she's right, but then Talia remarks that the looks they're getting seem far from friendly. He just shrugs and jokes that even hostility still counts as recognition. Out of nowhere, a girl's voice cuts through the chatter, loudly demanding everyone's attention, and instantly he realizes this is the moment when everything begins. She greets the audience and formally welcomes them to the academy. The crowd turns their eyes toward her, stunned to see someone so young standing on the stage. A murmur spreads among the students, some confused and whispering about where the professors could be. One even asks what a child is doing at the sacred admission ceremony of Eldane Academy. Others speculate she may have wandered in after her parents and lost her way. But he knows better. These clueless fools have no idea who she truly is. They're judging only by her appearance, oblivious to the fact that she's a terrifying existence, someone far beyond their imagination. He quickly checks her profile through the system. Her name is Noah Von Trinity. She represents Eldane Academy's authority and is one of the 4 sages. He takes time to study her attributes and statistics. After seeing the results, he immediately resolves that keeping on her good side is absolutely non-negotiable. Leaning close to his fiancée, he warns her to keep quiet if she values her life. Noah greets the crowd warmly, saying it's a pleasure to meet them, and introduces herself as Noah, the newly appointed dean of the academy. She adds that, though they may not fully comprehend it now, if anyone dares to call her small again, that person will meet their end. With that, she declares the official commencement of Eldane Academy's admission ceremony. One student protests loudly, saying they never heard of such a ridiculous rule. She calmly replies that it's a new regulation set by the new dean herself, designed specifically to weed out worthless talent. Without any warning, she casts a spell across the floor of the hall. The ground beneath them begins to glow with magical light. She tells the students that she hopes they all manage to return alive. The swordsman knows all too well this is where it truly begins, and no matter what, he must make it out alive. In an instant, the entire group of students vanishes from the hall. They reappear within a dense forest, and right away, a man shouts at them to get up. He scolds them, calling them a bunch of foolish brats, demanding how they dare fall asleep in his forest, and declares that they must have lost their minds. Not a single student stirs, except for Knox. The man assumes at least one of them has managed to stay conscious, enduring the impact. The young master considers that the aftermath of intermediate teleportation, magic clearly cannot be ignored. He steps toward the stranger, marveling to himself. It gleams exactly as it had in the game, so shiny in fact, it looks as though it's crowned with a halo. Nox is, of course, referring to the man's bald head. He recalls that the original storyline even mentioned how the man once possessed a full head of hair. His name is Burnon, once a student himself, now a combat instructor who graduated during the academy's earlier years. In the game, players mockingly called him Takoyaki Burnon, a nickname born purely from his baldness. Despite the ridicule, Burnon's skill is genuine, especially in footwork. The swordsman realizes that befriending someone like him can only bring benefits. Vernon snaps at him, asking what's with the white hair and why the boy's looking at him with pity. Nox quickly notices his expression was far too obvious. He must have done it unconsciously. Covering his slip, he insists it's nothing and immediately activates his acting genius skill. Vernon warns him straight away. He has sharp instincts, and if the boy ever dares to harbor unpleasant thoughts about him, he won't tolerate it. Nox politely requests that Burnon explain the admission test first, suggesting they discuss other matters later. Burnon agrees, but says he'll wake up the others before that. He tells Nox to cover his ears, unless he wants them blown apart. Without hesitation, Nox obeys. Burnon unleashes a surge of magical energy across the forest clearing. The wave converts into a deafening blast, jolting the sleeping students awake. They scramble up in shock, confused by the explosive sound. One irritated student swears loudly, demanding to know who dared make that racket. Vernon strides over and smacks him across the face. He bluntly states that he was the one who did it, and asks if the boy has an issue. He adds that not only did the brat curse at him, but also frowned. Does the kid have a death wish? The boy hastily apologizes and retreats. Vernon then orders the awakened students to haul the still unconscious ones to the safe zone. Once they finish, Vernon announces that with that out of the way, it's time to explain Elden Academy's admission process and outline the test. First, he explains that this island itself is composed entirely of magic. Their task is simple: hunt monsters with everything they've got. As a reward, colored jewels will drop from those monsters. The less mana a jewel contains, the higher its value. He admits some might wonder why that's the case, since more mana should sound better, but in truth, that idea is only half right. What the Academy is really testing here are two main qualities. The first is monosensitivity. That aspect has already been measured by how quickly each of them woke up after being struck by Dean Noah's intermediate-level magic. The second factor is the ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana, since only mages who can manage that can push themselves to their limits in real battle. The young master mutters that they're separating gems from worthless stones right from the beginning, and that's exactly what this is. Burnon then explains that the forest around them is actually a labyrinth designed by Dean Noah herself. He warns that it's teeming with enemies none of them could even imagine fighting. For that reason, he'll allow them a concession, forming teams. In the blink of an eye, magical swords materialize in each student's hand. Burnon instructs that the maximum number per team is 8, and tells them to get moving without delay. He adds that he'll be waiting at the top, and with that he departs. Many students still want to ask questions, but he's already gone. The same boy Burnon slapped earlier grumbles that the side of his head still stings. The students glance at one another, cautiously sizing up potential teammates. One girl steps forward and asks if anyone would like to aid the princess. Another girl declares that if they join her in completing this trial, she swears upon her family name that she will reward them. Everyone's attention drifts toward Nox, but without a word, he turns and walks off alone. His thoughts shift toward the madness within himself. He knows that settling for average results and rankings is nothing but a death sentence in this cursed game. Knowledge, above all else, is the true weapon. For his frail, sickly body to grow stronger, he must monopolize every possible advantage. So he makes his way directly toward a save point. He's certain, if he wants to achieve his goals, going solo is the only viable path. Meanwhile, the rest of the students, all except him, manage to reach the top. Burnon notices the absence. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems. How could a newcomer not only endure the dean's magic, but also choose to challenge the forest alone? He wonders aloud whether the boy simply doesn't feel fear. But then he realizes it isn't that simple. Something much deeper lies beneath. He understands now why the boy shows no fear. It was written all over his face. Vernon reflects that even a diamond buried in filth remains a diamond. He decides he wants to test this kid himself, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinhafer family. Checking through the system, he reviews the boy's talent. By now, the young swordsman has already slaughtered countless monsters and gathered a great haul of jewels. He continues to carve through endless beasts within the cavern. Unbeknownst to him, a girl silently follows close behind. At the same time, Talia and 3 other princesses find themselves encircled by monsters. Talia glances around, wondering where Nox is, since she was supposed to accompany him. Suddenly, another princess confronts her, asking what she's doing. She reminds Talia that she was entrusted with the solemn duty of protecting Princess Penelope, insisting she fight with pride. That girl then notes that they've already climbed impressively high. She speculates that the purple crystal they've found must be among the highest grade, though she doubts it's truly the peak reward, given that the trial was created by Noah, one of the 4 sages. She believes something greater is hidden deeper inside. Penelope agrees with that assessment. Observing the group, she notices the other students are utterly exhausted. One girl points out that it would be difficult for everyone to continue climbing in their current state, but the princess refuses to accept defeat. She will not allow that outcome. Another girl recalls the vow she made to help Princess Penelope ascend to the highest seat. The current Archaeum Empire has rotted away, and to restore its former glory, Penelope must seize the throne. For that, she must stop at nothing. Talia reassures the princess that she's holding up fine, then asks if Penelope herself is all right, and whether they should gather the stronger ones to continue upward. Penelope admits she had the same thought. Holding the purple crystal tightly, Princess Penelope silently calls to her father, urging him in spirit to press forward. They all just need to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, the young master receives a system notification. His negative trait, cold hands and feet level 3, has been activated. His speed drops, his breathing turns heavy, and every step slows down. He knew this would hit him eventually. Without wasting a moment, he ignites his magic. The system immediately alerts him that the penalties from cold hands and feet vanish the instant he activates basic magic ignition. He understands now. If he wants to fully control this cursed body, he first needs to burn out the cold buried inside it. He's certain the moment is near. As he scans the frozen forest around him, he admits to himself, this is exactly the kind of twisted trial Noah, the frozen witch, would set up. He knows he's standing on a mountaintop, yet the sheer density of ice here is unnatural. He kneels, pressing his palm to the ground. Outwardly, the place looks like any other island, but he knows better. Every creature and monster appearing here exists because of her sorcery. He can't even begin to imagine how much mana it must take her to sustain this domain. But for now, he forces himself not to dwell on that. Out of nowhere, a massive horde of ice trolls charges into view. He recognizes them instantly. Monsters infamous for their enormous HP and relentless regeneration. He also knows these things are notorious for slaughtering rookies, but to him, that means absolutely nothing. Drawing his sword, he leaps into the attack. He keeps in mind that while Noah is obsessed with gifted students, even she wouldn't trap unadmitted candidates in a death match this brutal. Not to mention, ice trolls aren't exactly weak fodder. They're categorized at least as lower intermediate class. If this were a real-world scenario, this setup would guarantee a massacre, which leaves him wondering what exactly she's aiming for. As the circle of trolls closes in, the girl from earlier is still shadowing him, quietly watching from nearby. He starts noticing a pattern. Every troll attacks in a set order. The first one always swings vertically from the center. The second follows with a horizontal slash, wide-reaching but noticeably slower. The third prefers stabbing thrusts, weaker in raw strength. He realizes this one he could likely deflect with ease. Having mapped their patterns, he methodically cuts them down one by one. At last, he uncovers the gray crystal, and it clicks. This is why he hadn't even bothered with the other crystals until now. This gray crystal is a hidden piece Noah herself planted here. He knows it can be traded for the scroll he desperately needs. He triggers his hour of the genius and swears that once this arc closes, he'll devote himself to leveling that skill further. Meanwhile, Alina and her two teammates are admiring their diamond haul. They believe that with this much, they rank among the very best. One of the girls even says she can't wait to see the results. They're certain their performance has been stellar, but Alina knows the truth. They're not truly the top. She tells them that while the result is solid enough, she can't shake off annoying unease. A memory stirs. Her father once confronted her, asking why she would pick a fight with the young heir of the Reinhafer family. He reminded her of their family's goal, to rise above, to become untouchable. He scolded her, saying she should have drawn him in, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Deep down, she knows he has never regarded her as his daughter. Alina now questions why Nox vanished to face the trial alone, when there was nothing to gain from solitude. Another thought nags her. Does he perhaps know some hidden truth behind this exam? Turning to the others, she announces a proposal to all who are listening. If they wish to climb higher with her, her house will reward them far more generously. One girl from her team asks if Alina disliked the crystal. Another hesitates, warning that climbing higher could be dangerous and might leave them injured. Alina replies firmly, greater risk always brings greater reward. Several members nod, siding with her. Yet inwardly, she feels a sting of sadness. It all boils down to money. She admits to herself she has no idea what Nox is plotting, but checking won't hurt. With that, Alina and her group resolve to ascend further. On the other side, the young master, already climbing high, reflects on why he took such a gamble. The answer is clear, because the payoff is massive. He knows enhancing Hour of the Genius is almost impossible, unless he unlocks the hidden stat, agility. Even if it attracts attention, he has no choice. Suddenly, a sword comes flying at him. He reacts on instinct, dodging it cleanly. When he turns, he sees Paracelsus. Paracelsus greets him, saying he never expected their paths to cross again here. He even calls him the young lord of Reinhafer and admits he's pleased. The swordsman stiffens. This shouldn't be happening. Quickly, he scans his system's data. Paracelsus is flagged as one of the 3 sword emperors, among the strongest figures in Interlunatic. He wonders why a powerhouse like this would appear now, especially when, in the original arc, Paracelsus was supposed to duel the protagonist and be inspired by his kindness after saving Alina. Nox realizes the script has already gone off track. Out of nowhere, Paracelsus hurls a knife. He blocks it with his blade. Paracelsus tells him he's interested in the item Nox is carrying, and that he wants him to hand it over. The young master flips his acting genius switch, spits out an insult, calling him a filthy vermin, and charges forward. He thinks grimly, if the original protagonist isn't here, then he must carry the burden himself. Nox demands whether Paracelsus plans to take responsibility for throwing the storyline off course. Paracelsus replies he has no idea what Nox means, but admits something has reeked of suspicion from their very first meeting. Back then, Nox already wielded the sword with flawless mastery. The young swordsman frowns, trying to gauge what Paracelsus is hinting at. Paracelsus then remarks that Nox looks troubled, and suggests he just hand over the sword so they can part ways. He even mentions the black crystal, claiming it's the key to the top score. Nox wonders aloud if refusal is even an option. Paracelsus says that if Nox won't comply, then he'll take it by force. Nox snaps back, calling it detestable, and accuses him of scheming from the start. He declares that if that's how it is, then he's ready to fight now that the truth is exposed. Nox knows Paracelsus may be on the road to becoming one of the greatest, but his potential is still unripe. And though he could overpower him with Hour of the Genius, he also knows he can't risk burning that skill here. He makes his choice. If there's no protagonist, then he must be the one to protect Alina. It's a gamble, but one he's resolved to make. He tells Paracelsus he isn't the only one aware of the secret. Paracelsus smirks, saying that since Nox remembers his name, he doubts the boy expects mercy. Nox calls him out Celsus. He also knows Paracelsus joined the academy in search of answers, about his master's death. Enraged, Paracelsus spits out, calling him a bastard. The swordsman stays calm and asks if now he's willing to talk. Meanwhile, Elinor and her two allies reach the summit where the air cuts sharp and freezing. There they spot Princess Penelope. She greets Elinor, remarking that she knew she'd make it here. Elinor bows, replying she would never dare block the princess's path. But there is something she needs to ask. She wants to confirm whether Nox is still locked in battle. And soon, the clash comes into view before their eyes. The princess admits she sees it, but insists they won't meddle in meaningless combat. Echidna interjects, pointing out that, realistically, it would be nearly impossible to defeat either of those fighters unless they were gravely wounded. And worse, if those two decided to ally under pressure, the threat would multiply. She assures the princess she'll obey her commands. Elinor, however, quietly reflects, it doesn't make sense. The Nox she knew was supposed to be a useless good-for-nothing. She wonders how he could have grown this powerful. Echidna then asks if she's paying close attention to their fight. She adds that she never expected the destroyer of the East to appear among the new students, and recalls that his name is Paracelsus. Elinor begins to wonder if Echidna truly knows who this person clashing with Nox is. Echidna confirms without hesitation that she does. He is the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. Even from a very young age, his name became known for wiping out countless bandit groups scattered across the eastern lands. But now, Elinor finds herself seeing the fifth son of the Rheinhafer family in a completely different light. Echidna admits she never imagined he would be this skilled with a sword. She adds, almost regretfully, that if he weren't such a lust-driven wastrel, he could have risen as an outstanding knight. Talia interrupts the exchange, claiming she doesn't believe Nox is really all that lustful. Echidna arches a brow, clearly skeptical, and demands to know how she could possibly say that with any certainty. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolf himself, irritated to the core by Nox, spits curses at him and calls him a bastard. He has already noticed that Nox is wavering, which is only natural under the circumstances. He knows all too well that Celsus was Nox's only teacher. And worse, that very man is already dead, and his death rests on Nox's shoulders. Back in Mill's academy, the whispers of that truth had long circulated. At this point, the Grey Wolf decides he has no reason to stay polite any longer. He lunges forward at the swordsman, unleashing his full power. Nox instantly triggers his acting genius, mocking him right back. He sneers, asking what's wrong with him now, and reminds him that it's not as if he was the one who killed his teacher. After trading several more violent blows, Nox begins to realize that Paracelsus's attacks are starting to grow simpler, almost predictable. For all his genius, he's still just young and inexperienced. The young master then seizes an opening and hurls him off Bialent's mid-battle. But Paracelsus recovers quickly and comes charging back in. He shouts that they'll see if Nox can still talk nonsense after this next strike. The swordsman smirks and taunts again, declaring he'll just keep repeating it. The Grey Wolf notices that Nox's blade work is only getting sharper, and he realizes he can't afford to let this drag on much longer. At the same time, Nox senses something dangerous in the air. He knows that the moment Paracelsus unveils his teacher's ultimate sword technique, Living Sword, his own defeat will be unavoidable. There is a reason it was known as the Sword Emperor's defining move. The Grey Wolf sneers and accuses Nox of letting himself get distracted. The young lord answers coldly that someone like him, who only knows how to steal from others, is nothing but a lowly commoner. Just then, the system flashes a message. Paracelsus's trait, scorn for nobles, has been activated. The Grey Wolf growls that the very people who created this twisted world are the nobles themselves. Nox counters that his resentment is meaningless. He simply needed somewhere to direct his hatred, and wasting his life on that is utterly pointless. Their duel continues to rage on. The swordsman questions him, asking if he's really content with letting things end this way, guessing that Paracelsus avoids talking about his teacher for a reason. Deep inside, Nox thinks he just needs to buy a little more time, because he knows the monster destined to strike at Elinor will appear precisely at 9 p.m. Right on cue, the system chimes an alert. The time is now 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus snarls that he can still force the truth out of Nox, even if it means slicing off a limb or two. The young master warns him in return, asking if he truly believes he can harm a noble and expect to walk away unscathed. The gray wolf scoffs, saying he'll think about that later, but for now points out that they've drawn quite a large audience. Nox replies coolly that he doesn't care, since this next clash will be the final one. Paracelsus remarks that he's awfully confident, and so, deciding to put that confidence to the test, Paracelsus hurls himself forward with everything he has. Both combatants rush headlong at each other. This time, Nox also unleashes every bit of his strength. He roars at Paracelsus to get lost. He doesn't have the time to waste on him right now. Alina sees it clearly. Nox surges forward in an instant, and even though he faces Paracelsus, the strongest of the new students, he does not falter. At the same time, she senses something else. An ominous black shadow darting swiftly toward them, and she immediately realizes there's no way it could be just a Nightwalker. She knows at once she won't be able to dodge this one. Fear sinks its claws into her, and a chilling thought floods her mind. She could very well die here just like this. In terror, she screams that she's scared, but suddenly the young master bursts forward and strikes the black shadow, saving her at the very last second. He calls the whole sight nothing but pathetic, and with a decisive blow, Nox destroys the dark shadow. Alina steps toward him, demanding to know why he saved her. He tells her flatly that he simply cannot believe they couldn't even handle a single monster despite fighting as a group. In truth, that reaction comes naturally, because a Nightwalker is considered an upper intermediate ranked monster. What troubles him more is that such a creature was never supposed to exist inside Noah's labyrinth at all. That's because the real monster of this place had always been the protagonist himself. He's also the one who killed Paracelsus's teacher. And the reason Alina was ever dragged into this is because she was originally meant to die by his hand. However, her cold personality had softened after the protagonist saved her. But now that detail means absolutely nothing, because the protagonist simply doesn't exist in this world anymore. The princess steps forward and comments on his harsh words. She adds that, while he did save Alina, what just unfolded was anything but normal. The young man acknowledges her presence, remarks that she must be the princess, and bows his head respectfully. She explains that the ones truly responsible for this mess are the instructors Eldane and Noah. After all, a Nightwalker is not the kind of monster student should ever have been forced to fight. He responds that enemies don't choose their opponents, and strangely enough, a princess should be the one to understand that better than anyone. Suddenly, Echidna steps forward, warning him not to dare insult the princess. She snaps at him, demanding if he doesn't agree that their situation was obviously abnormal, and that must be why he intervened. He takes a moment to observe her. Dirty pink hair, vertical pupils. There's no mistake she's Echidna, the princess's closest aide and the next head of the Janos family. They call her the Snake of Greed. Nox knows she has always been at odds with the Reinhafer family. After all, expecting a dark lineage and a holy one to get along was never realistic. He muses silently. Within the twisted mechanics of lunatic, such a development could never unfold so easily. Nox replies coldly that he has nothing to say to a dog serving a holy family. Echidna fires back instantly, asking if he dares to insult the Janos family outright. He shrugs indifferently and responds, "So what if he does?" Just then Burnon arrives, shouting that all this infighting needs to stop. He calls every last one of them bastards. The young master asks bluntly if the test is finally over. Burnon confirms that all testing has indeed been brought to a halt. Nox reveals the black crystal he holds. Vernon's eyes widen in surprise, and he admits he never imagined anyone would actually claim possession of a black jewel. He notes with some awe that the swordsman is far more formidable than he had expected, full of surprises indeed. Burnon then proceeds to announce the official results. The top student of the admission test is Nox, for securing the black jewel. Those who obtained purple jewels will share second place. He glances at the crowd and asks if anyone has any objections. Princess Penelope steps forward, questioning whether the Nightwalker attack will be taken into account. She insists that a monster like that has no place here and demands a proper explanation for its presence. Burnon responds that a full investigation will be carried out. He admits openly that it isn't an adequate explanation, especially when students' lives were put in real danger. He adds that separate compensation will be given to Cadet Alina. He also informs Knox that he will receive a special reward for rescuing a fellow cadet. Knox turns his back on him and curtly replies that he doesn't need it, because he knows accepting it would only entangle him deeper with Alina. No matter how chaotic everything has become, and regardless of the fact that the protagonist no longer exists in this world, taking the reward would mean admitting he acted on purpose. He wants to avoid any more needless misunderstandings, and so without hesitation, he walks away. Alina calls out his name, asking why he saved her. He had already suspected things, wrapped up a little too conveniently. The system flashes him a warning. His acting genius is beginning to waver. He answers her plainly, claiming he was simply cutting down a monster, and she just happened to be in the way. He doesn't like the way she seems oddly impressed by him. He knows that, true to her nickname Fox of Wealth, she is cold and calculating. She believes that everything in the world, even loyalty itself, can be bought with the right price. After returning, she confides in her friend, still trying to make sense of it. She wonders aloud why he saved her, especially when he even rejected the instructor's reward. She replays his words in her mind, and she knows they were nothing but a flimsy lie. Her friend tells her he doubts Knox meant anything significant by it. He reminds her that she herself had once said Knox was nothing but a worthless good-for-nothing. But Alina pushes back, insisting she doesn't believe that anymore. She refuses to think it was a lie. There must have been another reason. She tells her friend she intends to look deeper into it herself. Her loyal servant agrees and offers to assist by investigating the matter personally. Yet she turns down his offer, firmly stating that she will take care of it on her own. She explains that if the Reinhafer family learns they are being investigated, they won't let the matter slide so easily. Her loyal servant nods, acknowledging her reasoning. Meanwhile, Knox sits alone inside his chamber, his maid quietly attending to him. Concern etched on her face, she asks if her master is truly well, noting how pale he looks. She wonders aloud if he is once again suffering from cold hands and feet. He calmly tells her that he was cured of that ailment long ago, assuring her there's no need to be worried. Still, he appreciates her concern. He knows someone will eventually have to take on the mantle of the missing protagonist, and doing so is the only way to reclaim his memories and uncover who sent him that mysterious message. He decides he cannot allow any further unpredictable variables to disrupt him. But he also remembers, the person he now inhabits, Knox, is a villain. He closes his eyes, lost in thought. Then all at once, he rises to his feet and shouts that there is, in fact, a way forward. His maid is left frozen in shock, unable to understand what her master means. But he knows clearly that if he is to embody both a villain and a protagonist in this twisted reality, then somewhere ahead, a battlefield is waiting. Upon that battlefield, countless monsters lie defeated. Standing among the fallen corpses is a young woman named Luna, a sword tightly gripped in her hand. A soldier approaches her and delivers his report. He respectfully addresses her as Miss Luna and informs her that the demonic humans have begun to move. He adds with certainty, their awakening has already begun. Luna replies that a storm of blood is once again about to sweep across the continent. She instructs Dev to make preparations, declaring that they must see their mission through. And Dev already knows what that mission entails. As she slips on her jacket, a badge shines against the fabric, a moon and star emblem. While walking away, she reflects inwardly that everything they do is for one ultimate purpose, the destruction of the Archaean Empire. Elsewhere in his cluttered room, Chen sits in front of his computer, immersed in a game. He muses that there's one belief shared by almost every seasoned gamer. It's that the line separating a protagonist from the final villain is incredibly thin. He, too, agrees with that notion. After all, both roles often face nearly identical circumstances. That is, except for the presence of the boss monster. The boss is always the embodiment of absolute evil. Yet in most recent games, The villains portrayed are characters shaped by trauma or forced to endure brutal, disadvantageous conditions. And more often than not, the same is true for the heroes. In short, even villains have reasons behind what they've become. He also recognizes that audiences have long been captivated by such characters. But of course, that doesn't mean heroes and villains are entirely interchangeable. A villain remains a villain. They cannot ever truly be the protagonist. And while that is only true in the world of games, in a reality barreling toward destruction with no hero in sight, the only way for a villain to survive is to take on both roles, villain and protagonist alike. He doesn't like gambling with his own life, but given the circumstances, he has no choice. He steels himself to follow through regardless. He recalls the greatest villain faction in the interlunatic game, a coalition of those bent on overthrowing the imperial family. With resolve hardening inside him, he decides that he will go to Lunatic. Back at the academy, all of the professors gather for a meeting with Noah. Burnin raises his concern, asking if this path isn't too dangerous, and presses Noah for answers. Another professor remarks that Burnin himself was the one who oversaw the test. That professor then questions Burnin directly, suggesting he may have blundered again. Burnin explodes in anger, calling him a bastard, and defends himself, insisting he did nothing wrong. Noah breaks into laughter, asking them what exactly they think they're doing at this moment. Burnin chuckles awkwardly in return, brushing it off as nothing. He suggests they simply continue from where they left off. It's obvious Burnin is unsettled by her presence. She wonders if she hasn't already made herself clear. Then she reminds them all that she had already explained the situation earlier, asking if the two of them weren't paying attention. An elderly professor speaks up, clarifying that the dean is referring to the enemy who appeared during the entrance exam and endangered the academy. Noah confirms his explanation. She then elaborates that the true aim of this individual is likely not only the downfall of Eldin Academy, but also the collapse of the empire itself. She stresses that a leaner was only the beginning. Turning to her team, she asks if they know why a woman like Alina, dubbed the star of the finance world, was chosen as a target. One professor replies that it's because her rival in trade, run by a competing family, controls 70% of all goods distributed across the Archaeum Empire. Burnin adds that if the enemy is deliberately striking at the rival in commerce, then their next target has likely already been decided. Noah agrees, explaining that what happened wasn't just a random attack. It was both a declaration of challenge and a pointed warning aimed directly at the academy. She advises them to prepare thoroughly for the trials ahead. The professors all voice their agreement. Suddenly, a new thought strikes Noah. She tells them there is one more individual who may pose a considerable threat. A young professor leans in eagerly, his curiosity obvious, waiting to hear which student she means. He even expresses astonishment that she would acknowledge anyone as gifted, noting this hasn't happened since the incident involving the princess. She answers plainly, it is Nox. The young professor's face twists with jealousy as he blurts out if she's talking about that infamous, womanizing, useless disgrace from the Reinhafer family. She confirms it. Then, she quietly wonders to herself if he might even surpass her in strength. Enraged, the young professor abruptly stands and storms out of the meeting. Another professor asks in disbelief if they heard her correctly. The rest look equally baffled. How could someone with such a worthless reputation wield such overwhelming power? Meanwhile, Nock makes his way into a bar. The bartender glances at him, questioning what business he has there, and even asks if the young man is lost. The swordsman immediately recognizes him. This must be Karen, the innkeeper to the outside world, though his real identity is something far more hidden. Nox approaches and recites the phrase, "Moonlight on Talon Feather," before raising a toast in honor of the Empire. Karen allows him to proceed inside, though he admits he doesn't understand why anyone would hand such a man the secret code. The young master then asks if he intends to give his real name. The man replies that he is called Karen, and that is what everyone knows him by. With a nod, the swordsman departs. He recalls the requirement to enter Lunatic's headquarters, Take a bottle from the shelf and recite the code 386. When he does so, the system promptly informs him that he has triggered high-level magic. It warns that his mana will temporarily flow in reverse. It also states that his mana sensitivity, his extraordinary trait, will be deactivated. The system then declares that the player is being transported to the designated location. As he regains consciousness, he realizes his stats remain too low and dizziness overtakes him. Out of nowhere, a girl presses a blade against his throat, demanding to know who he is. He recognizes her instantly. It is Luna, the leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the three, whose face has never been revealed. He boldly tells her that he has come seeking her. She finds it strange that not only does he know the location of their hidden base, but he also knows her true identity. She warns him sternly, saying she'll ask once more. Who is he? He introduces himself as Nox von Reinhafer and declares that he wishes to join Lunatic. Later that night, beneath the gray sky, the gray wolf Paracelsus sits silently in his chamber, his mind dwelling on the young master. He wonders if the boy already had knowledge regarding the death of old man Celsus, for he had known from the very beginning that his teacher was no longer among the living. Suspicion gnaws at Paracelsus. He cannot believe that the death of one of the three sword emperors was mere coincidence or at the hand of some random foe. He finds it impossible to think that the Reinhafer family would weave such a fabricated tale. The disgrace of that house disgusts him. Even so, he recalls, if only briefly, how Nox had utterly surpassed him in speed. And in all his life, he had only ever seen movements like that once before, from the old man himself. The thought unsettles him deeply. He begins to question every piece of information he's heard about the boy. He comes to realize that all of it, the rumors of Nox's nature, his conduct, must have been fabricated. What torments his nights is one haunting question. Why would the Reinhafer family go so far as to conceal someone with such exceptional talent? He cannot grasp the reason. Still, he reminds himself it is not truly his concern. He resolves to crush anything that dares to obstruct his path, and even more mercilessly if that obstacle bears noble blood. Drained, he shuts his eyes, attempting to rest. Childhood memories resurface in his dreams. He recalls the day his mentor told him that the Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Archaeum, had lost her sanity and sought to rule through sheer tyranny, shattering the imperial family's authority. He remembers her daughter Penelope rising as a benevolent princess, building her own forces in opposition to the first prince's power. His teacher had advised him that survival would demand taking a side. He had also urged him to enroll in Eldin Academy and use that time to decide which faction he would eventually support. That counsel had been delivered as his final assignment. The gray wolf recalls every word in his dream. He remembers his mentor's assurance that everything he possessed had been passed on to him. But then, someone appeared from behind and struck his teacher with a blade as he lay dying. The old man apologized for departing this world before fulfilling his mission. Paracelsus jolts awake from the memory. A crimson mark catches his eye. It sits etched across the back of his hand. He mutters to his teacher, saying that if he truly is dead, then he should vanish from his life once and for all. He cannot comprehend why someone who has already passed keeps returning to torment his dreams. Meanwhile, Luna keeps her blade pressed firmly against the young master's neck. He opens his system interface, scanning her stats, traits, and skills set one by one. What he sees shocks him. She's a monster, the kind who can stand shoulder to shoulder with knights who have already reached their peak by the age of 20. Now he understands. Luna's swordsmanship isn't something just anyone can achieve. More importantly, unlike the black sword arts that he can only access by becoming patriarch, Luna's techniques could be his if he manages to win her trust. But of course, that would only be possible if he joined Lunatic and proved his worth. Luna narrows her eyes and asks why a son of the Reinhafer family would want to affiliate with a criminal organization. At that moment, the system notifies him. Bleeding level 1 detected, caused by her blade pressing into his neck. He calmly replies that his reason is simple. He intends to bring down the Archaeum Empire. He adds that she likely already knows this, and the first step in that mission is dismantling Eldane Academy, still under the Empire's grip. Only then can the fall of the Empire truly begin. He offers himself to her as a spy. Luna studies him closely and asks if he really believes he can pull off something like that. The young swordsman doesn't flinch. He assures her that he does. At last, she lowers her sword and calls him a bold one. Then she demands his name. He introduces himself as Knox von Reinhafer. Without hesitation, she orders her servant Duff to prepare the lunar trial. Duff obeys immediately. He hands Knox a robe and tells him to follow. As Knox walks behind him, he thinks to himself that everything is unfolding exactly as he had planned. When they arrive at the forest altar, Duff stops and explains that once Knox steps onto it, he must slay every enemy that appears, and under no circumstances can he let the robe fall. Only then does Knox realize the reason behind this condition. Duff elaborates that it's the sole way to avoid being exposed to the berserk effect. The young master acknowledges this. He also knows that anyone exposed to the Crimson Moon usually succumbs to madness, or more accurately, complete berserk frenzy. The second step, Duff explains, is to survive the wave of monsters that will appear. Originally, the game offered no information on clearing this trial. After all, in a protagonist-ruled world, no one would willingly seek entry into a villainous organization. He realizes now that no one ever learned how to endure this ordeal, but he believes he can manage it. Luna tells him plainly that once the trial begins, there are only two outcomes. He will either pass and be accepted into lunatic, or die and rot where he stands. Knox merely smiles, saying they'll see which way it goes. Duff slices his palm with a small blade, letting drops of blood fall onto the altar's center. Immediately, the ritual activates. Countless monsters materialize before them. Knox instantly realizes the situation far exceeds his current capabilities. Each one is a chimera, at least of intermediate rank, and their numbers are staggering. But he still has an answer. He throws off the robe. Luna's eyes widen in disbelief. Has he gone mad? The system blares a warning. Crimson moonlight has triggered the berserk abnormal status. It cautions Knox that he may lose his mind entirely, with no way back. But there's more. The system also states all his stats have increased by 1.5 times. Duff turns to Luna, exclaiming that Knox tossing aside his robe is as good as throwing his life away. He asks whether they should intervene. Luna shakes her head, explaining Knox isn't the type to heed warnings in the first place, and whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with them. Duff reminds her that Knox hails from the Reinhafer family. He specifically mentions Knox's father, Tiaven Reinhafer, and warns that if Knox tries to harm Lunatic, it will only spell trouble. Luna assures him that won't happen. She'll make sure of it. Then she poses a question. Does Duff really think Tio is some doting father filled with love? Duff admits she's right. For now, he decides to simply observe. Luna knows Knox must have a plan. Duff follows her lead. The monsters rush at the young warrior, yet he slaughters them one after another with unmatched speed. He thinks the world itself has been dyed red, just like the lunar trial is described within Inner Lunatic. He notices several of his stats creeping upward, but not just that. His height, build, and even his shoulders have grown. He's taller, broader, reaching a level his peers couldn't dream of matching. And then there's the berserk abnormality, one of the deadliest traits hidden within Inner Lunatic, triggered only under a crimson moon. But this was his intention all along. Because of the talent he holds, the system informs him his 2 genius traits have neutralized the Crimson Moon's status abnormality. Now he bears the titles of Swordsmanship Genius, Combat Genius, and Mana Sensitivity Genius. The system warns him the abnormality is neutralized, but only temporarily. To him, it's simple. By this world's standards, his talent is absurdly unfair. He's the one who reaps all the benefits. Already, he has slain countless monsters. He now uses black execution, cutting them down with even greater efficiency. Both Luna and Duff can't hide their envy as they watch him wield such high-level skills. Then the system chimes again. Thanks to the artifact, the Black Flame Ring, his lifespan has been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. He smirks at Luna, remarking that if she has a problem with that, she should go get terminally ill too. His speed soars, Now with each swing, he fells multiple monsters at once. Soon, a mountain of corpses lies beneath his feet. He strides toward Luna and asks if the trial is over. A short while earlier, while Nox had been busy butchering monsters, Luna had told Duff that they would likely need to recognize him as a member of Lunatic. Duff replied that only a handful on the continent could possibly wield such talent. Luna then addresses Nox directly, telling him he has passed and may now return. But Nox doesn't stop. He continues killing without pause. She wonders aloud if madness has consumed him. Duff even suggests they should strike him down immediately. At last, after bathing the ground in monster blood, the warrior returns to them. Luna meets his gaze and declares the trial finished. She also mutters that Tio has raised a monster. Duff agrees wholeheartedly. Nox feels content with his success, while Luna finds him fascinating. She takes the robe and passes it to Duff. Only noble members of Lunatic are permitted to wear it. The system confirms the equipment has been acquired, stating he has obtained the robe of a Lunatic member. Duff presents the robe to Nox and he slips it on. This is the conquest of Lunatic. He reflects that the passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, will be useful anywhere. It's a pity it only works at night, but even so, boosting attack power by 1.2 times is extremely rare within Inner Lunatic. He quickly checks his system and notices he's also gained 1 extra stat point in willpower. He's achieved the best possible outcome. He locks eyes with Luna for several seconds. She asks if he's expecting something more from her. He answers that, as far as he knows, no newcomer has ever performed this well in the lunar trial. And if that's the case, he believes he should be treated accordingly. She smiles faintly, calling him bold for a newcomer. But inside, she wonders how long he'll be able to keep acting so audaciously. She then orders Duff to bring something forth. He follows her instructions, and soon returns carrying a white mask. She explains that this is an artifact recently obtained by Lunatic. Its name is Moonshadow. Just as the name implies, it is an artifact with the ability to create a duplicate. She adds that it will most likely serve him well as he takes on his role as an undercover agent within the academy. She casts him a glance, wondering if he feels content now. Nox bows politely and assures her that he is indeed satisfied. Deep down, he feels a genuine sense of joy, finally holding Moonshadow in his possession. The system promptly alerts him that the artifact Moonshadow is now available, granting him the power to generate a clone of himself. It then prompts him to enter his name, traits, and basic details. He realizes this was the primary reason he came into contact with Lunatic so early in the storyline. In truth, this artifact enables the creation of a player's replica. And now, he can embody both the hero and the villain, for this very artifact is what makes that duality possible. He expresses his gratitude and respectfully addresses her as Captain Luna. She cautions him to listen carefully. Within Lunatic, there are 5 ranks in total. Apart from the captain and vice captain, members are assigned ranks between 1 and 3. Since this is his initiation, he will begin as rank 3. The young master accepts this without protest. She then orders him to stay on standby until his first mission is assigned. Before dismissing him, she adds that she hopes he won't let her down. Once he leaves, she turns to Duff and remarks that this boy is quite fascinating. She asks him if he feels the same. Duff nods, admitting he has no idea how the kid managed to survive the madness of the Crimson Moon. She responds that she understands his doubt, since those who aren't true prodigies can't last even 5 minutes. And even if he is a prodigy, the fact that he fought without the robe means he has the courage to gamble with his life. Duff agrees with her judgment. She instructs him to simply observe the boy for now. She wants to see if he'll provide entertainment and, more importantly, prove useful to their group. Using the same portal, Nox returns to his world, reappearing in the very bar where he first entered. Karen notices him and comments that it seems he has handled his affairs. Nox confirms that he has. He reflects that others would probably wonder why he would do something so reckless, questioning if he truly dared to risk his life at the altar. And that is exactly what he did. The only flawless method to resist the berserk trait is by possessing 2 pacifist genius traits. To put it plainly, He is the sole person capable of wielding the Crimson Moon's full power. Karen guesses that he managed to obtain what he was after. The young swordsman asks Karen if there is any business between them. Karen replies that it just feels unfair, suggesting they should introduce themselves. He clarifies further that an introduction means exchanging names. The boy gives his name as Knox von Reinhafer and asks if that concludes their exchange. The bartender nods and tells him they will meet again. He adds that it will be challenging to keep up with the academy's schedule. In Knox's case, however, he predicts it will be even harder to conceal his power, advising him not to attract too much attention. As Knox leaves the bar, he thinks that his plan appears to be unfolding smoothly, but waiting for him outside is Lavilia, visibly angry. She demands to know how he could sneak out on the very first day of school without taking his maid with him. He silently notes that this shouldn't have been possible, since he made sure she was asleep before he left. She presses him, asking if her young master is even listening. She reminds him again, as she often does, that he must avoid reckless actions. Despite the many negative rumors already swirling within the family, there is still a path for him to restore his reputation. He smiles and asks her how her day went. He also points out that, from what he knows, maids and servants also have to attend lessons. She answers that nothing significant happened, but from her tone, he can clearly tell that something indeed did. He wonders if there's truly no way around this. After all, those classes are filled mostly with low-ranking nobles, and since Lavilia is now a commoner, she is an easy target for their cruelty. He hands her a pouch and ties it to her. He tells her that if she ever encounters trouble during lessons, she should open it. Curious, she asks what's inside. He instructs her to only open it if she's in trouble. He explains that it's an item designed to resolve any situation in the most reasonable way. She asks if she can open it right now. He denies the request. She obeys her master's command and assures him that if the need arises, she will open it. He appreciates her compliance and stresses that she must not hesitate. If danger comes, she must use it. She agrees. The system notifies him that he has officially enrolled in Eldane Academy, marking the completion of the first main story. It also alerts him that a new message has arrived in his inbox, asking if he wants to view it. He commands the system to open it. The mail appears, and he begins reading. The message feels unusual. No names are mentioned. It starts with a simple greeting. Hello, long time no see. If you are reading this letter, it means you have successfully been admitted into Eldane Academy. I always knew you would get in without trouble. The writer adds that he is sincerely happy for him. The young master senses something off. The tone carries a familiarity, as if the sender can see straight through him, leaving no doubt that this person knows him well. The writer continues, warning that the real trials are just beginning. He acknowledges that Knox has endured hardship already, but what lies ahead will be harsher and far more painful. He stresses that no one else can shoulder this burden, only Knox, because only Knox possesses the ability to witness the story's end. The sender admits it may sound irresponsible, but promises to support Knox as much as possible. He adds that, even if it isn't much, he hopes Knox will accept the item attached to the mail. Knox mutters that, once again, the message itself isn't particularly helpful. He knows he needs to gather his thoughts. He also realizes there's a strong chance the sender is an inner lunatic GM. The fact they can tamper freely with the system and send items makes that the most logical conclusion. With that in mind, he decides he must devote himself fully to clearing the main storyline, regaining his lost memories, and ultimately finishing the game. He concludes that fretting over problems beyond his reach serves no purpose. For now, it's time to examine the gift. He accesses the View Character function. A list of names appears before him. He is stunned to see Talia's name included. Alongside it is the complete profile of his father, Tio. In the original Interlunatic, the insight ability required meeting the target in person, but this system is different. He can now view the status of any character he has previously encountered at any time. He remarks privately that this kind of gift could only come from a GM. Checking Tio's stamina, he sees a value of 25.2. He is surprised to find that Tio's stamina has increased by 0.2% in such a short span. At his age, Tia already bears the title of Sword Emperor, yet he continues to grow. As Nox studies the stat increase, a realization strikes him. This world may resemble a game, but it is not the game itself. That understanding only makes everything more complex. Still, he reminds himself to be grateful that the class assignment process went smoothly. His next hurdle at the academy will be team magic techniques. Meanwhile, Lavilia heads into the maid's classroom. Inside, the other maids and servants whisper about her. They point out that she is the girl from the Lavilia family who lost her noble status and became a commoner. One maid scoffs to another, saying she can't believe Lavilia had the nerve to follow her young master all the way to Elding. They question her intentions, suspecting she is simply looking for a way to climb back into a better life. Others gossip about her beauty, sneering that she could easily use it to manipulate people. They derisively call her the maid of the infamous good-for-nothing son. One maid addresses her directly, claiming she's heard that Lavilia's master is extremely lustful, and therefore, Lavilia must be planning to exploit that. She says it as if it's obvious. Since Lavilia's family has no influence, there's no reason to fear any backlash. Everyone bursts into laughter. Lavilia reflects that she has endured countless humiliations. As a fallen noble, she no longer has the right to expect respect or courtesy. Even so, she resolves that she must never let any of this bring trouble to young Master Nox. With that determination, she steps forward, politely asking the group of maids if they can spare a moment of their time. One of them steps up proudly, introducing herself as Giselle of the Flora family, daughter of a count, and currently serving young Master Kane. With a sneer, she asks Lavilia if she really thinks someone of her standing has the time to entertain a mere commoner. Lavilia calmly responds that she overheard Giselle spreading baseless rumors about her young master just now. Giselle admits it outright, completely unashamed, and asks what of it. She insists it isn't her fault that high society is already filled with negative stories about Nox, and if Lavilia came expecting an apology, she'll be disappointed, because Giselle refuses. At that moment, Lavilia realizes her young master had been right all along. In this place, status really does rule everything. So she decides to make use of the pouch Nox entrusted to her. As she opens it, a digital image of her young master materializes. The entire room, maids and servants alike, instantly recoils in fear. Even Lavilia is stunned to see his figure appear before them. The digital Nox introduces himself to the group. He says he doesn't know what exactly happened here, but it doesn't matter. If Lavilia was forced to use the pouch, then one thing is certain. Someone, or perhaps all of them, disrespected her. He threatens them outright, telling the crowd they're all as good as dead. He declares that he'll be sending their heads back to their families. With that terrifying message delivered, the projection of Nox vanishes. Lavilia wonders if this was truly what he meant by an item to resolve situations peacefully. Strangely enough, it works. Giselle collapses to her knees and begs to know Lavilia's name. Now all the other maids and servants tremble before her. Lavilia calmly states her name. Giselle shivers, thinking even the slightest sigh from Lavilia could be lethal. She realizes the Reinhafer family could erase her own family without effort. Bowing low, she pleads for forgiveness and swears never to disrespect her again. The rest of the maids and servants all bow deeply before Lavilia as well. She breathes a sigh of relief. Just as her young master said, the problem really did solve itself. Yet the outcome also leaves her uneasy. This might only spark even more rumors about him. Quietly, she wonders what he was really thinking. Without another word, Lavilia turns and walks away. Later that night, Nox and Lavilia stroll down the street together. She studies him with concern, wanting to know if her master is really all right. The dark circles under his eyes say otherwise. Rubbing his eyes, he insists that he's fine. He knows it's simply the result of pushing himself to finish the class selection. Suddenly, a young servant approaches and greets him. Nox narrows his eyes, suspicious, and asks who this boy is. The boy introduces himself as Rick, servant of Miss Alina. Rick says it's an honor to meet him. Nox silently wonders what this is about. Just then, the system warns him that he is shaken, activating the acting genius skill. A moment later, it notifies him that the shaken state has ended. He immediately senses that a dangerous figure from the early story has now appeared. He knows Rick's true identity, Rick the Deceitful. In the coming arcs, this very man betrays rivals in commerce to stir up chaos. He is also a servant of demons, a worshipper of the abyss. In short, he is the very traitor who will one day stab Alina in the back. Nox also knows that the old saying, "The enemy of your enemy is your friend," means nothing in Inner Lunatic. He sees Rick for what he is, the worst kind of trash. Getting involved would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Rick then presents a small box, saying it's a precious artifact gifted by his mistress. He insists that it's extremely valuable. Nox coldly tells him to get lost. Though admittedly curious about the artifact, he knows this is nothing more than a poisoned apple, and he must not accept it. Rick looks stunned by the rejection, left standing there, baffled by Nox's words. The young swordsman grips the hilt of his sword and demands if Rick really needs him to repeat himself. With that, Nox turns his back and walks away. Lavilia quickly follows behind him. Still worried, she points out that his body is frail and asks what he would do if he suddenly collapsed from walking too fast. Nox glances at her and asks if she really thinks he's that pathetic. She reminds him that not long ago, he had chills, a fever and cold hands and feet all at once. Frustrated, she raises her voice, saying she never thought it possible for anyone to be this weak. He doesn't deny it, but reassures her that he's fine now, and that he's not about to keel over without warning. She nods, reluctantly agreeing. Even so, she can't shake her worry. She adds that he always seems to be at the center of every incident. Nox jokes that in that sense, he must be popular, but more than just being her master, he is also the one who once saved her life. And with her single-minded trait, it's natural that she feels anxious whenever separated from him. Still, she asks why he treated that boy the way he did. Nox pauses, then asks if she's talking about Rick. She nods, asking if he was acting more emotional than usual. He tells her to listen closely. No matter what happens, having Rick anywhere near her is never a good thing. She wonders if it has something to do with his past dealings with Miss Alina. But even if she doesn't understand, she trusts that Nox wouldn't act like that without good reason. She agrees and promises to keep her distance from Rick, just as he instructed. Nox quietly thinks about what may come next. They'll need to keep their distance from Alina too, otherwise they'll attract far too much attention. He warns Lavilia that from this point on, they must be very careful. He then enters the lecture hall in an irritable mood. Once again, he wonders why such trials keep piling up on him from the very start. Inside, the professor announces that today, students will be forming the teams they'll work with for the entire year. He adds that they'll also go through team-building exercises. He emphasizes that when building a party, the most important thing is mutual understanding. That statement irritates Nox. He realizes he had been too naive. He hadn't considered that being friendless would become a real problem, even in what is essentially a game. The professor instructs the cadets to form groups of 4 with people they get along with. They are given 30 minutes to do so. Nox immediately thinks it's impossible. As the Academy's public outcast, there's no way he can gather 3 teammates. He raises his hand and asks the professor what happens if someone fails to form a team. The professor bluntly replies that they'll receive an F. Repeating the course isn't an option, so he should take that seriously. Then the professor snaps, shouting that working alone is strictly forbidden. Nox nods and wonders what receiving an F actually means in this academy. He quickly realizes that graduating from Elden is brutally difficult, and if he earns even a single F, he'll be expelled immediately. That's an outcome he cannot allow. Meanwhile, many students crowd around Princess Penelope to offer their support. All across the room, cadets are eagerly forming teams, while Nox sits alone trying to figure out how someone like him, an outcast, could possibly make friends. A boy approaches Alina, offering to team up. He brags that he's actually athletic, even if he doesn't look it. A girl joins in, saying she'll join too, and even treat Alina to a special family meal. But Alina ignores them both. Without a word, she walks straight toward Nox. She comments that it seems he didn't like her gift. She then asks if he would give her the chance to repay the debt she owes him. He looks straight at her, confused, and asks what she even means by that. Without hesitation, She offers to team up with him. To him, the suggestion sounds more than a little arrogant. Yet deep inside, he already knows the outcome. He's going to end up on the same team as her anyway. As if on cue, Talia also walks over and announces she'll be joining his team. He sighs to himself, thinking that yet another burden has been added to his shoulders. Alina, on the other hand, notices Talia's attachment to him. She even wonders if Talia harbors feelings for him, though it must sting knowing Nox is already her fiancé. Watching him stand there isolated, Alina decides she wants to give him her support. The young master mutters under his breath that this whole situation is driving him insane. Alina comments that she didn't see this coming. The swordsman tilts his head, asking what exactly she means by that. She explains that she finds it surprising that someone like him actually has a friend. He admits to himself that with everything he has done, he really can't deny her words. Yet strangely, anger wells up inside him anyway. Talia presses him again, asking if he'll accept teaming up with her. Nox just responds with a smile. Alina follows up by noting that all they need now is one more teammate. Nox questions the two of them, pointing out how it feels like his opinion doesn't matter at all. Alina calmly explains that he really doesn't have any other option here. He shoots back that her sharp intuition never misses. Nox knows that if he wants to recover his memory, staying at Elden Academy is essential, and he also needs solid results for the coming first episode. In that episode, he must secure a place within the top 10, and that will mark the very first battle against an archdemon. He realizes it will be the moment he plays both the villains and the hero's role at once. Then a boy named Pell approaches Alina, politely saying he would be happy to join their group. Nox is relieved that their final member seems to be an ordinary person, though he immediately checks Pell's profile through his system. The results surprise him. Pell possesses the power of blessing, usable only a single time. Seeing that, Nox feels some relief. Though Pell's stats are mediocre, that isn't what matters. The blessing skill is one of the most broken abilities in all of Inner Lunatic. It can forcibly awaken the latent talents of the protagonist's teammates. Unfortunately, it can't be used on the protagonist himself. Still, what's odd is how a mere academy student could hold such a rare ability, one normally reserved for saints or saintesses raised in monasteries. Nox decides he'll think about that mystery later. Pell smiles and says he looks forward to working with everyone. Alina goes first, introducing herself and encouraging them all to give their best. Then Talia introduces her name as well, expressing how glad she is to be part of the team. The young master wonders aloud if he really needs to introduce himself, and warns that he hopes they won't drag him down and will instead carry their own weight. The old professor claps his hands, announcing that everyone has now formed their teams and urging them to get along well by the following week. He further declares that these teams will remain unchanged for one whole semester, before dismissing the class. Nox mutters that the old man is completely crazy. Talia quickly tells him that he just spoke his thoughts out loud. He calmly answers that he knows, and that he intended for the professor to hear it. She warns him that cursing at a professor isn't wise. He brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter now that the team is already settled. Talia hurries after him, asking what his class schedule looks like. She insists that she isn't asking for any particular reason. He can't believe she actually said that. To him, it's obvious what she's after. She claims she's only curious, but he retorts that she's trying to figure out which subjects are the easiest to score high marks in. He makes it very clear she's mistaken if she thinks he'll just hand over that kind of information. She denies the accusation, but he cuts her off, saying he's not falling for any trick to give her free intel. He firmly concludes that it's not happening. Later, at Elden Academy's 4th District Marketplace, Lavilia tells her master that, as expected from such a prestigious academy, there's an overwhelming list of things they'll need to buy. Grimoires, equipment, textbooks, everything. She remarks that no wonder people say commoners struggle to graduate because of the costs. He simply answers that it doesn't matter to him. In his mind, he's certain if someone has the talent to graduate from this academy, sponsors will flock to them regardless of their birth. unless their talent is truly worthless. For him, the chances of money becoming a problem are slim. The market is loud and chaotic, which Lavilia doesn't enjoy. He warns her that this district is a place where all sorts of people gather, and unpredictable things can happen at any time. He adds a word of comfort, assuring her that they have nothing to fear. As he glances around, his eyes lock on someone unexpected. A shopkeeper shouts at the man, telling him to get lost if he isn't buying anything, and asking why he's blocking paying customers. The young master immediately recognizes him as the heir of one of the top 3 dark families, the young patriarch of the Marvis line. His name is Leon von Marvis. Knox guesses that Leon must be broke now, given that his family collapsed financially. Knox murmurs to himself that even so, Leon is a good person, and he hopes he'll overcome this hardship. Leon politely apologizes to the shopkeeper, explaining that he's simply trying to make a reasonable purchase. The shopkeeper yells back, demanding how it's reasonable when Leon keeps lifting and weighing the same items. He tells Leon to stop spouting nonsense and leave, sneering that Eldane Academy must have dropped its standards if they're admitting beggars. At the word beggar, Leon snaps, furious, and retorts that even if his family is destitute, he will never forgive such an insult. Then he casts a spell at the man. Knox mutters to himself, wondering if Leon has completely lost it. He dashes toward him, thinking that no matter what provoked him, this is something Leon shouldn't be doing. The young master feels his own anger flare, because in the crowded 4th district, Leon is openly using mana to unleash black magic. He tells Lavilia that the boy has gone completely mad, and those dangerous eyes show he's about to create chaos, so he must be stopped immediately. The shopkeeper screams at Leon, calling him insane and asking if he realizes what he's just done. Out of nowhere, 2 skeletons emerge and begin advancing toward the shopkeeper. Knox steps in front of the man and orders him to get out right away, unless he has a death wish. The foolish shopkeeper, instead of running, screams at both of them, calling them brats and demanding to know how they dare to look down on him. He arrogantly asks if they even know who he is. He grabs Knox by the shoulder, demanding to know his name. The young master slowly turns back and, in a heavy tone, replies that he doesn't need the man to tell him who he is. That night, Talia sits in her room, asking her maid Emma if she means that even though she joined Knox's team, he still refuses to share his class schedule. She wonders aloud if this is just him being shy, because he's going through puberty. She presses Emma to confirm if that's what she meant. Emma shakes her head, saying there's no way she could know what's going through his mind, and gently advises her to calm down. Talia insists that she tried to act mature, that she avoided judging people too quickly. She also says she made an effort not to hold Knox back, but even so, his response to her has only been cold. Emma thinks that if this continues, Talia will remain depressed for several days, and she worries what to do next. She regrets ever speaking so highly of Master Knox during their carriage ride. Now that things have come to this, Talia turns to her maid and asks why her fiancé treats her so coldly. Emma answers simply, it's because he's going through puberty. Talia is shocked to hear that. Emma goes on, explaining that boys his age often act that way, grumbling, shutting people out and behaving distant. Looking back, Emma admits that was about the time she herself began to feel more affection toward him. At the time, she never thought it would become such a major issue, and now she wonders if she should have been more careful with her advice. One thing she knows for sure: Miss Talia truly likes Master Knox, and given how things have turned out, she believes that this isn't how Knox really feels about her. Talia immediately asks what she means. Emma explains that since he's already her fiancé, perhaps Knox is acting this way to keep a boundary between his personal life and their academy life. Talia clasps Emma's hand, saying she always knew Emma was knowledgeable about romance. On the way back to her room, Talia even teases that Emma sounds like a dating expert, and that from now on she'll turn to her whenever she has relationship worries. Emma quickly apologizes, admitting she's never dated anyone in her life. Just then, Alina enters the room. Emma introduces herself as the maid of the Stilreiner family, and politely asks Alina why she has come. Alina introduces herself in return, explaining that she's part of Talia's team for the Team Magic Combat class, and she was hoping to speak with her briefly. Emma insists that without an appointment, she should arrange one for another time. Alina calmly replies that she's here to talk about Nox. Those words immediately capture Talia's attention, and she moves closer. Alina notes that this is already the second time they've met today. Meanwhile, the young master stands firm between Leon and the shopkeeper, once again asking the man if he truly needs to be told who he is. The insolent shopkeeper scoffs, noting his white hair and purple eyes. Then realization dawns, and the shopkeeper asks if he might be that one student from the Reinhafer family who entered the academy. The swordsman simply replies that he doesn't like repeating himself. The shopkeeper quickly apologizes, explaining that he failed to recognize him because of the robe he was wearing. Nox tells him to get lost, calling it an act of generosity on his part. He adds that he hopes he won't be forced to repeat himself a third time. The shopkeeper nods and leaves the scene without further protest. Leon mutters that he had been the one talking to the shopkeeper. One of the skeletons shuffles toward Nox. He seizes it by the skull, crushing it into fragments, and in an instant the creature vanishes. Nox remarks that Leon might as well beg the Imperial family to arrest him. Leon admits he understands, since practicing magic before adulthood is illegal, and he confesses that he didn't think things through. He bows low before Nox, apologizing and thanking him for stepping in. The young master advises him that if he understands his position, he should just buy what he needs and leave. And if money is the problem, then he can use his. Nox tosses a pouch of gold coins toward him. Leon stares at the gold, wondering why Nox would help him. He makes it clear that if Nox is trying to put him in his debt, it won't work. The swordsman tells him those few coins mean nothing to him, though he admits he can't deny having his own reasons. Leon accepts the words and dismisses his summoned skeleton. He supposes the money is meant to buy his silence. Then he adds that he can sense the unique power of the Marvis family, the power that commands the undead, radiating from Nox. Leon flips a single gold coin in the air, telling him he's laying the terms bare. He demands to know why Nox holds the power of his family. Meanwhile, Alina and Talia sit across from each other at a coffee table. Talia recalls that Alina mentioned having something important to discuss. Alina studies her expression, finding it not at all what she had imagined, and notices just how graceful Talia appears. She even wonders if Nox might truly care for her, but she quickly dismisses the thought. To someone like him, an engagement is nothing but a chain, and she resolves to be more direct with her words. Alina suddenly declares that Nox is a dangerous man. She explains first that he is the son of one of the top 3 dark families. On top of that, countless negative rumors swirl about his conduct. Talia responds firmly that she doesn't believe Nox is a bad person. Alina wonders whether others would share that view. She calls Talia unusual, questioning why someone so honest would like someone so worthless. She notices the emotions shining in Talia's eye and senses the hostility and anger directed at her. Talia makes it clear that while Nox may have his shortcomings, she does not believe he is the kind of person who would do evil. She adds that though he often comes off as cold and misunderstood, that is only one small side of him. She also mentions that she has heard of the marriage talks between Alina and Nox, but she states that alone is not enough for her to support him, and she knows it well. Noble marriages shift as easily as a hand turning over. Talia insists that this is not the reason she places her trust in Nox. Alina replies that people don't change so easily. Talia admits that may be true, but asks her to remember one thing. Nox saved her life. Without him, she would have certainly died that day, and Alina knows this too. Talia questions why she still insists on doubting him. Alina concedes that she may have said too much, and suggests they end the talk here. She thanks Talia for her time. Talia curtly bids her farewell, her tone cold. Alina leaves the room. Outside the hostel, Alina stands alone, her sadness plain. Rick approaches, noting her sour mood and wondering if the conversation went badly since it's not like her to appear so shaken. She asks him what he thinks is the most vital trait for a merchant. He answers without hesitation, eyes that remained suspicious and cautious of others. She reflects that this was exactly what earned her the titles of Fox of Wealth and Star of the finance world. But she wonders aloud whether that still holds true after all this time. Meanwhile, Nox and Leon face each other. The young master orders everyone nearby to clear out. He warns them that barrier magic is active, and the crowd scatters. Nox knows the situation has grown troublesome. No matter how greedy Leon might be, it would be impossible for him to hide Nox's use of his family's power from others. Leon tells him that if he truly wanted to negotiate, he should have come with something worthy of negotiation. Nox wonders whether he should have tried bargaining, but concludes this matter involves family, something Leon would never trade away. Leon asks why he speaks as if he knows him so well. Nox addresses him by his full name, Leon von Marvis, reminding him that his family was one of the top 3 dark clans, rivaling the Reinhafers, with immense influence. Leon warns that he dislikes the way Nox uses the past tense. Nox replies that Leon must already know his family has fallen from its former glory. He explains that Leon's enemies seized territory, ousted the patriarch, and stripped the family of most of its land. Leon asks if Nox is trying to leverage this knowledge against his thirst for revenge. Nox clarifies he doesn't act out of such motives. His only aim is the revival of his house, recognition as a young patriarch, and the chance for his family to reclaim its place at the top of the continent. He asks if that is not Leon's true desire. Leon replies that it's not a bad goal, and that Nox seems to know him well. Then he asks how Nox came to possess the Marvis family's power. Nox explains he obtained it by chance, and only recently learned of its connection to their bloodline. Leon believes him. Nox then asks if he won't press further. Leon answers that he's satisfied. Nox has already provided everything he wanted. Nox realizes that what Leon truly sought wasn't the how of gaining the power, but how much Nox knew of him, and why he interfered in his affairs. Leon says he's glad to have clarity, and thanks him for the help. He promises to repay him one day, as long as it doesn't involve money. Nox walks away, telling him not to worry since he expects no repayment. The next day, he steps into Noah's office. She reflects on his lifeline, his light, and the resting place he's built. He knows it is the moment to awaken the hour of the genius. The hour of the genius. Among all skills tied to the genius trait within Interlunatic, it is considered the most powerful. At that same moment, Chen is at his desk, sitting in his room, playing the game on his computer. To him, it feels like a form of downloadable content for Interlunatic. This time, his desk and room are tidy. The system informs him that he is the first to clear Interlunatic 10 times, and has unlocked a hidden trait. It also announces that his character has obtained the active skill, Hour of the Genius. Along with this comes a warning, stating that the skill can only be unlocked when the character holds at least 2 genius traits. For him, it had just been a game he casually enjoyed at first, so he never knew what came in the DLC when he purchased it. Had he not made that decision back then, he would have died countless times already. The memory of it still sends chills down his spine. Back in the game, he now stands before Noah, who remarks that his performance this time was extraordinary. She also wonders if his family has secretly been raising a monster all along. He answers that he can't believe she's calling him a monster so bluntly, and asks whether she thinks she's being too harsh. She responds that she hasn't said anything untrue. Lowering her feet to the floor, she asks how else one could explain his calmness while battling an ice troll. She's also puzzled why someone with such skill would be branded a worthless failure, and no matter how she thinks on it, she cannot understand. She speculates whether it might be due to the Sword Emperor Tio having poor judgment in people, but she quickly dismisses that thought. There's no way that could be the case. The young master realizes she is growing suspicious of him, and he accepts that this much was inevitable, since the original Nox truly had been worthless. He promptly activates Acting Genius, because now he is no longer the same. The system notifies him that he has regained his composure, and is no longer unsettled. He tells her that whatever kind of person he may have been in the past, it should not matter to her now. She nods in agreement. She adds that his talent has stirred her interest, and he has become quite fascinating to her, so much so that she confesses she wants to steal him away. He responds to the dean that such words are hardly appropriate, and he will simply pretend he never heard them. He also points out that he knows she had been trailing him after disguising herself through polymorph. She is startled that he caught on, but admits it was true, saying she wants to see how long he can continue to conceal things from her. As he notices the letter she is holding, he begins to realize the meaning behind it. She explains that this is exactly why she summoned him here. It turns out to be a skill-strengthening scroll, a rare artifact capable of significantly boosting the efficiency of one of his abilities, an item of immense value. He admits it is his first time even hearing about such a thing. She invites him to step forward and take it. With delight, he steps ahead and picks up the scroll with his hand. A faint jolt courses through him, and he wonders if it was real or just something he imagined. He dismisses it as nothing more than his own excitement for what is about to unfold. The system then confirms that he has acquired a new artifact and begins to display its details. It outlines the basic information about the scroll and informs him that the skill-strengthening scroll is now ready to be used. The system proceeds to ask if he would like to activate it. He accepts, and the system prompts him to select which skill he wants to enhance. Without hesitation, he chooses Hour of the Genius. The system confirms the artifact has been consumed and announces that the strengthening process is complete. Because he obtained this artifact at such an early stage, additional effects are granted. His skill's power is doubled, and the active time of Hour of the Genius has now been extended to 10 minutes. He knows that Hour of the Genius is already a skill extremely difficult to enhance, and as a broken skill by nature, there are very few ways to improve it. One such way is through this very scroll. He realizes that obtaining this artifact at this early point is the greatest fortune he could hope for. Noah quietly wonders if he received the outcome he was aiming for, and thinks he cannot afford to get entangled with her any further. He answers affirmatively, and if she has nothing else to add, he will take his leave. She permits him to go, noting that he must be exhausted after rescuing a fellow student during the exam. He realizes now that concealing the fact he saved a leaner from the Dark Walker is pointless. He brushes it off, saying it just happened by chance, and asks her to disregard it. He adds that he does not want to draw unnecessary attention from the academy. She agrees, reassuring him not to worry, and advises him to go rest. Before leaving, he expresses his sincere gratitude for her generosity. She understands clearly now that he is someone dangerous. As he departs, he resolves to remain cautious for the time being. Noah reflects that she looks forward to witnessing what kind of monster he will eventually become. The next morning arrives. A young professor begins his lecture in the hall, instructing the students that they must study the properties and traits of each element. Nox thinks to himself that this is basic Empire-level magic, something never covered in much detail in the original storyline, but the real importance here lies not in the lecture itself. He quickly inspects the details of Professor Rass through his system. After scanning through all of Rass's traits and abilities, he understands that this professor will play a pivotal role in the current arc. He also notices that while Rass is not particularly strong, having this knowledge beforehand is useful. Nox even thinks it is remarkable that Rass managed to become a professor of the academy with such abilities. Professor Rass then instructs the students to begin the lesson. Rass observes that Nox is already exuding arrogance, looking down on the other students, and wonders what extraordinary talent this boy must possess. He also recalls that Dean Noah is famously stubborn. Rass tells the class that every human across the continent has elemental mana, not just those enrolled in the academy. Today, he declares, they will determine what element each of them carries and learn how to manifest it. The first name he calls out is Cadet Nox. The professor asks if Nox already knows his element. Nox replies, darkness. The professor follows up, asking about the traits of darkness. Nox explains that unlike the 4 major elements, darkness is corrupted and does not blend easily with others. However, it holds far greater destructive potential compared to the others. He adds that in exchange, it is infamous for being extremely difficult to control, with only a select few individuals or families able to wield it properly. Ras then asks him what the opposing element to darkness is. Nox responds, divinity. The professor presses further, asking if darkness and divinity were to clash, which one would prevail. Nox answers that divinity would win. The professor notes to himself that most people would never speak ill of their own family's element, and concludes Nox must be someone unusual. Ras decides to ask one final question. If Nox were to face someone with divine mana, what would he do? The young swordsman replies that while the opponent remained unaware, he would strike first and kill them, and he would make certain the kill was absolute, leaving no chance for future complications. His answer shocks everyone present. Even Professor Ras mutters under his breath, stunned by what he just heard. Meanwhile, Rick is in his room, injecting a substance directly into his arm. Once the injection is complete, he feels lightheaded and dizzy. He murmurs that with just a little more effort, he will soon be able to become a real demon. Suddenly, a demon materializes in the room, remarking that just as he predicted, Nafer was correct. The demon confirms that Rick truly will become a genuine demon, no longer a mere human. It tells him that once that happens, he will never again require sleep, nor will he age. He will transcend human limits as a full demon. Rick expresses deep gratitude and vows to devote everything he has toward reviving the demon. He bows low before the creature. Then he puts his clothes back on. Back in the classroom, after Nox has finished explaining his reasoning, the professor thinks to himself that such a dangerous mindset should be cut out before it grows into something worse. He admits he did not anticipate such an answer. The young master apologizes if his answer was unacceptable, but clarifies that he simply thought it was the most efficient approach. The system then informs him that acting genius has been triggered at full strength. The professor observes Nox's steady eyes, his firm stance, and his unwavering shoulders. He realizes Nox genuinely means every word, and begins to understand a little why Dean Noah showed such indifference toward him. Ras then commands his assistant to bring the imp immediately. The assistant looks startled by the order, prompting Ras to snap again, repeating that he must prepare the magic adequacy test. Ras thinks to himself that this kind of arrogance must be tempered and broken down. Just as steel requires thousands of strikes to become a sharp blade, so too must this boy be refined. The students crowd around as the assistant wheels in a handcart. To their surprise, inside the cage sits a small demon. Ras explains that these are the lowest class demons sanctioned by the association. They are called IMPs. He elaborates that although they are very aggressive, they pose little danger, and because their vitality is low, cadets can defeat them with relative ease. One student protests that this is only their very first class. Another mutters that this must be the standard of Eldin Academy. The professor instructs them to focus, reminding them that they are the elites who earned admission here, and they must keep that in mind. He declares that their true purpose is not simply to become knights or mages, but to eradicate all demons that walk the world. To achieve this, they must become accustomed to demons, beings they still know far too little about. He orders them to channel their mana into the caged imp and force it into submission. Nox steps forward to face the demon. As he recalls the professor's explanation about subjugating demons, he cannot shake the feeling that something is off. He remembers that in the original story, this lesson should only take place in the second year, yet here it is happening now. The sense of wrongness lingers. The professor instructs him to condense mana into his palm, and then direct it into the target. He tells Nox's test will last 15 minutes. The professor thinks to himself that no matter how exceptional the Rheinhafers might be, there is no way they would expect to face an imp in their very first class. Surely a new cadet would fall prey to the deception of an imp and end up reduced to a drooling mess. Ras is determined to break him in and teach him a harsh lesson. Suddenly, the professor notices the demon clutching its head and dropping to its knees. He shouts out, demanding to know what is happening. Talia turns to Emma and assures her that it will not happen again. But it is not only the demon. Nox has invaded the minds of the students as well. One cadet whispers that something feels strange. Another insists she can taste something like a sweet pie. A girl cries out that her consciousness is slipping away. Still, Talia continues apologizing to Emma. The young master raises his hand and asks the professor if he can switch his imp. He explains that he has not done anything at all, yet the demon is already trembling in fear. Professor Ras shouts out at the top of his lungs. The swordsman smirks and comments that someone sure is making a lot of noise in such a sacred classroom. Ras demands to know how Nox managed to force the imp into submission. Nox calmly replies that, as he already said, he has done nothing yet. Ross acts foolishly and admits that he cannot help but feel like an idiot for not recognizing such extraordinary talent before. The professor calls his gift remarkable and declares that he will grant him a chance. Ras repeats that he will give him the opportunity to become his best student. Nox wonders what exactly he means by best student. He fears that the professor intends to make him his assistant. One student mutters with envy that Nox gets the honor of becoming Professor Ras's best student. However, the young master refuses outright, saying that being labeled the best student is nothing more than being a slave in disguise. Professor Ross erupts in fury, shouting at him for daring to reject his offer. He demands to know what Nox thinks he is saying. Meanwhile, the other students are still not fully recovered. One girl wonders aloud if Nox is the only one able to stand tall without faltering. She admits she wants to know more about him. Just a few hours earlier, while walking through the gallery, Mr. Bernard told Professor Ras that the filthy-looking white-haired bastard was freakishly strong. He even guaranteed that Nox was an absolute lunatic. But Ross brushed it off, insisting he was only a new student and argued it was far too hasty to draw such conclusions just because he had pulled off a few things. He suggested Vernon shouldn't place such high expectations on someone so new. Vernon retorted that his problem was being too close-minded, reminding him that even Dean Noah warned them to keep their eyes on Nox. He thought to himself that Nox was undoubtedly talented, and what more proof did they need when one of the four sages had already recognized him as the most gifted? The professor replied that he would need to see it with his own eyes, and once he did, he would no longer need to care about this matter. Back in the classroom, Professor Ras is stunned to hear that the young master turned down his offer to become his assistant. He demands to know why he would reject such a golden chance. Even the students cry out that he must be insane to refuse the opportunity to assist Professor Ras, the greatest authority on magical education. One student whispers to another that there are endless lines of people begging for the chance to become his top disciple, and Nox just tossed it aside. Another adds that it's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing from the Reinhafer family would do. They say he literally threw away an opportunity served to him on a silver platter. Another shouts that this is exactly why good-for-nothings like him don't deserve a place here. But Nox remains steadfast, refusing to bend no matter what insults are hurled at him. He also thinks to himself that a leaner is already enough of a headache, and now everyone else around him seems intent on making more trouble. A student raises his hand, asking for permission to speak. Once granted, he questions why Professor Ras would give this chance to Reinhafer when there are plenty of other outstanding students, pointing out that Nox's strength lies in swordsmanship, not magic. He insists that Princess Penelope and Echidna are both far more worthy of being considered for the position of top student. The swordsman doesn't like his tone, noting how desperate he seems to cling to powerful families. Still, Nox admits he is a clever bastard, since he knows exactly whom to butter up. He decides to remember him for later. Ras announces that it is the professor's authority alone to decide who the right candidate is, but he admits that if he simply declares it, the others might not be convinced. Rumors could spread that he is biased toward Nox's abilities, so he declares that he will set the record straight. Right now, he will reveal why Nox is the one qualified to become his top student. At the very same time, Nox mutters under his breath that he already told him no, and calls him a crazy bastard. Professor Ross explains that the first reason is because Nox subdued the imp's mana. The young master figures Ras's reasoning must go something like this. Number 1. For reasons unknown, Nox managed to subdue the imp instantly, Even if it was just a low-ranked demon, it was not something easily done. So of course, it is no wonder Ras is captivated by it. Number 2. He possesses monosensitivity at a genius level. And Ross, having studied magic for many years, would instantly be able to recognize who truly has talent for magic and who does not. Professor Ras declares that for these reasons, it is only fair for Nox to become his top student. Nox answers firmly that he has already said no. Ras shouts at him to take time and reconsider. He warns him not to rush his decision. The swordsman tells him to wipe the saliva off his lips before speaking again. He also suggests that Ras choose someone more suitable instead, adding that he should not expect gratitude if he decides to give up on him. Professor Ras feels utterly confused and frustrated. Princess Penelope turns to her friend and remarks that Nox is not at all like the rumors describe. Her friend Echidna apologizes for the misinformation, admitting that her intel-gathering skills are lacking. The princess admits she has grown a little curious about him. She wonders if Nox will one day become a shining light for the imperial family, or instead a dark cloud looming over them. After all of this, Nox finally leaves the classroom, wondering why Ras suddenly started behaving that way. He also notices that Ras was staring at him as though he were some dessert dripping in honey. The thought makes him sick. He mutters that there are no normal people in Interlunatic. He feels relieved that he managed to shake Ras off for the time being, thinking he should be able to live in peace for a while. That night, Nox rests in his room. Lavilia asks if something unpleasant happened at the academy. He exhales sharply and says something horrifying. He explains that Professor Ras follows him everywhere, down the halls, into the classroom. In class, Ras sits right behind him, whispering in his ear to become his top student. Even in the cafeteria, he does the exact same thing. Worst of all, even in the latrine, Ras climbs onto the stall door and asks again if he will accept being his top student. And when he comes out of the toilet, Ras is there again, asking if he has finished thinking it over. Nox finally snaps, calling him a crazy bastard to his face and telling him to stop. But Professor Ras just laughs it off, unbothered by the insult. He even says he enjoys how rough Nox is with his words, claiming he loves it. The young master vents to his maid that this lunatic Professor Ras will not stop pestering him to become his top student. Lavilia comments that there is a certain word in there that probably shouldn't be said in the same breath as a professor's name. She then asks if by Professor Ras he means the man widely known as the best in magic theory. He nods in confirmation. She says that is odd, because according to what she has heard, he was supposed to be a respectable professor, and she cannot understand why he would behave like this. Nox admits that Ross is decent in some ways, but he also recalls his darker traits, that he can be obsessive, paranoid, traumatized, weak-minded, and cold-hearted. He tells her that these are exactly the traits that make him dangerous. Later that night, guards shout for someone to halt, ordering not to let him through. One guard commands everyone to stop him, saying the Patriarch has given strict orders. Another guard tells his comrades that they were specifically told not to let Master Garin enter the chamber. But Master Garin, holding a blood-soaked sword, keeps walking straight toward them. Garin tells them that this treatment is cruel, that no father should treat his son this way. After cutting down all the guards outside the office, Master Garin enters Tio's office, where Tio and Rodwell are already waiting. Rodwell realizes he cannot even move, and he wonders how Garin has grown so much stronger in such a short span. Tio says he never imagined Garin would dare to return to the Reinhafer family. Garin retorts by asking what reason he would need to return to his own home. Tio then asks his son if he truly considers this place his home. Garin tells his father that he has already said it is time to give up, that there is not much time left. Tio coldly answers that it is none of his concern. Garin warns his father that the demon is lurking close by, and once he weakens, it will rise up and devour everything in sight. Tio asks if he actually wishes for such a thing to happen. Garin declares that his purpose here is simple. He demands to know where his father has hidden the sword. The weapon he seeks is none other than the first Patriarch's sword. Garin repeats his question about the Patriarch's blade. He demands to know where Tio has hidden the Stormbringer of Jean von Reinhafer. Tio explodes in rage at him for daring to speak the name of Jean von Reinhafer, the first patriarch, and thinks his son must be completely out of his mind. But Garin counters, asking if that really matters now, insisting that the only thing that does is becoming stronger and building a force that is truly powerful. He explains this is the true priority of a noble. His father roars back that he understands nothing about what truly matters. Garin shoots back, asking if his father really understands so well, then why did he let that woman die? Rodwell clenches his fists in fury, thinking to himself that the mention of such a woman should never be made in front of the patriarch. Tio freezes, wondering if his son actually dared to call her that woman. He tells him coldly that he has just insulted his own mother with those words. Garin declares that his mother is Priscilla von Orel, and she is the only mother he will ever acknowledge. He points toward the portrait of a woman, and coldly declares that she is nothing more than his father's mistake, merely a guest within the Reinhafer family. Tio orders his son to leave immediately, warning him sternly. He adds that he does not wish to be forced into the position of severing his own son's head. Garin fixes his father with a sharp glare and tells him that he will regret this decision. Sooner or later, he says, his father will realize that this family has been preparing everything for his sake. With those bitter words, Garin storms out of the office. Rodwell, visibly worried, looks at his master and asks if he is all right. Tio quietly admits that he lost control and showed a disgraceful side of himself. Rodwell quickly begs him not to think that way, reminding him that he is a man who swore eternal loyalty to the Reinhafer house. But he concedes that if word spreads about Master Garin colluding with a demon, the danger will escalate. He suggests to Tio that perhaps it would be wise to appoint a new successor soon. Tio reflects silently on his vassal's advice. Rodwell then informs him that, coincidentally, a letter has arrived bearing good news. It states that Master Knox has been named the top student of this year's Eldane entrance exam. Tio is visibly surprised, and his thoughts jump to the fact that the new dean of Eldane Academy is none other than Noah. Rodwell continues speaking. He explains that one of the four sages has personally recognized Knox's abilities. Still, he notes that Knox's level of growth may not yet be sufficient. Yet if the talent they witness truly belongs to him, then his potential is immense. The following day at the academy, Professor Rass once again extends an invitation for Knox to become his apprentice. Knox gives the same answer as before. He has no interest. Rass presses further, offering him significant financial support and assuring him that he could graduate from LDN Academy without paying a single coin. The young master calmly tells the professor that he already has more than enough money and wonders aloud if Rass has somehow forgotten that he is from the Reinhafer family. At that, Rass shifts tactics and offers him great fame. The swordsman shoots him a look and asks what use fame could possibly have for a so-called good-for-nothing, insisting that it is nothing but an unnecessary luxury. Rass pleads once again for him to reconsider. Knox feels as though his ears might start bleeding from the professor's relentless persistence. Later that night, inside Knox's room, Lavilia speaks up and gently suggests that perhaps, since Professor Rass is being so earnest, shouldn't he at least hear him out? She admits that she investigated Rass more closely and discovered that this behavior is very unusual for him. From what she learned, he is normally the type of educator who focuses his efforts on helping struggling students. Knox nods, acknowledging that this is not something he can just dismiss, and no matter how eccentric Rass might seem, once he understands what is lacking, he will give up. Lavilla agrees and confesses that she, too, found his behavior a bit strange. The next morning, Knox visits Rass's office and tells him that even though they talked yesterday, he still does not understand why a professor of his caliber would want him, of all people, as an apprentice. Rass answers simply that it is because Knox is exceptional, but Knox presses on, saying he wants to hear the real reason why he, specifically, is needed, and not any of the other outstanding students. Professor Rass asks if Knox has time to listen. Knox shrugs and replies that people have always told him he is a worthless good-for-nothing, which in turn means he has nothing but time to spare. Ras chuckles and admits that Nox really got him good with that remark. He goes on, asking if Nox would be willing to listen to a long story of his. He assures him that the tea he has prepared is worth the wait. It's the finest herbal tea he purchased from a rival merchant in the trade business. Then Professor Ras begins, explaining that the reason he needs Nox is because only Nox can complete his research. This piques Nox's interest, and he asks what the research is about. The professor reveals that to fulfill his lifelong dream, he must find someone weak, someone unable to wield mana. That is why Nox is essential, because he no longer wishes to watch people die, while being too powerless to even resist, just as his own son once died. The swordsman reflects on these hidden backstories of the characters, things he never knew when playing through Interlunatic. He realizes that new and sudden developments always seem to appear. Professor Ras continues. He recounts that he was born the first son of the Celestia Viscount family and eventually came to lead them. He had no extraordinary gifts, but with sheer tiari, he earned admission to Eldin Academy and later became a professor. Even so, his performance in practicals was poor, and his peers constantly looked down on him. No matter how high his written exam scores, their contempt never faded. He overcame his lack of confidence through relentless research. After years of effort, he finally became a professor and even married. Yet not a single person ever truly acknowledged his achievements. His accomplishments and academic papers were claimed under another man's name, and he remained belittled. Still, in the midst of it all, he and his wife had a son. That one and only child grew up and earned entry into Eldin Academy, just as his father once had. Against all odds, he persevered and graduated. He told his father he would strive so that others would speak highly of him, and those words filled Ras with joy. His son joined the squad directly under the Emperor and went to the battlefield on the front lines. Determined, he sought victory to bring honor to his father's name and elevate the Celestia family's standing. But it was there on that battlefield that his son lost his life. In truth, it was not even long after the war had begun. He was killed by a single arrow, infused with only the faintest touch of mana. Professor Ras asks if this explains his obsession with his thesis and his drive to protect the weak. Nox listens, but inwardly considers the story unimpressive. In the ruthless world of Interlunatic, there are countless stories just like this. Yet he cannot help but ask himself why. The professor's back, as he sees it now, feels different from the back he once saw through the monitor. Nox feels as though he can sense the weight of Ras's loneliness, just a little. He apologizes, saying that if anything, the story has made him more certain. There is someone else out there who would be better suited to hear his story with the seriousness it deserves. That kind of person, he explains, is who Ras truly needs by his side right now. Before leaving the office, Nox tells him they will see each other in the next lesson. After Nox departs, Professor Ras stands in front of his son's portrait and quietly murmurs that there is a resemblance between his late son and Nox. When Nox returns to his room, he receives news that feels nothing short of catastrophic. Stunned, he asks Lavilia to repeat who has come back. She informs him that the firstborn of the Reinhafer family, Master Garin, has returned, and because of his return, several bodyguard knights have already been killed. Rage boils up inside Nox as he thinks to himself. The first crown prince, Louis, and Interlunatic's #1 harbinger of bad endings, have finally begun to move. He asks Lavilia if she has visited his family estate recently. She answers yes, explaining that she went there with Rona because head butler Rodwell summoned them. Nox knows full well that Garin despises Tio's second wife, Nox's mother, the woman Tio truly loves instead of Garin's own mother. He wonders whether Garin's hatred extends to him, but if it does, then Lavilia herself might be in danger, and he can't help but ask himself why he must attract so many enemies. He questions his maid directly about whether Garin tried anything. She reveals that Garin attempted to recruit her. She recounts how, when she and Rona were in the hall, Garin suddenly appeared. As he walked past her, he immediately noticed her unusual presence. Garin asked who she was, remarking that he had never seen her before. She introduced herself politely, stating that she is Nox's exclusive maid and that her name is Lavilia. Garin told her to drop the formalities and declared that he wanted her to serve as his maid instead, praising her abilities. He added that she carried enough ambition within her to satisfy him. She apologized respectfully, explaining that she already serves Master Nox and thus must decline. He warned her that she should know exactly who he is and demanded to know why she would ever refuse him. He even asked if that brat Nox was showering her with money. She replied firmly that her reason is simply her desire to serve Nox. He erupted, shouting that such a choice is not something a low-born commoner has the right to decide. Lavilia responded that her master respects her, and while she cannot say what kind of man Garin is, above all else, she wishes to remain at Nox's side to witness what he will accomplish. Garin, shocked, could hardly believe she would choose to serve a boy like Nox, finding her perspective bizarre. He even offered to triple whatever wages Nox was paying her, but she declined him with courtesy. Meanwhile, Nox reflects that while he does have money, the true story hasn't even started yet. He knows he cannot recklessly spend that much, yet he cannot allow himself to lose Lavilia. So he offers her a raise, promising to match Garin's offer and pay her 3 times as much. She tells him not to worry about it and to simply focus on his own work. She laughs lightly, leaving him puzzled. She herself wonders why she laughed and apologizes to him. The swordsman feels baffled and questions whether she just laughed at him. He asks if she has already decided to side with Garin. She clarifies that whatever he is thinking, that is not the case. She assures him she will not follow Master Garin, and that the wages she receives now are more than enough. Nox presses further, asking why she laughed then. She answers that she cannot tell him. He orders her to say it anyway. She explains that something amusing came to mind, and that is why she laughed. He warns her, in frustration, that she has only gotten worse at lying. Nox thinks to himself that whatever happens, as long as she stays by his side, that's enough for him. He vows that if Garin ever falls into his hands, he won't let him go unpunished, but he knows that day will only come once he becomes stronger. The following morning, all the students gather on the playground to begin their physical training. At Elden Academy, every new student must take part in 5 compulsory classes. The first is the history of the Arkham Empire, covering the creator god Arden and the once great United Kingdom that most have forgotten. The second is horsemanship. The third is the Academy's knightly code and etiquette. The fourth is basic imperial magic. And the last one, Nox's greatest struggle of all, the dreaded stamina training, endless running and chin-ups. Almost every time, he reaches his breaking point during the sessions. The trainer observes him curiously, comparing him to a mayfly. The young master frowns, wondering what exactly he means by that. The trainer explains that Nox shows amazing short-term bursts of performance, but when it comes to endurance, he crashes hard, as if there's an invisible wall he simply can't break through. True to form, the instructor from Elden Academy is spot on. Thanks to Nox's terminally ill trait, his stamina is capped at 15, barely half of the normal maximum. Nox asks him why, as an instructor, he would say such discouraging things. The trainer quickly apologizes and explains that it was only meant as advice. If Nox keeps pushing recklessly, he might shorten his life. Nox calmly agrees and says he will keep that in mind. After all, with a countdown already ticking inside his chest, how could he not? The system itself reminds him again. Because of his trait, terminally ill, his lifespan is slipping away fast. And to him, it's nothing but irritating. Unbeknownst to Nox, Paracelsus has been standing right behind him, quietly observing. The Grey Wolf thinks Nox is baffling. First, he went all out during the admission test to claim first place, yet now he's concealing his stamina issues. Clearly, it ties into this whole good-for-nothing act he's putting on. Paracelsus grins and calls him an annoying bastard, promising that if they fight again, Nox will get what's coming. Later, after finishing his classes, Nox, cloaked in his robe, heads to the marketplace. There, he runs into Rick and greets him with surprise. He says he didn't expect to find him in a place like this, and Rick acknowledges him as well. Deep inside, though, Nox burns with anger, cursing him as a game destroyer and demanding to know why he's doing this to him. Rick smiles casually, greeting him as if it's been ages since they last met. Knox knows his true identity, Householt's de Nefer, the worst bad ending maker, rivaling even first Prince Louis von Archheim. Quickly, Knox pulls up his details through the system. He remembers Rick will one day strike at the rival in merchantry and betray Alina, making him the one person Knox must absolutely avoid. Knox asks if he's the one who sent that gift before, and demands to know what business he really has with him. The system warns Knox that his acting genius is starting to waver. Rick brushes it off, saying it's nothing serious, only that it's odd to see a high noble of the Rheinhafer family walking alone without a servant. Knox snaps that it's none of his concern. Rick nods and, calling it fate they've crossed paths again, offers to help him shop, claiming he has plenty of free time. Knox doubts that's the only mission his family's leader assigned him, but Rick argues that noble houses have always turned a blind eye to servants who bend their duties a little. Knox decides he needs to uncover what Rick is truly plotting, because there's no way this is chance. He warns him directly that he doesn't like people who chatter too much. Rick only smiles softly, promising to remember that. Meanwhile, inside the Academy hostel, Colliners delivers the documents she had asked for. Among them lies a paper with Knox's face on it. She wonders why on earth he saved her, since he had nothing to gain. After all, the Rheinhafer family has virtually no ties with the Rivalin family. If he wanted something, he could have accepted Professor Burnen's offer, but he refused. She knows the youngest son of the Rheinhafer family simply isn't the type to scheme that way. What's certain is that ever since the missing child's forest incident, his behavior has changed, but she has no idea why. She has also noticed Rick's movement growing suspicious. Though he's gathering people within the merchantry, she believes he can't accomplish much anyway. With that thought, she closes the file and gazes out the window. Memories resurface of her father scolding her just for quarreling with Knox as a child. She recalls his stern words, saying if necessary, she should have given everything. She had answered then that she already had. She also remembers vividly the day her mother passed away. Back at the marketplace, Rick helps Knox haggle with shopkeepers. He advises there's no need to waste money on a high-grade orb for magic class, since second years receive an even better one for free. As for the pot and ladle for alchemy, he points out they must be crafted from a special iron. He explains those items will usually be used in the Academy's alchemy room, so Knox only needs the basics for now. Rick also notes that one shop further down has ties with the Alina merchantry and can sell them at a bargain. Knox admits to himself that, much as he dislikes it, Rick's knack is real. His con artist trait and his passive skill negotiation revision aren't for show. Knox even wonders, if Rick weren't a demonic human, he might have considered recruiting him. After some time, Rick remarks that Knox has probably bought everything he needs now. Knox agrees, saying it's enough. Still, the swordsman presses him again, saying he hasn't explained why he sought him out. Receiving no answer, Knox grabs Rick by the collar and demands the truth about why he approached him. Rick feigns innocence, asking what he means. Knox shakes him hard, warning that wasting his time is dangerous. Rick smirks that it seems their talk will be brief, so he'll get right to the point. Suddenly, Knox feels a barrier form around them. He instantly recognizes it as a soundproofing spell. Rick then proposes Knox betray the Rheinhafer family and serve the first prince. He even opens his shirt, revealing a dark mark across his chest. Knox retorts that the one Rick truly serves is not the prince but a demon. Rick grins, admitting Knox knows far more than expected, and warns that his master won't be pleased. Knox wonders if Rick's master will really grant him his wish. Rick replies with full confidence that he will. Knox only hopes Rick won't regret the path he's chosen, but he also warns him, if he dares insult him or his family again, he'll kill him. Rick takes the threat in stride, saying he'll remember it. With that, Knox turns and leaves. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Instructor Burnen gathers his students, announcing that class is about to begin. One student whispers, wondering if this is the same mad instructor from their first lesson, the bald one. Another student, more cautious, warns them not to say that, joking that calling a man without hair bald is harmless, but calling someone who actually is bald is downright rude. Vernon knows he can't crush these sprouts of the academy just because of comments about his head. Instead, he tells them the first thing for today's class is the location. He describes a place called the Claro Plains, a renowned site within Eldane Academy, filled with rare trees and unusual plants. There, he explains, they will begin learning the basics of horsemanship. He orders each of them to mount either their assigned horse or the one they personally brought. One student grumbles that he hasn't even had the chance to properly look around this place yet. A girl points out that some people even brought their own horses. A few students admit they've never ridden a horse in their life. One girl questions why they had to come all the way to Eldane Academy just to learn horse riding. Another boy says they don't have a choice, since it's a required subject. Failing it would mean expulsion. The young master shows up with his horse, Carl. Professor Vernon tells the students to mount their horses and reminds them to hold on tight so they don't get thrown off. His gaze falls on Paracelsus, and he quickly notices how skilled the boy is at riding. He reasons that Paracelsus has lived in the East for such a long time. Of course, he should know how to ride both camels and horses. A few girls notice Knox's horse and whisper among themselves, wondering if it might be an obsidian. They question how someone so useless could possibly own such a fine horse. They also gossip that while the Reinhafer family is rich, it still doesn't compare to the wealth of the Rivalin family. The swordsman, however, knows this is simply one of the perks of being a veteran player. Vernon praises the students for mounting their horses, then advises them to gradually build communication with their animals while riding. Once he sees that everyone has gotten a bit more comfortable with their horses, he announces that it's time to begin the main race of the class. A handful of students immediately complain, saying it's unfair since some of them only started learning to ride today. One student even shouts that his horse tried to kick him with its back legs. Some students call the whole thing madness. One boy mutters that Vernon must be angry because someone called him bald. Without warning, Vernon slaps that student so hard he collapses on the spot. He then explains the rules. Each student must ride their horse all the way to the corner of the nameless forest at the far end of the woods, then return back here. He announces that whoever returns first will be awarded extra points. One student thinks to himself that the rules are just as simple as Vernon's hairline. Talia approaches him, but he quickly tells her to mind her own business. He understands that while horse riding is a class everyone attends, today's event carries a deeper importance. It marks the first appearance of a demonic human. Since it's their introduction, the situation has been arranged so that the main character would face off with them. Roger, the demonic human of this episode, traps all the students inside the nameless forest. The protagonist then defeats him with the help of other academy cadets. That's the usual sequence. But in this case, there is no protagonist. Surrounded by so many strong personalities, he wonders how things will unfold without a true leader present. He knows careful thought is important, but sometimes action must come first. Talia calls out his name, asking if he wants to go with her. She insists she isn't afraid. It's just that the forest is dangerous, and she'd feel better if they stuck together in case something happened. Helena remarks that Talia must be very confident if she can spare the thought to worry about others during a race. He tells Talia not to bother him and to just go her own way. Elena quietly walks off on her own. Talia realizes again that this is still a race, and advises him that the smartest thing would be to finish and return as quickly as possible. She adds that he should go ahead since she isn't very skilled at riding. He tells her that the race itself doesn't matter. What matters is something else entirely, and with that he walks off. Talia can't help but wonder what exactly he meant by that. Vernon then announces the start of the race, and all the students spur their horses forward. A noble-born boy proudly tells his friends that he won't lose to commoners, who only learned to ride today. Suddenly, the system notifies Knox that, thanks to the effects of his mana sensitivity genius trait, a circle has been revealed. The students gasp in shock as strange magic circles appear on the ground. The young master immediately shouts that it's teleportation magic and warns everyone to stay still if they don't want to die here. In the blink of an eye, All the students are teleported away. On the other side, a massive demonic human waits for them. He growls that the time for his revenge has finally come. Just moments earlier, when the magic circle first appeared, Nox had warned everyone to stay completely still or risk certain death. He had leapt from his horse, told Carl he was counting on him, and Carl immediately bolted from the area. Then suddenly, all of them were transported into an unfamiliar forest. One student clutched her head and complained of pain, while everyone else looked around in confusion, wondering where they had ended up. He was certain this was teleportation magic, but he also noticed it was unlike Dean Noah's work. The formula looked unstable, its print jagged and incomplete. Francis turned to him and asked if he understood what was happening. He answered that he was still figuring it out, but one thing was certain. Outsiders were involved, people not connected to the academy. Echidna stepped forward, shouting at him, demanding to know what he meant. If he knew something, he had to tell them immediately. He only told her to remember her place, reminding her she was not the princess, so he owed her nothing. Elinor spoke up, confirming with him. Did he really say it was teleportation magic influenced by outsiders? He confirmed it. She asked why he believed that. Halia also wanted to know why, suggesting it could just as easily be a test set up by the professors. Nox thought to himself that this was exactly why those who lived too comfortably couldn't survive. They were far too naive. He realized this was Inner Lunatic, a game infamous for its brutal difficulty. He told them the mana flow looked far too unstable, explaining that the entire formula was sloppy, reckless, and ignored the target's safety while only focusing on execution. That alone was proof. Leon agreed, pointing out that the formula was indeed odd. Besides, if the professors had done this, they'd never risk harming them. There was no reason to endanger so many children from prestigious families at Eldang. Leon also admitted Nox was right, then asked what the others thought. The princess hesitated, but finally admitted that although she disliked it, he was correct. The formula was undeniably unstable, meaning outside forces had to be involved. She quietly wondered if her own brother might have been behind it. Lee urged that they needed to find a way out quickly, and most of the students agreed. Echidna cried out that the dark families must be making their move. She demanded proof of their claims, but the princess cut her off, saying everything they'd said was true, and if they lingered in this unstable vortex of mana for too long, they were as good as dead. Leon also concluded that the way this magic circle had been cast was undeniably strange, and his friends agreed. He added that the princess was sharp, having studied magic earlier than the rest of them. Meanwhile, Paracelsus, the gray wolf, had been listening quietly. Then suddenly, he drew his sword. Echidna demanded to know what he was doing. He asked if she really couldn't smell the stench of blood in the air. He explained that this meant a monster of intermediate rank or higher was nearby, positioned directly above them. Out of nowhere, a massive dark bird swooped down from the trees and attacked. Nox shouted for everyone to get ready and cut the bird down. He made it clear to everyone, in this dangerous moment, he would be the one to take command. Many of the students rejected the idea, some even mocking him as useless. But the princess thought about it carefully. He had detected an ambush from a monster whose presence she hadn't even noticed. She wondered how he had changed so drastically. Meanwhile, back at the finish line, Professor Burnon waited. He muttered that this group must be hopeless at horse riding. He was shocked that not a single student had returned yet, calling it the worst record in academy history. Suddenly, Raz ran up to him, reporting that there was a problem. Burnon asked why he was here. Wasn't he supposed to be with the second years right now? Raz insisted that wasn't the issue and asked where the students were. Vernon replied they were out on horseback on the plains. Raz explained that 3 hours earlier, a person using demonic magic had been spotted in the academy, and a massive magic circle had been activated, its trace leading straight to these plains. Burnon cursed the timing, that this had to happen while Dean Noah was absent, and quickly said they needed to move. Just then, Nox's horse Carl arrived, and they immediately recognized him. Carl carried a message from Nox. It said that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance to the nameless forest, and they needed backup immediately. Ras urged Burnon to move without delay, but they knew reaching the nameless forest would take at least 2 days, and it was already too late to attempt another teleportation spell. All they could do was hope the students would survive. Deep in the nameless forest, all of the students stood in silence, tension thick in the air. Echidna admitted, though reluctantly, that Nox's judgment had been the right one, yet Nox dismissed it, telling her not to bother with empty apologies. They explained that what had happened now was a continuation of the earlier incident, and asked her to grant him command over all the students under the authority of imperial law. She hesitated, weighing the danger, but in the end, she declared that as the princess, she herself would take direct command of the group. Nox realized this would only create further complications for everyone. He asked Pell to recite the proper emergency manual. Pell explained that the highest priority was always to protect any imperial family member, and that leadership in such cases would be handed to the most skilled knight or mage available. Nox told the princess plainly that she was the only imperial family member here. He also pointed out that she was one of the strongest figures needed for the Empire's future battles against demons. Her lightning mana and the power of punishment she wielded were abilities passed down only within the imperial bloodline. He emphasized that even if everyone else here were to die, her life must be preserved above all else, for that was the Empire's law. Nox reflected that he had been the one to judge the ambush the fastest and react immediately. Once more, he asked her to grant him authority. He demanded full control over the lives and deaths of everyone present, including her. Talia believed he was aiming to become the leader by putting everyone's lives on his shoulders, and she was absolutely right. Nox truly looked the part of a knightly model. Talia gazed at him with affectionate eyes, while he wondered what was wrong with her. He declared that if there were no objections, he would assume leadership, but anyone dissatisfied could prove their worth through their own strength. If they did, he would gladly hand over the role. The students remained silent. Leon thought that if something happened while protecting the princess, the leader would surely shoulder the harshest punishment. He also considered that even if Nox managed well in the beginning, trouble would inevitably follow. To Leon, it was like Nox was drinking poison from a sacred cup at this very moment. Leon called him a brainless fool and told him to do whatever he pleased. Nox glanced at him as he left. Leon flinched, shaken with fear. The young master then declared it settled. From this moment, they would follow his orders, and refusal would mean punishment under the law. He immediately commanded them to move and keep following him. Talia urged him to wait, asking if he planned to tell them where they were heading. He replied that explaining things wasn't his strong suit, so they just had to follow closely. Nox thought to himself that if they knew how many times he had played through this chapter, they'd be terrified. After all, he was a veteran of this cursed game. Inside a cave, Ruger, the demonic human, watched over the students through his enchanted marble. Suddenly, he received orders from his demon master to devour the humans of Eldane. He was told to wipe out all the weak sprouts that could not grow, and in return, his lord promised to share more power with him, though he did not deserve it. Ruger bowed low and swore he would handle this without disappointing him. With the power he had been granted, Ruger resolved to slaughter them all, whispering to himself that this was the perfect mission. He was especially determined to punish Professor Rass for abandoning him. Meanwhile, the students hunted 3 massive boars for food. Nox announced that from this point on, they would need to assign roles. He called on Leon and Paracelsus to assist him. Paracelsus admitted that Nox had bested him, so for now, he would comply. Leon stepped forward, saying that though he might lack skill, he would do everything he could to help. Nox felt fortunate to have the strongest new students at his side. He explained there were only 2 possible ways to escape this forest. Either someone from outside broke the barrier, or they killed the caster, who had set the teleportation spell within it. The princess asked about that second option. Nox admitted it was indeed dangerous, but here they had no other choice. He calculated that Professor Burnon would need 2 full days to reach this place from the plains in a straight line, so survival while killing the caster was their best shot. In truth, Nox already knew the first method was impossible. If they wanted out, they had to kill the caster, and he knew the caster was Ruger, the demonic human dwelling in this forest. Nox ordered the students to secure food first. With the 2 giant boars they had already caught, They should last 2 days. Then a student stepped forward, asking what exactly he expected them to eat. Knox told him plainly it was boar meat and asked if he had a problem. Paracelsus shouted back that while he knew Knox was skilled, he must have gotten the situation wrong. This wasn't the hunting grounds of a noble estate. They couldn't just eat demonic beasts, he said, because they were poisonous. Knox countered that he already knew this and added that the plants here couldn't be eaten carelessly either. Mary's Elsis looked at him in shock, demanding why, if he knew all this, he still wanted them to eat it. No matter how hungry he had been in the East, he'd never gone this far. He asked if Knox realized how long their stomachs would be in agony after eating such meat. Knox decided not to waste energy arguing with him. He told him to shut up, insisting he had his own methods. He then ordered Leon to summon undead to guard the students from monsters, and Leon obeyed at once. Next, Knox commanded Paracelsus to guard the princess, adding that aside from his sharp tongue, his skills were truly remarkable. Paracelsus retorted that he'd definitely beat him half to death someday. The swordsman knew it was time to get started. They cut the boar meat into pieces and lit a fire. Soon, Knox began to cook it. As it cooked, the meat shifted into strange colors, causing some students to fear they would die from eating it. Knox threw some herbs into the mix, and suddenly, one student noticed the color begin to change. Knox explained that he had used a plant to neutralize the poison in the meat. The crimson rake plant could cancel the poison of mid-rank beasts and below, and the horned boar counted as one of those monsters. A student confirmed that she had read about it in a book. The princess stepped closer, asking why someone from the Reinhafer family, who had no reason to starve, would know such things. Knox replied that he didn't know either. He then asked her how she wanted it, rare or medium rare, deliberately skipping the option of well done. He knew her game. He also recalled that in the original game, well-done meat was always thrown away. The students gathered around the fire, their hunger growing as the smell of roasting meat spread. Meanwhile, while still on horseback, Ras contacted Dean Noah and reported that the demonic human was at least intermediate rank, maybe higher. He stressed that the Academy considered this a serious crisis. He added that he and Professor Bernon were on their way to rescue the students, but most of the other elite professors were already out on dispatch missions. Then suddenly, they heard what sounded like someone munching on snacks. Bernon thought to himself that she was crazy, but there was no way she would be snacking right now. Ras questioned her directly, asking if she was eating. She chuckled softly and asked if they'd heard that. She assured them there was no need to worry so much, promising the students would come back without major harm. Still, she added that if these had been second-year students, the situation wouldn't be nearly as dire. Bernon shouted back that they were only first years, barely trained, practically useless right now. Ras agreed, pointing out they hadn't even learned proper basic defense magic yet. At that, she abruptly hung up. The professors were stunned by her cold indifference. Bernon shouted that he would just do what he could, then turned his horse around. He rode back at full speed, but Professor Ras worried deeply about his prized apprentice, Knox. Later that night, the students sat around the fire after dinner. They noticed Knox spreading the horned boar's blood around their camp. Paracelsus explained that using the blood of a stronger beast would keep weaker monsters away, a method often used even in the East. He also pointed out that travelers were always most vulnerable at night when setting up camp. Princess Penelope approached Knox and she thanks him sincerely for keeping every single student safe. He answers that their journey is far from over, with countless monsters still lurking nearby, and the mage yet to be defeated. The night stretches long ahead of them. The princess admits she understands, but insists again that the fact no one has died so far is enough reason to be grateful. She also asks him to forgive Echidna's harsh behavior, explaining that it comes from prejudice toward dark families, a bias people commonly hold. The young master questions why she even bothers to care about him, disliking the direction this conversation is going. He tells her there is no need to concern herself with someone like him, a cast-off from his own dark family, a worthless man. He even thinks the imperial family would be shocked if they learned the truth. She calmly replies that while that is one perspective, she chooses to see it differently. She declares that if saving more lives requires it, she would even join hands with a demon without hesitation. He warns her that such words are dangerously reckless. She only laughs in response. She chuckles softly and teases that she is merely joking. Yet he does not find it amusing and wonders if she has just switched into a different, unsettling mode. In reality, Princess Penelope bears the title of the Princess of Kindness. However, her greatest flaw lies in her extreme utilitarian way of thinking. She is also the type of dangerous figure who would willingly sacrifice her own life for the sake of her ideals. That same nickname of Princess of Kindness could, under certain circumstances, easily transform into the chilling label of cold-blooded princess. He instructs all the students to group themselves into teams of 4 and start pitching the tents. He even hands out spare clothing, allowing each of them to take one piece. Owning a dimensional pocket proves to be quite convenient at times like this. One student whispers to another that this is exactly what the Reinhafer family is known for, recalling the rumor that at the age of 5, children in that family are pushed from a cliff. The swordsman questions how such grim stories spread, but concedes that rumors like this tend to follow dark families. He mutters quietly to Talia that they should remain cautious. She presses him, asking what they should be cautious of. He brushes it off with a vague nothing before, commanding them to arrange the night watch shifts and rotate guard duty. He knows it is about time for him to begin his own task as well. He remembers that a particular problem emerges in the Academy's second episode during this very ambush. If the mage who set up the barrier is not eliminated quickly, escaping this scenario will become impossible, which means if the mage remains alive, they will fail to complete this part of the story. Eventually, all the students settle down and drift into sleep. Suddenly, Pell catches a strange sound and rises alert. He shouts loudly, waking everyone, and warns the princess that they have stumbled into serious trouble. A massive horde of mana-infused creatures is gathering in the vicinity. The students scramble to prepare for battle. Echidna steps in front of the princess, urging her to stay behind her for protection. Paracelsus cries out that they are approaching, adding that even Hornboar blood cannot stand against monsters of greater strength. He demands to know what course of action the princess intends to take. Talia suddenly notices and shouts that Nox is nowhere to be seen. Leon responds that Nox has temporarily gone elsewhere, leaving this battlefield in his hands. Echidna snaps that Nox had been so confident about protecting the princess, only to vanish when it mattered most. Leon explains firmly that Nox has not fled, though she remains doubtful. She warns the others that the sheer number of monsters makes the fight overwhelmingly dangerous. Another girl agrees with her, insisting it is impossible for them to handle this situation. Leon steadies their fear and begins to chant his magic spell. The princess watches closely, marveling at how he commands such an absurdly vast reservoir of mana. Leon himself grows curious about Nox, about who he truly is, and why he entrusted him with such responsibility. In fact, before departing, Nox had handed him a magical diamond, appointing him as the patriarch of the Marvis household. With this weight, Leon now reads from his book, knowing that the outcome of this battle rests solely on his shoulders. Many monsters hurl themselves into his magical circle, yet they all perish. Countless numbers fall without resistance. The first wave of magical warriors materializes and begins ruthlessly slaughtering the creatures. Meanwhile, the young master makes his way to Rugger's cave. His system announces that the monosensitivity genius has successfully neutralized intermediate restraint magic, and because of the lunatic member's robe, his attack power has surged by a factor of 1.2. He calls Rugger out, demanding to know how long he intends to cower in hiding. Finding the boldness amusing, Rugger steps from the cave, remarking that not only has an academy student discovered his hiding place, but he dares to confront him as well. Nox instantly shifts into his guise as the acting genius. He declares to the monster that such bold words should only ever be spoken by someone of true value, and he adds sharply that Ruger is the one who needs to remember his place. Enraged, Ruger loses his composure and hurls himself at the swordsman in a furious assault. Nox blocks the demon's strike with his sword, and with sheer force manages to fling him back. Ruger stares wide-eyed, shocked, trying to fathom who this man really is. The young master replies calmly that there is no reason for him to disclose that. The smuggler roars in fury, vowing that he will smash those arrogant words out of his mouth. This time, Ruger charges in with every ounce of his strength, but Nox slices off his arm in a single, clean stroke of the blade. He tells Ruger that what follows from here is what truly holds weight. He knows there is no need to even draw upon his techniques, for the gap in their abilities is far too vast, with him utterly surpassing Ruger. Even though Ruger has borrowed power from a demon, at his core, he remains nothing more than a demonic human. The wounded man regenerates his arm and fixes a glare on him. He questions bitterly whether Nox is truly arrogant enough to believe the fight is already won. Yet the swordsman calculates that Ruger is undeniably far beneath his current strength. He halts Ruger's onslaught with his blade, drawing the attacks toward himself as bait. Then he unleashes swordsmanship and combat genius together. The system confirms instantly that his foe's assault has been neutralized. He taunts Ruger, saying that such feeble attacks are meaningless, and quickly reactivates his acting genius. Grabbing the monster by the arm, he slams him brutally against the ground. Ruger curses inwardly, realizing he should have been cautious from the very start, for the so-called failure of House Reinhafer has just shattered his carefully laid plans. The young master twists Ruger's magically regenerated arm and pins him hard to the earth. Ruger screams with rage, demanding how he dares humiliate him, a man who bears the blood of the Archduke. Nox coldly tells him this is the end, that he has tolerated him long enough. He raises his weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But just then, Professor Ross appears suddenly, urgently begging him to stop. He reveals that Ruger is his apprentice, Ruger. Ross admits with sorrow that he is to blame for letting things reach this point, but insists the claim is true. Ruger is indeed his disciple. Ruger snaps back, calling his words nonsense, and demands whether he was ever truly his apprentice, even for a single moment. He accuses Ross of abandoning him after he lost his arm in the Empire's war, and bitterly recalls how Ross heartlessly cast him out of the academy once he was deemed useless. He calls him delusional for still daring to claim the title of teacher. The professor admits he may have cast him aside, but not in the way Ruger believes. He explains that it was out of concern, not cruelty. He did not want Ruger to suffer the same fate as his own son. Expelling him from the academy had been his only option, as Ruger was far too determined to throw himself onto the battlefield. Ruger spits back that it is each person who chooses their own destiny, and calls Ross arrogant. He shouts that the entire continent came to know him as the academy's discarded trash. Ross responds, shaken, that he never knew such pain had been inflicted upon him. He asks Ruger whether the magic he so desperately pursued truly looks like this. He questions if this destruction is really the kind of magic they once dreamed of. Ruger answers bitterly that for him, it is already far too late. Suddenly, Ruger slips free of Nox's hold. He charges directly at the professor, shouting that if nothing else, he will drag him along into the afterlife. Ross cries out, lamenting that what has been done cannot be undone. Yet before Ruger can reach him, the young master darts between them and blocks his path. With a chilling warning, he makes the monster aware of his overwhelming speed, and in the next instant, he has seized him from behind. The system notifies him that his acting genius has now reached its peak, and his synchronization with the player has risen even further. The swordsman looks at Ruger and remarks that such raw emotion is far from graceful, asking whether he agrees. Once again, the system issues a warning that his mind could collapse under the strain, and with a fierce swing of his blade, he cuts Ruger down in an instant. The one left behind collapses onto his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. He weeps over the lifeless body of his disciple, and Ras questions aloud what path he should take now. Nox, however, wonders what Ras truly means by such words. Ras reminds himself that his research and his thesis were meant solely for the sake of the weak, but now he doubts whether any of it still has meaning. He confesses that since he could not even protect his own pupil, he questions whether there is any purpose left in continuing his work. He admits he has lost all direction in life, and Knox wants to know why he even feels connected to that demonic human in the first place. The young master understands that this may be a lesser evil, yet he also knows that Rass's thesis must be published in order to unlock artifact creation and the strengthening system within the game. For that to happen, the professor has to continue his research. Still, Knox wonders, is that truly the only reason? The system interrupts, warning him that his emotions are bleeding into the character, flashing an alert that the acting genius is beginning to waver. Knox tells the professor that such concerns hold no real importance for him. He had believed using Professor Rass was the wisest choice, yet he coldly declares that the professor's research is meaningless. He presses further, questioning if Rass has not realized how utterly powerless he is. Knox affirms that he has seen it all and that, to him, the professor looks nothing but pitiful. Now, Knox understands. The reason he is shaken is because Rass has stepped inside his defenses, and every word the man speaks digs into him. The young master openly admits before Rass that laziness is in his nature, begging him not to pile on too many tasks. He even reveals that he does not care for tea, but prefers coffee instead. On top of that, he claims he has no need for money, and holds little regard for things like fame. Professor Rass, startled, demands to know what on earth he is talking about. The sword. The chairman interjects, affirming that Rass's research is unlike any other. He guarantees its worth and even muses that perhaps, deep down, a game addict like Knox envies someone like Rass, who dedicates himself to helping others. He reflects, too, on the existence of love in this world. At last, Knox lowers himself to his knees before the professor and declares that he will serve as his #1 apprentice. Rass stands frozen in disbelief. The young master reflects that nothing has changed about the professor's back that he had only seen through a monitor. Before him, now is only himself and Rass, a man who defies conventions. He wonders if he can truly stand alongside him. He feels he can rise to the height of that back, even as he cries within, remembering his son. Rain falls gently across the nameless forest. Elsewhere, Leon's magic slaughter carves through wave after wave of monsters. Phyrosalsis scoffs, noting that Knox is not the only madman present. He gestures toward Leon, questioning just what kind of abomination commands that many undead. These undead are unlike anything ordinary, fundamentally distinct in their very nature. The princess tells Echidna, it is almost impossible to believe an undead army could wield such strength. She concedes that the dark families truly possess the power of devastation, though it strains belief. Though she resists admitting it, the rumors of the Marva household's return appear to be true. She vows that Leon's deeds will not be forgotten. Echidna bows and promises to keep a close watch on his actions. Leon holds the highest grade monocrystal in his grasp and recalls Knox, the one who entrusted it to him. He admits that without this crystal, victory would have been far from certain. It feels almost as though Knox had foreseen the future. Suddenly, Professor Vernon arrives, asking urgently whether everyone is safe. He seizes a boy by the collar, demanding to know if anyone has perished. The princess assures him that all the students live, though one has departed the battlefield. He apologizes to the princess for his delayed greeting, explaining that haste had consumed him. He demands to know who it was that left. She answers that it was Knox, but believes he faces no danger. After all, their survival thus far was only possible thanks to him. Vernon doubts whether this is truly so, yet Leon affirms it. He tells everyone that the monocrystal Knox provided was what allowed them to endure. Chris Elsis adds that Knox had also taken care of the tent and ration issues, practically managing everything for them. Another student admits that perhaps Knox is not the worthless trash they believed him to be. Yes, he had problems with women and carried himself like a useless fool. He had also treated servants poorly. A different student recalls hearing that Knox once bullied a leaner's servant in an alley, while another remarks that maybe he is troublesome with men as well. Vernon grumbles, thinking of him as nothing more than a white-haired brat. Yet he also recalls the barrier has vanished. He knows that the demonic human's massive transportation circle and barrier could only be destroyed from within, and he wonders how it was managed. He also considers that Rass, with his weaknesses, could not have resolved everything in so short a time. The next morning within his office, Knox throws himself into work once again. He switches on ordinary acting. The system assures him that he will not falter. After what had happened, he had no choice but to accept his role as apprentice. That same night, while students still complained about Knox, Professor Rass appeared with him and announced his accomplishments. Later, back in the office, the system once again alerts him that ordinary acting has been activated. Professor Rass enters, takes his hand, and breathes lightly upon it. Knox realizes that Rass's research is absolutely essential for unlocking the artifact system in the future. In the game Interlunatic, Professor Rass never dies, but this is not the game. Knox knows if he fails to protect him, the cost will fall upon his own shoulders. Without warning, Professor Rass tries to kiss his hand, prompting the young master to smash him away with an elbow strike. Knox hurriedly apologizes, explaining that Rass's constant intrusions made him react instinctively when touched. Nose bleeding, Professor Rass replies that it is fine, for he knows the act was deliberate, and tells him not to feign shyness. Then Rass bursts into laughter and the sword. Hardsman comments that despite understanding him so well, Rass still chose to provoke him. He adds that the Empire has strict laws against sexual harassment. Professor Rass retorts that for someone who behaves like the disgrace of a noble household, Knox certainly speaks with surprising wit. After pausing, Rass reflects on the Empire's laws, remarking that when it comes to nobles and commoners, such laws have long since crumbled. Knox counters that such words are unbecoming of an Eldane professor, given that the institution answers directly to the imperial family. Rass dismisses it, saying it matters little as long as he remains silent. Knox concludes that Rass is completely unhinged. Then Rass informs him that he has recommended him, alongside Leon. He clarifies that his recommendation to the imperial family would allow the two of them to enter Eldane's treasure vault and claim an artifact. He reveals a bracelet as proof. The young master is stunned, wondering if Rass truly went that far. Rass confirms it, reminding him that he can be very persuasive. For his top apprentice, doing this much is nothing, so Knox need not feel burdened. Furious, Knox leaps from his chair, demanding whoever said he felt burdened. He declares that since Rass has prepared such a gift, he will gladly accept it. Rass observes that he seems more joyful now than when he first accepted apprenticeship. Knox, however, thinks of Eldane's treasure vault as nothing short of a jackpot. As he steps into the Academy's treasure vault, he considers that this place is jointly owned by the imperial family and the rival household. While countless extraordinary artifacts line the chamber, he already knows which one will provide the greatest efficiency. If he secures it now, his growth will multiply several times over. Suddenly, Alina enters the vault, remarking that she never imagined he would be the one to open Eldane's treasure vault. She also notes that he must have found himself a capable teacher. His response is curt. She can think whatever she pleases. He knows that Alina, recognized by the rival in merchantry, will be accompanying him inside, and he only hopes she does not bring trouble to his path. She counters that if he thinks she would simply give away artifacts she donated, he is sorely mistaken. She fully intends to see him compensated for saving her. With a smirk, she adds that she enjoys making things troublesome for him, as always, then asks if he learned how it all works from Professor Rass. Knox takes the keys and pushes open the great door. She asks which artifact he intends to claim. He murmurs with excitement under his breath. Alina presses him to repeat what he said he wanted. He retorts that she will not make him repeat himself twice. She questions why he would want such an antique, though she supposes it is not shocking if it is merely the hobby of a wealthy family's son. He cuts her short, telling her to hand it over first before any further discussion. She halts him, insisting that before receiving anything from this place, he must first prove himself worthy. He explains that no one had ever informed him of such a thing. She responds that it is her exclusive right as the donor of the artifacts, and points out that the rival force within the merchantry has already secured complete control over Eldane. Without warning, she casts a spell and he instantly recognizes it as teleportation magic, recalling vividly how many times he had encountered this very phenomenon in the game. She asks him whether he is not astonished. He calmly replies that he has already faced far more extraordinary events than this. She gestures for him to take a seat first. He accepts her offer. Soon after, the two of them are seated across from each other in chairs. She urges him not to waste any more time and to begin the trial at once. He understands that she intends to make him earn the artifact, and since this trial is nothing more than a formal process, it should be concluded rather quickly. She interrupts, questioning him again about why he chose to save her. He wonders internally if this itself is the test. She insists that the decision of what to ask lies entirely in her hands. He answers by saying that he had already told her before, but she suddenly halts him, claiming she forgot to mention that lies hold no power against her. Her behavior irritates him slightly, and he senses that there is something crucial he has overlooked. In Interlunatic, the key distinction between ordinary acting and acting genius lies in the fact that acting genius possesses the ability to see through another's lies. This confirms that Alina speaks the truth. He mutters that she truly is an unbearable nuisance. He reflects on whether he has already made a similar remark moments ago. Now, he begins to deliberate on what action he should take. She comments that he looks visibly agitated. He cuts her off coldly, telling her to be silent and accusing her of lying about her supposed wish to personally hand him the artifact. She counters by asking if that truly matters in this moment. Instead, she insists that what is of real importance is the fact that he will forfeit everything if he refuses to answer her questions. He acknowledges inwardly that it would be reckless to come all this way only to leave empty-handed. Moreover, should he attempt to withdraw now, she would certainly become suspicious. Thus, it would be wiser to face her challenge directly. At last, he resolves to answer her question about why he chose to save her. His response is that it was simply something necessary for him to do. She presses further, asking him why that was. He explains that she is essential to the execution of his plan. She insists on knowing exactly what that plan entails. He tells her that there is no reason for him to disclose that much. She asks permission to pose one final question, and the young master grants it. She wants to know the truth of what occurred in the ballroom in the past. Specifically, she asks whether he saved her now out of guilt or a sense of obligation because of that incident. He answers her firmly with a clear refusal. She is startled to hear that his actions were not because of that event, realizing instead that she is a necessary part of his larger scheme, and she wonders in bewilderment what that could mean. He states that everything he has spoken is the truth, and she likely already knows it deep down. She remarks that keeping too many secrets is never a good thing. He fires back that she is hardly in a position to lecture him on that. She meant that there are many people whispering that he has changed, yet she refuses to believe it. Even though he saved her, she cannot forget the words he once spoke to her. He tells her bluntly to do as she wishes. His indifference surprises her, but he continues, explaining that she can accuse him, resent him, or loathe him all she wants. It is her right to feel however she pleases. He clarifies that her behavior is entirely up to her, and regardless of her feelings toward him, nothing about his path will change. He silently thinks that it must remain that way no matter what. Rising from his seat, he implies that now that he has obtained the artifact, if she has no more business with him, he will take his leave. She reflects to herself that he truly has changed. Later, she retreats to her room and, while sipping tea, she ponders why he deliberately chose that particular artifact when countless superior options were available. Though not a worthless item, it certainly is not the best either. Britt admits honestly that he cannot understand why a knight of his stature would ever need an ore. She simply remarks that his intentions are utterly unfathomable. Once more, she recalls how there had been many artifacts of greater quality, items such as legendary swords, rare elixirs, enchanted shields, and mastercrafted armor. Yet he selected nothing but a weathered old ore. She wonders if he did this intentionally, to leave her feeling indebted to him. Britt interjects, saying she is overthinking it, and points out that it is not as if he has done her any harm. She wonders whether it is truly fine to view the matter so lightly, but admits he has left her no other explanation. She asks Rick about the situation with the merchantry. He informs her that business is thriving, and both the nobles of the capital and of Talon Feather are purchasing rival and household goods in large quantities. He assures her that all of this success is thanks to her efforts. She expresses satisfaction at this news and instructs him to keep a close watch on Nox and report immediately should anything occur. He accepts her command and reassures her she need not worry. Meanwhile, Nox sits upon his bed, gripping the artifact tightly in his hand. The system informs him that he has acquired an advanced-grade artifact, the Great Sage, a highest-tier orb, and it reveals its complete details, including the skill it has granted him. He muses that to obtain such an item at this particular moment is sheer good fortune. He activates the orb, and it begins to float weightlessly in the air. He reflects that Alina likely has no idea of its true worth, for there is a secret method required to unleash its full potential. The system warns him that the conditions have not yet been met, and the artifact cannot yet display its true effect. To unlock it, he must recite the true name of its original owner, which would raise it to the highest possible grade. That original owner is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future, and she was one of the characters he often chose as his teacher during the game. However, the time is not yet right to fully awaken it. If he were to do so now, it would reveal his identity to Alina. Since this is only the first half, the current level of power will suffice. Lavilia asks him why he deliberately chose that orb when Eldane's secret vault is said to be overflowing with treasures, many of which are far more suited to knights. He asks her if he had never mentioned before that he intends to wield magic as well. He tells her that he requires items that serve both roles. She is stunned by this revelation. Nox chuckles, admitting he probably never brought it up, and realizes he must have forgotten to tell her. She stares at him, fearful and anxious, uncertain of how she should even handle him now. She wonders aloud if it would not be too difficult to master 2 disciplines at once. Not that she doubts his skill, but he reassures her that if things truly do not work out, he can simply take money from his family and live a carefree life. She admits she had only been boasting to others about how diligent he has become recently. He gives her a faint smile and reminds her that he never asked her to do that. She retorts by asking if he realizes how unpleasant he can be at times. He replies that he has always been good for nothing. She complains that he is constantly toying with women. He denies it, claiming such talk is nothing but slander. She insists she has heard all about it, even mentioning how Patriarch Tio himself was notorious as a womanizer in the past. And now, apparently, Tio spends his days repenting for those past sins. Nox admits honestly that he had no knowledge of that. He then lies back down on his bed when she informs him that a letter has arrived addressed to him. It appears to be from the imperial family, and she tells him they specifically requested that he read it personally. He bolts upright, questioning why they would ever send him such a letter. She explains that Echidna entrusted it to her, asking her to deliver it to him directly. He mutters in frustration, questioning why the princess is showing so much attention toward him, and he recognizes that he cannot afford to let more unpredictable elements complicate things. Taking the letter, he begins reading its contents. In it, she writes that thanks to his actions, she was able to preserve her life, and under the authority of imperial law, she wishes to bestow upon him a reward. She formally invites him to their capital, Talon Feather, to personally receive this gift. He will be expected to depart in 3 days, time at precisely 9 p.m. Lavilia adds her hope that he will accept the reward offered by the imperial family. He mutters to his maid that the princess wants someone from a dark family like him to come to the capital. He questions what kind of reward this truly is. She advises him to consider the long-standing conflict between the dark families and the divine family, warning him that this may well be a trap. It surprises him that she suggests it might be safer for him not to go at all, deeming the risk too great. He reflects that if the imperial family truly wishes it, they can summon him whenever they please. He commands Lavilia to remain where she is. He is already aware of the location where Emperor Esteban and the imperial faction have set up their stronghold. That place holds his Talon Feather, yet it lies under the dominion of the divine family, which for a dark lineage is nothing less than a living hell. He cannot believe the princess is actually instructing him to head into such a place. Muttering to himself, he wonders what in the world is going through the princess's mind. He recalls, back when he played Interlunatic, there were several crucial points to remember. The very first was whether the main attribute given to the player could truly be turned into an advantage. Should he choose swordsmanship and the genius of combat, his path forward would be defined by the way of the blade. Yet if he selected monosensitivity genius, then the road ahead would be that of a mage. The second decisive factor involved the camps. Players were required to choose one side among bitterly opposing forces, and from there, they had to accomplish significant results. Nox sits alongside the princess inside their carriage, beginning their journey toward the imperial capital. He asks her directly what dealings she might have with him. She answers with indifference, saying it is nothing at all, for someone as trivial as him could not possibly have business with her. She then requests he refrain from such words, for they would only wound her feelings. He knows very well that among the factions in Interlunatic, the most formidable of all is the imperial faction, commanded by the princess herself. Opposing them stands the radical faction, driven by the dark families, including his own bloodline. And finally, there is the merchant faction, a force with boundless wealth behind it, always seeking to dictate the balance of power across the continent. Though each faction pursues its own methods, one reality remains constant: the relationship between the Rheinhafer household, a dark family, and the imperial line. He may not know the full history, but he is certain that bond is utterly poison. He remarks that she is essentially leading him into the lion's den. She wonders aloud if that is what he thinks. He questions whether she is trying to test him, and as a so-called useless man, he cannot simply retreat. With a low apology, he admits plainly that he is far from pleased about going there. She laughs at his candor and soothes him by assuring him there is no need to fret. She is only traveling to the capital with him in order to reward him for his service. Deep down, he recognizes her excuse as being stretched far too thin. Yet he chuckles again, telling her that he has already caught her bluff. Final. At last they arrive at the palace. He longs to know what her true intentions with him really are. As they step down from their carriage, a young man greets them warmly, saying he had heard of a guest's arrival and was eagerly anticipating it. He tells the princess that her appearance here was unexpected. That man is none other than her brother, Prince Louis. Nox identifies himself as the final heir of the Rheinhafer household and offers a formal greeting. The prince, Frances, questions her brother, asking if she heard correctly that he was meant to depart for the Northern War. Louis replies that the campaign has somehow been cancelled, and he chooses instead to play host, given the presence of such an important visitor. He adds that he intends to inform the emperor about this arrival. Prince Louis voices his wish to meet with Nox more frequently. The young master courteously accepts his words, yet in his thoughts he feels unsettled, repulsed by the idea of having to face this lunatic often. He knows Prince Louis is the first prince of the empire and the only figure ranked above Penelope in the line of succession to the throne. He is infamous as the maker of countless bad endings in Interlunatic. Nox and the princess remain standing outside the palace, while Louis departs with his attendants. Edna approaches the princess, asking if she is unharmed. The princess reassures her that she is fine, explaining she was only momentarily startled. She then turns to the young swordsman, remarking that he too must have been surprised. She invites him to step inside first so their discussion may continue there. He obeys her request, reflecting that the bond between the princess and Prince Louis is just as incompatible as it was within the game. He resolves to make use of this turbulent dynamic as best he can, determined to survive. Later that evening, he withdraws into his private chambers. He contemplates the coming day when he will receive his promised reward, and decides he should rest as much as possible. Whispering to himself, he says that as long as no deranged assassins appear, all will be fine. Yet only moments later, he catches the sound of disturbance. He immediately rises, clutching his sword with firm resolve. But instead of a sudden assault, A knock comes at his door. It is Princess Penelope, speaking softly, asking if he is awake. Could he open the door? The young master gets up and opens it, finding the princess and her maid waiting there. He stills. He questions her directly, asking what business brings her to him so late in the night. She explains that, as he already knows, it is unwise for her to linger here in the corridor and without allowing him time to object. She steps inside his room. Anna follows behind and tells him the princess has a proposal for him. She adds that she will keep watch, since countless eyes lurk within the imperial palace. Penelope gestures for him to take a seat, and he complies. Though seated, his unease is clear, wondering what on earth could compel her to come to him in person at such an hour. He suspects he already knows. Forcing himself to remain calm, he listens as she says she does not intend to consume much of his time, but she requires a single promise from him. Depending on how he answers, he may never again return to Elding. She corrects herself, stating instead that he may never return to the Rheinhafer estate. She commands him in her name to pull strings and move behind the scenes for her. The young swordsman had anticipated this moment. He tells her plainly that she needs someone capable of handling the first prince, and that it would be far simpler if she cut ties with the Dark family altogether. He acknowledges that in her eyes, he is a tool to be wielded, and she seeks to turn him into her pawn. She confirms his suspicion with a decisive affirmation. He warns her clearly that if she imagines he has no choice, then she is gravely mistaken. The following morning, he attends the royal court and offers his greetings to the king. The king is Esteban, and to him Esteban appears either thoroughly drunk or half dead. Esteban barely manages to lift his hand in response. Once upon a time, this man Esteban was hailed as the Knight of Light and Lightning, his name shining as a brilliant legend across the Archaean Empire. But now, bereft of wit, he bears only a shameful title, Esteban the Foolish. The princess also enters the court, presenting her respects to Esteban, the great son of the empire. Hans Louis then speaks, declaring that he has heard the young master has a request to bring before his father, and he assumes it must be the granting of a fitting reward for saving a member of the imperial family. Knox answers modestly, saying he only did what was necessary. He recalls that Prince Louis became head of the house after Esteban's downfall, and he resolves once more to stay cautious here. The prince then declares that the imperial family shall present a gift to the knight candidate of the Rheinhafer house, who protected his beloved sister. He asks if there is anything the young man desires, telling him to speak freely. Knox agrees and makes his request. He asks if it would be permissible for him to enter the Ark River. The entire court reacts in utter shock at his words. The Ark River is a mystical place reserved solely for the imperial and divine households, renowned for its absurd ability to increase attributes at random. Prince Louis sneers that, though he is a good-for-nothing, he dares to act so insolently. He declares that bastards from the Dark families are all cut from the same cloth. A minister bellows at the swordsman, proclaiming such a request can never be granted. Another demands how the Ark River could possibly be opened to one of dark lineage. They add that even if he did save the princess, it is not the rightful course of action. One minister goes so far as to ask aloud whether that river is not reserved solely for the divine households. All the courtiers agree in unison, yet he had foreseen every one of these objections. In truth, he made this request deliberately, for he did not wish to outright decline a reward, and this answer would suffice. Suddenly, the princess cries out, condemning their insolence and demanding how they dare raise their voices before His Majesty. She clarifies that no law has ever decreed the Ark River belongs only to the divine households. The swordsman begins to feel uneasy, questioning why Penelope is defending him, when he had already declared he would not cooperate with her schemes. In fact, he had hoped she would have abandoned him by now. She warns Sergoran that she dislikes unnecessary commotion. He recalls the final words she spoke before leaving his chamber the previous night, and they still weigh heavily on his mind. The previous night, she told him she would withdraw for now, but reminded him to hold onto her words. The moment of decision would eventually arrive for him. His mind remains steady. When that time comes, forced to choose between the two factions, He knows he must side with the princess rather than the bringer of bad endings. Still, he understands that his allegiance cannot be made too obvious. He then asks the prince directly if he accepts his request. The prince pauses in silence for a long while before finally speaking. He concedes that his sister's words are not without merit. And indeed, there are no laws forbidding a dark family descendant from entering the Ark River. Yet, he adds, it would be improper to break traditions the imperial family and its ministers have upheld for ages. Thus, he proposes a solution, a test, a trial to prove whether Nox is truly worthy of entering the Ark River and reaping its benefits. This outcome takes the young master by surprise. He recalls Eleanor and her so-called test, grumbling inwardly that everyone here seems obsessed with trials. He asks the prince to clarify what kind of test he intends. The prince answers simply, a spar with him. The swordsman is momentarily bewildered and asks if he heard correctly. The prince affirms, saying he has been told Nox possesses exceptional swordsmanship, so the only fitting trial is a duel. He elaborates that the Ark River is a sacred treasure of their empire, open only to those who prove their capability. Nox imagines the prince must be quite pleased with his own idea, but Nox has no intention of yielding easily, so he accepts without hesitation. Smiling, the prince declares they will meet at the training grounds in 1 hour. He even permits Nox to bring and wield any weapon of his choosing. Nox bows respectfully, vowing to give his best. With that, he exits the court. The princess hurries after him, accusing him of having a death wish. She asks if he truly grasps her brother's intentions. She warns that the outcome of the duel is irrelevant. Her brother only seeks to flaunt himself. She explains that Louis wants to crush him simply because he is young, thereby disgracing his entire family. The young master calmly replies that he already knows this. Whether he wins or loses, Louis will twist the result. If he wins, the prince will cry foul, claiming a dark family brat tried to harm him. And if he loses, Louis's prestige will soar even higher, boasting about defeating a promising new talent. That, no doubt, is the announcement he plans to spread. She asks curiously why he still accepts despite knowing all this. He counters by asking her what she would do if he told her there exists another option. Intrigued, she presses him to explain these alternatives. He tells her that there is a choice where he can win and survive, then asks if she would stand behind such a path. Meanwhile, inside Prince Louis's chambers, his maids help him don his armor in preparation for the spar. Abruptly, he glares coldly at one maid and commands her, in a harsh tone, to state his identity. She instantly kneels and answers that he is the second son of the Empire, Prince Louis von Archaeum. He smirks in satisfaction, affirming her answer, boasting that within Tal and Feather his authority is absolute and none would dare defy him. Yet in the back of his mind, his thoughts linger uneasily on Nox. The maid timidly remarks that Nox is unworthy of his concern and begs him not to trouble himself. In a sudden fit of cruelty, he strikes her across the face and throws her to the floor. Louis laughs wickedly, proclaiming that he never wastes energy on worry. He sneers, asking if she truly believes he would be shaken over some brat of the dark family. The maid pleads desperately for forgiveness. He commands all his servants to act wisely from now on. Then he questions them about his father Esteban, once hailed as the son of the Empire, asking how long they think that broken man has left. He adds that soon the Empire and all its glory will fall into his hands, and when that day comes, spectacles like today's duel will be essential. He asks if they understand. The maid swears she will never repeat her mistake. Louis then addresses his head butler rudely, ordering him to dispose of that maid immediately. The butler begs for one final chance on her behalf. Louis bursts into laughter, saying that second chances are privileges reserved for men like him. Even if she were born noble, the blood in her veins can never compare to that of the imperial line. He demands her agreement. She remains, begging pitifully as two servants drag her away. Louis mutters about Nox, scoffing that no matter how gifted he may seem, an outcome already decided cannot be overturned. He wonders what sort of expression Nox will wear when he breaks down in tears. Out at the training ground, Nox and Louis finally stand face to face. In the viewing gallery, the king and the princess sit to observe, while the stands overflow with spectators. The prince tells Nox to give his all in their match. He grins inwardly, convinced Nox will inevitably serve as a pawn in his little performance. The referee announces the duel between Prince Louis, heir of the Empire, and Nox of the Rheinhafer house. Both combatants draw their blades. Louis remains certain Nox cannot oppose the imperial family. No matter how skilled, he is still vermin from a dark lineage. Louis charges at him, confident that in this domain of divine and imperial families, Nox will not dare raise his sword. To his astonishment, Nox meets his attack head-on and parries cleanly. The crowd erupts, some calling him a wretch, demanding how he dares cross blades with a member of the imperial family. Nox addresses Louis respectfully as Your Highness before pushing him back with strength. Then, he calmly reminds Louis that it was he himself who ordered Nox to give his best. Louis reels in shock at Nox's power, thinking furiously that this little bastard truly dared to raise his sword against the Empire's first successor. Internally, he fumes, belittling Nox as nothing more than a dark family insect. Nox replies matter-of-factly that he is simply following Louis's instructions, not understanding his outrage. Louis becomes livid, warning him that if this is his choice, then he has brought it upon himself. There will be no mercy. He reassures himself inwardly that Nox may have earned fame in Eldain, but in the end, he is only a boy. There is no way he can overcome a prince raised with the Empire's finest tutelage. The referee declares the rules, stating the duel ends when one combatant falls or yields. Once again, Louis lunges forward, yet the result remains unchanged. The swordsman deflects his strike with ease. Nox quickly realizes that while Louis is indeed the bad ending maker, his fighting ability is not particularly formidable. His talent is respectable, but nowhere near enough to challenge Nox. Moments later, the young master suddenly halts the battle. Louis demands to know why he has stopped mid-fight. Nox calmly explains he has no complaints about the rule or the match itself, but it all feels dull since nothing is truly at stake. Louis demands to know his intent. Nox suggests they place a wager to determine the victor's prize. Louis thinks smugly that this way he can gain exactly what he wants. He responds with excitement, saying this duel won't be so boring after all, and agrees. Nox proposes that the conditions of the bet be declared after the match, but Louis refuses, saying his impatience won't allow that. He will state his terms now. Nox shrugs, saying it makes no difference to him. Louis declares that if he wins, Nox must abandon the princess and serve him instead. The swordsman wonders aloud what exactly Louis means by that. Louis snaps back that it is pointless to pretend ignorance. He accuses Nox of being enchanted by his sister. That must be why he saved her in the forest. Nox scoffs inwardly, thinking Louis is utterly delusional. He clarifies that he acted only in accordance with imperial law by rescuing the princess, and that he has neither ulterior motives nor any reason to. Louis answers that if that is the case, it simplifies matters, and he offers Nox the role of his knight, declaring that he wants him to be his shadow, not that of the Rheinhafer house, swearing loyalty directly to him. The young master responds firmly that if he wins this match, he will do exactly that. Louis reflects that if Nox were to be injured in this place, he could simply shift all the responsibility onto Eldain, onto the Rheinhafer household, and even Penelope herself. Louis tells him to blame only his own foolishness for failing to realize that this duel had already been determined from the very start, and he can instantly recognize that Nox's sword stands no chance of piercing through those artifacts. Without hesitation, he hurls another attack, blade in motion. Nox understands that at this moment, it would be impossible for him to shatter all those artifacts and deal any real damage to Louis. The system alerts him that his artifact, the great sage's supreme orb, is now glowing. It instructs him to recite the name of the true owner in order to properly wield its power, and reminds him he only has a single attempt, asking if he dares to use it. He knows full well that others will be astonished at how he came to discover the orb's owner's name, but he has no choice. His survival takes precedence over everything else. Louis keeps pressing forward with an unrelenting assault, while Nox narrowly evades each strike. Nox thinks, Indeed, there is but one method to destroy that absurd armor. He declares that the owner of the orb is Astrid von Caliwood. The system confirms the great sage's supreme orb is shining, and that the registered name has been accepted. From now on, the orb will recognize him as its second master, and his mana surges rapidly for a brief span. Louis demands to know what exactly he thinks he's doing. Knox calmly answers that he already told him. This is still a match. A fierce gust of wind suddenly rushes straight toward Louis. Fox reminds the prince that there is no rule forbidding the use of magic here. At that instant, the orb hovers directly before Knox, and Louis trembles as dread creeps in upon seeing its terrifying aura. The swordsman explains that Louis must realize what he is facing. It is unmistakably a magic missile. The orb begins to revolve in circles around Knox, and soon tears open a gaping portal high in the sky. From within that rift, countless otherworldly beings pour forth, descending upon Louis. Knox allows a small smile, and silently hopes Louis has the reflexes to dodge what comes next. Enormous tentacles lash out of the portal and surge toward Louis. He narrowly manages to slip away from their first strike. Yet at that same moment, he senses that something is undeniably wrong. One of the massive tentacles suddenly lashes him from behind. Louis cries out, demanding to know how such a thing is even possible. He wonders aloud if someone from the Rheinhafer household, a clan reputed as one of the Empire's most honorable sword families, could truly be capable of such monstrous feats. Knox sneers and mocks him, saying Louis probably already knows exactly what he's thinking right now. He tells Louis that there are no easy shortcuts, certainly not in comparison to the mountain of armor he clings to for protection. Enraged, Louis bellows furiously, demanding how a worthless outcast of a dark family dares to ridicule him in such a way. Knox retorts by asking if Louis wasn't the one who first started this. Wasn't it Louis who tried to disparage the dark families and mock the accomplishments Knox had earned? Isn't that the very reason he demanded this sparring match to begin with? Knox presses further, ridiculing Louis for choosing to provoke a fight when the odds were never in his favor, declaring that the lofty pride of the imperial family has now been dragged down into the dirt. Then, suddenly, he's gone. Knox unveils an artifact hidden deep within Louis's armor, exposing it for all eyes to see. It is a cube-shaped object. He raises it high, ensuring the entire audience can clearly witness it. The prince erupts in outrage, calling him a lunatic. Panic grips him. This was never supposed to be revealed before others. Knox smirks and asks Louis what he intends to do with such an artifact. Agitated, Louis snaps back that Knox has no right to question him. He concedes that he has heard countless whispers branding Knox as insane, but never once did he imagine that the man would dare challenge him directly. He threatens that, when this duel is finished, the Imperial Knights will cut Knox down without hesitation. Turning to his device, Louis calls out to the Dean, asking whether she truly intends to let her cherished student die here. She answers curtly, saying Knox is hardly cute, yet since it is a formal plea, she will grant it. Louis immediately recognizes her voice. It belongs to the newly appointed Dean. She tells Louis they have met once before. She repeats that while Knox may not be adorable, he is still one of her precious students. And if Louis is attempting to oppress him under imperial authority, then that is a dangerous path. As one of the four great sages, she swears upon her honor that she will utterly destroy him. Earlier, before departing from the academy, Knox had sought the Dean out to tell her that he had heard whispers of the imperial family's plan to present him with a reward, allegedly for saving the princess. She had only laughed. He told her then that if he went, it would only mean his death. She likely already understood this, for no member of a dark family had ever returned alive from that place. She had agreed without hesitation, all the while munching away on her snacks. Knox had snatched the snack from her hand, demanding to know if she was seriously eating at a moment like this. She protested, insisting the snack was innocent, and reached to take it back. He had pleaded with her to lend her aid, saying that a single word from her would be enough to make the princess leave him in peace. She had replied that in such a case, he would forfeit the reward. But if he had accomplished something noble, then he deserved to be rewarded. He argued that refusing the reward was far better than accepting it only to return as a lifeless head. He lamented that he had no idea how things had grown so tangled. She told him that modern magic was so advanced that even severed limbs could be reattached, but admitted she wasn't sure the same applied to heads. She even wondered aloud how she could say something like that about her own student. Nox then asked if there was a way for him to both accept the reward and still return alive from Tal and Feather. What would she suggest? At that moment, she had shown him the communication device. He had been shocked to see it. It was a magical crystal that allowed people to speak across distances, much like modern telephones. Unlike ordinary artifacts, this one could channel mana directly and transmit it to the other side, and not even the prince himself could interfere with the leader of Elding and one of the four sages. Nox remarked that it was rare to see her being so helpful. Noah, her true name, reminded him that she could hear every word he was saying. She warned that if he no longer needed her, she would depart. He quickly protested, insisting he still required her help. Louis then tried to justify himself, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. If he had known Nox was her treasured student, he never would have acted this way. He demanded to know who her dean was, warning Nox not to speak as though he knew her. She clarified that she had been close with his father, not him, and besides, he was not her student yet. She called him merely a friend. She then called Louis a brat and ordered him to beg for her forgiveness. He instantly bowed his head, apologizing and asking what he must do to soothe her anger. She told him to kneel and beg forgiveness from Nox. If he did, she would allow the matter to rest. Nox had not anticipated this outcome. A smile tugged at his lips, amused. Tears welled up in Louis's eyes as he turned toward Nox and muttered an apology. Nox responded that with a generous heart he would forgive him. Noah, however, called Louis shameless, warning that she would keep watching the fight and demanded that it be concluded fairly. She also ordered the barrier to be lifted. Louis reluctantly accepted her demands. As Louis prepared to strike again, Nox moved with blinding speed, appearing behind him in an instant. With a single blow, he knocked Louis unconscious. Louis collapsed forward, face first into the ground. The crowd of nobles erupted in disbelief, shouting that a member of a dark family had dared strike the prince. They cried out, questioning how such a thing could even be possible. The princess herself was left in shock, wondering how Nox had achieved such a feat. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Nox truly lived two lives. She voiced her concerns to Echidna, saying Nox could not possibly be relying on courage alone. He must be concealing some hidden trump card. Malapi speculated that perhaps the Dark family's authority was so great it could even exert influence within the Archaeum Empire, though by all reason that should have been impossible. That realization pushed her to believe that Nox must have something else entirely backing him. She resolved that, no matter the cost, she would discover that secret and claim it for herself. Echidna nodded in reluctant agreement, admitting that, though she hated to say it, Nox's strength was indeed genuine. She remembered their time together in the forest, and also the moment during the admission ceremony. Now, having witnessed this battle, it was clear to both of them that Nox had no intention whatsoever of siding with Prince Louis. The princess declared that there was something that must be done immediately. Echidna respectfully asked what the princess intended. The princess leaned close and whispered her plan into Echidna's ear. Echidna's eyes widened in shock, asking if she was truly serious. Meanwhile, the royal guard commanded that Prince Louis be carried to the infirmary at once, stressing that no lingering effects from the fight could be allowed. The head butler ordered the maids to act quickly, forbidding them to speak a word to anyone about what they had seen. The same maid Louis had thrown aside earlier now hurried to his side, trying desperately to wake him. The young swordsman Nox quietly slipped away from the scene. Later that night, Nox lay resting in his room. He lay upon his bed, gathering his strength. He reflected on how narrowly he had managed to survive the day, and thought to himself that the prince was nothing short of a raving lunatic. He supposed that was exactly why people called him the harbinger of bad endings. His gaze fell upon the orb, and he mused that it would prove to be immensely valuable. Not only. He reflects that the orb's value will prove useful not just in the early stages, but even more so in the middle and later phases to come. He admits it certainly eased his struggle against the prince this time. Yet he also knows full well that fortune like this will never smile on him twice. Out of nowhere, a knock resounds against his door. His first thought is that the prince has come back, seeking vengeance. Instinctively, he grips his sword tightly and calls out, demanding to know who stands outside. To his surprise, it turns out to be Princess Penelope accompanied by Echidna. When he opens the door, Echidna politely states that the princess wishes to speak with him alone. He breathes a small sigh of relief, realizing it isn't the prince returning. He asks if she intends to meet with him right this very moment. Echidna affirms it, saying that yes, it must be right now. A bad feeling coils in his chest, certain that trouble is about to follow. Still, he pulls the door open wider and allows the princess to step gracefully inside. He asks her what matter could bring her here and clarifies that if it is to question him about the duel with Prince Louis, then as far as he's concerned, that ordeal has already been resolved. The princess fixes her gaze on him and answers by asking why she would do such a thing. She insists there is no need for him to pretend ignorance. Narrowing his eyes, he presses her to explain what exactly she means. She instead poses her own question. Can he even picture her and her brother sitting down together at the dining table? As those words leave her lips, she calmly takes a seat. He points out that it is nearly midnight, insisting that there is no reason to speak now, as better moments will surely arise. She rejects his suggestion outright, declaring that this moment is, in fact, the perfect time. He wonders in frustration how she could dare enter his quarters at such a late hour. Should rumors spread, he knows the weight of scandal will fall squarely on his shoulders. She asks if he fears such gossip. He admits truthfully, yes, that is exactly what worries him. The mere fact that she is within the room of a dark family member already guarantees disaster. She counters, saying that his thoughts mirror her own. A scandal will indeed erupt, and that is precisely why she has come here. He is utterly bewildered. Inwardly, he screams for her to explain herself properly, madwoman, but outwardly, he restrains himself, and instead politely requests that she clarify her meaning in detail. Meeting his eyes without wavering, she declares that she needs him. Then, with complete solemnity, she proposes marriage. Elsewhere within the fortress of Lunatic, Captain Luna sits in her castle's council chamber. She inquires if it is true that their extraordinary new recruit is headed to Ark River. Jeff confirms it, adding that it seems the imperial family approached him first. Luna is surprised he accepted their request, wondering if he isn't concerned about the disgrace he might face there. Marin, one of Lunatic's top executives, scoffs, remarking that this is why children can never be fully trusted. She admits Captain Luna surely has her reasons for recruiting him, but confesses she remains unconvinced. Kyle, the vice captain, warns Marin to watch her words. He asks if Captain Luna now requires Marin's approval before bringing in a recruit. Marin snaps back, shouting that this was not what she meant at all. Kyle reminds her firmly that insolence cannot be tolerated, especially within an organization already hated by the imperial family. Luna intervenes, ordering both to stop and declaring there has been enough discussion about the recruit. At that moment, Cragel steps into the council hall. He remarks that, in his opinion, some of Marin's points actually hold weight. He notes Lunatic has not welcomed new members for a long time, and questions why Luna has chosen to do so now. She answers simply that it is because this recruit caught her interest, nothing more. Cragel arches a brow, suggesting there's no way she could have romantic feelings for a young boy, and wonders aloud if it concerns his family ties. Luna dismisses the notion, stating firmly it has nothing to do with the Reinhafer household. She adds that, although Tia once cooperated with Lunatic, the boy himself seems to bear deep resentment toward his family. Kyle finds this revelation unexpected. Marin proposes that perhaps they should investigate. Perhaps they should uncover why the Reinhafer household aided a criminal organization. She insists it is worth looking into. Captain Luna agrees, admitting Marin has raised a valid point. She declares they will assign the recruit his first mission. Then they will see for themselves whether he proves his worth or betrays them. Marin reflects bitterly, thinking not even she was given a mission during her first year. She feels disheartened but concedes that it cannot be helped. Proper evaluation is necessary, and so she accepts the captain's decision. One after another, the other members voice their agreement. Captain Luna turns to Marin, instructing her that she will be involved directly this time, as the recruit's senior. Marin is elated by the order. Finally, she has earned the title of senior, and she relishes how grand it sounds. She muses that, though she doesn't yet know what sort of person this junior will be, she will show him the greatness of a true senior. She grows curious to know what kind of mission awaits. Anna steps forward and begins outlining the details. Beneath the academy lies a hidden floor. According to a recent report, an Eldane executive secretly concealed the demonic essence stone of Payman there, one of the 72 demons. Luna explains that while the recruit stalls for time within the academy, they themselves will infiltrate and steal the stone. She instructs Marin to support the recruit directly and asks if she can manage the responsibility. Marin responds with enthusiasm, assuring her she can. Suddenly, Ezel strides into the chamber, congratulating Marin and noting she is no longer the lowest rank. He encourages her to do her utmost. Marin confidently replies that she will not disappoint. Meanwhile, within Nox's quarters, the princess stands before him with grave resolve. She tells him plainly that she needs him to marry her. He gazes at her and asks if there is some particular reason that led her to such a conclusion. She reminds him he must already know of her rank and standing within the imperial family. In that instant, her intent becomes clear to him. At first, he had half believed she was smitten with his face, and for a brief second the thought unsettled him. She then begins explaining. The imperial family has been split into two rival factions. Inside the palace, rumors swirl relentlessly. Many whisper that her father, King Esteban, is gravely ill and will soon abdicate. One of the two factions is led by her brother, Prince Louis, who commands the stronger side at present. The other belongs to her, Princess Penelope. He asks why she would disclose such crucial matters to him. She concedes that her position is indeed weak. Louis possesses a far stronger claim to the throne, not only as the eldest son, but also because of his vast noble support. She notes that rumors are already spreading that nobles eagerly discuss the rewards they'll gain once Louis ascends. He pointedly asks if her true aim is to seize the title of Empress. She admits she does desire it, but clarifies that above all, she cannot bear to let Louis destroy their empire. She reminds him that he himself has seen Louis's cruelty firsthand, how he treats people as mere disposable tools. He agrees silently, recalling why Louis earned the name Bad Ending Maker. He has experienced it himself. She tells him she needs a power base of her own, a force Louis would neither desire nor dare to touch. He wonders if she truly means him. She confirms without hesitation, yes, she does. Inside, he apologizes. He knows that tying himself to the princess will bring him nothing but trouble, and that this path must be avoided. But she anticipates his excuses. She warns that if he intends to say he lacks strength, or that marriage talks with the Stillrunner family are already underway, such answers will not satisfy her. The system notifies him his resolve is faltering. His trait, ordinary acting, grows unstable. He realizes then that she has already decided. He wonders desperately if there is any escape. He asks if she is truly comfortable choosing him, despite his tarnished reputation, regardless of his skill. She declares that from this moment, this will be their plan, and she demands he listen carefully. She recalls that he once saved her in the nameless forest. Despite his dark family origins, he had done everything possible to protect her. Nox admits inwardly that it is true, yet the logic of it unsettles him. She suggests they can frame it however they wish, either that he fell for her first, or that she fell for him. He wonders if she can possibly be serious. She assures him anything is possible in this world. As she says so, she clasps his hands and adds that imperial law grants a royal the right to choose their spouse. Then with a soft smile, she adds almost teasingly, "Who knows? Perhaps she really might fall in love with that handsome face of his. After making his return to the academy, Knox lays down to rest in his room when Lavilia suddenly enters, demanding that he explain himself. In her hands, she clutches today's newspaper, and on its front page the headline screams, "Princess Penelope falls in love at first sight with young knight Knox, the opposing force who saved her life." Beside the article, a large photograph of him has been printed. He gives a faint smile and asks if reports are already circulating about the matter. Then he mutters that the princess's ability to set things in motion is truly terrifying. Nalia admits she had heard rumors that all sorts of things were unfolding, but she cannot grasp how it ended up like this. It leaves her completely bewildered. Knox replies that it is, in fact, quite straightforward. He is being made into a tool, caught in the middle of the succession war within the imperial family. She gasps in astonishment at his words. He continues, explaining that the princess wants to exploit him because she has her own motives to prevent Prince Louis from ascending the throne and instead claim it for herself. That, he says, is why she suddenly declared him to be her intended husband. Lavilia responds that she has heard of Prince Louis amassing a great number of powerful forces under his command. Still, given that the Rheinhafer household is a dark lineage, she never once imagined the princess would choose to ally with them. Knox explains that this is precisely why the princess initially labeled him a useless, good-for-nothing troublemaker. Then, with rage steadily building, he mutters a curse under his breath, calling the princess a wretched woman, realizing in that moment that she is manipulating him specifically, because she knows his own family has already abandoned him. Burning with both fury and despair, he seizes his sword and rises from his bed. He orders Lavilia to remain silent. He has sensed something. A chilling awareness grips him, the feeling of someone eavesdropping nearby. He swiftly moves to the window and peers outside. He tells her that whoever was lurking there has already slipped away. It is Marin, concealed on the rooftop of the building opposite them. She silently watches him from the shadows. Inwardly, she admits that Knox is indeed just as strikingly handsome as the rumors claim. Yet in the same breath, she thinks that at the end of the day, he is still nothing more than a boy, one who appears far too frail and sickly to ever earn the recognition of Miss Luna. Nonetheless, she resolves that she must confirm for herself whether he truly is the one capable of becoming the new face of lunatic. The next morning, the young knight sits in the library, deep in study yet consumed by his thoughts. He ponders why Professor Rass suddenly departed. The situation unsettles him, and he makes up his mind to act upon it. Without warning, the professor materializes in the library and informs him that he must seek out the dean at once. The professor offers Knox an apology for leaving him in charge of the cleanup duty. Knox is about to make a biting remark toward the professor, but Echidna interrupts, warning him not to say what she knows he is thinking. She reminds him that one must never speak carelessly about a professor. Knox retorts, demanding if she even understands the struggles a graduate student endures. She blinks, baffled, unable to grasp what kind of graduate student he is referring to. Annoyed, Knox grumbles inwardly that rising to the position of top apprentice is far more troublesome than he ever anticipated. With a sharp glare, he snaps at her to shut her mouth, warning that his patience is nearing its end. She quickly nods in agreement. She backs away, giving him some space. Still, he notices the look on her face. It seems as though she wishes to say something more. He warns her again, declaring that if it's something pointless, he has no intention of listening. She rushes to clarify that it isn't what he thinks. She just feels that the two of them are completely incompatible. He rebukes her, telling her to reflect upon her own behavior. She lowers her eyes, apologizing for everything that occurred with the princess, adding softly that she doesn't expect him to understand. Her earnest tone makes him feel slightly awkward. He fixes his gaze on her and directly asks what she is trying to accomplish. She reminds him that he already has a marriage partner, and then questions whether he suspects that the princess only announced their marriage to make his life unbearable. He asks if she is speaking of arranged marriages. He admits he was somewhat surprised by it, but then asks why she is the one apologizing. She explains that the reason is simple. She isn't asking him, someone of the dark family, to stand behind their faction. She only wanted him to know that the princess is not such a shallow person. He remarks that she must care for the princess deeply, and it unsettles him. Once more, he finds himself facing a character who completely defies the expectations he carried from his prior experiences in the game. This feels unlike the countless scenarios he had encountered during play. Frustration begins to stir within him. He wonders whether this sensation is a kind of thrill, or perhaps empathy, that he is beginning to feel as a gamer. Shaking it off, he tells her to forget it. He's certain she had her own reasons for what she did. Then, muttering to himself, he says all he can do now is clean up these cursed books and tells her to just ignore him. She sincerely thanks him. He waves it off, telling her to act normally and not to say such embarrassing things. As he speaks, he pulls a book from the shelf. This one stands out different from the rest. His eyes fall on the name inscribed within, Marin. Inside, a message is written, "Contact complete, mission delivered." He never imagined they would reach out to him through such means. Turning to her, he says he needs some time alone, that there is something he must confirm. She shrugs, tells him to do as he pleases, and departs. Opening the book further, he uncovers shocking revelations. A demon once sealed on the night of slaughter, along with Payman's demonic essence stone, lies hidden beneath the academy, deep underground. He reads on. The instructions are unmistakable. To steal it, he must first map out the academy's inner structure and ensnare as many professors as possible. He instantly recognizes this as Luna's directive. It has begun at last. He knows this marks the opening of the first main episode in this merciless game. His thoughts drift to the inner workings of Lunatic. Meanwhile, Emma enters Talia's chamber and asks if she is all right. She tells Talia that for the past 2 days she has been behaving this way, and if she feels ill, Emma can summon a doctor. Talia lies motionless in bed, her face buried beneath the blanket. Emma silently wonders how Master Nox could possibly be involved with the princess. Handsome though he may be, no one could have ever predicted that the princess would choose someone from a dark family as her future consort. More than that, if the patriarch, who dotes on his daughter, learns of it, he will undoubtedly try to kill Master Nox. And should matters spiral out of control, it might even cause bitter discord between the two households. She urges Talia that it's time to stop her crying. Suddenly, Talia bolts upright in her bed. Her face, pale and ravaged from endless tears, looks utterly haggard. She tells her maid that today she has become an adult. Emma stares at her in disbelief, questioning what she means by such words. Talia explains that she has come to understand something vital, that what belongs to her can indeed be stolen away. She recalls the words her father once spoke, that one must grow strong enough so that no one can ever take what is theirs. She asks Emma if she believes in that. Emma, slightly unsettled, holds her tongue for a moment but thinks to herself that Master Nox must run away immediately. Elsewhere, the Archduke Payman is revealed to be the mastermind behind the Night of Slaughter, the same tragic incident that claimed the life of Nox's mother long ago. He is also the one who reversed Noah's time, turning her back into a child. And for the young knight, the first grand scenario is none other than killing him. Nox dresses himself and steps out of his room. As he walks, he acknowledges that it is impossible for him to defeat Payman with his own strength alone. The only blessing in this dire situation, he believes, is that within the Ark River, he has a chance to increase his stats at random. Indeed, he has already ventured there. The system notifies him that he has discovered a hidden place, confirming that he has entered the Ark River. It further reports that one of his stats has risen by 2 points at random. Additionally, he has acquired the dragon's tongue, the long-lost ancient language of magic. He thinks that, if not for the marriage entanglement with the princess, this would have been a truly rewarding gain. When he reaches the appointed spot, Marin greets him, remarking that he arrived on time. She admits she almost thought he would lose his way. He regards her and asks if she is Marin. She confirms, revealing her codename is indeed Marin. Yet she adds that he speaks too casually and orders him to pay attention. She declares that she is both his senior and his archer, and then pointedly asks if he understands that fact. In truth, Marin is one of the more vexing characters within Lunatic. Nox swiftly pulls up her complete profile through the system, scanning her traits, stats, and skills. At once, he notices she carries one of the traits he loathes most in inner Lunatic, her insufferably bossy disposition. With smug pride, Marin proclaims that from this moment on, he is her junior and must address her with proper respect. He fixes his eyes on her and bluntly tells her that she is unbelievably domineering. Stung by his words, she flares up in anger and shouts at him. She snaps that this entire world has gone completely rot. The young knight responds without hesitation, remarking that she clearly has a habit of being long-winded and spewing nonsense. She lashes back, insisting that he must show her respect. After all, she joined Lunatic years before he did, and she is also 2 years older than him. He calmly replies that he already heard her the first time, then pointedly asks what she could possibly gain from someone like him, someone she sees as a worthless good-for-nothing. Showing her respect, he begins to bring up the rulers who stand above them in Lunatic. Just before she can answer, he cuts her off, telling her to wait because he senses people approaching. He suggests that they move to the hideout first. She grows annoyed and orders him to simply ignore the others. Yet, she warns him that she's overlooking it this time only because it's his very first mission. He agrees to head to the hideout as planned, but also instructs him to destroy the scroll first. The instant he sees it, he recognizes exactly what it is: a low-tier dimensional teleportation magic scroll. In his thoughts, he muses that the link between this world and the game doesn't seem to have shifted much at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he tears the scroll apart at that very moment, both of them are instantly transported from their spot straight into the hideout. Once they arrive there, she groans that no matter how many times she experiences it, she just can't get used to that cursed dimensional teleportation. She orders him to sit down in the chair. Then she adds that although the broad outline of his first mission should already have been relayed to him, she'll go through it again, and advises him to listen closely. He asks her if she's ever heard of the Night of Laughter. She responds that she has. He elaborates, saying that Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Celsus, and his own father Tio once joined forces, and together they only barely managed to seal Archduke Payman. That fateful night, when the three stood united to defeat Payman, later became known as the Night of Slaughter. She agrees with his explanation, and confirms that Payman is indeed a monstrously dangerous being, a master so fearsome that even the mightiest across the continent could hardly restrain him. The problem, she continues, is that during the sealing process, the demon essence crystal that contained Payman went missing. After relentless searching, it was eventually discovered beneath the academy. He begins to piece things together, and suspects that Lunatic's plan is for the two of them to serve as a distraction while the crystal is destroyed. She's taken aback by how quickly he grasps the situation, and remarks that even if he's far too casual in the way he addresses her, he might actually prove useful after all. He suggests that they set aside the petty issues for now. Then he asks her directly if the date has already been fixed for the theft of the crystal. She answers that it's nearly finalized, to take place during Eldin Academy's nighttime self-study hours. She explains that his role will be to make sure both students and instructors are contained in a single place. He knows he can manage that. He admits it shouldn't be too hard to handle, but he still questions if it's truly possible, especially because if Payman revives during the destruction of the demonic essence crystal, he realizes he might be underestimating just how terrifying Luna really is. She starts to explain that Luna is the youngest of the 3 sword emperors and the savior of this crumbling continent. She assures him firmly that the thing he fears most, Payman's revival, will never occur. Inwardly, he thinks that while it would be convenient if everything unfolded as Marin described, there's no way it will go so smoothly. He knows this storyline. It's the episode where Payman revives. And even if the demon won't return in his complete form, any minor slip could mean the obliteration of the entire academy and everything around it. He recognizes this as the first chapter of the main arc, infamous as the Newbie Killer, the night of labyrinth and slaughter. He understands that to protect everyone, he must shoulder the roles of both hero and villain simultaneously. He steels himself to remain unwavering. He tells her he has heard everything necessary for the mission. Elsewhere, in a decrepit old building, Rick addresses the Archduke, reporting that every preparation is complete. All that remains is for the Archduke to raise everything on Earth once again, just as he did in the past. Upon hearing this, the Archduke is pleased. He states that while full revival is difficult thanks to those cursed rats, what they've accomplished should still suffice. The demon glances at him and asks if his name is Rick. Rick replies that it is. The demon tells him that if their plan succeeds, Rick will finally ascend as a true demon, no longer trapped as a mere demonic human. He warns him sternly not to let him down. Meanwhile, within the Academy Hall, Nox stands together with Princess Elinor and Talia. The princess turns to Talia, apologizing, saying she hopes Talia can understand. She explains that no matter how much humans try, they cannot fully control their emotions at will. Nox first glances toward the princess, then shifts his eyes toward Talia, who suddenly bursts into laughter, looking like a girl overcome by madness. At that moment he realizes he completely forgot to account for how Talia herself might react. Both girls lock eyes and he wonders how on earth things ended up in this mess. Abruptly, one student asks if anyone's heard the news about the top 7 students with the highest scores. Another chimes in, mentioning the nighttime self-study, and says he heard those students also receive bonus points afterward. A student sighs that he might have qualified if only he'd performed a little better. The first scoffs, saying that's impossible. He didn't even reach the middle ranks. The nobles had already secured all the top spots from the start. He explains that for commoners like them, no matter their grades, they'll never break into the top 7. The other student snaps back, asking if he doesn't already know that. He admits he was only venting. He knows nobles only protect their own, yet they're always preaching about equality. The group starts questioning what real difference there even is between this academy and the outside world. One of them asks how they could ever know what the upper ranks are truly thinking. Another student wonders who actually selects the 7, and by what standards. One guesses it must be by grades. He insists that grades alone matter, regardless of status or background. The young master, who had quietly been listening all along, finds that last statement surprisingly reasonable. The moment the commoner students notice him, they all fall silent. One sneers, calling him the worthless child of the Reinhafer family. Fox feels a sting of sorrow at those words. He wonders why conversations always seem to circle back to him, and though he never wanted unwanted attention, at this point it's unavoidable. He recalls the so-called newbie killer and reminds himself that for clearing the payment arc, the most vital factor is his grades. He resolves to earn an A+. He knows it sounds absurd, but unless his results are flawless, he won't qualify for the nighttime self-study event. If he fails that, he won't be able to stop the other characters from advancing ahead of schedule. Another student openly insults him, calling him an arrogant bastard, and questions whether Nox thinks he's something special just because he's slightly handsome and born into a powerful family. One of Nox's friends tries to step in to defend him, but the angry student cuts him off, shouting that Nox is the enemy of all men and that no one should be taking his side. A third student steps up, asking if they haven't heard the latest rumors that Nox has become the princess's fiancé, and crossing him might very well lead to death. Nox overhears everything from nearby, but says nothing. He knows he can't afford to ruin his connection with Lunatic. They are the cloak he intends to use to escape the Reinhafer family. What's absolutely certain is that he must prevent Payman's resurrection. This time, Nox secures first place in the exams, with Leon in second. He decides to act on the final night of the 7-day nighttime self-study. Inside the Academy Hall, Nox stands alongside 4 girls, the princess, Talia, Elinor, and Echidna. He realizes he forgot to check who ranked beneath him. Now the girls are bickering with one another, and the swordsman wonders if this is one of those ridiculous situations that only happens in dramas. The showdown between the ex-girlfriend and the current one. He thinks it's the worst possible situation, made even worse by the fact that he hasn't even done anything wrong. Kalia locks eyes with the princess and tells her she understands. Though it might sound improper to say, Nox truly is a good person, and she can understand why the princess would like him. The princess thanks her for understanding, yet she warns her not to assume she'll back away so easily. Because in the Stillrunner household, winning carries a weight that applies even to people. The princess smiles and wishes her good luck. She then turns to Nox, remarking that she heard their families had arranged an engagement. Apparently, someone was taking it far more seriously than she expected. Nox looks at Talia and admits that this wasn't how he ever wanted things to unfold. Out of nowhere, he receives a message from Marin, ordering him to meet her immediately at the hideout for further details about the mission. He rushes there, only to find her already waiting. Marin is seething with anger over the rumor of his engagement to the princess. She demands to know if he's completely lost his mind. He admits the rumors are true and confesses he himself doesn't know what's really happening. He explains that it seems the princess is using him as a political pawn to keep the prince in check. Marin scoffs, asking if he truly thinks she summoned him just to hear something that obvious. Nox presses her to concentrate on the mission instead, but she yells at him, demanding he tell her everything, because she too is someone who cares for Captain Luna. She refuses to accept someone like him, when no one even knows his true identity. He replies calmly that the decision came from the higher-ups. Marin makes it clear she'll form her own judgment about her junior. She demands to know whether he is truly fit to join Lunatic, or if he's just someone destined to betray them in the end. Nox draws his blade and warns her that he hopes she won't come to regret this. Then Aaron suddenly readies an arrow and hurls it straight at him. After narrowly dodging it, he steadies himself, but she instantly hurls another strike. She tells him she'll show some mercy for now, warning him not to die. He very quickly realizes that Marin wasn't bluffing in the slightest. In truth, she is a descendant of one of the vanished races of legend, the Marine race. She inherited their blood, and the might of her water shots is terrifying. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, wouldn't be able to completely neutralize such an attack. He immediately activates Acting Genius at maximum output. It becomes clear right away that provoking her any further would be unwise. At the same time, he realizes that with his current power alone, there is no way he can earn her trust. And because of that, there's a very real chance this confrontation could end in disaster, which means during this clash he must seize an undeniable victory. She tells him that even though the captain may have acknowledged him, he is still nothing more than the lowest-ranked member. She demands to know what's with his arrogance. She presses him for a clear explanation of his connection to the princess. Along with all the bizarre events constantly surrounding him, she refuses to believe they're merely coincidences. He replies that the truth is she simply doesn't want to accept what he's already said, and if she refuses to believe him, there's no point in him explaining further. She warns him again, vowing to see how long he can keep up his lofty, defiant act. She continues unleashing wave after wave of her magical water storm against him. He scoffs, asking if she really thinks such a petty trick will actually work on him. With a single swing of his sword, he slices through the storm completely. The aftermath from his blade creates such a fierce wave that she nearly loses her balance. She admits she never expected that particular strike to work anyway. What she truly wanted was to create a small opening, and the instant he turns his back, she seizes the chance and attacks him from behind. He immediately triggers his skill, the Hour of the Genius. The system notifies him that his perception of time has slowed. The young swordsman doesn't want to reveal the full extent of his ability yet, but he understands he has no other choice. She fires off another devastating spell, but he evades it with ease. He's astonished that, despite the distance between them being less than 10 meters, he dodged so effortlessly. Right after, he shifts positions with such explosive speed that Marin completely loses track of him. She, frustrated, wonders where he vanished to, unaware he's already standing right behind her. She blurts out in disbelief that no 15-year-old should ever possess this kind of power. Then she asks him outright what his true intentions are for joining Lunatic. But before he can respond, She declares it doesn't matter anymore. She will uncover the truth herself. Their fight rages on. Every time she launches an attack, he dodges, and with every counter he knocks her back. She finally grasps that he is unbelievably dangerous. Even if he isn't manipulating Lunatic for his own ends, she now understands that his sheer talent alone could endanger Captain Luna if he ever betrayed them. What unsettles her most is the gnawing sense that Nox is deliberately holding back. He wonders if it's because he intends to exploit them later, or if it's simply because she's also a member of Lunatic. He taunts her, asking if she plans to just stand there lost in thought. It's becoming harder and harder for him to restrain himself. She realizes it, fuming as she demands to know how he dares to treat his own superior like a fool. Now she knows she can't win. She begins to suspect this enormous gulf is nothing more than the difference in their natural talent. Yet the truth is, she can't even tell anymore. One thing she is certain of, unless she goes all out, defeat is inevitable. Then an even darker thought strikes her. Perhaps every member of Lunatic could be crushed by him. She tells the young master she cannot recognize him as one of Lunatic's own. She expects him to remain nothing more than a diligent student. She admits he's extraordinary, that much is undeniable, but she cannot fathom the motives behind his actions. Because of that, she resolves to uphold Lunatic's regulations and treat him as a dangerous element. She unleashes the secret technique of the marine race, water shot. He instantly knows that if it strikes him in his current condition, he'll die then and there, and he's uncertain whether he can even avoid it. At this point, he has no options left. Suddenly, Luna herself arrives and intercepts the attack with her blade. She demands to know what Marin thinks she's doing, reminding her that she specifically ordered her to complete the mission with her junior. Then she coldly asks which part of that order involved attempting to kill him. The young swordsman respectfully greets Luna. She warns both of them that unless they provide a full explanation of what just transpired, she will punish them both. She asks Marin directly what on earth she thinks she's doing, then reminds her that her mission was to cooperate with the newcomer and divert the attention of the academy staff and students. Marin bows her head in apology. She explains she only wanted to test whether he was truly loyal to the group. Luna warns her that the authority to make such judgments rests solely with her, the captain, not Marin. She also notices Marin's blade chipped, despite her final strike already going off trajectory. Luna narrows her eyes, realizing Marin had fully intended to kill him with that blow. The truth is, Luna is speaking of the blade she herself used to block Marin's final attack. She wants to confirm her suspicion. She admits she understands Marin's perspective. She even concedes that the recruit has yet to show his true self. But even so, Marin has overstepped a boundary. Luna firmly reminds her there is only one circumstance in which a member is permitted to kill another, and surely Marin remembers what that is. Marin murmurs the answer, only in cases of betrayal. Luna delivers a sharp warning never to make that mistake again, and she adds that the same warning applies equally to Nox. The young swordsman accepts her command without objection. Luna then suggests the two of them take a walk together, and he complies. As they walk, she explains that she had to chastise them both in order to preserve discipline and order. He responds with a faint smile, saying he's already committed so many terrible deeds and sunk so low that a warning like that doesn't faze him anymore. He clarifies that he isn't complaining, he's simply stating it's fine. Marin likely never trusted him from the start. Luna admits it's difficult to explain fully, but there was a reason Marin acted that way, and she hopes he can understand. Then she adds one more thing. He owes her his life, because if Marin's arrow had struck him directly, he would certainly have died. He lets out a faint chuckle, remarking that it sounds terrifying. She studies his reaction and wonders aloud why he doesn't seem shaken. He tells her that after living a life filled with brushes with death, it all feels normal now. She laughs, calling his attitude rather dull, then admits she can see why Marin dislikes him. She explains that it wasn't just any arrow, it was that arrow, the very shot that allowed Marin to qualify for Lunatic in the first place. The sheer destruction contained in that arrow, something she painstakingly prepares, is on an entirely different level. She tells him it's so devastating that even she herself couldn't completely withstand it head-on. Now he finally realizes why his sword had been destroyed. Still, it feels strange to him. If Marin is truly that powerful, why doesn't she appear in the main storyline? In reality, Marin is the last surviving descendant of a legendary race, able to wield both water and bows to their absolute peaks. That's how she was able to fire such a monstrous shot. He recalls reading in a book that the marine race was one of the rarest races to mysteriously vanish. They showed up only in background lore within Interlunatic, never once in the main narrative. He mutters to himself that if he ever faces her again, he won't give her the time to prepare that arrow. She overhears him and teases, calling him a cheeky little rascal. Then she taps him on the forehead with her finger, warning him not to even think about fighting her in the first place. She asks if he truly understands how terrifying Marin can be when she loses control. She reminds him again, she already said he could have died. He quickly shifts the subject, commenting that this place is larger than he imagined. Inwardly, he thinks a single attack like that could serve as an incredible trump card. When the moment arrives, just as he begins to walk off, Luna halts him. She tells him that he's strong enough to subdue Marin before she completely lost herself. And beyond that, cold and calculating enough to cut down enemies without hesitation. He smirks, joking that she sounds like she's flirting with him a little too much. She replies that it's precisely because of that she has a favor to ask. She tells him that if, during this mission, he senses Marin losing control and going berserk, then he must kill her, because only he has the ability to do so. Back inside the Academy's classroom, a professor stands before the students and begins his lecture. He tells them that the path to becoming a true knight or mage lies in unlocking the 3 vital energy cores, the upper, central, and lower. Though talent certainly matters, he reminds them that in the end, it is only through relentless effort that one can truly unlock these cores. Within the classroom, the young master finds himself seated right beside the princess. He notices that Talia keeps casting glances in his direction, unable to look away. He silently curses, wondering what mistake he could have possibly made this time, and why Talia refuses to at least give him the chance to clarify what truly happened. The princess teases him, joking that the way Talia glares could actually sting. He cuts her off sharply, telling her not to start, insisting he has no desire to even sit next to her right now. She then explains that since they are essentially engaged, avoiding each other would only make people suspicious. Nox argues back, saying that personal and professional matters should remain separate. After all, she is a princess of a nation. She counters lightly that it's fine, and at the very least, her engagement ensures Prince Louis won't be able to kill him so easily anymore. He is left completely speechless at her words. Suddenly, Ianov arrives, approaching him on a Saturday. He instantly recognizes her as the successor of the Sidar family of succubi, notorious for draining a man's life essence with their charm skills, as well as empowering their own strength or that of others. He quickly averts his gaze, avoiding her eyes. Leon, seated behind him, complains that even though it's supposed to be their nighttime self-study session, he feels utterly drained. He groans about how they're burdened with both afternoon and night classes. Echidna joins in, remarking that if she remembers correctly, they still have 3 more classes left today, and she wonders if Leon can handle it. Nox responds that he doubts those classes are even going to take place. Leon asks him what exactly he means by that. At that moment, the entire room begins to shake. Panic spreads among the students as they scramble for answers, desperate to know what is happening. Nox realizes it instantly. The main storyline event has begun. The subjugation of Payman is now underway. Far below the ground, Rick stands before Payman. Rick smirks and declares that it is finally beginning. Meanwhile, at the hideout, the young master turns to Marin, asking if their mission is to create a diversion so that Lunatic can destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin smiles with satisfaction at his quick understanding, explaining that once the barriers separating each section are activated, This entire place will transform into a labyrinth the students must try to escape. She instructs him to stall for as much time as he possibly can. Meanwhile, back at the Academy's lecture hall, the ground trembles violently, and objects tumble from every direction. Nox thinks to himself that Marin is performing her role well. Now it is his turn to delay things, because his own objective is absolutely clear. He warns the gathered students that remaining here will put them in serious danger. Leon speaks up, announcing that 2 spells are currently in effect. He explains that the first is a dimensional barrier, sealing them off from the outside world and trapping them inside. The second is a layer transformation spell, which constantly reshuffles the building's floors, making any escape extremely difficult. The young swordsman is astonished at how quickly Leon has pieced it together. He asks if Leon means they should focus on breaking the layer transformation spell first. The princess confirms this, pointing out that in their current state, destroying the dimensional barrier is impossible. Yana agrees with her, adding that this particular form of layer transformation magic is one of the most common types applied to buildings. He is caught off guard not only by her analysis, but also by the fact that Yana is not supposed to interfere with the central incident of this episode. He questions why she keeps inserting herself. Has the original storyline already gone completely astray? Talia supports Leon's reasoning, stressing that they must break the spell. Nox also voices agreement, pointing out that these enchantments clearly serve a specific purpose. The young master isn't surprised. Talia managing to figure this out is nothing unusual, even if she typically detests deep thinking. He explains to the others that if they either fulfill the spell's purpose or forcibly dismantle it, they'll be able to escape. Leon further elaborates, warning that any powerful attacks launched directly at the spell will likely just be nullified. Nox suggests that they should first examine the condition of the building. He proposes dividing into 2 teams in order to assess the situation properly, and then reconvening precisely 1 hour later. Meanwhile, Marin, still cloaked in invisibility, slips into the academy. She admits to herself that Nox is truly capable, and it's no wonder he once managed to defeat her. He was unfazed by the massive-scale magic, and he had already earned the trust of the others. At last, she reaches the basement of the academy, and she wonders if it is finally time to begin the very first attempt at traversing the labyrinth of the second area, standing tall upon a massive statue. She believes this place is known as the Labyrinth of Dreams and Delusions. Stepping down from the statue, she tilts her pot and spills blood onto the ground. She reflects that this illusionary magic, fueled by the blood of imps, steals the minds of wanderers and entices them with visions of their deepest desires. As the blood spreads, strange inscriptions begin to form and glow across the floor. She thinks to herself that not even the brightest prodigies from Eldane would be able to withstand this challenge without struggle. Since she has poured out such a large amount of blood, it should secure them at least an hour. Now, what she needs is for Nox to somehow push through it. She peers into her magical device and sees all of the students, Nox included, collapsed on the ground and completely unconscious. She frowns in disbelief. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her magic was calibrated to a level that he, at least, should have been able to resist. Something feels terribly off to her, and now an unexpected problem has arisen. She realizes she has no other choice but to step in herself. Meanwhile, late at night, Luna and Def soar high in the sky, observing the unfolding situation below. Luna tells him that the time has come to begin, and Def obeys her orders without hesitation. The 2 descend and land within the academy grounds. Def voices his concern, asking if this is truly all right, considering Noah's overwhelming strength. Luna calmly admits that he is correct. At last, they arrive at their intended destination, the resting place of warriors. The 2 step inside together, and so they discover Noah already there, waiting for them. She greets them, saying she knew they would eventually come. Noah, the captain of Lunatic, one of the 3 newly risen Sword Emperors. Luna recalls her clearly as the final successor of the lunar swordsmanship style. The memory of Noah's lineage and skills resurfaces vividly in her mind. Luna commands Noah to step aside. She warns that the demonic essence crystal is an artifact that would plunge the world into chaos. Noah responds evenly, saying that she already knows full well what her answer will be. Luna unsheathes her sword and begins casting a spell. The spell is aimed directly at Noah. Yet in the blink of an eye, Noah vanishes from sight. She reappears and launches a sudden assault against both Luna and Def, but Luna intercepts and destroys the attack with a single slash of her sword. Noah lets out a laugh, admitting she truly relishes battling formidable opponents. She remarks that Payman was the most powerful demon she had ever crossed swords with. Then she asks Luna if she is allowing Payman to awaken merely, so she can fight him again and prove her own supremacy. Noah questions, what if that is indeed the real reason? Luna replies with an icy warning. If that is true, then she will not hesitate to kill her. Noah presses further, asking why Luna would go so far. At that instant, both of them rush forward and clash at the very same moment. Elsewhere, Rick is deeply engaged in the ritual to awaken the demon. Nearby, he notices the presence of an angel. He approaches and urges the angel to leave the area. The angel, however, offers no reply. Resolute, Rick decides he must go on regardless and begins to run. He believes that the angel holds the power to return to him what he has lost. Wading into the water until it reaches his knees, he breaks down and begins to weep. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, urging him to wake up. He jolts awake to find himself lying on the ground. At his side, Talia is sitting and watching over him. As he sits upright, he realizes tears are still falling from his eyes. Talia confirms it for him. He was indeed crying, and something must have occurred to cause it. He reflects on the dream he just had, straining to recall the details. Though the memory is blurred, he remembers vividly that he saw a woman, as though she were desperately trying to convey something to him. Alina and Talia both fix their eyes on him, suspicion evident in their gaze. He sighs and tells them he must have shown them a pitiful side of himself. He asks them to forget it, insisting they move forward. He cannot afford to waste time dwelling on dreams. He recalls the second labyrinth. Every detail returns to him, how countless ministers appeared within, and how they fought their way through the chaos. Leon summoned forth his skeletal soldiers of magic to counter the monsters. They battled relentlessly, carefully studying the creatures before striking. The young swordsman notes that, in truth, this level does not seem especially dangerous. During the clash, he deliberately lands a strike on a child's foot. When she spins on him in anger, he immediately apologizes and admits his blunder, reminding himself never to forget the importance of dragging things out. At last, once all the monsters have fallen, Leon remarks that somehow they succeeded in clearing the second labyrinth. The princess observes that Leon appears worn out. Yana comments that it is because she herself still lacks the ability to properly shoulder her share of the burden. Yana then turns toward Nox and asks if he is holding up well. Irritated, he snaps that he's fine and orders her not to compare him with these weaklings. Alina reminds him pointedly that it hasn't even been 3 hours since they caught him crying, wondering aloud if he might be putting on an act of toughness. The princess interjects firmly, declaring that she will not tolerate anyone speaking to her future husband in such a way. Alina quickly bows her head and apologizes to her. Still unsettled, Echidna asks what they think the third labyrinth might contain. She voices her unease, pointing out that the second one was already difficult enough. The young master replies that he does not know. A faint smile plays on his lips, for he knows that at last it is his turn to take the stage. In reality, he is fully aware of what lies ahead. The third labyrinth holds the flower boss monster of the labyrinth, and that boss monster is none other than himself. Elsewhere, Rick informs Payman that his resurrection has finally reached completion. At that very moment, Rick receives a call from Prince Louis. He assures the prince that everything is progressing flawlessly, and that there is no reason to worry. The prince orders him to ensure nothing goes awry. This is a rare chance for him to rise as a hero. Rick answers with obedient agreement, but in truth, he is deceiving the prince. Within, he mocks him as a fool, laughing at his naive belief that defeating the revived Payman would grant him glory as a hero. Rick lets out a quiet chuckle at his ignorance. He flings a vial, filled with blood, directly onto the demon. Instantly, the being returns to life. Rick greets the reborn creature with a twisted smile, introducing himself as a demonic human. He reveals his true name, How Shulk's Dynfer. Payman, however, is displeased to awaken within such a worthless body. He scoffs bitterly, calling it a miracle that he even managed to resurrect in this form at all. Rick drops to his knees in reverence before him. The demon inhales deeply, sniffing the air, and claims he senses a familiar human presence just beyond the wall. That human is one of the three who once sealed him. He is speaking of no other than Noah. Rick confirms his suspicion. At that moment, the system notifies him. The artifact Moon Shadow has been activated, beginning to generate a shadow replica of the player. The system prompts him to choose the appearance of his shadow. He knows this is the final labyrinth that must be cleared. Yet curiously, there is no boss monster waiting here. He begins selecting among the available options to shape his shadow. He recalls that he had already slain the boss monster, eager to claim the rewards it offered. The system then displays his complete profile. As the boss monster clearance reward, he gains 0.3 random stat points. He studies his traits, statistics, and skills carefully as they appear on the interface. A system warning follows. He has only 147 days left to live due to his terminal illness. Yet as a side effect of this condition, his mana and stamina steadily continue to rise. His stats keep climbing higher as the boost persists. He recalls his assigned role within Lunatic, to buy time by ensuring the students remain ensnared within the labyrinth. That is why the solution he devised is to utilize his Moon Shadow doppelganger. He alters its appearance and dispatches it to take the place of the former boss monster. Since it is his own shadow, it will surpass the original boss in strength. When he reunites with his group, Talia immediately asks where he had been. He snaps back coldly, telling her to mind her own business. Deep inside, he knows that all he must do is keep them confined here, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a young man steps into their path and orders them to halt. None of them recognize who he is. The young swordsman thinks to himself in alarm. Though his shadow can move on its own and make independent decisions, it still reflects his core personality. If it talks too much, there is a very real danger that the others might begin to suspect the truth. Leon mutters that with mana so ominous, it is hard to even call him human. Nox flinches, startled that Leon was perceptive enough to notice. Echidna cries out that she knew something felt wrong, that the stranger's face carries an unsettling familiarity. The young master wonders what exactly she meant. Alina directly questions the stranger about his identity. Deep down, he knows the truth, that this figure is his own shadow. The stranger introduces himself as Shane, claiming to be a wandering mage who was swept up by the activated magic while passing through. Alina narrows her eyes, saying that he looks strangely familiar. The swordsman grows uneasy. Shane is saying far too much, unnecessarily so. He quickly warns his comrades that Shane is nothing but a monster. He advises them not to speak with him at all, but simply to destroy him. His worry intensifies that if this continues, his disguise will unravel. Nox unsheathes his blade and charges at Shane, who raises his weapon to meet the attack. Alina cautions that Shane's power is formidable. Without hesitation, she activates her magic and fires a devastating magical ray toward him. She observes aloud that his sword swings appear slower than they should be. Leon summons his skeletal warriors to strike at Shane, while Talia lunges forward with her sword. Shane skillfully avoids every one of their assaults, at first even slipping past Talia's strikes, but eventually, she lands a crushing kick that hurls him to the ground. The others all notice that Nox is holding back from attacking. Alina and Talia instantly turn on him, demanding to know what is wrong. In that moment, he realizes he has overlooked two crucial truths. First, the shadow possesses only half of his true abilities, meaning its stats are reduced by 50%. Second, whenever the shadow is struck, he feels the pain directly himself. The situation has now become far more complicated than he ever anticipated. He wonders desperately if he will manage to endure until the timing is right. Elsewhere, Luna and Noah continue their duel, the intensity of their clash escalating with every strike. Suddenly, Payman bursts through the wall and enters the chamber where their battle rages. Luna turns furiously toward Noah, accusing her of destroying everything. She demands to know if Noah has any concern at all for the survival of mankind. In that moment, Luna reveals her true strength. Her sword surges with overwhelming energy. Noah realizes with shock that Luna had been holding back all this time. Luna shifts her focus toward the demon, recalling the many times she had tried to annihilate that wretched being before. She had sworn to destroy the demon completely after its full resurrection. What she had not expected was for the revival to occur so swiftly. Now, faced with Luna's unleashed might, Noah knows she will also be forced to reveal her trump card. Both women unleash their full force against the demon. Luna even lands a direct strike with her sword, yet the blow has no effect whatsoever. The demon bellows with laughter, mocking them, asking if all that stands against him is a powerless witch and a mere little girl. He sneers cruelly, declaring that if that is truly all they have, then this is where their lives will end. On the other side, the group continues to unleash their relentless attacks at Shane. Yet Shane holds firm, meeting every strike with refined skill and unshakable composure. Leon shouts that those who command such sinister magical energy cannot be allowed to advance, declaring that he himself will personally put an end to Shane right then and there. The young master notices that Shane appears far from distressed. In fact, he looks exhilarated by the battle. Still, relief washes over him, realizing that he has managed to stall long enough. Just as he raises his hand to release his spell against Shane, the earth beneath their feet suddenly begins to fracture. He scowls, uncertain of what this abrupt tremor might signify. Then, without the slightest warning, the ground rips apart, exposing a colossal chasm. Alina loses her footing and plummets into the abyss. In a heartbeat, Shane hurls himself in after her. He catches her mid-descent, holding her securely in his arms. With that, he saves her life and carries her safely back to solid ground. Alina, stunned and bewildered, demands to know why he would endanger himself just to rescue her. Shane, his expression edged with genuine concern, asks if she is hurt anywhere. The young swordsman, quietly observing, watches as the two hold hands and an uneasy shadow clouds his thoughts. He wonders if the one who just saved Alina is truly Yu Chan, before he was overtaken by Nox. Deep inside he knows the answer is yes, yet he cannot stop himself from thinking how pathetic that side of him looks. Still, another matter gnaws at him more. That sudden fissure in the ground, it isn't natural. Such energy could only originate from a single being. The archdemon, Payman. Realization strikes as the pieces fall into place. Abruptly, he spins on his heels and bolts. Talia, taken aback, calls after him, demanding to know where he's going. But he understands now that everything has spiraled into catastrophe. His mind races as he sprints. Where exactly did it all begin to collapse? One truth stands firm. If they fail to stop Payman here and now, all is lost. Meanwhile, Payman is already delivering a merciless assault against Luna and Noah. A gigantic boulder hurtles down toward Def, and Luna instinctively moves to shield him. But Def stops her with a shout, ordering her to ignore him and direct everything toward killing Payman. Both Luna and Noah are battered, their stamina fading fast. Despite her injuries, Luna turns to Noah, insisting she expects a proper explanation once this is over. Noah, his voice dripping with mockery, calls her a little girl and sneers that she sounds far too composed. He asks if she really believes she has the luxury of being distracted, especially when the demon himself stands before them. Though Noah maintains his usual carefree tone, Luna knows her reserves are nearly empty. She realizes the devastating spell she unleashed can only be cast 2 more times. The demon smirks cruelly, reveling in their weakness, and jeers at them both. He calls them pitiful, and while their struggle has provided amusement, he announces that he has come up with an even more thrilling idea. Gesturing toward a group in the distance, he tells Noah there are plenty more targets over there, perhaps her very students. Noah's eyes darken with fury. She retorts coldly that since their last meeting, he has become even fouler and more repulsive. The demon only grins wider, pressing his taunts, urging her to watch closely, so that she can see firsthand just how utterly powerless humans truly are, and that no matter what, they will never rise against someone like him. refusing to yield. Luna and Noah charge together once again. They pour every last fragment of their power into a desperate strike to bring the archdemon down, but Payman dismisses their efforts, batting them aside as though they were no more than insects. Their bodies are sent hurtling backwards. Pain floods Noah, dragging her into harrowing memories. Back then she failed to protect them, her own family. She remembers with haunting clarity how many lives were extinguished that day. Her chest burns with unyielding resolve. She refuses to lose anything else. Not again, not after chasing this strength for so long. She had sought it only to shield everything precious to her. Yet even now she doubts. Perhaps all of this power is still not enough to pierce the archdemon. Luna throws herself forward, attacking the demon once more. But Noah shouts a warning. It's already too late. Before Luna's strike can land, an overwhelming force bursts forth, blasting directly into Payman. The archdemon is hurled back violently. Both women freeze, struck by shock, struggling to process what just transpired. He reminds her that she has already lost her family. Will she allow herself to lose her students as well? Because should that happen, he warns, she will have nothing left. Noah stares at him in disbelief. How could he possibly know that? With unshakable determination, Nox unsheathes his blade, vowing by the ancient creed of the Black Sword that, here and now, he will bring down Payman. A mask materializes, brushing against his hand as he inspects it, and he realizes that Shane's safe return was never the real issue. His mentor steps forward beside him. She states grimly that Payman has awakened, warning that his strength rivals even Captain Luna's, leaving them utterly outmatched. She declares her oath to protect Nox as his teacher, but he rejects her vow outright. He insists that the Reinhardt family never shirks its duty. Marin protests that this enemy lies far beyond what they can handle, prompting Nox to ask if she truly intends to let Luna fall. He reminds her that it was Luna who once rescued her from that laboratory, and he questions if she could truly abandon someone like Luna now. Marin presses him, demanding clarity. She argues that Payman is simply too powerful. Nox orders her to draw her bow, explaining that with Payman present, they must act together to stop him. When Marin asks if Luna was the one who told him about the bow, Nox insists the greater matter is at hand and accuses her of hesitating. Marin confesses that even her water shot already overwhelms her, and she fears she might lose control if she attempts the bow. Nox counters that she carries the full legacy of the Sifo. He accuses her of underestimating herself and assures her that he will not perish because of her actions. Karen Perknox asks if something troubles him, hinting that Marin might have grown attached. She warns him not to regret his path, but he vows he will not. Marin remarks on his stubborn defiance, just as their powers collide. Stormbringer erupts with energy, draining Nox's mana as a system notification records the loss. Marin raises her bow, counting aloud, while Nox steadies himself. At 3, both unleash their forces in unison. Water and flame surge together as Stormbringer fuses with Marin's arrow, detonating in a drawn-out explosion. Nox grips Stormbringer tightly, refusing to let go, as Marin gathers water to shape yet another arrow. She releases it, and Nox calls out her disqualification as a marksman, rebuking her for recklessly aiming such an attack at her own junior. Marin fires again, forcing him back. Nox dashes ahead toward the distortion, demanding that Ionov Onsitter reveal herself, asking if the successor of the 3 dark families has been shadowing him. Yana steps forward, confirming his suspicions, and Nox tells her he has a request. He orders her to use enchantment magic to halt Marin. Iana agrees, but demands that Nox restore her dark magic afterward. He accepts and commands her to begin. As Iana begins weaving her spell, ripples of magic spread outward. Nox strides into the ruins. There, a woman stands waiting, barely able to remain upright, haunted by the knowledge that her family is already gone. He offers her encouragement, declaring with firm conviction that he intends to slay Payman, and he asks for their combined strength. Payman snarls, accusing Nox of tampering with his attack. A system alert triggers. The enemy has inflicted the status effect of fear on the player. The others begin to buckle under the oppressive force. Meanwhile, Payman realizes that Nox is the son of Tio, but Nox's system promptly notifies him that his trait, Steel Mentality, has nullified the negative effect of fear. The young master retaliates, firing a blazing ray at the demon. Yet the demon manages to deflect it aside, and then demands an answer from him. Nox coolly asks, what of it if he is Tio's son, addressing the demon as Archduke Paimon. He states that he heard Paimon was one of the weakest demons, sealed away long ago by his father. His father had even remarked that Paimon was unworthy of bearing a grand title such as Archduke. The demon chuckles darkly, saying those are bold words coming from a brat. The swordsman thinks to himself that the demon is indeed overly emotional, exactly as his in-game profile described, and he resolves to exploit that weakness to his advantage. His system window opens, displaying core data on the demon, traits, stats, and skills. He quickly realizes this enemy far outclasses anyone he has ever faced before. He also observes that the hellfire he blocked travels only in straight lines, and the flames siphon life force from their victims. Meanwhile, Disaster Flame proves to be a dangerous damage overtime skill, its potency dictated by RNG, and Condemnation manifests as a sword forged of flame, used to strike down foes. It becomes clear to him that this demon is armed solely with monstrous abilities. Suddenly, Luna charges in, demanding to know what he is doing here and why he would dare appear. He knows full well that Luna and Noah are capable of defeating Paimon, but only once they acquire their designated items. For now, with no such advantage, it falls on him to face Paimon with what little he has. He implores Luna to cooperate with him, and he assures her that he has devised a method to bring Paimon down. Luna presses him about Marin, asking if she still lives. He affirms firmly that Marin is alive, just as he promised her. Enraged, the demon roars at him, demanding how he dares look away while in his presence, and hurls fire straight at him. The young master raises his sword, blocking the flames. The system warns him that his rare trait genius of acting is faltering under the sheer impact. Nox identifies the attack as the Condemnation skill while holding back the Inferno. He tells Luna that Marin is crucial to his plan. He is certain Marin will rise above her trauma and take full command of her strength. Luna lunges at the demon, slashing with her blade, but Paimon meets it with his massive sword, stopping her cold. She shouts furiously, reminding him not to overlook her presence. After exhausting herself in the clash, she concedes, telling Nox that she will entrust Paimon to him. Better that than watching everyone perish here. Nox quickly informs the Dean that she has only 2 wide area spells left in reserve, and he urges her to cast a large-scale barrier encircling the battlefield to ensure that no outsiders can break through. She agrees, asking softly if his real aim is to shield the students. He answers curtly, saying she can think whatever she likes. She replies that he's dishonest with himself, and that is exactly what makes him endearing. Meanwhile, still clashing with Luna, the demon sneers at Noah's magic, dismissing it as a mere parlor trick. He then asks Luna if she truly believes she can stall him, when it is him she faces. With blinding speed, he shifts his assault toward the young master, who intercepts with his dark sword. The swordsman jeers at him, asking if this is truly the full might of an archduke, declaring this level of power means nothing to him. The demon laughs cruelly, asking if Nox thinks himself equal to his father merely because he blocked a few swings. Once more, the system warns that the demon has attempted to cast fear upon him. The demon taunts that Nox is deluded. His father was many times stronger than him, and even then, Tio could not kill him, but had to seal him instead. He warns that he will grind Nox into dust in an instant, swinging his blade repeatedly. But the system again reports that steel mentality has nullified the effect of fear. Smiling, Nox tells the demon that they won't know the outcome until it's tested. The system warns that the artifact Stormbringer has already drained his mana to its maximum limit. With a powerful surge, he shoves the demon back in, wonders if Noah's barrier has finished forming. He knows they are nearly done, and this single plan is their only hope of eradicating Paimon. He notices Luna striking again, her blade flashing at the demon, and turns to her, thinking she must awaken soon, because he himself is nearing his breaking point as well. On the other side, Yana contemplates whether she should tell Marin that even as an expendable extra, fated in the game to die and vanish, she refuses to accept that outcome for her. Then she muses that even saying she doesn't wish for it sounds oddly absurd. Suddenly, Nox's system announces that his remaining mana reserves are critically low. A moment later, it states that the energy being consumed will be replaced, yet his life force has begun draining rapidly. Yana affirms in her heart that Marin deserves the right to live and the right to seize control of her own destiny. She begs Marin to awaken. Upon hearing Yana's plea, Marin collapses to the ground, her mind swept back into memory. She remembers being confined in a towering glass tube, as scientists carried out brutal experiments upon her. All around, rows of glass capsules lined the chamber, filled with nightmarish instruments. She recalls seeing people use those tools to conduct cruel tests on children. Knowledge was forcibly implanted into her consciousness. She became aware of this even before she could fully understand the information, or the language being burned into her. In that place, she had to prove her worth, for survival depended on it. She was not given a name, only a number. They designated her H210. One scientist once escorted her to a section of the facility where failed subjects were discarded. Only now does she realize that she had been one of the experimental children chosen to manifest the powers of an ancient race. She discovered that countless war orphans had been sacrificed as test subjects for this very purpose. One of the scientists commanded her to move a block. She would always respond with a bright smile, pretending to be the most capable subject among them, because she needed to prove that she alone could wield the blood of the ocean tribe most effectively. She knew that only by doing so could she avoid becoming one of the children who quietly disappear. Afterward, Marin came to live alongside her. Jay once remarked that the research lab was dreadfully boring, and that Marin must have endured unimaginable hardship. Jay even asked her what sorts of things she liked. She said that H210 was far too stiff and lifeless a name to call someone. And so, seeing her blue hair that gleamed like aquamarine, Jay decided to call her Marin. At first, Marin expected nothing, for everyone else had only ever treated her like some kind of zoo animal, a mere test subject. But Jay took her home and treated her as a person, not a tool. They spent their days playing together. One day, Marin asked Jay why she showed such kindness, when everyone else called her a monster for carrying the blood of the ocean tribe, and why they labeled her a weapon meant for the battlefield, destined to be abandoned there. Jay smiled and replied that since Marin had shared her secret, she would share one of her own as well. Jay confessed that she worked there because her family had been taken hostage. Marin immediately asked Jay if she longed for her family. Jay nodded in silence, then asked Marin in return whether she would miss her if the day came that she had to leave. Marin wondered aloud if that meant Jay considered her family too, and if that was the reason behind all of Jay's kindness. Jay gave another quiet nod and revealed there was an even deeper reason she wanted to protect her. She explained that Marin was still just a child. Aaron promised to keep that in mind, and as she spent her days with Jay, she began to feel a steady sense of comfort. Little by little, she learned how to wield the power that belonged to the ocean tribe. Looking back on her younger years, she doubted there had ever been a time when she was truly this happy. Yet happiness born so purely is always fragile, and such moments are often broken by the most trivial of causes. One day, while Jay and Marin were holding each other, all of the scientists suddenly gathered around them. One of them asked Jay how much longer they had to wait. They reminded her that, in order to strengthen the authority of the imperial family, the ocean tribe's power was essential. Jay shouted in defiance, telling them not to call her ocean tribe, that her name was Marine. Another scientist coldly replied that she was not human but a weapon, and that weapons were forged for war, just as now. Then one of them grabbed Marin by the hand and ordered her to stand. Jay tried to intervene, but they struck her down and commanded the guards to take her away. They declared that because she had dared to defy the laws of the imperial family, she would face execution without trial. At that moment, Marin ripped her hand free and shouted for them to stop. A soldier mocked her with laughter. He jeered that a mere weapon thought it had the right to feel emotions. He drew his blade and cut off Jay's hand, snarling at Marin that if she was truly a tool, then she should act like one. He threatened that her right arm would be the next to fall. Marin screamed in anguish, demanding how he could commit such cruelty. She declared that even if she was not human, she was still a living being, and demanded to know how they could inflict such suffering on another. The soldier sneered back, telling her that a weapon had no right to question him, and ordered her to follow quietly. Marin refused, proclaiming that it was they who were the real weapons, not her. She unleashed the force of her magic upon them. Jay tried desperately to stop her, but it was already too late. Marin had already loosed her arrow, and a massive explosion followed. When Marin opened her eyes, she found herself outside the facility. She looked around in confusion, wondering where she was. The name Marin echoed in her ears, and she realized that seemed to be hers. A woman stepped forward and introduced herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Luna then told her the crushing truth, that Jay was dead. That single revelation shattered Marin's heart. The young girl could not believe what she had just heard. Luna explained that Lunatic's mission had been to strike the Imperial Research Lab, where countless children were abducted and experimented upon. But the battle had already ended before they even arrived. Luna said that, when she entered the ruins, she discovered a gravely injured Jay crying out for help. Jay begged her to take Marin with her. At that time, Marin had been fast asleep in Jay's arms. Luna then asked if Marin had been overwhelmed by the Ocean Tribe's power. For after all, she was just a child, tormented by adults who had forced experiments upon her. Luna coldly confessed that she had killed Jay and everyone else in that place. Marin broke down in tears at those words. She remembered that she had drawn on the power that had been forcefully planted in her in order to protect Jay, but in the end, she had failed to save her at all. Instead, she had become exactly the weapon those people had sought to create. Luna extended an offer to join Lunatic if she wished to exact vengeance upon the Imperial family that had caused her such pain. Little Marin wondered fearfully if Luna was a demon, for Jay had once told her stories about them in her fairy tales. But with nowhere left to go, she resolved to follow Luna, even knowing that a heart consumed by vengeance would drag her into darkness. She accepted Luna's invitation to join Lunatic. Remembering the anguish tied to Jay's death that had led her to this path, she saw Luna's words as nothing less than salvation. Luna told her to address her as captain from now on, and explained that within Lunatic only talent held value, and Marin possessed it in abundance. Marin thought to herself that such power and talent had never truly belonged to her. She decided she had no choice but to run toward Luna like a moth to a flame, to make use of her. For Luna, who had taken her in, and for Jay, whose death still weighed on her soul. After recalling and turning over all these memories, Marin awoke again in the forest, where Iana was waiting for her. In a few moments, she remembered what had just happened, that she had released the water shot, and wondered if she had completely lost control. She looked at Iana, realizing she was still alive. Iana approached gently and told her it was natural to feel bewildered. She explained that she had used her own ability to suppress her, so there was no need to fear going berserk. This, she said, was the unique art of the Satyr household. Marin realized that with such an ability, Iana truly could halt her berserk state, which explained why Nox had entrusted her care to Iana. Marin then asked where Nox was. Iana told her he was currently fighting. At once, Marin dashed off in his direction. Soon Nox's voice came through the device, asking if she had finally awoken. He informed her that Luna and Dean Noah were still alive. She responded that it was good to know he had survived as well, and affectionately called him Rumi. Nox explained that this was the lingering effect of Iana's charm, and urged her to clearly understand the situation she was in. She wondered aloud what it was that he wanted from her. His reply was simple. He told her to shoot him. The request left her utterly stunned. He explained that Payman's speed was overwhelming, and no matter how precise her aim, the demon would evade every shot. So when he held Payman still, he needed her to fire. Marin demanded to know why he was trying to throw his life away. He firmly denied it, though she asked what else to call it when a man told another to shoot him in the back. Nox only told her to trust him. He would not die. At last, she reached the underground chamber where the three of them faced the demon. She asked again if she could truly trust his words. He answered without hesitation. She assured him that he could rely on her, that she would shatter his back with her arrow if it meant victory. She drew her bow and aimed at him. The demon mocked them, declaring that if he had his full power, they would not even be worthy to touch his feet, and scoffed at their arrogance. Marin released her arrow, and Nox guided its path straight toward the demon. Luna, watching, remarked that unless Nox was a fool, he must have already realized it too, and she called him an arrogant rookie. She quickly warned Noah that the defensive barrier was reaching its limit. She noted that it wasn't just the barrier itself that was straining. Luna pressed him, asking when he intended to finally execute his grand plan, and pleaded with him just this once, to pierce through the barrier for her. It was a 3-layered wall of advanced magic. She believed the demon's attacks had been weakened because of it, strong enough that even Noah himself could endure them. But that also meant the barrier was nearly impenetrable, and unless they could break it, any plan would be futile. Luna whispered that she hoped his plan would succeed. The demon bellowed in fury, calling the young girl ignorant of her place. Then he lunged straight at Luna. She responded by invoking her lunar sword art. The third technique aimed directly at the demon, a strike so devastating it could even split the moon itself. A blinding ray of immense power slammed into the demon, yet he proved far too strong to be harmed. He effortlessly blocked the strike and flung Luna away with overwhelming force. With a roar, he admitted the attack wasn't bad, but still far from reaching him. All it had accomplished was shattering the first layer of his defenses. The young master boldly closed the distance between them, drawing so near that even the demon mocked him, asking if he had come only to die. In that instant, Nox barked an order to the archer, commanding her to act now. Marin poured every ounce of her strength into her shot. She unleashed her arrow toward the demon with tremendous force. The system confirmed the activation of his skill, Hour of the Genius. He recalled that according to the world's settings, the arrows of the ocean tribe could reach speeds of at least 400 kilometers per hour. With her firing from the rooftop, the distance between them was around 3 meters, meaning the arrow would arrive in roughly 3 seconds. He admitted he was no mathematician, so his calculations were hardly precise. Still, he gambled on his instincts, the very instincts that had carried him through this cursed world. He began counting, and when he reached 3, he suddenly ducked, letting the arrow whistle just above him. It flew past his head and struck the demon square in the chest. The swordsman recognized that the demon had lost much of his strength. It was inevitable, given how many mana-draining skills the demon had cast in quick succession. Yet the demon laughed, boasting that even so, they had failed to break through the final barrier. He declared the battle his victory, but the young master only smiled, asking who had ever said they hadn't broken through. The system notified him that he had equipped the artifact, Lunatic Member's Robe. Simultaneously, the artifact Stormbringer began draining the maximum life force from its wielder. The system confirmed that the robe's special effect had activated, and it declared that his attack power had surged. At once he triggered the skill limit break. The system warned him that his foe was far too powerful. It reported that he had sacrificed an immense portion of his life for the strike needed to defeat the demon, and added that he could not absorb the demon's life force through the black flame ring while using limit break. The system demanded confirmation to proceed. He answered with a resolute yes. The demon sneered, saying all this struggling was pointless. Nothing would change, no matter how he resisted. Yet the young master charged forward and delivered a blow so fierce that even the demon was caught off guard. Nox unleashed the black sword art, the first technique of the first half. With Shadow Blade Slash, he cut across the demon's head, splitting it clean into 2. As death closed in, the demon muttered that he had finally been given a chance to awaken again, only to fall at the hands of someone like him. The system then warned that a vast portion of his life had been consumed. After the killing strike, the young master collapsed to the ground. His system coldly informed him that his remaining lifespan was now under 30 days. Marin recalled that even Captain Luna had spoken of the extraordinary speed of her arrows, yet he had managed to evade them even at this close range. She asked herself if such a feat was even possible for human reflexes. To her, it felt as though someone incredibly powerful had suddenly revealed himself as her junior. She began to fear his talent might even surpass Captain Luna's, and she was certain he had already gone beyond the skill of his father, Tio. She grew curious why he lived so quietly despite such gifts. Marin suspected he believed that showing his true brilliance would eventually bring him harm, and that must be why he allowed others to call him worthless, to hide in plain sight. She also assumed this explained why he was almost always accompanied by his maid. As she raced through the forest toward the underground where Nox had battled the demon, she couldn't help feeling pleased, thinking he was not only handsome but also cleverly sharp. She hoped that together, with Nox and Captain Luna, they could one day bring down Esteban Vaughn, the foolish emperor. Yet a question lingered. Would they be forced to kill his daughter, Princess Penelope, along the way? Meanwhile, Luna and Noah discovered the demonic essence crystal. Luna wondered aloud if this was the reason Noah had allowed Payman's awakening, that it might have been so she could destroy his essence crystal. But Luna found it puzzling, since no one had suffered more from demons than Noah herself, and yet she had still allowed Payman to rise. Luna remarked that if it had only been about revenge, it would have been a childish move. Noah admitted it was true. Revenge was her aim, but her strength alone had not been enough. She acknowledged this without hesitation. Luna accepted her confession, but before leaving, she warned Noah to provide a proper explanation before pulling something like this again. Noah chuckled lightly and said she hoped that would be the case. Luna cautioned her to recover her strength before they next met, for even stronger foes would appear. Noah calmly reassured her not to worry, promising she would take care of Nox. With that, Luna left him in her care and departed. While the young master remained unconscious, Noah sat beside him and whispered her thanks. Suddenly, Brennan and Professor Ras burst through the protective barrier and entered, demanding to know if Dean Noah was safe. Brennan questioned her about the release of the demonic essence crystal from the museum's basement. Noah laughed softly, saying it had just happened somehow. Brennan shouted in outrage, demanding how such a thing could simply happen. Professor Ras spotted Nox and called to his top disciple, urging him to wake up. Brennan muttered in disbelief, knowing that Payman remained formidable, even weakened. He demanded to know who had actually defeated him, asking Noah if she had done it herself. She only replied by asking what he thought had happened here. From her expression, Brennan realized she would never reveal the truth of who had slain Payman. He then asked how they were supposed to report this to the imperial family. Quickly, he ordered Ras to handle it. Ras retorted angrily, questioning why he should do it instead of Brennan, and the two bickered back and forth. Noah reflected that the seal on the demonic essence crystal would never have broken without a reason. She wondered if the imperial family was secretly behind it, and if that was true, then it meant they were already here. Rage flared within her at the thought of those demon worshippers, daring to bring their stench into her domain. Elsewhere in the Academy Hospital, Talia asked Lavilia whether her master was still alive, for he had been unconscious 3 days straight, a grave sign. She insisted they contact his father immediately for medicine, but Lavilia urged her to wait and observe for now. Talia stared at her in disbelief, demanding why he had gone to where Payman was. Leon quickly stepped in, pleading with her not to say that, convinced he had his reasons. Kalia opposed Lavilia's words, declaring she would enter his room. Lavilia tried to stop her. Inside, the swordsman heard their voices and thought to himself that it was the first time he had ever felt afraid to wake up. He noticed that his body was recovering at a startling pace. His system informed him that he was blessed by the moon as well as ice, which he accepted as natural, since both blessings belonged to him. He also understood that the Academy had to appear loyal to the Emperor before the public. Yet at the same time, a student tied to a criminal organization was attending their halls. He suspected that Noah had helped heal him only so she could later draw information out of him. Choosing caution, he decided to feign continued slumber, buying himself time, and drifted off again. When he awoke once more, the night had already fallen, and Alina stood silently by his side. He wondered how everything had grown so eerily quiet. Shock flashes across his face the moment he sees her standing beside his bed. He asks what brings her here at such a late hour. Damn it. She immediately questions him about Shane, the one they had encountered inside the labyrinth, and she presses if there is any connection between him and Shane. Nox acts puzzled, pretending not to understand what she means, but Alina doesn't back down and asks again, pointing out that whenever he lies, his eyes dart slightly and his hands tremble, even though his voice remains calm. He realizes with a jolt that his so-called rare skill in acting is completely useless against Aliner's genius-level insight. He understands that none of his tricks can slip past her. Since matters have reached this point, he decides to probe her intent and admits that Shane is indeed related to him. She adds that she noticed Shane belongs to a hidden branch family that his household has always kept in the shadows. She continues, saying she heard the Reinheffer household often uses gifted members from their extended line as little more than hunting dogs, and Shane must be one such case. He lets out a faint smile, thinking that although the Reinheffer household may be disgraceful, they are not quite that despicable. Aliner goes on, saying she found it odd from the beginning because Shane had shown no intention of harming them at all. Nox cuts in sharply, asking her directly what exactly she wants from Shane. She answers that she only wishes to repay him for the assistance he gave. She even admits openly that she has taken a liking to him and wants to bring him into her merchantry. He asks bluntly if what she really means is that she wants him to release Shane. She affirms it, insisting that someone with his level of talent is worth the effort. Irritation flickers across the young master's face as he says he cannot believe she dares to try and snatch talent from the Reinheffer family, and wonders if she thinks it will be that simple. She calmly requests that he have Shane visit the headquarters of the Revolant Merchantry 1 week from now. With that, she bids him farewell and quietly leaves his chamber. The following morning, he dresses himself and heads for the academy. Laviglia, walking close behind, scolds him, saying he is being reckless once again, and reminds him that she has warned him many times before that he always takes things too far. She further warns that the patriarch is probably deeply worried as well. He asks her not to report anything to his family, as he doesn't want matters to become even more complicated. She replies that she has already sent a letter home because this time she had no choice, and as his maid, it is her duty to keep his family informed of his actions and whereabouts. The young master steps into his room alone and locks the door tightly behind him. He thinks to himself that perhaps it would have been better if he had stayed unconscious a little longer. Out of nowhere, Yana materializes before him and says she is quite certain he already knows that for her. As a half-blood succubus, there is only one way for her to gain mana, and that means he will have to assist her. He realizes what she is, a succubus, one of those demons infamous for draining men's vitality. Yet the kind of scandalous event one might expect will not occur, since the inner world of Lunatic is filled with minors, and there's no way suspicious scenes with a succubus could appear in this game. That much, at least, is a relief. He asks her straightforwardly what exactly she wants him to do. She shyly requests if they could simply hold hands for about 10 minutes. He answers that it's fine, though he asks if that is truly all she needs. She replies that most likely it is. But before complying, he insists on an answer as to why she has been following him. She explains that since she also comes from a dark household, she was simply curious about him. He interrupts, pressing her for more, wondering if she is implying that he wasn't like this in the past. Flustered, she hiccups nervously. Nox sits himself down on the bed and tells her to just get on with restoring her mana. Though looking a bit uncomfortable, she takes a seat beside him. He extends his hand toward her, but notices her hesitation. He observes that she may appear airheaded and innocent on the surface, but unlike a typical succubus, he knows the reality. Because he has played through this game countless times, he is well aware of Yana's hidden side. As she takes his hand, he warns her clearly that it will last exactly 10 minutes and not a moment longer. When the time is up, he rises and informs her that their deal is finished and he is about to leave. She grabs his shirt tightly, asking where he is going, clinging to his hand almost romantically, and admits she hasn't had nearly enough yet. His system flashes information about her traits, statistics, and skills. It also issues a warning that she is currently suffering from a status abnormality known as dual personality, and that her entire demeanor has abruptly shifted into its opposite. Suddenly, she shoves him onto the bed and straddles his stomach. He curses inwardly that this has to happen when he hasn't yet recovered his mana. He urges her to calm down and warns she will regret this. She laughs, remarking that it's strange, because she has never once encountered a man who didn't desire her. She offers to let him dream about the kind of person he likes. He warns her firmly again to stop. She tells him they will share a kiss for a while, and instructs him to pull her clothes and hug her, insisting he will feel better that way. At that exact moment, Marin barges into his room, cursing him as a little bastard. She berates him for fooling around with a girl in secret, while she was busy tying up loose ends. Yana yells back in outrage, demanding to know who Marin even is. Marin summons a water sphere and lifts it into the air, then hurls it directly at Yana's head. With the impact, Yana falls unconscious onto the bed. The young master demands to know what Marin just did to her. Marin calmly explains she only injected a bit of mana and assures him Yana will be fine. She then asks him directly if he is honestly glad she came. He nods, though he doesn't want to admit it openly. Marin asks again if he is truly all right. He replies that yes, he shared a portion of his mana, but as she can see, he feels fine. She tells him that he saved her. He dismisses it, saying she should forget it, claiming he only did it to ensure his own survival. Then he turns and leaves the room. She shouts after him, scolding his infuriating attitude, asking if he thinks archers are a joke, and reminds him pointedly that she is 2 years older than him. Later that night in Nox's palace, Luna stands inside Tio's office, and he asks if she is truly saying that Nox was the one who defeated Payment. He questions her again if this is the truth. She confirms it without hesitation. Rodwell wonders aloud what kind of storms this incident will unleash upon their household. Tio listens carefully to Luna's report and admits he too has no idea what Nox was thinking. He recalls the night of the massacre, when Nox had witnessed the brutal murder of his own mother. After that, Nox had spiraled into a half-mad state and lived as a worthless good-for-nothing, caring for no one and nothing around him. But now, it seems this was his way of avenging his mother. Luna counters Tio's words, saying she suspects he is lying. She believes he might actually be plotting something, but the truth is that such power can only be awakened within the bloodline of the Rheinheffer family. She reflects that the void revelation can only manifest when someone reaches the brink of their limits. She states firmly that she has already accepted Nox into lunatic, and she will not allow him to be used as a pawn by Tio. After a long silence, Tio remarks that parents do not always know everything about their children. Luna challenges him, pointing out that he has never been a warm or caring father to Nox. She then informs him that his first son has already sided with the Imperial faction. To be precise, he is even collaborating with demons. Tio mutters that it seems a storm of blood is destined to sweep across the continent. Luna steps closer, reminding him not to forget the promise he made. She warns that if his son dares to block her path, she will kill him. That is how Lunatic operates, and that is the contract he agreed upon. She tells him to cast aside whatever personal feelings he may harbor. Tio admits to himself that he already understands all of this. Everything is for the sake of crushing the Imperial family and destroying the 72 demons. Elsewhere, Alina tells Shane plainly that he has caught her interest, and that she wishes for him to sign a contract with the Revolant Merchantry, promising him generous rewards, even setting the contract down on the table. Shane apologizes, explaining that he already works with his own family. She answers that regarding that matter, she has already spoken with Nox, and that he has granted permission, so Shane need not concern himself any further. Shane is certain that Nox would never have authorized something like that. He recalls how he defeated the boss monster ahead of schedule and secured free stat gains. How could he possibly serve a rival faction in merchantry? She permits him to address her simply as Alina rather than Miss Alina, yet he persists in using the formal title. She remarks that this must be a trait both Nox and Shane share. She declares she has no desire to create it, but as a collateral branch of the Rheinheffer family, entrusted with handling all its unsavory affairs. If word spreads that he infiltrated Eldin Academy to carry out a covert mission, and Dean Noah were to discover it, what outcome does he imagine? He responds that he believed she was someone compassionate, someone who would not exploit another's vulnerability. She counters that she is a merchant, and kindness has no place in her trade. He wonders aloud what it is he should do. She asks whether he intends to sign the contract or not. He clutches the pendant imbued with the fire spirit. He recalls that it is an absurdly powerful artifact, obtainable only at the very end of the game. In truth, Eleanor had bestowed it upon him as thanks for saving her life. She had called it both her gift and the down payment for their contract. He considers again that it is a broken item, layered with countless high-grade enchantments. But now he realizes that while it is extraordinary, it is also being monitored. It feels as though Eleanor has become fixated on him. Inside Eleanor's chambers, her servant Rick comments that it seems she has taken a real interest in Shane. He adds that he has never before seen her personally extend an invitation to recruit someone. She sharply asks him when he gained permission to remark on her choices. He hurriedly denies any such intent and apologizes. She concedes that his words are always skillfully chosen. Yet she privately reflects that Rick, her accountant, moves with a strange air about him. She suspects his behavior began shifting after payment fell at Dean Noah's hands. She warns him to tread carefully in the decision he makes going forward. He assures her he will take that to heart and departs from her room. Knox remains a dire threat, and Rick knows he must eliminate him without delay. He also resolves to dispose of that foolish prince at the same time, for the prince's death is inevitable. The young master reflects that Knox von Reinhafer is a new identity assigned to him in this world, but in truth, it once belonged to another, and now he has claimed it as his own. He has grown accustomed to playing the part. He recalls how, in recent days, countless events have unfolded. He has slaughtered innumerable monsters, demons and enemies alike. Many people have pledged loyalty to remain at his side. Yet the more Knox gains, the deeper his solitude grows. Chen surveys the cramped room where he sits gaming, and wonders whether he would dare to begin another playthrough. Rising from his chair, a stabbing pain lances through his skull. He grasps that this is the tragic fate of one who lived only through video games. Confined in isolation within a room, drowned in garbage. He sinks back into his chair, pondering this strange chance. He questions who he truly is. What bond ties him to Knox, and why did he end up inhabiting him? Lost in thought, he collapses from his chair. He understands that none of this has ever truly been his own, and he admits he has always been aware of it. Reaching for his medicine, it slips from his fingers and strikes the floor. And in truth, that is what shattered him most deeply. At last he acknowledges it. Within the game, he peers into the mirror and realizes that Chen is still nothing more than an outsider in this world. Despite the ties forged through them, he has become someone entirely unlike the Knox he once knew. His father, Tio, asks him why he risked his own life to personally cut down payment. Tio suspects it may have had something to do with his mother. On the night of the massacre, Knox was forced to watch his mother die before his eyes, and from that day onward, Tio knew his son had begun straying from his path. The swordsman wonders what Knox would say in this very moment if he were here. His father tells him he may act like he does not remember, but they both know otherwise. The young master continues to dwell on how Knox would have behaved if he stood here now. He decides that such thoughts no longer matter. He turns to his father with a question, reminding him of the time he said he was concealing his true strength. The swordsman tightens his grip and releases a shadow blade slash into the air. He thinks to himself that this name has always been his. Even if condemned as a villain, mocked by all, and destined to fall in the end, he accepts it. The maids murmur to one another about the rumor that young Master Knox claimed first place at the academy. Even the servants doubt it, refusing to believe that such a notorious wastrel could achieve such a feat. Some whisper that he must have bribed the academy, questioning what skill he could possibly possess. Others argue that his victories over young masters Allen and Hartz were only thanks to his equipment. He remembers the moment he barely survived when his father retaliated. Tio instructs him that this is the true way to wield the shadow blade slash. Though living on borrowed time, he vows to keep pressing the story forward. After narrowly avoiding his father's strike, he instantly triggers his genius trait and counters. He realizes that this is why his own desperation cuts so deeply. If there is one thing he must overcome, it is the event fast approaching. Death itself. The system urgently demands that he restore his lifespan at once. Days later, They assemble in the lunatic world. Luna informs them they now stand in the northeastern sector of Chasers. She asks the swordsman whether he truly means to keep pressing forward like this. Without pause, he confirms it. A teammate warns him that the path is far too dangerous. More than the monsters, the real peril lies with the Taj Allen kingdom, sworn foes of House Reinhafer. He tells his comrades that this is exactly why they must proceed. He declares that from here their destination is the Taj Allen kingdom. He orders Luna to send word declaring that the son of House Reinhafer is on his way. He intends for them to prepare for his arrival. The system cautions him that only 27 days remain of his life. Nox bristles with displeasure, wondering how things could have unraveled to this point. Even after sacrificing his lifespan to Stormbringer to erase Payman, this is what is left. Yana gathers both him and his double Shane into her guild. He knows that if he does not restore his lifespan soon, the risk will become dire. He also questions why he is continually thrown into such situation. His system reveals full details about the pendant Alina gifted to Shane. It outlines its unique abilities, but also warns that Alina will be able to trace its wearer's location the moment it is equipped. He thinks to himself, it is at least a small relief. A relief that the tracking effect does not trigger until the artifact is worn. In fact, once his mana surpasses 15, a high-tier spirit can be summoned, and when his mana reaches 20 and stamina surpasses 15, he will be able to contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It is absurdly overpowered, but the trouble is that it is a bound item, meaning his double Shane cannot wear it, and if he puts it on himself, it will reveal that Shane and Nox are one and the same. He knows Alina's natural talent for deception far surpasses his own acting skills, making it impossible to mislead her with a flimsy lie. He hears that it will take the Academy at least 2 weeks to resolve the current crisis. As he reflects, he realizes it has been quite some time since his last return to the Reinhafer estate. He remembers Rona, May, and Alina, and notes it has also been long since he rejoined his unit. In truth, he dreads the flood of questions Tio will throw at him over this incident. Leaving the Academy behind, he climbs into the carriage to head home. Yet the thing that weighs on him the most is the fact that he has only 27 days of life remaining. He resolves that he must take action about it. In her sleep, she dreams of her mother. In the dream, her mother remarks that it would have been better if one of her half-sisters had inherited the demon's blood instead. She calls Yana repulsive and commands her to vanish from her sight. Yana jolts awake from her slumber. Her mind is restless, troubled by what she has done with Nox. She recalls how she had asked him for a quick kiss and offered him a hug. The memory infuriates her, leaving her unable to sleep. Anger rises in her chest because she failed to seduce Nox. While dwelling on this, she tumbles out of her bed. She rises again and takes a seat before her dressing table. Gazing into the mirror, she sees a provocative girl in a short dress staring back at her. Her reflection whispers that she has finally come to realize the truth. Meanwhile, Nox and Lavilia arrive at their palace. Rodwell greets them warmly, saying it has been some time and asking after his health. Nox replies affirmatively, then states his wish to meet with the patriarch. He asks where he is, and Rodwell informs him that Tio is in his chambers, offering to escort him there. As they make their way toward the chamber, he overhears the maids gossiping about the rumor that the young master ranked first at the academy. One insists it is impossible, since he is nothing but a useless good-for-nothing. A servant murmurs that perhaps he bribed someone, questioning what such a failure could possibly excel at. Another replies that his victories over young masters, Allen and Hartz, were merely due to his gear. When he enters Tio's office, Nox thinks to himself that Tio is truly a monster, so overwhelming that he wonders how he ever dared to stand before him in the past. For him to remain composed even while sensing Nox's presence. Clearly the reports had not been exaggerated. Nox tells his father that even if he had not remained calm, Tio would eventually have seen through everything anyway. And besides, he has already promised that he will no longer do anything that harms the family. But his system warns him that his natural acting talent is beginning to waver. Nox tells his father that he was simply the one who landed the final blow, nothing more than luck. Tio asks if he is attempting to deceive him at this very moment. He adds that even the household retainers believe Nox deserves punishment. Nox replies that if his father chooses to hold him accountable, he will accept it humbly. Tio then asks if Nox understands this. The way to suppress every falsehood and betrayal is to grow so strong that no one even dares to meet his eyes. Tio asks if he truly has no desire to become the patriarch. Nox affirms it. Tio responds that he wants to show him what the position he refused really means. He orders Nox to draw his sword. Tio commands him to begin, instructing him to block his strikes. Nox is taken aback, saying he lacks the skill to do so. Without warning, Tio attacks with his sword. The young master raises his blade to block. Tio tells him that he will restrain his strength. Nox leaps back from his father. Tio explains that this technique is the Reinhafer family's second sword art, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. He asks what Nox thinks of it and whether it excites him. Nox grins until, telling him that it is his turn now. The young master charges forward at his father without hesitation. Father and son collide in an intense duel of blades. Tio finds himself visibly impressed by his son's swordsmanship. After several swift exchanges, Tio slams him to the ground and questions whether this truly represents his limit. Suddenly, Rodwell steps forward and speaks. He tells Tio that he is going too far, even against young Master Nox. He adds that even young Master Garin would have struggled under techniques of such ferocity. Tio concedes the point, realizing he had unintentionally infused too much strength into his strikes. Even so, he finds Nox impressive. Tio proposes that they end their sparring session for today. As Nox pushes himself back to his feet, his father assumes he will yield, but Nox declares that he has not learned anything yet. Just as Tio turns to leave, Nox charges at him again with all his power. Tio effortlessly halts his son's blade, and Tio muses to himself whether Nox is asking for further lessons, finding the notion amusing. Nox answers that he will take this as permission to keep learning under him. Once more, Tio sends his son crashing down onto the ground. Then he poses one question. Why did Nox risk his own life to strike down Payman himself? Was it connected to his mother? Tio presses further, reminding him that on the night of the massacre, Nox had been forced to witness his mother's death with his own eyes. Tio explains that from that day, he knew his son had begun to stray from his path. Nox acted as if he did not remember, but Tio knew deep down it was false. Nox asks his father about the claim that he was hiding his true strength. He lashes out once more with a Shadow Blade Slash. Tio parries it and counters with a genuine Shadow Blade Slash. The force is overwhelming. Nox cannot endure it and is hurled backward. The young swordsman falls to his knees and quickly invokes his genius trait. In that instant, he grasps the second technique of the tyrannical blade of darkness, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. The system notifies him that his mastery of the tyrannical blade of darkness has surged thanks to clashing with such a formidable opponent. This time he has truly made progress, and even manages to astonish his father. Tio is left speechless that he mastered the second technique simply from observing it once. But Tio strikes again with devastating force. Nox is thrown to the ground yet again. Tio tells him that as his father and as the patriarch of House Reinhafer, there is something he must engrave into his heart, that if he cannot protect his mother, then he must pierce through his own heart and cut himself down. Suddenly, back in his real-world room, a message pops up on his computer asking if he wishes to start a new game. Chen glances around his surroundings. That unsettling, suffocating feeling grips him again. He rises from his chair, but dizziness overtakes him and his head spins. He pushes the thought away, for even entertaining it for a moment feels wrong. The more he thinks, the clearer it becomes how strange it all is. The gaps in his memories, the sudden diagnosis of his own imminent death, none of it adds up. He wonders if it is truly possible for such events to converge all at once, or if all of it is even real. And disturbingly, he cannot even recall the name he bore before being possessed. His eyes drift to the cluttered table and the filthy state of his room. He collapses to the floor, straining with all his will to force his mind to remember his true name. And then, abruptly, the answer comes to him. His name was Nox, and in that instant, he awakens once more in his palace chamber, fully himself as Nox again. He wonders what exactly it was that he had sensed in that dream, that fleeting impression, the hazy notion that he had dreamed something undeniably important. As his eyes adjust, he finds all 4 of his maids gathered at his bedside. He instructs them to speak in order, one at a time. Lavilia remarks that truly, not a single day passes without him throwing the household into turmoil. At this rate, she says, any maid in his service will die of a heart attack. Knox answers that it just happened that way, and that is all there is to it. Elena, however, scolds him, insisting that he must stop putting himself in danger. She holds his hand to her cheek and asks if he even realizes how worried they all were for him. Knox pulls his hand away and replies that he understands, telling her to speak properly instead. But Elena pleads softly, asking to hold his hand just a little longer. Lavilia interrupts, pointing out that their young master clearly seems uncomfortable. Knox notices, though, that Rona is unusually silent. Normally, by now, she would have already rushed at him with her usual fuss and complaints. Yet more pressing matters weigh on his mind. He tells them that since they are all gathered here, he has something important to announce. Beginning tomorrow, they will accompany him to the Chaser's region. It is all part of the plan he has been carefully shaping since his return to the family. For after slaying the mighty beasts of Chaders, he must restore his dwindling lifespan, something he has not replenished since his battle against Payment. And he cannot forget the system's grim warning that the player has only 27 days left to live. He commands them to understand, then dismisses them, saying he wishes to rest a bit longer. Lavilia bows, saying she will begin her preparations immediately. With that, the 4 maids quietly leave his chamber. Suddenly, a knock sounds against his door. To his surprise, it is Rona who returns, asking permission to enter, saying she has something to tell him. He grants her entry. With tears glistening in her eyes, she steps forward and takes the chair beside his bed. She begins speaking, recalling that night of bloodshed, the night his mother died. Knox is startled that she remembers those events. She says the air that night reeked of blood. His mother had hidden Knox and Rona away in a safe place to conceal them. Yet the demon still managed to find them. His mother had told the demon that his goal was her life alone, pleading that he stop the needless slaughter as she shielded them with her light magic. But Payman only mocked her, saying she could do nothing with such feeble light. He seized her by the throat, asking if she truly thought she could drive them away. He made it clear that what they sought was not merely her, all while tightening his grip around her neck. In those last moments, she told Rona to watch over Knox. She said he had been born with too much strength, and for that reason, he would need Rona's help, even if his memories were one day erased, even if he became someone entirely different from the boy she knew. Rona must still protect him, so that Knox could one day return to her. After that, Payman set her aflame before their eyes and killed her. Rona tells him he already knows the rest. She deliberately spread slanderous rumors so that he could remain far removed from the family's brutal power struggles, such as the succession for the heirship. She admits it was an unbearably painful choice for him, but she had to do it because it was the final promise she made to his mother. But now, she says, that is no longer the case. If he has regained all his memories, then someone like her, who deceived and misled him, has no right to remain by his side. He answers calmly, saying that it is all behind them now. But Rona insists she can no longer serve at his side. He asks if she knows why he never once hated her. He explains that in those long nights, when he lay bedridden and in agony, she would stay with him for 2 hours, driven by worry. She would always defend him, insisting that he was not the terrible person others claim. Only now does he realize that all of it was because of her guilt. He knows well that the one she serves now is no longer him. He tells her to rest easy. The young master reflects that no one knows better than he how crushing, baseless rumors can weigh on the heart. He wonders how deeply Tio must have loved his wife, how deeply he himself loved his mother, and he wonders what feelings Rona truly holds toward him. He yearns to ask her outright, yet he holds his tongue as Rona begins to weep. He gazes into the mirror before him and questions why he must be the one to become the villain. Later that same day, Tio summons him to the office and officially grants him certain powers. With those powers secured, the young master makes a public declaration, posting notices across the cities. In the name of Reinhafer, as a son of the Honorable House Rheinhafer. He proclaims that he has been granted the Patriarch's permission to raise private troops and form an anti-demon battalion. He announces that any who wish to follow him should gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week hence, in the afternoon, to face a trial. He declares that if they can defeat him, or if he acknowledges their strength, they will earn a monthly stipend of gold from the empire. In towns and cities, people pause to read the proclamation. Some remark that their reckless youngest lord must be bored again, chasing after another adventure. One man scoffs outright, saying surely no one would sign up for such nonsense. Yet many others, enticed by the promise of gold, decide to join, seeing it worth the attempt. Laughter spreads among the people as they jest that surely anyone could best young Master Knox. Some even joke that a 4-year-old girl might try her luck. Suddenly, a man steps forward and asks if everyone is enjoying their laughter. He proposes a wager. Tossing a heavy bag of coins to the ground, he declares that hardly anyone will succeed in passing Knox's trial. A youth rises, scoffing that Knox looks nothing more than a pampered son from a rich household. He asks if the stranger has not heard the tales of the Rheinhafer family's youngest heir. The stranger only smiles faintly, turning his back on them. An elderly man, unsettled by his reaction, asks what he finds so amusing. He explains to the others that their words are only born out of true concern. The stranger lets out a laugh, lifting away his mask. Then with a booming voice, he shouts, asking who is truly worrying about whom now. The crowd erupts in gasps and shouts. The crowd falls silent upon recognizing young Master Grain. One man exclaims that he had heard Grain was supposed to be away training in Chaders. Grain reassures them that everything spoken here will remain secret, and confirms that his wager still stands. The people notice that his bet amounts to roughly 50 gold coins. Not long after, a large crowd gathers before the palace gate. There the young swordsman stands, his blade resting at his side. Onlookers whisper, questioning whether he is truly the notorious youngest son of Tio. Some gossip that he graduated at the top of his class at the academy, though now his entire aura seems transformed. Others suspect that all the rumors are fabricated, doubting his abilities and assuming he must have relied on trickery. Knox wonders to himself why the situation has suddenly grown into such a spectacle. True, he did post a recruitment notice for Seoul, announcing his intention to subjugate monsters and shaders, but he never expected such a flood of applicants to arrive. He questions whether his reputation has improved overnight or something similar. Then he catches sight of his brother among the crowd and realizes it is his brother who stirred this commotion, meddling on his behalf without ever being asked. Turning to his servant, he asks if everyone has arrived. The servant reports that a total of 1,192 men and 126 women have registered. Knox muses to himself that perhaps this isn't all bad. Surely among such numbers, there must be some with real ability. Suddenly, a towering, muscular man in the crowd raises his hand and asks what kind of trial they are expected to face. The young master smiles at him, clearly entertained by both his arrogance and his well-trained body. He also senses the tremendous mana surging from the man's frame. It is obvious that someone like him would not lower himself to enlist as a mere private soldier. Knox wonders if this man belongs to Garen's faction. He feels almost pleased that his brother has begun monitoring him, though deep down he knows it bodes ill. After all, a man with only that much power is no threat to him. At last, Knox addresses the gathered recruits. He declares that the rules are simple. They may use any method they like to attack him, even if their goal is to kill. And even if they do succeed in killing him, none will be held accountable. The powerful man grows uneasy. This is not the behavior of the supposed trash of House Rheinhafer. When Lord Garen hired him, he assumed the task would be simple, yet Knox's steady confidence unsettles him. Now the two stand face to face, as the referee orders them to take their positions. The referee suddenly calls for the match to begin. The strong man charges with all his speed, convinced Knox will not even manage to react. He wonders how someone like this dares even to form a battalion. He intends to demonstrate to Knox what real strength looks like. To his shock, however, Knox dodges easily and remarks that his movements are far too wide. He taunts him, asking if this is truly how he fights. Furious, the man lunges at him again. This time, Nox strikes the man's sword, sending it flying across the field. With confidence, the swordsman tells him he will give him another chance. He advises him to attack properly this time. Otherwise, Nox warns, one of his arms will go flying instead. Nox kicks him to the ground and demands if he cannot hear. He orders him to retrieve his sword. The man collapses into apologies, begging for forgiveness, but Nox drives a devastating punch straight into his face, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The swordsman turns to the crowd and proclaims that cowards lacking even this level of courage are useless to him. He challenges them, asking who dares step forward next, but no one has the courage to move. Garen feels a flicker of surprise, witnessing how much his younger brother has grown. He realizes there is nothing left for him to teach Nox anymore. Just last night, when he placed that bet with the villagers, he thought it would simply win him some easy goal. But at this moment, that profit no longer matters. Garen understands now that Nox is his only lifeline within House Reinhafer. He sees that his younger brother has begun to unveil his true strength. From here on, he believes Nox's path will be smooth, and as Nox's reputation soars, Garen knows his own will rise alongside it. Among the crowd, people bow their heads, admitting they were arrogant to think they could become soldiers, and decide they should simply return to their farming. Suddenly, Nox halts them, commanding them to stop. He asks who gave them permission to leave. He reminds them they already applied to serve as his soldiers. He warns that if they abandon now and try to go back, he will make certain their lives become worse than hell itself. Swearing upon the name of Nox von Reinhafer, he terrifies the crowd. Without hesitation, he charges straight into them and begins striking them down one after another. Pausing before a young man, he declares that this one has passed. The youth looks up in confusion, asking if he hadn't just been tossed aside in utter humiliation a moment ago. Nox replies that it is his decision, warning him not to rejoice too soon, for from now on, he will push them all to the very edge of death. Another man mutters regretfully that coming here was a terrible mistake. By the next morning, all four girls, Lavilla, Rona, May, and Elena, set out with their master in a carriage. Nox himself rides beside them on his horse Carl. Lena turns to him, saying she has something to ask. Nox instructs May to sober her up first, then she may speak. May obeys at once, handing Lena a potion to drink. Once sobered, Elena repeats that she wishes to ask something. She asks why they are returning to Chaders, mentioning she heard he had purchased land there. He informs her that his intention is to develop that land. She protests, pointing out the land is barren, unfit for farming and teeming with monsters. He reassures her that there is no need for concern, for he already has a plan. She blushes, calling him stubborn but saying she finds that admirable, even gallant. May quickly presses her hand over Elena's mouth, scolding that she has overdone it today. Nox reflects inwardly that he understands why the others are traveling with him, but even Rona, the family maid, has come along. He wonders if perhaps she still carries guilt about his mother. He recalls how much Rona adores his horse, Carl, and her wistful words about wanting to ride that noble steed someday. He thinks perhaps his worries were unnecessary. In any case, the recruitment of private soldiers for the monster subjugation has gone rather well. One soldier admits he knew little of the Chaders region, but after reading Professor Rass's latest paper, he realized something. Young Master Nox resembles the Patriarch greatly and carries the same keen insight. He praises Nox as an extraordinary leader. Nox tells them not to all speak at once. Incidentally, that young soldier's name is Christopher. Christopher is a knight standing over 2 meters tall and apparently very skilled, but he is frustratingly talkative. When they finally arrive at Chaders, May observes that the area has developed considerably, looking quite different from before. Elena agrees with her remark, yet Christopher appears unimpressed. He says he expected more, but supposes it is natural since real development only began recently. Since this land has now fallen under the domain of a dark family, it will be extremely difficult to attract settlers. The young master agrees, explaining that this very reason is why he has brought soldiers with him. At last, Christopher comes to realize the true purpose behind the recruitment of new troops. Nox affirms this point, but adds that there is one crucial task that must be accomplished before Chaytors can truly be restored. Christopher wonders what exactly he means. The swordsman clarifies that the real problem lies with the monsters infesting this territory. Their first objective must be to reduce the number of these creatures. Yet in reality, Nox knows this reasoning is nothing more than a convincing pretext. In truth, it is not the genuine motive. He has little real concern for the development of Chaytors. Out of nowhere, the system issues a grim warning. He has only 10 days left to live. It urges him to restore his lifespan without delay. At this moment, his one and only priority is preserving his own life. The young master, together with his entourage, enters the castle where his brother Garen welcomes him. Garen presents all the gold he had won from the wager. He remarks that he had been meaning to hand it over to him. He tells Nox that this reward was rightfully earned, expressing his gratitude for his efforts. At first, Nox had felt resentment, thinking it unjust that he did all the work while Garen claimed the winnings. But now, seeing Garen surrender everything feels overly flattering, almost excessive. Even so, he is secretly pleased, for he had always intended to use Garen from the start. He asks how the progress of developing the Chaytors' territory is going. Garen admits that there are still very few settlers. After Professor Rass's announcement, quite a few young men have indeed considered moving. But with soil too poor for crops, dangerous monsters prowling, and unpaved roads, people remain reluctant to relocate based only on potential. Nox reassures him not to be troubled. He explains that this is the reason they dispatched the anti-magic corps. Seeing the formidable army, Garen brightens and says that if his youngest brother claims so, then he can feel secure. He asks when they plan to set out, suggesting they take rest today after their long journey, and he promptly excuses himself without delay. A few days prior, Tio had asked Christopher why a knight of such caliber would choose to serve Lord Nox. He had further mentioned that he was certain Christopher had been treated well by the house, and from his perspective, saw no reason to leave. Christopher explained that it was because he had seen the light, the overwhelming talent Lord Nox possessed. Within him, he had found the key that could help perfect his own swordsmanship, and for this very reason, he now wished to refine Lord Nox's swordsmanship. He also admitted it was not for anyone else's sake, but entirely for himself. Tio pondered over his words. He wondered if Christopher meant the northern sword technique. Christopher confirmed that indeed he was correct. At last, Tio agreed and granted him his approval. Christopher aims to shape Lord Nox into the greatest knight, yet finds himself astonished to see him wielding magic. He asks Lavilia if she knows anything of this. She answers that Nox has recently taken an interest in magic, but even for her, witnessing his rapid growth is surprising. By wielding magic, Nox lures countless monsters toward the gates of the castle. Then he strikes them down with a blinding ray of light. All who see it are left stunned, for the young master has grown far stronger in mere months. Alina bows her head, praying fervently for her master's safety. The system notifies him that he has slain a gnoll, and his lifespan extends by 2 hours. Each time another gnoll falls, the system repeats the same message. Anxiety grips him, gaining only 2 hours from each kill, when a gnoll is already a powerful mid-tier beast. According to the Black Flame Ring, the greater the strength difference between himself and his opponent, the more lifespan he would earn. And so, after holding back for a while, he unleashes an immense beam of light, annihilating them all at once. The system declares his remaining lifespan now stands at 14 days, but dissatisfaction weighs heavy. Despite slaughtering so many, his time has only increased by 4 days. Resolute, he swears to find a better solution. When dawn arrives, the young master returns to the castle. Alina rushes to embrace him, telling him he is truly incredible. Christopher remarks that he had thought Nox excelled only in swordsmanship, but seeing his mastery of magic leaves him shocked, and he begins to wonder how far Nox's potential truly reaches. Only then do they realize they had not known of his magical skills. Nox leads them inside, and states that he learned everything from Professor Rass, for Rass possesses unmatched theoretical mastery, and if they choose not to believe him, then so be it. Lavilia advises that they revisit this discussion later. She reminds them that they are currently in the northeastern territory of Chaders. She asks if he intends to continue further in this direction. The young master confirms that northeast is indeed his destination. Christopher warns that it is dangerous since far stronger monsters dwell in the eastern lands. Suddenly, Nox laughs, laughing again as he declares that this is not the true danger. Rather, the greater threat lies with the Tadulin kingdom, which still harbors hostility against House Reinhafer. He advises that it would be wiser to avoid confrontation. But Nox replies that this is precisely why he intends to go there. He orders Lavilia to send a letter, announcing that a son of House Reinhafer is on his way, and they should make ready. Meanwhile, in the early morning within the Tadulin kingdom, Prince Cassian awakens. He gazes into the mirror at his reflection. His servant reports that the infamous youngest son of House Reinhafer is expected to arrive shortly. The servant remarks that his arrogance truly knows no bounds. He speculates whether Nox truly believes his father's influence stretches as far as Tadulin. Prince Cassian questions his servant, asking if he recalls that Tio had slaughtered his own father and brothers that day. Cassian still vividly remembers every soul who stood by him and kept him safe. He tells his servant, Cramser, that though people belittle him as nothing but a regent, he knows the truth, that Cramser bore some of the prince's burdens when he was paralyzed by grief over his family's death, all to ease, even slightly, the crushing weight of responsibility. The prince confirms the name, Nox. He declares that once he kills him, then Tio will finally comprehend the depths of his suffering and how he endured that living hell. The servant bows, saying he understands and will make preparations. Cramser adds that now the fateful decision is made. His master should find peace. Elsewhere, within the palace of the Tadulin kingdom, a guard demands that a group of strangers reveal their identities. It is Nox himself, who coldly asks if such formalities are truly necessary. The guards immediately apologize. The young master comments that standing in this sweltering heat has made his blood boil so much that he feels ready to kill someone. Terrified, the guards quickly declare they will escort him inside without delay. As they step inside the palace, his system alerts him that only 9 days of life remain, urging him once more to hunt monsters to restore his lifespan. He thinks to himself that crossing the desert had severely drained his remaining time, yet it is acceptable, for that was the entire reason he came to Tadulin. Once he recovers the item from the ancient ruins in northern Tadulin and defeats the special monster awaiting there, he will not only restore his life, but also accelerate his growth at an even faster pace. Suddenly, the system delivers another warning. A penalty is applied if his lifespan falls beneath 10 days. It further notifies him that the negative trait, Dead Count, has been activated, lowering all his physical abilities by 20%. In addition, the probability of the negative trait, Lingering Ailment, activating has now skyrocketed. A heavy sweat breaks out across his face. Lavilia immediately asks if he is all right. He realizes with frustration that now he must contend with these damn debuffs as well. He instructs her to keep this matter hidden, explaining that his purpose here is to mend his body. When they finally reach the palace court, Christopher reminds him that he already understands and warns that he must remain cautious. He pledges to serve him faithfully, assuring him he has nothing to fear. Nox then stands with his 4 maids and Christopher before the prince. The prince declares that he has received his letter. In that moment, the swordsman unsheathes his blade, and with a single strike, shatters the floor beneath them. He proclaims to the prince that he is merely a prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. Nox threatens him, asking if he wishes to see his kingdom wiped clean from the map. He commands the prince to kneel immediately, warning that if he refuses, Nox will erase him first. Meanwhile, at the Reinhafer estate, Rodwell asks Tio why he allowed the young master to march into Tadulin. Tio wonders what he means by such a question. Rodwell presses, reminding him that he chose Nox as his successor, and warns that by going to Tadulin, Nox may be courting grave peril. Tio replies that he trusted Nox could manage such a burden. He also acknowledges that Rodwell's insight is unmatched. To think he could see through his thoughts so clearly. Tio admits he is correct, revealing that he has resolved to name Nox as heir and seat him as patriarch. That is why, he explains, attracting too much attention before he is ready is dangerous. Until Nox reaches a certain threshold, he cannot protect himself. Rodwell concurs. Understanding this is why Tio assigned the Black Sword Knights to guard him on this journey. Tio states that he has always valued certainty in matters such as these, and should any danger arise, those elite knights will intervene without hesitation. Rodwell agrees wholeheartedly with his master. That day, as Tio and Nox practiced swordsmanship together, Tio spoke as both father and patriarch of House Reinhafer. He told Nox that he must take up that sword, pierce his heart, and cut him down for failing to protect his mother, and that he must claim the seat of patriarch for himself, because he is capable of doing so. Tio tells Rodwell that he must also understand Tio van Reinhafer's end draws near. Rodwell answers, assuring his master that he will stand with him until the very last. Meanwhile, our boy recalls the game knowledge from his past life, thinking that there are two key ways to grasp a character's personality in such a game. The first is when equipment enhancement fails and shatters. The system even gives advance notice of failure, leaving little to explain. The second test comes in moments exactly like this one, when a mediocre character, blind to his own limits, dares to act out. He despises situations like these. Now Nox stands before the prince, demanding once again that he kneel. He knows well that this prince is a man who lost his entire family, save for his younger sister, Tadio. He also understands that resentment toward House Reinhafer may linger in his heart, but still, for a mere prince of a vassal state to vent his emotions so openly is intolerable. Since Nox has already resolved to claim the hidden peace in Tajulan, he must first subdue this prince and bend him to his side. To achieve that, he needs to break his spirit just enough to make him pliable. The young master bellows, demanding whether the prince dares make him repeat himself. The prince rises from his seat and steps directly before Nox, remarking that it seems Nox was displeased at his remaining seated before a guest of honor. At once, he kneels. The swordsman swiftly inspects his system, reviewing every detail of the prince's traits, stats, and skills. The system warns him that Kushan's hatred toward House Reinhafer has reached its peak. Nox then smiles, granting him permission to rise and take a seat. As the prince sits before him, Nox reflects on his greatest flaws, that he is excessively self-critical and emotionally immature. He recalls that, in his 27th lunatic playthrough, the prince was utterly deceived by Cramser, the man who served as his regent, yet secretly was a demonic human, and he never uncovered the truth, which ultimately led to his ruin and self-destruction. Nox knows that he can prevent such tragedies, and that is the very reason he has come to Tajulan. In a respectful tone, the prince asks why he has come to the Tajulan kingdom. The young master replies that his purpose is tourism and exploration of the ancient ruins, and that is all he needs to know. He warns the prince that until his departure, he must behave properly. Nox asks if he grasps the implication. The prince affirms his understanding. Kushan orders Cramser to arrange Lord Nox's tour of the kingdom, and commands that if he desires anything, he must be shown the highest hospitality. Nox interrupts, instructing him to change the appointed guide. He points directly at the young princess, declaring that she herself will attend to him and personally guide him through the kingdom. Kushan attempts to object, but Nox locks eyes with him, asking coldly if there is a problem. The prince quickly replies that there is none, and he orders his sister Arya to serve Lord Nox to the best of her ability. She dutifully accepts her brother's command. Rona, worried, whispers to Lavilia that it appears the young master has developed an interest in a woman. Lavilia questions her meaning, replying that she has no manual for handling such a matter. Elena insists they cannot allow the young master to grow close to another woman. Absolutely not. The young master sighs, troubled that the situation is spiraling into chaos. He admits even he might misunderstand how it looks, but the appearance is irrelevant, for he can sense the princess already, and knows she has been influenced, making her dangerously unstable. He orders the princess to accompany him immediately, instructing the others to rest. Calling Elena by name, He smiles when she eagerly asks what he desires. Knox tells her that she will be joining him, along with Christopher. Christopher responds without hesitation, preparing himself to follow. He joyfully declares that he is honored to escort his master. Lavilia, still anxious, mutters that the young master seems drawn to a woman and asks if he will truly be all right without her. Knox tells her she is overprotective, assuring her that everything is unfolding as planned. She should not worry so much. The young master departs from the palace with his companions. As they walk, Elena curiously asks about the princess. But before Knox can answer, Christopher explains that she is Arya Adrian, the only sister of Prince Kushan, and she is widely known for her extraordinary beauty. The swordsman presses him to focus on the main point. Christopher explains that the princess is presently trapped under the sway of illusion magic. Meanwhile, Knox is preparing to lift the curse that binds her. He questions whether it is even possible for her to be shackled by such an advanced form of dark sorcery. He also cautions Knox that if anything goes awry, Tadulin will not forgive so easily. Knox suggests they first move to a place away from prying eyes. After traveling a short distance, they arrive at a shop, a GR. A young girl greets them upon entry. She bows her head, apologizing and admitting that this humble place is not suited for noble guests. The young master reflects that there are 3 tasks he must complete here. The first is to shatter Arya's curse. Second, he must awaken Elena's dormant powers. As for the third task, he turns it over in his mind. Smiling, he then asks the girl how the preparations for the rebellion are advancing. In that moment, the seemingly innocent girl suddenly produces a knife inside the shop and lunges at him. Christopher intercepts her attack with swift precision. He reprimands her for brandishing a blade without warning and scolds her for her utter lack of courtesy. Elena steps in, warning her to cease harassing the young master. Knox then calmly advises her that it would be wiser to simply listen to what he has to say. He realizes that this must be the crucial encounter with a particular figure named Lies. His mind drifts to Professor Rass's lecture. The professor had taught that dispelling magic is rooted in dismantling the formula that gives shape to the spell. He compared it to carefully unraveling a tangled knot of strings, but he also emphasized that reversing and neutralizing a spell is anything but simple. Rass further warned his students never to attempt it alone. He then provided an example, speaking of the rare race of elves. And now, within the kingdom of Tadulin, the young master orders his companions to sheath their blades. Christopher interjects, arguing that the girl had just attempted to strike him. Even so, Knox commands his men to stand down. He intends to speak with her privately. Though displeased, Christopher urges the others to obey their master's decision. Knox tells him to wait outside, but Christopher objects. He insists that as Knox's personal guard, he cannot simply leave his side. Knox permits Elena to remain, instructing her to shield him should danger arise. She happily accepts her master's request. Lies studies him carefully, wondering if he truly recognizes who she is. Knox calmly reveals that she is an elf who once fought on the battlefield. He declares she is a member of the Astal tribe and a high-spirit mage. At those words, Lies sheds her disguise and returns to her original elven form. Since her identity has been discovered, she sees no reason to continue hiding it. The swordsman commends her for making a wise choice. She then remarks on his distinct hair and eyes, observing that he must be Knox, the youngest heir of House Reinhafer. He confirms her suspicion. Knox continues, telling her he knows she has been building a resistance and that its headquarters lies beneath the inn. Lies stares at him in disbelief, demanding to know why he has come. He points toward Arya, declaring that he wishes her to lift the curse placed upon the child. Lies reacts with shock, exclaiming that she is a rebel preparing to rise against the crown. Yet he asks her to save the very princess of the kingdom. Knox replies that should rebellion break out, Tadulin will face absolute ruin. Whether it succeeds or fails, the kingdom will ultimately fall under the Empire's control. Lies presses him again, demanding to know his true intent. He responds that this is a conclusion both she and he are destined to meet. She challenges him further, asking why House Reinhafer, the family blamed for Tadulin's downfall, would seek to lift the princess's curse. The young nobleman acknowledges her doubts, yet since he cannot disclose his true aim, he deftly redirects the conversation. Just then, his system alerts him that his trait, normal acting talent, has activated. He tells her he understands the weight Tagulin carries in her heart. Lise narrows her eyes, confused, and asks what he means by that. He notes that although she strives to appear calm, she is visibly shaken, and he knows the precise reason why. For a high-spirit mage like her to remain confined in such a place, there must be a story behind it. Thus begins the tale of the desert thief. Saren and Lise, the high-spirit mage, stood apart even among the elves, renowned for their natural attunement to mana. Lise had shown extraordinary ability from the earliest days of her childhood. She communicated freely with countless spirits, and by the age of 16, she had already formed a contract with a top-tier spirit, earning her the exalted title of High Spirit Mage. Yet sometimes unrestrained talent becomes a burden. Born of the minority Astal race, Lise was never granted proper protection. She wandered foreign lands for years, though spirit magic had many uses. Even if its strength in combat was somewhat limited, it was nonetheless coveted by many. Thus her life became an endless cycle of pursuit and escape. Eventually, when she reached Tagulin, mercenaries ambushed her, leaving her on the brink of death. At that desperate moment, a woman hiding nearby extended her hand to help. She sheltered Lise and spread word that Lise had fled elsewhere. This woman's name was Saren. Thanks to Saren's protection, Lise found refuge here. Saren was a natural leader, revered by the children of the streets. Lise admired her deeply, for she took responsibility for the little ones, ensuring that all of them were fed. Yet at the same time, Lise could not suppress her worry. One day she asked Saren if they truly had to keep stealing, wondering if another path existed. Saren answered that they had no other option, for without it, the slum children would not survive. Lise knew theft was dangerous and a crime, yet for the children's sake she chose to walk that path. Still, she sought another way to support Saren. She began applying her magic to improve life in the slums. Though her efforts were small in scale, her dream was to one day build a modest inn. But that dream was never realized, for Saren was captured and executed. Hanged upon the gallows, Nox speaks gravely, declaring that this nation is rotten to its very foundation. Yet if she attempts to topple it by rebellion, the Archaeum Empire will consume it without hesitation. Lise asks him why he believes Tagulin has become a land overflowing with orphans consigned to slum life. She then explains the true cause. It is because no ruler sits upon Tagulin's throne. Since the throne was left vacant, the nobles have cared only for their own selfish gains. Had the nobles seized the chance to restore order, the nation would never have crumbled into this state. For the first time in their exchange, Lise's emotions break through and she cries out. She admits she longs for Saren, declaring that Saren's death was caused by the nobles' greed. The swordsman quietly acknowledges her pain with agreement. Lise snaps at him, demanding to know what he means by such words and what he is trying to imply. He calmly advises her not to let vengeance consume her, warning that it will only ruin everything. He urges her to think carefully about how she can truly protect those she wants to safeguard, because, as he points out, the path she walks now is far from enough. Nox then reveals that he knows she once had a human companion who saved her. He adds that he is also aware that this child lost their life in the war. Still, he insists that the path she is following now only worsens matters. She demands to know exactly what he intends to do to resolve the current chaos. He answers steadily that he plans to place the prince upon the throne. If the prince ascends to power and fulfills his royal duty, then little by little, the kingdom can begin to recover. Lise refuses outright, arguing that it is already too late for such a solution. She insists that if he had acted with courage sooner, things would never have collapsed to this degree. The young master understands that in her heart she longs to burn everything down, yet he also knows she would not have gone that far. He reminds her that Saren cherished this land deeply. She recalls Saren's words when asked if she believed that one day Tagulin might become a beautiful city. Saren had known it would not be easy in the beginning, but she dreamed of the day they could rest peacefully beneath a brilliant sunset under a king's protection. For that reason, she never wished to abandon this place. Lise stares at him in confusion, wondering how he could possibly know Saren's true hopes. He challenges her directly, asking if she truly believes Saren would have wanted this nation to fall into ruin. Then, with resolve, he tells her he will ask only one last question. Does she truly think that the cursed child is the source of her suffering? Meanwhile, within the palace, Prince Kushan anxiously turns to Kramsar, asking what he should do if he loses Arya on top of everything else. Kramsar attempts to reassure him, urging the prince not to worry, insisting they are doing everything in their power to find the princess and keep her safe. Yet inwardly, Kramsar reflects on Nox. He had once thought Nox was nothing more than a lowly ruffian, but now it is clear Nox is far more dangerous than he assumed. He concludes Nox must be eliminated in order to rescue Duke Gremory without risk. Prince Kushan, however, begins to doubt himself. He wonders if he is nothing but a coward for giving up his own sister. He believes he should have protected her, even if it cost him his life. Kramsar suspects there is a particular reason Arya was taken. Kushan mutters that when Sir Nox arrives that evening, he intends to poison the banquet, but his servant, Kramsar, presents him with a blade instead, explaining that it once belonged to the late king. He urges the prince to wield it against the youngest son of House Rheinhafer. He insists this is the only way to claim true vengeance. When Nox eventually returns, Kramsar intercepts him politely and invites him in, announcing that dinner is ready. The swordsman fixes him with a look and asks who he is. Kramsar introduces himself as the court mage, sent by Prince Kushan to assist him. He also inquires about Lady Arya's condition and whereabouts. Nox replies that she is being housed safely at a respectable inn nearby. At the dinner table, Nox's companions begin their meal. Lavilia gently strokes the parrot perched upon her shoulder, telling Elena that parrots are the most meticulous and fascinating creatures she has ever seen. She marvels at how the bird repeats every single word she utters. She tells May that if the chance arises, she would love to take one home with her. May then mentions that rare herbs and materials exist in the desert, found nowhere else. Meanwhile, Rona turns to her young master and asks how he is feeling. He answers that he is fine. Kramsar laughs heartily, expressing relief that they enjoyed their stay in Tadulin. He then announces they have prepared a dish, meant to make their experience even more special. He asks Nox if he would like to try it, calling it the tail of the silver-faced scorpion, a delicacy reserved only for the most distinguished of guests. With heavy undertones, Kramsar adds that he sincerely hopes it pleases him. Later that night, once everyone has gone to sleep, Prince Kushan slips silently into Nox's chamber. He repeats in his mind that with a single thrust of this knife, everything will finally be over. He seeks vengeance for his father and brothers, praying that Kramsar's plan has succeeded and Nox is now weakened by poison. If he wants to end this with one blow, this is the perfect chance. Kushan creeps closer to the bed, clutching the knife tightly. He whispers that Nox should lay the blame on his father for what is about to occur, but the young master is not asleep. In fact, he has been waiting for this very moment. He sidesteps the attack and demands to know what Kushan thinks he is doing. Before hurling him aside with force, Kushan throws himself at him again with all his strength. But this time, Nox slams him into the ground and delivers a crushing punch. Dazed, Kushan stares up at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. Nox smirks, telling him that if he is curious how he is still standing after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, he has no intention of sharing that secret with someone who just tried to kill him. The young master had already known this attempt was coming. To provide some context, we cut back briefly to earlier, right after he left the inn. On the way back, he confided to Elena, explaining that the venom of the silver-faced scorpion is harmless on its own, but when mixed with certain foods, it becomes deadly. He told her Kushan would try to assassinate him with it, and ordered her to prepare an antidote in advance. Elena, confused, asked how he could possibly know such a thing. He did not give a direct answer, but thought to himself that he had seen this exact scene unfold countless times in the game. Turning coldly toward her, he demanded when she was ever given the right to question him, and ordered her to follow his command without complaint. She muttered softly that he was always so forceful, and always so cool. Even if soldiers were dispatched, he believed it would not matter. He had already accounted for that possibility. His thoughts shifted to the Black Sword Knights, House Rheinhafer's most elite force, and he wondered whether Tio had sent them in secret. The depth of affection Tio showed for his youngest son was overwhelming, almost enough to move one to tears. He knew the Black Sword Knights possessed unmatched stealth. Even within the game, their skills were peerless. As long as they accompanied him, he had nothing to fear, even if an entire army descended upon them. Later, back in his chamber, he fixes his gaze on Prince Kushan, telling him how foolish it is to think one can assassinate a direct descendant of House Rheinhafer. He silently wonders whether the prince truly believes that killing him would ever serve as vengeance for his father. Enraged, the prince warns him never to speak of his father so carelessly. Then he charges at him again. This time, the young master dodges with flawless ease and speed. Kushan recalls the rumors that the youngest son of House Rheinhafer was nothing but a spoiled brat. Yet now he cannot understand how such a person could wield a sword with such mastery. Not a single one of his attacks lands. Every strike is brushed aside or dodged effortlessly. The swordsman allows a faint smile to form, carefully measuring the prince's abilities. As expected of royalty, Kushan has at least mastered the fundamentals. Yet in truth, his level amounts to nothing beyond that of an intermediate fighter. At such a stage, there isn't even a need to invoke any special technique against him. At last, the young master seizes him. Grabbing Kushan by the throat, he slams him down onto the ground. With cold intensity, he demands to know who was behind the assassination attempt. Kushan insists stubbornly that it was his own doing, a choice he made alone. Narrowing his eyes, the swordsman makes it clear he does not believe him. He presses further, asking if the prince truly intends to cling to lies until the very end. Calling for his guard, he summons Christopher, who immediately leaps into the room and bows low. "I, your faithful servant, await your command. Should you order it, I will even walk through fire." The young master cuts him off bluntly. His first command is for him to be silent, and his second is to force the prince to kneel. Without hesitation, Christopher seizes Kushan, shoving him down and commanding him to kneel before his master. The young master studies the prince's face, quietly noting what he sees there. It is the look in his eyes brimming with blame. Calmly, he asks Kushan what he thinks led to the ruin of his kingdom. Was the cause himself, or was it his sister? The prince remains silent, refusing to answer. The swordsman follows with another question. Does the prince truly believe he is sitting where fate intended him to be? Kushan snaps bitterly, demanding to know what right the young master has to speak of such things. He accuses him of being born the youngest son of a mighty house, never having carried any burden at all. But the young master replies calmly that there are truths one can understand even without ever having borne a burden. He then asks if Kushan understands why he has not been killed already. He explains that the throne he occupies, though diminished, still holds worth. Kushan scoffs at the claim, calling the throne nothing but worthless. He declares he never desired it in the first place. The swordsman answers firmly that whether or not Kushan wanted it, he was born holding it, and if he rejects that weight, who else could possibly shoulder it? Who could take his place? Then he offers the prince a single chance to become the vessel for Tadulin, and in exchange, the truth will be revealed. But before that, the young master chooses to disclose a truth of his own. He did absolutely nothing to Kushan's sister. The prince is visibly shaken by the revelation, his composure crumbling. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, men gather in the marketplace, watching dancers with satisfaction. One turns to an older man and asks why Nox has come to Tadulin. The elder admits he has no idea. Despite all their networks, they uncovered nothing, not even a whisper of a leak. Even if Nox belongs to a powerful family, arriving with private soldiers is a direct insult to Tadulin. Another elder, calmer and wiser, interjects. He asks what can be done, reminding them that this is House Rheinhafer they are speaking of, and Tio himself is involved. For now, he says, they can only watch. The rest agree in silence. At that moment, Cramser enters their gathering, declaring that this could be an opportunity for all of them. One elder narrows his gaze and asks what he means by that. Cramser explains that now may be the perfect moment to deal with the prince. The timing could not be better. Some of the men exchange uneasy glances, uncertain of his meaning. Another man voices hesitation, saying it might still be too soon. Cramser challenges them, asking if they did not all witness the prince's humiliation. A prince forced to kneel before a noble, such disgrace. With the people's anger at its peak, he urges them to use this chance to eliminate both the prince and Nox's faction in one stroke. One man voices his worry, pointing out they are speaking of the youngest son of House Reinhafer. Cramser calmly reveals he has already poisoned Nox's meal, and that the prince himself swore he would kill Nox. An elder lets out a dark chuckle, saying they will pin Nox's death on the prince, then plunge the region into chaos and war. He praises Cramser, calling him the only one who could devise such a scheme. Behind a curtain, Nox and Prince Kushan hide, having overheard the entire plot. Nox turns to the prince, asking quietly what he thinks now that the truth has been laid bare. With disgust in his voice, the prince mutters that it is vile, utterly vile. Elsewhere, Lies begins healing Princess Arya. She asks why Arya thinks the king and queen passed away, and whether she truly has no idea why Tadulin has collapsed. Lies then tells her it is because of her incompetent elder brother, a weak coward lacking even the resolve to inherit the throne. The princess, drowning as though in deep waters, refuses to believe it. She cries out that it cannot be true, calling it a lie. Lies replies calmly that letting go makes everything easier. She urges Arya to leave everything to her. From now on, she need only live the rest of her life inside a long, blissful dream, even if they both know it is all an illusion. Arya weakly says she cannot move her body anymore, nor can she speak. She wonders if this is truly the end for her. Lies gently asks if she can still hear her voice. Suddenly, Arya awakens, crying out to ask who she is. She pleads desperately, saying that if she truly hears her voice, then please get her out of there. Lisa assures her that if she truly wishes it, she will do exactly that. In truth, she had intended to regardless. All at once, Arya feels her strength slowly return. Bewildered, she wonders what is happening as she opens her eyes and surveys her surroundings. Meanwhile, the prince turns to the swordsman, saying he believes everything Cramser revealed about Tadulin's politics, its twisted ethics, and even the state of its people's lives. Nox responds sharply, saying it is the prince's own weakness, that he always left judgment to others. The prince finally understands. That is why it hurts so deeply, and he wonders aloud how he could possibly fix any of it. The swordsman gestures toward Arya and Lies. He tells the prince to ask them instead of him. Arya calls out to her brother. He rushes to her side, clutching her hands tightly. He asks if she is truly all right and demands to know what happened to her. Nox explains that she had been under Cramser's brainwashing. The prince is shocked at the revelation, asking if Cramser could really be a demonic human. The swordsman confirms it, explaining that Cramser is indeed a demonic human who worships demons. The prince struggles, unable to fully accept it. Nox tells him he too had been partially under Cramser's control, and now that he knows the truth, the spell is unraveling. That is what caused his headaches. In time it will ease, he assures him, and soon he will come to realize what it is he must truly do. Suddenly, Lies steps forward and punches the prince squarely in the face. Furiously, she tells him that if he still cannot decide, then she will see his head displayed atop the royal tower. She accuses him outright, that because of Cramser's tyranny and his cowardice, all of this came to pass. The young master observes inwardly, noting that, as expected, Lies is enraged. Everything began with Cramser's fabricated tale of misery. Through cunning brainwashing, the court mage ruled as regent, corrupting the kingdom from within. In truth, he was a demonic human. His true ambition was to resurrect Gremory, one of the 72 demons. That was why the bewitched king and queen of Tadulin turned against their own royal bloodline. And just as Cramser had foreseen, the furious Arkheim Empire commanded House Reinhafer to directly subjugate Tadulin. In the aftermath, Tio, Rodwell Christopher, and the ruthless Black Sword Knights took the life of Tadulin's king, along with countless others. Nox recalls the moment he first discovered this devastating truth. It had struck him like a heavy blow. Now he understands that Lisa's fury and Kushan's weakness are nothing more than aftershocks of that single tragic event. He tells them both that Lies and Kushan alike are victims of the same root cause. In war, there are no true winners or losers. No one is completely innocent, and no one entirely damned. The swordsman warns that above all, They must not direct their resentment at the wrong target. Lise shouts back that it is already far too late. She urges Nox to look closely at the prince, who still cannot summon his resolve. If he had even the smallest shred of courage to sit upon the throne, she declares, Saren and the children of the slums might still be alive. The young warrior speaks gently, advising her that even if it is already too late, if humanity refuses to revisit its past, it will never grow. Even if the truth before her is tragic and vile, she must find the strength to push forward. Looking into Nox's face, Lise catches a glimpse of Saren's shadow. In that moment, she realizes something. Deep down, she has always known. He is just like her. Tears stream down her face as she thinks to herself that he understands. He understands the helplessness of losing everyone he cherishes, the crushing burden of duty, and the desperate urge to flee, to vanish, to escape from the world itself. Arya turns to her brother, vowing that this time, she will move forward alongside him, because there are still things in this world worth protecting. The prince thanks his sister with sincerity. A system message appears. The trait loyalty in Kushan Adrian has fully blossomed. His loyalty toward Nox has surged to 100%. From this moment onward, Kushan will display unwavering and eternal devotion to the player. The prince declares that he will no longer run away. The swordsman is satisfied. He has secured both Kushan and Lise, and they will become two of his strongest units. Just as he did with Marin, he will stand by them. Lise expresses her gratitude, saying she believes her fury has at last been set on the right path. She adds that he is nothing like the man the rumors portrayed him to be. Arya looks at the young man, telling him that he saved both her and her brother. She thanks him sincerely. He answers that all he did was clear the path. The rest was accomplished by them. Yet even as he speaks, a new problem emerges. A massive crowd has gathered outside the palace gates. They cry out for the dethronement of the incompetent Prince Kushan and the beginning of a new era. The mob also demands that Lord Cramser be crowned the new king. The young master smiles faintly and remarks that it is far too early to be thanking him. He tells them that from here on, they must prepare for the true war, the battle against their real enemy. All across the city, protesters gather in huge numbers, shouting that there is no kingdom left to hand over to an inept prince and princess. They demand the royal siblings be brought out immediately. They claim that only Lord Cramser can save them now. Meanwhile, Cramser reflects on how long it has taken to arrive at this moment. His thoughts drift back to his childhood, to when he was nothing more than a destitute boy without home or hope. He believes that while a rare few are born with noble blood and exceptional talent, the majority of people live out their entire lives without ever tasting such fortune. He himself had been a low-born commoner, possessing nothing at all. One day, a woman appeared before him and told him plainly that he was weak, yet she also said she could see it, the burning desire in his eyes. But she warned him that his meager talent and lowly origins would only drag him down. She declared he would never realize his dreams, that he would wander aimlessly until forgotten and buried by time itself. She called it unfair. Opportunities, she said, ought to be equal for all. She then extended him a chance, advising that to rise from worthlessness, one must do whatever it takes, even if it means stepping on others, even if it means selling one's very soul. And now, he believes the moment has come for his desperate prayers to be answered. Empowered by the mighty gift of Duke Gremory, he made a choice that very day. Not only would he rise above mediocrity, he would seize an entire kingdom. In the city, protesters mutter among themselves, asking if the prince has been found. An elder steps forward and commands them to locate him immediately. Suddenly, Prince Kushan appears before them, declaring there is no need to search any further. Lord Cramser is caught off guard by the prince's sudden arrival. Kushan questions him directly, demanding to know what he is doing here. Cramser is thrown into confusion. He finds it strange. This prince who had once been consumed by vengeance, who until recently cowered like a cripple within his shell of fear. Now he stands tall, radiating an aura of brilliance. Cramser realizes, with a jolt, that the brainwashing which once clouded the minds of both the prince and the princess has dissolved. He begins to wonder what has happened. The prince fixes him with a look of deep disappointment. He tells Cramser that he once trusted him as if he were family, but in the end, it was never about protecting the kingdom. Cramser only sought to steal the land built by his father and ancestors through their sweat and blood. Cramser sneers, saying the prince still does not grasp the gravity of the situation. He demands to know who it was that squandered 2 years wallowing in despair. He points to the countless citizens who suffered because of Kushan's incompetence, and asks if he is still blind to the sorrow carved into their faces. Then, with a cruel smirk, Cramser thanks him, for it is because of him that his fury has finally found its true target. The crowd erupts suddenly, shouting chants against the prince. Cramser thinks with satisfaction that the enraged mob will do his work for him. He need not lift a single finger. At that moment, Nox steps forward. He remarks that he usually despises interfering in the family quarrels of others, but this time he will make an exception. Addressing the crowd, he mocks them, calling them a laughable mob of fools. Cramser reels at the sight of Nox. He scoffs to himself. This worthless brat, this arrogant upstart with nothing but a noble name. How dare he act so brazenly? He demands to know what business a highborn of House Rheinhafer has with him. Nox replies sharply, accusing him of igniting the war 2 years ago and of betraying Tajulin's late king. He calls him nothing more than a hound of demons. The crowd murmurs in shock at Nox's words. Nox then addresses them directly, calling them fools who do not even realize their own treason. He urges them to think carefully and use their heads. He asks when the king and queen of Tajulin first began harboring rebellious thoughts, and when relations with the Arkheim Empire began to sour. He declares that it all began the moment that wretch Cramser became the court mage. One man in the crowd suddenly exclaims that, now that he reflects on it, the king's rebellion and the war with Arkheim, it all begins to make sense. Then a wave of agony sweeps through the masses. Clutching their heads, they cry out, wailing that it feels as though their skulls are about to split apart. The prince realizes instantly that it is the backlash of the brainwashing breaking. Not only he and his sister, but even the nobles had all been under its sway. Cramser roars furiously at the crowd, ordering them not to be deceived. He insists it is Nox who destroyed Tajulin. He asks if they truly believe the words of House Rheinhafer. Then, turning on Nox, he demands proof that he is a servant of demons, threatening him. If Nox continues spreading slander, Cramser will no longer guarantee his safety. Nox only laughs, scoffing at his threats. Without warning, the young noble leaps down into the crowd. His guard Christopher shouts out in alarm, warning that it is too dangerous. But the young swordsman replies calmly that it is not dangerous at all. In truth, it is the opposite. He tells his guard that though he stands here alone, not one of these pitiful cowards will dare to touch him. Nox addresses the crowd once more, saying they were deceived by Cramser's false promise of endless wealth. Their people were exploited, and now they raise rebellion without the courage even to die for it. He calls it a disgrace beyond words. One man shouts back angrily, asking how Nox dares insult them. Another scoffs that House Rheinhafer has no right to lecture them. Suddenly, a man lunges forward, attacking. But before his strike can land, Nox swiftly cuts him down with his blade. The crowd gasps in shock, stunned that he has slain a man outright. They cry for him to stay out of their kingdom's affairs. But Nox stands firm. He commands them to open their eyes, to see clearly who it is they have truly raised their swords against, and who it is that has blinded them all along. He turns to Kushan and declares that tonight, a new king shall be born in Tajulin. He urges the prince to reveal his true self. Kushan, obedient to his young master's words, steps forward and launches his attack against Cramser and the nobles. Lise charges in as well. She commands the commoners to rise and strike alongside them. Enraged, Lord Cramser bellows, demanding how these low-born mongrels dare raise their hands against him. May and Elena unleash their magical potions, hurling them at both the nobles and Cramser. Christopher too joins the fray. Realizing the tide of battle is shifting, Cramser panics. He knows he must find some way to regain control. Summoning his strength, he conjures a blazing fireball and hurls it toward Lavilia. But in a flash, the young swordsman moves. He leaps in front of,